Welcome to the complete Django with Django REST framework course. This course is actually recorded as a live training program, but now I have decided to post it on YouTube for free. If you don't know anything about Django Web Framework or Django REST Framework, this course is for you. And if you're coming from another framework and you want to learn, Django or Python backend development, this course is also for you. And the best thing about this course is that this course is actually not a typical pre-recorded course. As I said, this course follows the live training sequence, meaning I will not be teaching you with the boring pre-recorded lessons. There will be discussions from the real students. Throughout the course, you will also watch the students asking me live questions. So these are the students from universities and freshers, mid-level developers, and also there are experienced developers like senior developers with the 6 to 8 or maybe there are developers with the 10 years of experience, and the questions they asked are very interesting. There were like basic questions, and also there were very advanced questions from the senior developers. And if you are watching this on YouTube, of course you cannot ask me questions live, of course, right? So the best thing that you will do is just write a comment and someday I will reply. But the thing is that when you are learning or watching this video, right, so if you get any kind of doubts, so that means someone in the class or someone in this course is already asking that question. So that is the point, you will learn more things than what I'm teaching in this course, because this course is actually interactive and you will never get bored of this course. All right. So what I want from you is that just keep some time and invest your time, uh, because that is the main thing that you need to learn any new technologies. All right. What exactly you will learn in this course? Well, we will start with the fundamentals of Django Web Framework. And then we will learn Django's URL patterns, views, models, and ORM queries. We will also learn about the authentication systems, permissions, groups, and so much more. Once we are done with almost everything about Django Web Framework, we will now move to Django REST Framework. So this is where you develop the API endpoints. You must have heard of API development. So this is what every companies are looking for. Every software engineers should learn about this API development, especially the APIs around artificial intelligence or AI agents. We will also learn everything about function-based views and class-based views. With that, I will also teach you when to use function-based views and when to use class-based views. I cannot actually list down each and everything that you are going to learn in this course because it covers almost everything about Django Web Framework and Django REST Framework. And the only prerequisite for this course is to just have the basic understanding of Python programming. If you're completely new to Python programming, you can watch my free Python basics course. I will leave the link in the description. Okay, with that said, I just want to give you one tip. Don't just watch this course, code along with me to get the most out of this course. So if you learn anything valuable from this channel, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and if you have any doubts, you can ask me in the comment section. So let's get started. So let's start with the Django, and this is one of the most loved framework by me, especially because I like Django, and for all of my projects, I try to fit Django. Uh, I don't know why, because I have a good hands-on experience with the Django, because I've been making courses since 2020, I think. Since COVID, I started making courses. Um, so there are many courses which are still running on Udemy, techwithrathan.com, right? That's why. So currently, I'm going to this DjangoProject.com. This is the official website of Django. And as it says, Django makes it easier to build better web apps more quickly and with less code. And it is because I used to work with the PHP before. If you have seen my description or some bio in Udemy or somewhere, uh, I have personally written the description that I used to use PHP before, and then when I learned Python, I started after learning Python, then of course we need some framework, right? Before I used to use Laravel, CodeIgniter, if you know the names. In PHP also there are like many frameworks. CodeIgniter is one, Laravel is there, many other things are there. I used to work with them. but it was a very huge process. I think, except Django, if you go to um, any other framework, right? So if you want to create an admin panel, or if you want to do something, right? So you have to build it from scratch. Um, like all the queries, like select star from blah blah, many things, right? So it can be confusing to many beginner developers. Then when I saw Django, I was like, first I was scared of, those terminals, right? I've been using Windows before. I'm not good at, I was not good at what do you call it, those terminal commands. If you have a Linux background, then it's easy for you to learn commands. Right? But I used to use Windows. Here you see here behind me is the Windows computer, because I need Windows, right? Since like since 10 to 12, 15 years I've been using Windows. That time when I looked at this Django commands, I was like, I was self-doubting whether I can really learn Django or not. Because first thing, I could not remember the commands. Second thing, what is this? Some people are saying manage.py, some people are saying it is very sensitive, and many things. Right? So that time I was scared, and after that I just started making little small projects, and then those commands. Now I can write almost any kind of commands. Even I made some videos about how you can create your custom commands also. Okay, all right. Again, those advanced stuff is already there in automate boring stuff with Django. Okay. So anyway, so Django, in my opinion, if you guys are finding it difficult, some people said serialization is difficult. Some people are saying class-based views are difficult. Some people are saying static files, media files are difficult. Some, everyone had have their own uh, reasons to find it difficult. But after this, after this 8 weeks, I'm 100% sure Django will not be difficult anymore for you. I'm sure about that, because Django is easy. I realized Django is easy, and it is, it you can create web applications in just a minutes, right? So so first thing, how we can, what exactly this Django is, why should we use it, right? So first of all, to use Django, we have many reasons. First and foremost, everyone needs quick applications, fast applications, right? And that too created by many much more advanced developers. Okay, so Django, and after that it provides ORM. ORM means object relational mapper. So what is ORM? Is nothing but it's a kind of simple language to execute SQL queries. Okay, in Django we never write SQL queries. You write ORM methods and all stuff. Okay, so we'll talk more about that as and when we work with those scenarios. Okay, so it has middlewares, and it has commands. One command. So for beginners, commands can be intimidating, but really commands make your life easier, because one command will do so much of things. It is there to make the developers life easier, not not difficult. Okay, so when we understand that, then it is good. We can learn it. Okay, any tools big developers is creating, it is just to make things easier, right? So that's why it exists. All right. So now you have learned Python, right? So after Python, you have many other things. As I said, data analysis is there, data engineering is there, data scientist is there, machine learning, deep learning, AI field is huge. You can do anything. But web application is one of the things that that is much more needed, because previously we used to have desktop applications. If we have to use it, we have to install it in our computer. That takes some memory, that takes, so much of effort and all stuff. Then updates is very difficult, right? So if you install desktop applications, but
web applications is very easier, faster, and anywhere you can access it. Access it. Yeah. Okay. If your website, if a computer crashed, then use your phone, use your another computer, and things like that. Okay. So to create web applications, especially robust web applications, we need frameworks like Django. Okay. There are many other frameworks, as you know, in Java, some other things is there. Spring, I think. Node.js is there. So we are here to learn Django. So Django actually follows MVT structure. Okay, in PHP something is called this same thing is called MVC, that is a model view controller. But in Django we have MVT, model, view, and uh, template. Model, view, template. We call them uh, software design pattern. Okay, software design pattern. So why this is called software design pattern is this framework, no, it has its own protocols. It has its own rules to to work. Right? We cannot just write anything. We cannot just do anything that we want. We have to follow its own instructions. Its own these are a set of instructions that we need to follow in order to make Django work for us. Right? So Django, so it follows, as I said, MVT structure. Let me show you one little flow chart. So the whole thing about MVT is this: model, view, and template. Every application, when you make architecture for your own project, when you have a business idea or your friend has some business idea, is discussing with you, the first thing that should come to your mind is the database and the look and feel, right? And the business logic. Three things are very important. Okay, API things and comes later, that is programmatical, right? But these things, database, where do you store the data, right? And then what will be the business logic? Okay, what your friend wants to build, and then how this application should look. These three things are very important. Okay, so that's why this MVT software design pattern is pattern exists. The way this Django works is very simple. See, just look at this image. This is you, the user. Okay, you as a developer look at this as a user. Okay, what this user will do is he's contacting your application. How? From your, for example, techwithratan.com. Okay, so techwithratan.com is actually a Django backend application. It is using Django. It's a Django application. Okay, user is contacting with the your Django application. So this Django application is actually uh, starts working from the URLs. Why? Because every user wants to go to different pages. Okay, when we load pages, right? When we load pages, for example, let me just open this one. Let me open. Can you see this? Can you see this? Can you see my techwithratan.com? Right? Yes. So the user is requesting this techwithratan.com/dashboard. So just refreshing this means we are requesting. When we request something, our Django application is talking to model, talking to view, and talking to template. Okay, so I'll again come back to that image now. So I'm trying to open the dashboard. Okay, so this is called URL now. So why this URL? There can be many URLs in one project. Okay, all your URLs belongs to a certain views. Okay, all your URL endpoints belongs to certain views. For example, if you access dashboard, the dashboard function is going to get called. And if you access my profile URL, different different things is going to trigger. Like when you access my profile, my application is going to the database. It is bringing some data from the database and it is giving it to the user. I mean, it is giving it to the view, and then view is giving it to the template. Okay. Now look at these three things. model is responsible for all the database operations. Okay. Now, if I want to see my first name and last name as a user, I will ask my application to go and bring the first name and last name. To get the first name and last name, we have a URL endpoint called my profile. Okay. So this my profile URL is by default, or we actually set these URLs to a corresponding view function. Okay. So in Django, view is nothing but a function that we learned in Python, right? So this URL, when we call this URL, this function will be that my profile function will be called. Okay. This function is view. Function is nothing but view. Okay, don't get confused. This function will now go to the model. Why it will go to model? Because the purpose of this my profile, what user is requesting? He's requesting first name and last name, right? So this function will go to model first. Okay, it will bring the first name and last name. This model will give that first name and last name to view. Okay, and then view now will have the first name and last name, and then it will give to the template. What is the template? Template is nothing but this whatever interface you are seeing here, right? So this is the template. So from the template, you will see the data, right? First, your request will come to view. Okay, your any request will come to view. View will then talk to model to bring some data. Okay, view cannot, model cannot directly go to user, right? View should be there. View is the thing, view is the man who will just contact the database. Okay, then we will bring the data from database. Then we will give it to template. Okay, there is no direct access from model to template, from model to user, from model to URL, nothing. Okay, it will follow this structure. First, the user, which user will contact to Django. Django has this URL endpoint configured, and every URL endpoint will have its own functions, own view configured. This view will do whatever the things is. If it needs database things, it will just go to the model. If it needs some kind of a business logic, all the business logic will happen inside this view only. Okay. You will not never write any business logic anywhere in Django application. All the business logic will go inside this view. This can be function-based views or it can be class-based views. Understand? Then whatever response this view will give will go to the template, and then template then will trigger the data or show the data in the front end. Okay, so that's how this Django works. All right. So just guys, make sure you create one folder. Okay, so I will try to explain. I know we'll create one Django simple Django test project, and we'll put that into our what do you call virtual environment. All right, just let's go to here. Anywhere you can create one new folder, Django test. Okay, Django test I have created. So this is an empty uh, project, empty directory. So come back here. So guys, you're familiar with this CD commands and all stuff, right? So I think I'm not explaining all these things explicitly. If you say, you say ls or dir. If you're using Windows, you can write dir to see which directory, which are the folders that you have in your system. You see, these are the basic things. If you don't know, I think you should focus, see, Google some of these things. These are basic things. Okay. So I just need to go inside this Django test. If, when you say ls, you should um, ls or dir, you should see nothing, because make sure you are in this folder. Okay. So at this point, I want you to open one terminal, maybe PowerShell or maybe Git Bash, or maybe if you're using Mac, just use your terminal. Okay. I hope everyone is good now. So whenever you want to create any Django project, or any Python project. Okay, we need to create a virtual environment. So what is this virtual environment now? See, when we want to build one software, right, we need so many small softwares, means so many packages. We need so many modules, so many libraries, right? We cannot just build everything once. It's impossible. None of the developers will do that. So when we want to build a huge software, we need small parts of, you can say plugins. Okay. For one, for one feature, we need some kind of a math plugin, some different libraries. Okay. Python has so many plugins or so many packages or libraries. Okay. So now what happens? When you want to create this Django project, you always have to create one virtual environment. Why this virtual environment is because as a Python developers, we always uh, install so many packages. Okay, many Django packages or many other so many packages we have. I will just to show you how many packages I have. I am not inside. I have not activated in any of my virtual environment. I'm just in the global system. Okay, I want to see in this computer which I'm using. I'm using this since 3 years. Okay, I think 3 4 years. I don't remember 3 years. I think since 3 years I've installed packages knowingly, unknowingly, good packages, bad packages. Many things, many junk things are there here. Okay, if I want to see that, I will simply run pip freeze. Okay. So what this will do is it will go to the global scope of my computer and bring all the Python packages that have, I think I recently cleared it. So that's why it is showing only few things. It will actually give you all the packages that are installed in your computer. Okay. Now imagine this list is way huge than this one. Okay, it is just 10, 15, 10, 12 packages there are there. If you have been working in Python, right? If you run pip freeze, you will notice so many packages are already installed, which are not needed for your purpose, for your project. Now, if you're building one blog project, there is no need of, maybe request library. There is no need of many other things. Okay. So so that's why what we do is whenever we create a project, we create one virtual partitions. You have seen your computer, C drive, D drive, F drive, E drive, and all, right? So those are your hardware partitions. But imagine E drive is, I mean, C or D drive is one whole system. Okay, maybe it's good. C, everything will stay in C drive, right? So imagine this C drive. In C drive, so many things are installed. Okay, that are not needed for you for your particularly project. Imagine inside the C drive, you are making virtual partitions. Okay, virtual partitions, and each of the partitions will have their own name. Okay, env1, env2, env3. Virtual environment, we can say. What is environment? Environment is nothing like one small partition. Simple. Khali partition, we can say empty partition, right? When we have empty partition, which is like a clear this thing, okay? It's a what I can say. It's a clear storage. Okay. So that time you can install your, I mean, you can install Django, you can create your Django project in the clean space. Clear, right? So how we can create the virtual environment now? So there are multiple ways, but in creating you should first install virtual environment. If not, if you guys have not installed the virtual environment, just I'll just give you the command. Okay, in Python 3, a virtual environment comes by default. Let's just, so for Windows user, I'm checking. If you guys can write Python hyphen MVENV, if you can run this, right, your virtual environment will be created. Okay. I cannot run it because I'm using Mac. If you're using Mac, just write Python 3. Okay. For Windows users, most of you guys will have the can run virtual environment. I mean Python 3. I mean sorry Python. Okay, Python hyphen M. VENV means virtual environment. Okay, this is the syntax I can say. Okay, so you should use VENV space ENV. ENV can be anything, your name, right? I can write like this, Ratan ENV, or any name, it's just a partition name. Okay, I'll go with the ENV. I'm creating one virtual environment. If I hit enter, one VENV is created. I mean, one ENV is created. You can just open this Django test file and this ENV file is created. This will have so many things, but you don't have to learn everything in this folder. Okay. Uh, as you work more and more on Python, you'll automatically understand what are these files. Okay. In our project also, I'll show you some of the things which are inside this ENV. But for now, it's just like one storage, one clean space we are creating virtually for our project. Okay, so now we have created the virtual environment, but we have not entered into a virtual environment. Okay, so it's like we have created one small home for our project, but in order to work inside that home, we have to enter that home, right? We have to go inside that home. So for that reason, we have a command called source env hyphen bin not hyphen, it is forward slash. But you know what? Bin will work for only Linux users or Windows users. If you are on Windows, just write scripts. Just write scripts. Okay. If you don't understand what to write here, source env you write, but scripts, if you want to see where is it, just open this env folder, and you will see this. Instead of bin, you will see scripts. If you see scripts, you have to write scripts. If you see bin, you have to write bin. Okay. So essentially, we are trying to run this activate command. Okay. So this one we are actually trying to activate. Activate. See this? So that's why source env forward slash scripts forward slash activate. I'm on Mac, so I'm going to use source env bin activate. For Windows, it should be backward slash. Okay, source env backward slash scripts backward slash activate. If you're using git bash, okay, if you're using git bash, it will be forward slash. Clear? When you hit enter, you will see this kind of parenthesis and the env name. If you have named your name here, it will show your name. I have named my environment as env. This is the same name you should see here. So this means we have entered into a new home. Now we can create our project. Now, earlier I showed you my quick freeze, right? There were so many junk projects, I mean libraries were installed. Now that we are inside this virtual environment, it's a clear space, khali space, nothing is inside, no libraries are installed, no packages are installed. Now I will run pip freeze. You can see there's nothing. There's nothing. It's a new home. It's a new environment. Understand? If I if you want to come out of that home and see what is outside, what you have to do? Simply write deactivate. What happens when you run deactivate? You are coming out of this environment. You have come out of this home. Understand? Now if you run pip freeze, all junk things are outside your home. Right? If you want to see clear things, you have to go inside your home. Wait. If you want clear things, you have to activate the virtual environment. Right? When you activate virtual environment and pip freeze, there is nothing. It's a blank space. Okay. Now that we don't have anything here, to create a Django project, what we need? To create a Django project, what do we need? Exactly. We need Django, right? So the way we install Django is by running this pip command. What is pip? Pip is a package manager. Okay. So using pip, you can install many Python packages, so many Python packages. Okay. So that's why I like pip. Someone said npm, right? So npm install some package, right? So that is for node environment. This is Python environment. This for this pip, right? So this is for Python environment. So I will just say, uh, okay, currently we don't have anything here inside this uh, virtual environment. What we need to do, we need to install Django. The way we install Django is pip install Django. Okay. Now there are few things to consider when we install Django. Pip install Django and see when you hit enter, what will happen? The latest version of Django library will be installed in your computer or your virtual environment, and make sure this environment is activated like this. If you just install this, what will happen? The latest version at the time of installing this will be installed. But sometimes what happens, Django, if you want Django 4.1, what you need to do, you should write Django equal 4.1. This is some special cases. Okay. Like if you're running one old project, right? That project will only run with the 4.1. That time you only write like this. But if you are creating new project, always go with the latest version. Just install pip install Django, and your Django latest version will be installed. Hit enter, Django will be installed. Okay. Now, with Django, it comes with many supporting packages, dependencies, right? So I will just clear it. Now, if I run this pip freeze, before our environment was clean, right? It had nothing. Now, if you look at this, Django is installed, right? And there are some dependencies also. ASGIRF, this is some kind of a reference library, and this is some SQL parse library. Okay. The only thing that that matters is Django 5.2.8 is installed in your computer. Okay, in your virtual environment. All right. So if I go, if I deactivate the virtual environment and see this freeze, okay. Now you can see Django 5.2.7 is installed, right? I recently installed this 5.2.7 for some of my projects, but here it is Django 5.2.8. You understand the difference, right? So I will just go back, and I can see 5.2.8. Okay. Okay. The moment we install Django, right? We need to run one first command to create the Django project. We are not going to create files one by one or anything. Django is super simple, super powerful, that it gives it gives commands. That commands will do so much of work for you. Okay. So for example, one main command in Django is called Django admin. Django -admin. Okay. And then start project. Okay. Django admin start project. And then what is the project name that you want to keep? Right? So learning. Okay, let's say learning project. So, and after that, what you want to write is one dot. Okay, one dot you want to write here. Okay, Django admin start project learning and one dot. Okay, so hit enter. Now you can see many files, many things have created. Many things are created. See. Okay, this is one environment, and this is the learning project that we have created. And this is one file called manage.py. I'll come back to this manage.py. This is one of the biggest things in Django. You're contacting with this manage.py. I'll come back to here. But if you look at this learning project, one thing is, can you notice this init.py? Can you tell me if there is init.py, what is it?
Module
It's a package.
package. Yeah.
Right? When you see init.py, it is blank, right? So this whenever you see init.py, it is package. Okay. So this learning is actually a project, but programmatically, essentially, it's a package only. Okay. Now, in packages, there will be multiple modules. That's why we create packages, right? There can be multiple uh, modules. All right. Okay. So before I go and explain about this, we are almost done. We have created the Django project. Simple. You can run it now. Python. Okay. The way we run it, this. Okay. So I'll give you the list of commands if you want. Okay. Otherwise, you can just go to ChatGPT or some AI tools and just say uh, the mostly used Django commands. You will get many lists. Okay. Don't get confused, and don't worry if you cannot remember any of these commands. Okay. So the way we run the Django project is like this: Python manage.py run server. What we are telling here, hey Python. Okay, so Python we should always include because when we run Python file also, right? So we need to call this, include this Python, and then we are telling manage.py, please start the server. Okay, we are telling manage.py file or module that please start our server. Just hit enter. Now you can see many things have come. Okay, don't worry. If you see this in red, if you see this in yellow, do not worry. Okay, what happened right now is that our Django server is running. Okay, Django server is running. Now, where to see it? It is coming, starting development server at HTTP 127.0.0.1 8000. 8000 is the default port number for Django. Okay, 8000 is the default port number for Django. You can either copy this or you can simply press Control and left click. It will open your Django project. Okay, you can see the install worked successfully. Congratulations. And this is the default Django project page.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
So when you write the command Django admin, uh, here after the start project learning, you put the dot at the end. Is it necessary or so?
Yeah, see, it is not necessary, but it is the best practice. Why is it, why I put this dot is means, see, in programs, like when we work on these file systems, right? Dot means current directory. Okay, dot means current directory. Now, what I'm telling here is currently I am inside this Django test folder, right? I'm inside the Django test folder. The actual command is only this much, but I put this dot here because I don't want Django to create uh, another folder for learning. Then what will happen? I'll again cd into learning project. Again, all those files will come. Okay. So if you just don't put dot and hit enter, you will understand the pain, right? So that's why always when you start working, right? So just try to create your project in the same level where you have your virtual environment so that you can easily run commands. If you want, I will show you the difference. Okay, so let's say, okay, if this dot is confusing you, what I'll do, this deactivate it. Yeah, just
Sir,
deactivate.
dot mean
Yeah,
current directory, no?
yeah, current directory. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you put the dot, your learning project will be created in a current directory. If you don't put dot, it will be like a learning, again learning, like this. It will be.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Understood, right? So that's why virtual environment is here in the same level, and manage.py should also be in the same level so that when we come back tomorrow to start the run server, I mean start the Django server, we can simply activate the virtual environment and then just run the server.
Hi. Uh, I am able to see the browser like while like 127.0 everything, but there is some warning here like 18 unapplied migrations. So
Yeah, I'll
what?
come to that part. Don't worry, I'll come to that part. Okay, I'll come to that part. Migrations and all. Okay, don't worry. Even I'm getting that warning, right? So waiting migrations and all. So it is related to the database, but I'll I'll talk about it. Or- but- So you're following correctly. Well, if I can manage. .py. This is our page, Django. Someone is saying, sir, someone is saying, I see some developers do not follow the default Django app structure. Instead, they use a structure where all views are in one folder, all models in one folder, and so on. So this happens when in companies forcefully ask you to learn Django and make project in 1 week. This happens. But you should always follow the Django's application structure properly. Okay, I'll clearly explain you tomorrow how is it, how it works and everything. Okay, but we will not be like some developers. We will we will follow the proper structure. You can simply say Python manage.py help. Okay, if you just run help, you can see. Otherwise, if you want to see, I will tell you one more pro tip. You have never seen this before. I'll go inside this env, right? I'll go inside this lib. Okay. In the lib, earlier inside packages, there were only Python, right? Only some pip was there. But now that we have installed Django, inside packages, we have Django and so many things, right? Now you open this Django. So this is the whole Django framework. This is the whole Django framework. Okay. Now you go to this core. All the core things will go here. Okay. Core. And these are the management command. You see manage.py, right? Management commands. So go to this management and then go to this commands. You will see all these commands. These are the Django commands. We have only see one command now, run server.py, but we will see many commands later. Okay, migrate command, make migration, make messages, load data, inspect, db, flush. So many of them are there. Okay. So this is how you can see. But don't do anything. Don't touch. Don't delete anything from here. Okay, just close. Just close it. Don't do anything to this environment. Otherwise, it can crash. Okay, now this is clear, right? We have one Django project folder. This is the root directory of our entire application. And then we have this env. I already explained what is env. Then we have this project level directory. If you open this project level directory, it is essentially a package. Okay, in this file, we have init.py to tell that this is a package. And we have asgi and wsgi below. In between, we have settings.py and we have urs.py. Let me close this first. And then we have db.sqlite3 and then we have manage.py. Okay, so I'll start with the just I'll start with manage.py. So what is manage.py? So this is actually like a receptionist for your office. This means that whenever you want to do something or whenever you want Django to perform some action, you tell that action to manage.py. This is the main file that will run your commands. Okay, that will do some administrative task, right? If you open this file and don't delete or don't play with this file right now, because if you miss this file, then your project will not run. Okay, so anytime if you want to do some administrative task, like managing mostly it is about managing running the manage.py commands. Okay, like running the commands, run server command, migrate command, collect static command, so many other commands are there. So that time you use manage.py. Okay, so the whole reason for this to be here is to give a short access. This can be a short form for Django-admin. Okay, Django-admin is the main boss of Django projects, but manage.py is his assistant. Okay, when you try to run server command, you're telling manage.py, and manage.py will go to Django admin, and Django admin will run the server. Okay, so it's like a entry point of your Django project. Here, now we have this db.sqlite3. This is actually a database. This is the portable database, db.sqlite3. This is the default database for our Django project. Okay, whenever you create Django project, that's why I said Django is very, very easy. Everything is already installed, already created for you. Okay, even the database is configured for you. Database itself is shipped with the Django installation, right? So that's why Django gives us one db.sqlite3 database. But if we want to use SQLite, I mean, if you want to use MySQL, we want to use Oracle, if you want to use some other database like Postgres, then we can configure that. In this, in this session, in this program, we'll actually configure um, Postgres. But if you want to make any small project, right, like to-do app or learning or any small things, you can directly use this SQLite3. You don't have that headache to configure and use the different database. Okay, so this is database. Let's go inside this learning project. So learning project, in this learning project, we have this, we first have this, this is a Python cache. Okay, don't worry about this. Even if you delete this, it will come again. Okay, so this init.py, you already know, this tells that learning is actually a package. And ASGI and WSGI are actually the HTTP servers that will run on your uh, deployed production. You don't have to worry about this ASGI and WSGI right now. When we deploy the WSGI, I mean, when we deploy the project, I will tell you how to configure WSGI things. Okay, but for now, you can simply ignore these two files. It is very safe. Most important file is this settings.py. So what is settings.py? Is this? This is actually, this will hold all the what do you call this? This will have all the configurations, all the settings about your application. Okay, about this about your project. Okay, so it will have the, it will have some debug things is there, secret key is there, allowed host, everything I'll tell you, don't worry. So I'll explain exactly what it is tomorrow. Middleware is there, installed apps, many things are there here. I'll explain that tomorrow. But this settings, as a whole, settings.py, as the name says, it will hold only the settings with regards to your Django application. Okay, just simple as that. Okay, so this file can be very huge. This is default thing, right? I will show you my another settings. When you make big project, your settings file can be huge, too huge. You see how many lines of code we have, like 400 lines of code, right? This is our settings. Like as your application grows, this settings dot file, settings.py file will also grow. Okay, so this is the default settings. You can extend the way this works. You will see all of them later. Next, we have this urls.py. Okay, so this url.py is for configuring the URL. Let me show you that file again. I was showing you this thing, right? We are here. This is where we are configuring all the URLs. This URL, when we configure these things here, right? This will then come, then forward the request to views, and then view will do some other database operations. Then template things will all will happen. Okay. So currently, this is the file. This is the main urls.py. This main urls.py can be so big. Okay, in your big applications. These are the also when you create API endpoints, this is the place where you create the endpoints. Okay, so I hope this is basic structure of your default Django application. Anybody who is seeing this, you have 18 unapplied migrations. Don't worry. Okay, this is Python's way of telling that your default database tables are not created yet. There is one command called python manage.py run server. That time you can create. Why should I wait for that? Let's you can just simply run. There's another command python manage.py migrate. Okay, there's one command called migrate. Okay, when you run this command, what happens is Python will Django will actually create the default database tables in your database. Okay. So if you run it like this, you can see applying migrations. You may not understand what is migrations and all because I have not yet explained it. Don't worry if you don't understand this. But this command is actually creating the database tables for us in different in Java, in Python, C plus, not Python, in some C plus, Java or PHP or everywhere. You have to create the database tables yourself. But Django, no, you don't need to create database tables manually. You can simply run it. These are the default models, okay, not the full admin things. Now if you can see, user table is migrated, applied, right? So if you run another command, let me write. I think we are already late. Let me just say, in Python, you can also create a super user. Okay, how you can create a super user? So what is super user? Super user is actually a super admin of your project. From there, you can add data, delete data, many things. Okay. So we have not yet done, we have not even write any single line of code, but you will see what we have right now. Create super user. Python manage.py, create super user. The moment you hit enter, the Django will ask you, tell tell me in which name you want to write. I will write Ratan. Okay, if you keep it blank, it will by default use your computer's name. Okay, so maybe I'll say Django admin. Okay, this is my username. I will say developer.ratan@gmail.com, and you should put one password. Again, you put password. Okay, my password didn't match. You see, Django is giving you the validation also. Password should match. We did not do it, right? Django itself is doing taking care of everything. So password again. Let me just password super user created successfully, right? Now, if you run your project, that that thing is gone. That red warning is gone, right? So now you go back to your here. Make sure the run server is running. I mean, your server is running. Now you can see this Django administration panel is open now. It also has the light mode, dark mode, everything, right? So Django, that's why Django is super simple, and Django gives you, in using Django, you can make quick applications. So you can log in here, Django admin, then you put your password and you log in and you see this is your Django admin panel. Here you can see users. This the one user you created here, right? So this is the user, and this is the groups. I will talk about groups later. Many things are there. From here you can add another user. Many things you can do. Okay, this is the actual setup when you install Django. So one more file is this settings.py. So in this settings dot .py, this is the very important file that holds the configuration of your whole Django project. Okay. There are some default code here. Okay. Don't worry. There are so many, 122 lines of code, but I'll just try to explain each and everything and why it is important to understand, right? So, so this one you see here, right? So the base directory, base underscore dir. So this is actually the dynamic path of your Django project. What do I mean by dynamic path? Is because you see, for me, the path is like this: Django test forward slash learning forward slash settings.py, right? So um, this is actually my uh, path for my project. Okay, so this is needed when we want to build some URL programmatically. Okay, so that's why this is the base directory of your project. All right, even if you're using Windows or Mac, doesn't matter. This base directory will automatically give you the current your project path, project folder. All right.
So that's why this is important. So base directory, we'll use this base directory, when it should, when we work with media files or any URL related things. Okay. Then we have this secret key. So this is the key that is needed. It works behind all the secure request in your Django. And in the future, I will also show you how to hack Django if you compromise with this secret key. Because if I now tell you everything about secret key, you will just don't understand this. Okay, but just know that secret key is just like a signature for your request. Okay, so it's like if I want to give you one example, um, let's say it's like this secret key is like a pen. All right. So if I lose this pen anyway, if I give this pen to anyone or everyone, or it is leaked in the public, right? Everyone just can sign your request, sign your papers or whatever it is. So that's why that pen or that secret key should be kept secretly. Okay, so that's of course, as the name says, the secret key should be um, kept secret. All right, and mostly it is used to sign the request. Okay, mostly it is used to sign the what do you call the access tokens and refresh tokens and everything. Okay, if you change this, everyone of if for example this Django, this techwithratan.com, the backend is Django REST framework. Okay, there is one secret key behind this application. Okay, so that secret key is not in public, public repository or anything like that. Everybody is logged in now, right? Many of you guys are logged into my techwithratan.com. Now, right now, what happens if I change this? Now, if you, I mean, for example, if you get uh, uh, my request, or I mean my what do you call this secret key, right? So you can hack my application, or you can duplicate the request, or you can access someone else dashboard. Okay, so if someday if that happens, what I'll do, I will just change my uh, secret key. All of you guys are logged in now, right? Everyone will be logged out because I changed the signature. Got it? So that's why secret key is one thing, one important thing, that that should not be kept in a public place or public repositories. And this one you see is Django insecure. This is the way. This is actually the Django's way of telling you that keeping this secret key here in this settings.py is insecure. Okay, it's not a good practice. So that's why it is also showing security warning, keep the secret key used in production secret. And how to keep it secret? We have something called the environment variables. All those constant passwords and everything will be stored in the environment variables. We call it .env. Okay, we'll use that later, but for now we can use use this secret key in the development server right now. Okay, I hope this secret key thing is clear. In the future, if anyone has doubts, right? Because the thing is, many people knows secret key is something secret, and that should not be, saved in, or that should not be shared. But how and why this secret key is used? What happens if the secret key gets compromised? Many people don't know that. So I will also, in the future videos, I mean, in the future classes, I will also tell you what happens, how you can hack the request by taking someone else secret key. Okay, so and then debug is equal to true. There is again a security warning. Don't run with the debug turned on in production. What does this mean? You see, debug is equal to true, and let's say my let's just run this Python manage.py run server. Okay. Now this is my project. Okay, it is my running, my project is running now. Now this debug is equal to true right now. So if any error happens in my project, let's say I want to go to test 123 path. What it is showing is page not found. This orange color, I mean this yellow color, gray color, code kind of things you're seeing here, right? And you can also see this, you're seeing this error because you have debug is equal to true in your Django settings file. Change that to false and Django will display standard 404 page. 404 is one of the HTTP errors. Okay. Now we want to show this kind, I mean, we want to see this kind of error page when our application is on development, you know, because we are developing something and we want to see what is happening in our project so that we can figure out the problems. So it is suggesting that using the URL config defined in learning.urls, Django tried these URL patterns in this order. Currently in our urls.py, if you look at this one, right, only one path is there, and that path is here. It is showing to the user. Now imagine you are not a developer, you are an end user, right? If you show this kind of error to end user, then he will understand the project structure. He will understand that there is some code, uh, right? So it's not a good practice and it is very risky. Currently we only have this one URL pattern. If we have like 50, 100 URL patterns, it is going to list down all the URL patterns like this. Okay, and that should be shown to only developers, not to public. If we show that to public, any hacker, someone can, it's easy for I mean hackers to hack your site. That's why to the public we have a different way of showing the errors, right? So this kind of thing is only for debugging purpose. That's why it is debug equal to true. This means we are debugging our project. Now when this application goes to the live server, production server, we will set this to false. That's what the security warning saying. Okay. Allowed host we have to set. I'll talk about allowed host. I'll just keep it as star. Otherwise, this debug, I mean, debug is false will not run. Okay. Now I'm trying to go to same page, same test 123 page. Now you can see not found. No, it is not showing code or anything. Correct. This kind of thing we can show to public because it is not exposing any of our internal code, right? That's why debug should be false for production, production applications. Only it should be true in development server. Okay, so this is one just simple scenario I told you, but in real life we will get various types of errors, and Django will show you so many errors in this error page only. All right, so I'll explain more, when we get some more errors. Yes, exactly. Debug equal to true means only internal, I mean, only we as a developer, we can see what is happening in the code, not everyone else. Okay. Allowed host. So this, if you keep this debug equal to true, that just means Django is so smart that it just knows that this application is being used by a developer. Okay, it will not restrict you to uh, do anything. But when you set debug equal to false, which also means that you're on production server, that time Django, this allowed host, you have to set that this particular project, I mean this Django test project, this project should only run on rathank.com or Rathan, I mean tech with rathan.com. Okay, so allowed host is this one. This whole project, okay, this whole project should only run on techwithrathan.com. If anybody hacks your site or some, there are many ways of hacking the sites, but if anything happens, this allowed host will make sure that this whole project will run only on techwithrathan.com. none, it will reject all the IP addresses, all the domains and everything. You can also put IP addresses like this, okay, 127.0.0.1. And also you can, this is just Python list, right? Whenever you see this kind of thing, square bracket, it is Python list. You can put many things here. You can also add 198, 23 can be your, it can be your server IP address. I'll show you all of these things. Okay, so how by by running the project on the server and everything. Okay, so this allowed host is very important, and if you put this star like this means that you're telling Django allow all the host. Okay, don't worry about allowed host and don't restrict anything. Just allow all the host. Okay, all the domains or like that. So that's allowed host. Now application definition is, see, in one Django application there can be multiple apps. Okay, it's kind of for each feature, we can create multiple apps. Now if you're creating mm, what do you call e-commerce project, there can be many apps like orders app management, payments app, users app. So many apps can be there. Okay, so these apps uh, should be registered in this installed apps. Currently we have not created any apps. It's just our it is just a default code. This installed apps will grow as the project grow. Okay, these are the things, these are actually the default applications that were created, that came with the Django itself. Okay, so this is telling, this is telling you to use the admin module, django.contrib.admin, and auth is by default. Auth is nothing but the authentication parts. Content type is the sessions are there, messages are there, static files. Okay, so we'll work all of work on all of these things. Okay, these are just the basic, the pre-built apps. But in future, when we create more apps, we'll we'll put those apps here. Okay, similar to feature. It is not, see, apps are not like features. Okay, apps are not like features. If we want to create features, we want to create apps. Why apps? Because I think it's not good to tell you that right now. It will get confused. You'll get confused if I start explaining about apps before I create the apps, right? So just want to tell you that apps are not like features. We want to organize the features properly. That's why we create apps. It's like storing many features in one app. Okay, so it will be organized. For example, payment, for the payment feature, all the payments features, we will create one app called payments and put all the payment features in that app. Understand? So similarly, user related apps, user related features will go into users app. Okay, like that. How to use apps? I'll come to that part later. Okay, root URL conf. This is learning.urls. This means that inside the learning package, what is package? Any folder with this underscore underscore init underscore underscore dot py of this blank file is called package, right? This is now package. Inside this learning package, there is one module called URLs. Which module is it? Any Python file is a module, right? So that's what we are saying here. In this settings.py, we are telling Django that there is one root URL conf. Okay, there is one root URL that should be pointing to learning.urls module. This module. Okay, every time when you go to somewhere, when you know when you hit refresh, or when you request something, this URL will point to this one. Okay, this page. Okay, that's what we are saying here. So we are saying here. Okay, every time someone requests on the browser, look at this path. Okay, look at this path. This path is nothing but
this urls.py. Okay, all right. That time we got error, right? Test 123. We got this error, right? Page not found. Why we got this error? Because the request came to this path. Which path is it? urls.py, and it looked for test 123 path, and there is no test 123 path, right? That's why it showed us error. But admin is there, right? If I go to admin, it is not giving me error because it is already there. But still, you will ask me how home page is working like this. There is no path here, like there's nothing here. But still, Django will automatically show you this page. No need to configure the home page, but I'll show you how to configure the home page later. So I hope that this concept is clear. So this is the URL. This is the first url.py your Django file, I mean Django project will look at. Okay. And then we have templates. So this template is responsible, I mean this configuration is responsible for loading the templates. Okay, what is templates? It's just your HTML page. Okay, so you can put this, you can put the template folder names here. Many things are there, but just don't try to understand everything here. Context processor is there. I don't want to explain context processors right now. I want to explain. I will tell you context processors when we when we work on this context processors. Not now. You'll definitely not understand this context processor right now, but we'll definitely use it, and it is very important. Okay, so there's a high chance that interviewer will ask you this question. Then we have this WSGI application. WSGI is actually a kind of HTTP server, but this one we don't want to use WSGI application right now because we are on a development server. When we make our application, live, that time we'll need WSGI configuration. I will show you that, later. We have, okay, did I miss middleware? Yeah. Okay, I missed this middleware. Okay, so this middleware is kind of a mediator between your request and response. Okay, so what happens when you go to techwithratan.com, you will see the home page, right? You will see the home page, and that happens in fraction of seconds. You don't understand what is happening behind the scenes in the code, but it just means that any web application or any apps is actually a game of request and response. Your request comes and a response goes back. Request comes to, from who is requesting? The user is requesting, right? From the client. Who is client? Your browser is the client. Okay. From the browser, the user is requesting something. What he is requesting? He want to see this. Let's say, I mean, this page. Okay, this page. This page is only visible to the people who are, who have purchased 8-week live backend developer program. It is not visible to everyone, right? So you're requesting this using this /live class only for the authenticated users. Now what happens? You're requesting something, and my Django application techwithratan.com is sitting on the server. It is responsible to give you the response. Okay, it will check everything, and whether you have purchased it or not, everything it will check and give you the response. What is the response? This is the response that you see here, right? So that's why I said any web applications or any app, any software is a game of request and response. Okay, now what is middleware here? This middleware is someone, okay, middleware is someone who is intercepting your request and response. Okay, so this means there can be many things, there can be many things happen in between request and response. Okay, for example, this middleware, we'll just I'll just take an example of request. when the request comes from your client, Django first adds the security middleware. This security middleware will actually check if your request is not a bot or something else, right? So it will check that. Only if your request is valid or secure, then only Django will allow the next step. So this is actually happening before your request reaches to the server. Okay. Now, for example, if I take the example like this, I don't have any flowchart to show you, but what I'll do is this is your request, and this is your maybe response. Okay. This is your request, and this is your response. And first step, what is happening here? It will first check is it secure or not. Okay, is it secure or not? If it is secure, then it will go to the next, it will add the next middleware, session middleware. What is the session middleware? Session middleware is nothing but some to store to it's a temporary storage to store some user authenticated data. Okay, so that it will Django will add that middleware also, session. You go. Okay, so this means in your request and response life cycle, there is some feature called session, and you can make use of that session. Okay, and also there are some common middlewares in the middleware module. Oh, I'm sorry. So that will also get added. Many other things, CSRF will be added. I'll tell you about the CSRF tokens later. So these are all the things, you can see this click jacking. Okay, click jacking middleware will also get added. So which essentially means that your it is not just a request and a response game. In between there are many things happening, and those things we don't want to build, don't have to build uh, custom, right? So it is coming with Django itself. So that's why I always say Django is so powerful. And Django will do almost to 60-70% of the development work. If you take any other like PHP or many other things, middleware concept is, I think, not there, and those things are not as secure or not as strong as Django. Okay, it is adding many things here between this request and response. I hope you are understanding this. Okay, so this the middleware is actually placed in between request and response. Okay, that fraction of second you are seeing here, right? So when you load your project, okay, first it is coming, the response is coming, but in between something is happening. Okay, so maybe it is a click jacking, maybe it is security, or any checking of any authenticated things, session things. So many things are happening. uh, so this uh, so that's what we called middleware. Okay, but when you develop more complex project in Django, you'll have to create more middlewares, more custom middlewares. These are basic middlewares that all the application needs. But sometimes when you're working in Infosys, for example, or some other BMW, some other company, whatever it is. So that time on a big projects, you'll have to make some more middlewares for specifically for your particular use cases, right? So that time it's you will have to create the custom middleware also. Okay, so somebody is asking how we can create custom middleware. So I don't have any use cases right now, but the use cases will come only when we start working on applications, right? So definitely I'll show you how to create the custom middlewares. But just understand this, that I hope this middleware concept is clear. Okay, so we
Sir, I
can
have one
create.
doubt.
Yeah, please.
So every request have to go to from this middleware. Like every request have to pass through all this middleware, whatever written in this list.
Yeah, definitely. They has to pass. See, when a response goes like this, the middle. I mean, when your when a request goes from response, the middleware comes like this, top to bottom. Okay, top to bottom. Middleware check will be like
how I can say, like this, top to bottom. Okay, from this first, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, and when response go back to the I mean client or the browser, right? So that time the middleware goes from bottom to top. Okay, first this one, this one, this one, this one, then this one, and then the client, the browser. Okay, so it has to pass everything. It has to pass all these checks, middlewares. Then only your application will give the response and take the request like that. Okay, don't worry about it too much. It can be difficult, but I think I tried to explain it. Uh, I took like 10 minutes to explain this middleware. Anyway, if you still don't understand this, we will take, in future, we'll take the use case scenarios and then we'll create the middlewares. That's one important topic. This is also mostly asked question in Django interviews. Anyway, I think I'm done with this root URL conf templates. WGI is done. Database is SQLite 3 that comes with the Django installation. And this is your base directory. You see this base directory. Someone asked me, right, what is the use of this base directory, right? So here, what I'm doing here, I'm telling Django that db.sqlite3 is here. Where is this db.sqlite3? This, you see this db.sqlite3 here, right? But on the server, like you cannot predict the on the server, you cannot predict the base directory. So that's why Django by default um, builds the builds the base directory path. So this will be like this now. Okay, let me just pwd. This will be like this, /db dot SQLite 3, right? Okay, this is nothing but this path. Now you are understanding, right? So this is actually the base directory, and
Yeah,
this is,
Ratan,
yeah,
no.
this, yeah.
What if we want to change our database? So we have to change the path here, right? No?
Which path? No, yeah, definitely we'll have to change. See, this is actually the portable database, right? So db.sqlite3 is a portable database. If I give this db.sqlite3 to you, my data will automatically get transferred to you, with this
Yeah.
db.sqlite3. But when we move this, when we change this database to something else like MySQL, Oracle, or Postgres, that time we don't have to provide the path, because those are not those are not the what do you call, um, portable databases. Okay, those things should be installed on your server, right? So that should be also, it should be connected properly. So that's why instead of providing the path, we use the host names, which is the IP address, and also we use the username, password, port number, and the security like TLS, right? So those things will be there. But this db.sqlite3 is the tiny database. It doesn't need any password or anything, right? So that's why this is, this comes with the default Django installation. But definitely we are not going to use this db.sqlite3 in this, when we create that e-commerce project. But for learning, db.sqlite3 is okay. Okay. Okay, password validation is there. See, many things are there here. So that's why I like Django. Um, I don't have to validate so many things in Django. I can build applications so fast. Uh, Many things are there here, like, password will be validated using these modules. Okay, these are the Django contrib auth password validators. You can see here. Okay. If you just click on this, click and hold the control button or command button and click, you can click it here. Just jump to this uh, this module like this. So, but make sure don't delete anything from here. Okay, so this is coming from where? You see this Django, contrib, auth, password validation, right? So all these things are already written in Django. Password validation is the minimum length validator is there. Common password validator is there. Like it has to be strong. Numeric password validator is there. Many things are already there, right? You don't have to write it. If you use some other programming, then you'll have to write, right? When we want to add similar group of features in the app, I'll come to that part. I'll come to that, features, I mean the apps part. We have not yet created the apps, right? So we're not even talking about app. Use other database e-commerce. Okay. I'll take, I mean, using GeoDjango. Yes, using GeoDjango. GeoDjango is one of the best topic in Django. It's like geo means, geographical data or something. Mm, like for example, taking the current, taking the location of the current, current user, the right. So because you have seen many apps, right? You have seen many apps that that takes your location and suggest you the shops around you or restaurants around you or anything, right? So if you Zomato is there, Swiggy is there, right? So it will show you many restaurants around you because it knows your location, exact point. That point should be stored, right? So that point will be these SQLite 3 will not we cannot you cannot store those location things. It has latitude, longitude. Only these two things can be stored. But other than latitude, longitude, there are many other things, right? That you need uh, what do you call GeoDjango for that. Yeah, multi-vendor food online project is there. Go to Tech with Ratan and courses. There is multi-vendor courses there. It's 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 very good project. Many features
So
are there. Many features,
you have like
right?
a stock prediction like that one, right?
Yeah, stock prediction is different. It is it that project. Yeah, that course is for showing you guys how you can implement or integrate machine learning models in your Django applications with the React, right? So that
So for
is
that, like we have to know the basics of React, or we can directly jump into it.
sorry.
So for that course, we need a basics of React, or directly we can jump into it.
No, basics for which one? For
Stock prediction.
stuff. No, the basics of React already taught in that course. You don't
Yeah.
need
So we
experience in React. You can just go to, just start learning. Okay,
okay.
so that it has a, what do you call, a machine learning, deep learning, neural networks. What is neural networks? It's just the way how your brain, how human brain works, right? So those things are called neural networks. I've taught that, very in a practical way in that course. Okay, and then when we create the model, then how we can integrate that models into our Django application, right? Those things are there. Okay, how to connect those AI features in our backend. AI features we have to see whenever we build any models, AI models, right? We have to create the APIs for them. Okay, the API will talk to the client and the models, right? Who is client? The server, the browser, right? We have to build the APIs, and then API will just handle everything. Okay, so that's how you connect the AI models. That is taught in, you can just go through that course. It is clearly taught in that course, stock prediction. All right, just next, internationalization. So internationalization is actually this is for using multiple languages, right? So you might have seen Arabic website, right? Or uh, English Hindi website is there, English Marathi website, English Kannada website is there, English Tamil, right? So what this language code will actually do is it will take this um, language code. You can just Google it, the language code. You can just use any language code based on that Django will work. Okay, Django will work for most, many languages. You can also use the Spanish and everything. Okay, so this is used for the this is used for the multilingual websites. Okay, time zone, by default it uses time UTC time zone, but if you want to set it to some your time zone, or the client uses time zone, you can set it here. You can set like this: time zone Asia Kolkata is this. Automatically it will give you the plus 5:30 time zone. Okay, I'll keep it UTC. You can set any time zone. Just Google your time zone, put it here. Okay, and use I18N. So this I18N is nothing but is the short for use internationalization. Meaning, do you want the support for internationalization? Which is, do you want the support for multilingual website? It's kind of like true. There's no much thing here. Use TZ is time zone. Use time zone, yes. Okay, use internationalization, yes. Okay, and this is one of the most important things in uh, Django, is called static URL. So currently we do not have any static folder created, but this configuration is telling Django that any static files, like your logo, like your CSS files, like your JS files, and everything will be there inside this static folder. Currently we don't have any static folder. You can see here there's no static folder, but we'll create one later. But this is just a default configuration. Okay, so one static folder will be there on the home page, root directory. Okay, and default for the static file configuration, there are many things needed to explain, but not now, later. Okay, default auto field. What is this? Django.db.models.big auto field. This is actually uh, it was not there before, like in Django 3, Django 4. In Django 4 it came. This is just a default primary key field. Okay, so if you don't set anything, so it will be a big auto field. Okay, so I think until and unless we work on models, you'll not understand this, but don't worry. Okay, so this is just a simple thing. I hope this settings.py file is very important. If you understand each and everything here in this of this settings.py, it will be easy for you to learn Django. I think I took almost 50 minutes to explain settings.py because it's really, really important. And these things, right? So secret key, debug, allowed host, and many other things. Settings.py we will always put the configuration here as and when required when we are working with the project. We'll keep on writing this. Okay, the settings.py file can be so much big. Any secret things are there, any what do you call, any passwords are there, that should be passed to settings.py, but not directly, by using something called environment variable. uh, I'll also show you that later. And this secret key is actually the insecure secret key, and after that there are 50-digit secret keys there, but you can always change this secret key. How? Just go to DJ something is there, I don't remember. Django secret key generator. There's this website, djcretly something .ir. Just generate it, copy this, and paste it here. Paste it. Okay. So this is the secure key, but you know what? As I said, it is not allowed to put the key here. Later we will change it. Put
Sir,
something like
I
that.
have a question.
Yeah. Yeah. Please tell me.
Yeah, actually, I'm going through your two of the courses. First one, basic Django basics that I have completed. Now I'm
Yeah.
working on this block post. So that
Correct.
also like I have completed around 50 to 60%. So still every day I'm practicing on it. So a
Hmm.
small doubt like this HTTP, we are using over the HTTP, right? How can we make that as HTTPS so that it will be secure?
So where you are using HTTP right now on the development server?
Yes, development server, sir.
See, development server is only for development purpose. I
Okay.
will just quickly tell you what is this development server, and I forget to tell you what is development, what is production, right? So any application is on your local server, like on your 127.0.0.1. It is on your local server. There is no need of having the HTTPS here because your computer is already safe. This project is not going out of your computer, right? So this server, I mean this HTTP colon forward slash 127.0.0.1 is already safe.
Okay.
Got it? So
Okay.
that's why you do not have that S there for the secure, right? But
Yeah.
you need that HTTPS when you go production. What is production here? The live site or the server, right? When many people can access your website, right? For example, this project for in front of you, there is one project, right? This Django test. You can access
Yeah.
that project on your computer. Can you access that project on your mobile phone? No,
No, we cannot use. Yeah.
you cannot. There is a way, but at this point, no, you cannot do that. Why? It's because your computer server is running, your development server is running, you're developing one software, right?
Okay.
So that's why HTTPS is not needed for a development server. HTTPS is needed for the production server when it is live and many people can access it. That time it should be secure. And how to install that HTTPS? We call it SSL certificate, right?
Okay.
So that SSL certificate we must install in all the applications, all the server, all the domains, to prevent the hacking. I will just give you one simple example. Okay, I have one shop. Okay, I am selling shirt, t-shirt, pant, or something, right? You also have that business. Okay, your website is something different, xyz.com, without SSL.
Okay.
My website is abc.com with SSL. Understanding?
Yeah.
Now imagine this scenario. I see that your website is getting more visitors and more customers, and you're stealing. My customers are going to you. This happens in real life, right? My
Okay.
customers are actually going to you, right? So what I feel, I get jealous, and what I'll try to do is I'll hire someone or something. Uh, your website, just remember, your website does not have SSL. What I
Yeah.
will do, I will just send 1 million requests to your server. Okay,
Okay.
1 million. Your website is not secure. I can do
Mm.
DDoS attack. Okay, what is DDoS? DDoS, I think I forgot the full form of DDoS, but DDoS attack means I'm using one bot to send millions of requests at a time. That time, what will happen? Your website will crash because
Okay.
because I'm jealous. You're taking my customers, right? So I tried my way to break your website because I don't like you. You're understanding
Okay.
this.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. Got it.
if you have installed this SSL, that would not be possible. Okay, that would
Okay.
not be possible, right? SSL is needed, and at the same time, we also need the load balancer and all. That is a different thing. Load balancer
Okay.
to handle the load, but the concept is like this: SSL. Okay, SSL full
Okay.
form is secure socket layer.
Okay.
I hope you
Yeah.
understood what is the one that is one use case of SSL, but SSL will it will work in many different scenarios. You can just Google
Sir,
it.
yeah. Sir,
Yeah,
we will learn SSL in this current course, sir.
you don't have to learn to see.
I mean, like when you are production pushing the code to
Yeah, yeah,
production.
of
Oh,
course. I'll teach you how to
okay.
install SSL on your domain. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And sir,
Yeah.
just want to thank you. like these two courses gave me a lot of confidence, like how to build my own
Yeah.
application. Start. I mean, like I built some small application for my own project where like it's
Right.
like kind of a employee portal where I'm doing all this things
Yeah.
based on those two courses only. So really, lot of I mean, like it gave a lot of confidence, sir. Thanks a lot.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks a lot. That's all the courses you can find in Tech with Ratan courses. Many free courses are there. You can just try free courses, and some premium courses are there. I'll teach you and you give me reward. That's why I'm taking some money. So that's why they are premium courses.
Sir, this is Abhishek here. Sir, you just said about HTTP and HTTPS.
Yeah.
Sir, I want to ask uh, uh, about Django. Like we are doing one Django project. What
Mm.
if we are working 7 members in a team?
Okay.
Does everyone have access to the same Django project, or they will be having some different access to some different parts? Like some parts, like I'm building some front end. In front end, we are building some other pages.
Yeah.
Like every will be having some
So
different
okay. Okay.
parts.
Like that.
How will the company manage security between members, team members, and the projects?
See, what happens is if you're 7 members in your team and want to work, you want to work on one big project, right? Okay.
Hello, sir.
See, yeah. See, I'm asking you, you are 7-member team, and you want to be, you want to work, all of you guys want to work on a single project. Is that what you're
Yes, sir.
saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See what happens. The first thing that you want to do, yeah, that you need to do is to configure the Git. Okay. The GitHub is very important here. Now, some people is working on front end, some people are working on this thing, what do you call, back end security and other modules, right? Seven,
Yes, sir.
create, all of you guys create a um different branches in Git. Okay. For example, your name is something. In your name, the one branch will be created. Someone else name, one another branch will be created. All of you guys work on your computer in the development server. Then at the end of the day, once you're finished, once your module is completed, then you push your code to another central branch called dev. Okay. Once the code will go to the dev. So what I'm telling you is just use Git for your purpose. Okay. So when you use
Okay.
Git, yeah, when you use Git, I think it's easy. Okay. Everyone can work on the same project.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Uh, uh, all right, guys. Next important thing in Django is this views.py. Okay. Where is this views.py? Django, by default doesn't come with the views.py. We have to create one. But when we create the apps, it will come. Okay. Okay. So before I tell you about views.py, I want to create some page in the Django. Currently, we don't have anything here. Okay, so this is just one normal page, right? I don't want this page. What I want is where is it? Yeah, let's print hello world. Okay, so what we have to do whenever we create this, I'll just write this. Okay, first URL. Okay, you have to decide which URL should be accessed. Okay, which URL should be accessed. For the home page, we need there's no URL, home URL, right? And for next, you have to create the views for that URL. Okay, and then uh, response or template. Okay, how it works? Decide which URL pattern should be accessed in For example, I want to create one hello world on my home page, right? On my home page, which means home URL. Okay, so what I'll do, I will just say home. When I access /home, okay, then my, this pattern should access the view, access the function, and that function will give you the response with HTTP response, or it can give the template. Okay, so now when you create this one, right? So once first step is done, second step, anybody who comes to home URL, I want to run something called views or home function. Okay, there is no home function here. Okay, in Django we have one module called views. Okay, so that's why we have to create one new file here inside this learning. Just create this views.py. Okay, so in MVT design pattern, that v is this views.py. Okay, this is the views. Views is nothing but the functions. Okay, these are in this views, there can be many functions. Okay, all right, now we have this views.py. What I will do, I cannot just write it like this, it will give me the error. Okay, so I'll just keep it like this for now. Definitely you're getting this error. So this is actually telling you have created the URL, but you did not tell me that this URL should go where, go to where, right? So that's what this error means. I will tell you. You have created this views.py, right? So in this views.py, you have to create one function called home. You have to create one function called home. Okay. This home function will always take a request. Okay, what is this request? This means somebody is requesting something. That request, that request object is coming from the browser, right? So that request, this home will take. Okay, this request parameter it will take always. Okay, whenever you create any views, right, always pass a request. This is the first parameter. Okay, after that you accept anything, but this is the first request. I mean, request should be accepted here. Now this request, now for example, in the home page, like you want to do something, this request will this function will do some operations, and then it will return some response. Okay, but as we are a software engineer, we whenever we learn something, hello world is our mantra, right? We will print that. But you know what, where do we want to print? We don't have any HTML page, we don't have anything, right? So we are just trying this response, how this response and request works. So Django provides us one response object that's called HTTP response. Okay, where is that HTTP response? We don't want to create, we don't want to create that HTTP response or anything like that. It comes from yeah, you have to import this. Okay, import this module called from Django.http. Okay, from Django.http, import HTTP response. Okay, when you write HTTP, it will give you many things. You see this third one, right? HTTP response. Okay, now you have imported this module, HTTP response module, inside your views.py. Now you can use this HTTP response here. Okay, now I will do HTTP response. Okay, you have to bring it from another package, HTTP Django.http package. You're bringing this module here inside your HTTP. I mean, inside your views.py. Okay, then only you can use it. Otherwise, you cannot use it. Okay, so this you can pass anything here. Hello world. Okay, just pass hello world here. Return HTTP hello world. HTTP response hello world. Okay, so now what is happening? Make sure you save it. Okay, we have the function, right? Now go back to these URLs. Whenever this, whenever the user comes to this home URL, we want to print, we want to run this function, home function. Okay, we need to now connect this path with this views. How? Just very simple. We have to say home function like this. Okay, home function. But you know what? This is giving you error. There is home function. Okay, here there is a home function, but our urs.py module is unable to access this home function. Why? Because we have not imported this views.py, views module here in this urs.py. Okay, what you have to do? You have to import that views here. How? From dot modules. I mean, not modules. From dot, you can simply say, because this function, I mean, this views.py is in the same directory as your urs.py, right? So that's why you can simply say from dot import. Dot is always current directory. From current directory, import one module called views. You see this views is a module. Right? Any Python function is a view. I mean, any Python function is a module. All right. Now I imported this. Now any functions here inside this views.py is available here in this urs.py. Now what I will do, I will tell if anyone goes to this home function, just look inside this views.home. Okay. Views is already available here because we imported it. And in this views module, there is some function called home. You see this. This is a function name. That function name we will put. Correct? Now, if you save it, your server will run. Right? Your server will run. And now let's go back here. Let's try to go to home. You can see hello world is printing. I'll make it bigger. Okay. What will happen if we do not pass request to the home function in views.py? See, you're asking me this. It's just like you see, if this home function does not know what is request, right? It is not going to give you anything. Let's remove this. No, you see this. You got the error. Type error. Oh, it's a very huge now. Type home takes 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. Okay, so it was here. Okay, so because this response needs something. The response needs function. I mean a request. You can see some of the code here, right? That's because our debug is true. If you show this to someone else, if you show this to hacker, right? He can see your code like this, right? It will be easy for him to hack. That's why debug should be false on production. Debug should be true on what do you call this development server. Okay. So that's why request object should be passed. If no request, it will not work. Because without request, how can you expect the response? If no request, no response, right? Like that. Yeah.
You said one small doubt. You said like we have to provide a path and like admin home you have created. But how the front end before while like Django after Django is installed, so we do not give any path for only slash, right? So how the front end has been provided? Like Django path.
Okay. See, I'll tell you. See, if I
See,
got you
like
right.
yeah, the install work successfully. We got everything right from the
Yeah.
Django. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's yeah. That's what in between I told you, right? So how it works like that when you don't give anything, page not found. You see, now you cannot access this because if you remove this now, okay, so this is treated as newly installed Django. Okay, this is treated as newly installed Django. That's why the default home page will be shown. Okay,
Okay.
default home page will be shown because this is the new installation. But when you start creating, some URL patterns, that means you have started working on it. Okay, Now you have to explicitly tell Django that which home you want to provide. Okay, so now you see, now this home will work, but this will not work. Okay, you see this, you get the error because there is no home page. Okay, so
Okay, yes.
if you want this home, okay, if you want this to this home page, okay, so let's say this is the home page. I will say this is home page. Okay, so home page should always be on the root folder, root, right? Okay, so currently it is not working, and nobody goes to this like this. This is not the home page. This is just home URL. This should go to this this page, right? The home page.
Yeah,
That's why what
yeah,
I
yeah.
will do for the home page, you always create empty string. Empty means after domain there's nothing, after IP address there's nothing. Now if you refresh home page,
Okay, so
understanding?
implicitly it will be changed after providing that
Yeah.
use. Okay.
Yeah. Only Django installation successful works only when only before you start modifying this page. Once you start modifying this page, once you start creating path, then it will be treated as in development. That's why it will show you like you did not provide that path. So whenever
Okay.
you need home page, just put this empty string. This will be treated as home page. Okay. And one more thing you do here is you also need the name sometimes. Simply say home. Any name you can give. Okay. Because in future when we want to call the print the path, we don't manually print the path. We use name. Okay. So
Uh,
that's why name will be used, but I will tell you when to use this name later. But just know that name is just a name of this path. Okay, this is the home path. This is the dashboard path, login path, registration path, like that. Okay, just name. Okay, so next thing is to create the app, right? So we have been talking about apps, right? So next thing what we need to do is to create the apps. Now, see, some of the use cases that we need to create the app is by deciding when do we what features we are going to work, and on what kind of a project we are going to work. Based on that we will decide which apps should be created. Okay, now someone come to you and tell you that hey, create one application or one website for managing the students. Okay, for student data. In that case, the first thing that comes to your mind is you need to create the student application, to store the students data. That means everything will be about students, right? Now what you will do, along with this main Django project directory, we also need one separate thing called apps, right? So that's why we will we create the apps that is related to that separate, I mean the particular features or the project. Okay, so for us, for testing, for learning, we will create one app called students. Okay, the way this I mean the way you create the app is like this: Python manage.py start app. Start app. The app name can be students. Okay, always go with this app name as a plural. Students, not student. Make it students. It's student will also work, but yeah, I will tell you, Rohit, when to use home. Okay. Student will also work for this one, but always go with the students, because when you create student model, then it can conflict. Okay. So that's why keep the app name as plural, keep the model names singular. What is model? I'll tell you that later. Okay. Now Python manage.py start app students. Hit enter. Now you can see one students folder is created automatically, right? And that the student folder is not empty. It has many things here. Students folder is created, and underscore underscore init underscore underscore dot py is there. So this app is also a package. Okay, you can create any number of apps in your Django project. Okay, so this is just the way how you organize your project. You can divide a big project into smaller chunks using apps. Okay, now let's say we have this students app, and we want to store student. Where do we store student? In the database. We don't have to configure the database because we already have this db.sqlite3 portable database. We will work on it. Okay, but now the thing is, um, how do you see this see the data inside this SQLite3? Because now we are going to, in few moments we are going to create some data, but before that you should be able to see what is inside your data, right? So how you can see, I'll tell you one manual way. uh, if you're using Windows or Mac, doesn't matter, just install what do you call install SQLite 3 Studio. I think, okay, it's not SQLite 3 Studio, it's SQLite Studio. Okay, just go to this SQLite Studio.pl. Just install, download this SQLite Studio and install this.
So we
Okay,
can see inside the VS Code also, no? With the
yeah,
extension.
using that, yeah. You can see that. Just if many people are not comfortable using, yeah, DB Viewer extension is there. Many things are there, but you know what? I cannot explain if someone is using VS Code for the first time, extension and all. I cannot explain, right? So this is particularly for SQLite Studio. You can use this if you are comfortable with the DB Viewer. You can just here go to extension and just say DB Viewer or something. Okay, but when you install this, right, you can simply see like this. Okay, and when you install SQLite Studio, you can simply load that database. Okay, yeah, SQLite Viewer is also there. Many things are there. Okay, I don't use SQLite database much. Just just for testing, I used to use data grip. I don't know data grip. Okay, so data grip is what? Okay.
It's by JetBrains.
Mhm. All right. So when you install this SQLite Studio or anything, you can simply just create this add database and put your DB like this. Select your DB and the test connection is okay. Just say okay. Okay. In my case, it is already loaded. You can simply go to this auth user. Currently, we don't have anything else than one super user, right? Select this table and go to this data and you will see this. Okay, in your extension also you can see. Okay, I will just close this for now. Now to store the students, right, what we need, this is the very important step, how you will build the data models, right? So for that we have something called models.py here. You can see this in your students app. There is a models.py. Okay, also there are many other files like admin.py is there, apps.py is there, uh, models.py is there, test.py is there, views.py is there. Okay, here in this models.py we need to create the database model. Okay, now someone is asking me to create the student, student, I mean, to store the student data. So what I will do is I need to create a class of a student. Okay, student. So this is how you create the database tables in Django. You don't have to create the database tables manually in from the from the SQL queries. This is how you create it. Class students, and we are telling Django that use this models dot model. Okay, models dot model, and then we need to provide the field names. What do we want to store about student? You told me to create the student, we want to store the student data, but exactly which student data we want to store, right? So let's say we need a first name. Okay, we need first name. First name is equal to, in this models, uh, in this models uh, module, we have something called char field. Okay, so this is just like a text field. It will give you one text field to enter your data and save. Okay, all the char field should accept this maximum length. For example, Ratan is RATHAN 6, right? Name can be bigger. 10 characters can also be there. So for safety, we can say 100 characters. Okay. Now, for the last name also, we want to use the same thing. Last name is equal to models dot char field. Again, char. Why? It's a char. We are storing characters, right? So that's why it is char field. Max length. Again, max length we have to pass because the user cannot pass, one page of data inside this first name, last name. First name, last name it has some meaning, right? So it's a limited characters length. So that's why you have to pass. Yeah, char field is a string, okay? And you can also put, what do you call? You can also put numbers and everything, but it is treated as string. All right. And then let's say we have to pass the age. Okay. So what is this age will now be models dot integer field. Okay. There is one more thing called positive integer field, but we'll just go with the integer field. Integer field will accept negative values and positive values. Later we'll understand, negative values and all. But just we can go with the models dot integer field. This field will no need not to have anything, just enough. It is enough. Okay. It can have, is it blank? Can it, can it be blank or something? But we'll talk more about those extra things later. Yeah. So when I have like first name, last name, and age, what I will do, student class. Okay. You see this class I cannot use because it's a reserved keyword. Okay. Class I can just use like this class, or I can, what else I can use for class? Section or something. Anybody can suggest what name I can use instead of class? Class I cannot use. It's a reserved keyword. If
We
we
can
want
put
to,
capital C.
It's a great.
no, don't go with this capital things like this. You're saying no, never
Yes.
create,
Okay.
never create, never create any fields with the capital.
It's a
Always go with
great.
small. Great, grade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, grade we can go, right? It's up to you. It depends on what you're building, right? Models dot, again it can be character field. There are many things. I will just if I don't have any use cases in mind, always go with the character field. All right. So character field will take max length. Okay, max length, and not 100, 50 or something. Okay.
So one
Now,
question.
yeah, please.
So for you, the max length is giving you a suggestion, but for ourselves, it's not giving. Is there any
It's
extension for?
because, yeah, no, it's because because of your interpreter. Your interpreter is not correctly set in your uh, what do you call, in your VS Code. It's your VS Code thing. You can just
Okay.
Google. You just Google and see why your interpreter is not suggesting you the code. Can you
Other
take?
codes are working, but the inside the max length,
Yeah,
uh,
that's because you. I think you are on the global scope interpreter, where Python is installed, Django is not installed, right? So
okay,
that's understood. So
yeah.
inside this environment, if you just set the correct interpreter, which is inside this environment, okay, you'll understand that later. I mean, when you go to select that interpreter, okay. There is one more thing called blank equal to true. Okay, this blank equal to true is like if you want this grade to be optional, then what you do? Blank equal to true. Understanding? I will come to null equal to true and many other choices and many things are there. Okay, so let's now that we have created four fields, right? Now that we have created four fields, this has not reflected in your database. Okay, this is not reflected in your database. And what you can do is to migrate your database. All right. So to migrate your database, we have to first create the migration files. Okay. So what I'll do now is, let's say we have four this thing, four fields in Django. In our tables, you can see there is no table called student. There is no table called student. Okay, but we want to create this table. How to create the table, right? We don't have to write create table or something. What we want to do, Python manage .py make migrations. Python manage .py make migrations. This will actually create one file. Okay, this will actually create one file, and that file will actually okay. So what I will do one thing, I will just create this and I'll show you that file, how it looks. Okay, Python manage.py make migrations. Okay. Now it's saying no changes detected. Why this is no changes detected is because we have created the students app, but we did not tell Django that I have created the students app. You're understanding this? We have created the students app. We know that as a developer, we know that, but Django doesn't know that you have created the app. So we want to tell tell Django that I have created one app called students. How to tell it? Earlier I told you, I showed you this, right? Installed apps. This is Django will only see this list, this installed list app. I mean installed apps list. Here, what I'll do is I need to put students, just students app name. You write here. Okay, put one comma. So if you do this now, Django knows that I have another, I have one app called students. I need to look there also. Okay. Now, if you just say Python manage.py make migrations, now you can see migrations for students app. What is it? Create model student. Okay. So you just go to here, students, and then we have this migrations folder. Right inside this migration folder, we have this initial migration. This is the first migration file. So what I mean by migration file is our Django project is, this file is ready to get migrated. Earlier we used migrate, right? Why migrate we used? Because migration file was already there. I mean, migration file was not there, but Django, by default, Django comes with migration things ready. So that's why we only have to run the migrate. But this we had to write make migrations because we created something here inside the models.py. Okay, whenever we create anything or whenever we edit anything, modify any models, that time we have to run make migrations file. That make migration file is actually, it will actually contain this data. You can see it's saying operations is creating the model and it is ready to create the table. Okay, right now we don't have any tables. Okay, in the database we don't have any tables right now, but if our Django is now ready to create the tables. Now to create the tables, we have to run migrate command. Migrate command. Okay, Python manage.py migrate. Now you can see running migrations applying students. This okay, this file is applied students dot 0001 underscore initial is okay. Means whatever changes we requested, right, that is applied. Now if you see here inside this uh, I'll just refresh it, right? Just refresh, and you can see students underscore student is created. Okay, students underscore student. What is student? What is the students underscore student? This means in students app, student model is created. Okay, student is the model and students is the app name. Now, uh, if you just expand this, you can only see the column. Okay, you can only see the column. First name, last name, age, and grade. Right? That's what we have created. First name, last name, age, and grade. And ID is there. So this ID is the primary key. And whenever you create any models, Django will automatically create the ID for that particular table. Okay, currently we don't have anything here. But so this much is done to create the table. Now, what if we want to add data, right? We want to add some data now, right? So I will just you'll tell me we have some uh, admin panel, right? Can we use the admin panel to add the data? Yes, definitely we can add it. Okay, I'll just log in. This is my login. Okay, but it should be here, but it is not here. Why? Because in the students we have some admin.py, right? So this admin.py, inside this admin.py, we need to register our model. Okay, we need to register our model. What is the name of the model? Is this student? Can we access the student model inside this admin.py? Yes, we can access, but we have to import it. How import? From dot models. Meaning dot models means from this particular same package, same folder, we have some file called models. In this in this models module, import student. Import student. Now this student class is available. Now register your model here. Django itself is saying register your model. Otherwise, your model will not show here. Okay. The way we register the model is admin.site.register. Admin.site.register. We have to put our student model here. Okay. You have to save this now. Okay. What we have done now? We have created this student model. We ran make migrations and then migrate. Okay. And then uh, after running the migrate command, our database table has been created. To add, whenever we create any models, we have to register it in the admin panel so that the admin panel starts showing the students model here so that we can add some data here. Okay. So let's refresh. You can see here students is this is our app name, and okay, this is our app name and this is our model name. Okay, it is our model name was student, but it adds s here to make it plurals, plural form. Okay, so students, now if you open it, all the students will show here, but currently we don't have any students, right? Let's add it. Just click on this add student and let's say Ratan Kumar and say 50. This grade, if you can see here, all these things are bold. This is first name is bold, last name is bold, age is bold. Grade is not bold, it is normal. Why? Because in our model we have set blank equal to true, means this grade is optional. Okay, I can put grade, or I can put I may not put grade, it will not give error. I will say class 10. Okay, I can save and add another data, or I can save and continue editing. Okay, I'll just save it. Okay, when I save it, I can see this student object. This can be our name. Okay, the student's name. Is everyone able to create the student? Everyone is able to create the student, right? Perfect. Looks like you guys already know Django. Yes, okay, but I can't see the data on the SQLite student I downloaded. That could be because you refresh. Augustine, you should refresh your table. Right, just right click on tables and refresh all database schemas. You will see students. Okay, and then when you just refresh this one and click data here.
Yes, I'm unable to see that bar here. See? Yeah, let me just show you. I'll paste it on the chat.
Yeah, you said what?
Yeah, I'm unable to see the left bar, the left pane that you're seeing there.
This left
Everything
side
is
you are
just
unable to see.
yes, it's just blank.
Are you using Mac or Windows?
No, Windows.
This left thing is not there. Can you share your
Yes.
screen real quick?
Okay, quickly. How do I share? No. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Wait. Yeah, I can see.
Okay. So this is what I get.
You add the database. Add a database. Guys,
Oh.
you can also see it for reference. When you add this database, select the file. Wait. You cannot just test it. Select the file. Yeah. Where is your project?
Mm.
Yes. Wait. This is your db.sqlite. Select it. Select.
Yes.
Okay. Now test it. Yeah, you do not
Oh.
even need to test it. Okay, no
Oh.
problem. It is added. Okay. Now, is it not added? Refresh.
Yeah.
It should be added. Can you just test the connection first?
Okay.
Go to database. Go to database. Add database. Select first. Select the file. DB. Select test. Okay. It is there. It should be. It is already added. I'm not sure. Can anyone Windows guys, can anyone say where is his data?
So there's a path issue, no? The red color light is blinking.
Yeah, I think so. The database is already on the list under name DB.
But once check on that table release of values you have the filter by database.
What? In the
This
view,
yellow
can
bit.
you see? Yeah, in the view, can you just close it? Augustine, can just close it. We go to views, databases, select databases. Yeah, this is there, no? Yeah,
Oh,
now
okay.
you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Yep, perfect.
Thank
Okay. Um. All right. I should share my screen. All right, guys. I hope everyone was able to see this. right? Save the student's data. You can just add any student, John Doe. John. Some students you can create. Some you can just try with these things. There are more things in Django. You can add choice fields. You can also add some what do you call that? Date field. Many things are there. Positive integers, negative integers, and many things are there. But we'll go to those complex things later. All right. Just to save, just play with it. Okay. And before I conclude this, because it's already 10, almost 10, right? So before I conclude this, I want to show you one more thing is what is the student object, right? Student object one, student object two. So
Should create string object.
okay, so this is
Bro,
actually the string representation of your model. Okay, so this is how your Django project is identifying your data. Object one, object two, object three. It is not a good way, you cannot understand which data is Ratan, which data is John, right? So to make it proper, we have two ways. One is we can just override the string representation. Another is to override how this table looks like. This table is only showing what? This table is only showing the student thing. Only one field is printed. That is also not proper, right? So that's why what I'll show you right now is to create a member function inside a student class. How you create member function? Any function inside the class, any function inside the class is called member function, or we can say methods, right? It's also a function, but if it is inside the class, it is called methods. So we'll create a member function called define str. Okay, just okay, it will take self, return self dot first name. Okay, self dot first name. All right. Now if you save it and if you just refresh it, it will show like this, John, Ratan, and because now anywhere in your project, if you refer to this model, right? So that time it will not show that student object one, object two. It will just show your first name. Okay. Okay. So this is one way. But what if you also want to print name, first name, last name, age, grade, and everything? Then you have to override how this table is being printed. Just go to this admin.py. Okay. In the admin.py, what we have here? Okay. Mm. In the admin, okay. So I'll just have to say one second. From I have to bring it from where. See, sometimes I forget. Yeah. It comes from
Country.
admin only. Yeah. It comes from admin only. I was thinking of some many other things. Okay. So here, what you have to do, please, you have to create a class called student admin. Class student admin, and the student admin. What we are doing here, we are actually overriding how the default Django admin table looks like, right? So that's why student is the model of the model name student is the model name that we want to override, and this can be, I think, anything. Just the way how I am, just to find out that I'm, extending the feature of this admin. So to this, we need the features of admin dot model admin. Okay, admin dot model admin. Admin is by default imported. Okay, it comes from Django dot contrib module. It is by default imported. So this admin dot model admin means we are actually taking the power of this Django, model admin, and we are extending its features. There is something called list display. Okay, list display is equal to, we want to pass how many which fields we want to show here, which fields we want to show here, like the name, first name, last name, everything, right? So I'll say in this list, I'll say first name, okay, and then I'll say last name, okay, first name, last name, and make sure this spelling, okay, these are the fields, okay, these fields should be same as these fields, first name, last name, age, grade, okay. So if I just add first name and last name and save it, it will not work like this, okay, it will not work because we have to register it, okay. So we have already registered this admin.site.register student, and also pass student admin. The student is admin is nothing but the class of this class, right? Student admin class. Now when you save it and refresh, now you can see first name and last name. Very easy, right? First name and last name. You can also put something here like age and grade. Age also can be printed. Grade can also be printed. Okay, now if you refresh, you can see first name, last name, age, grade. What if I want to print something else? Hmm, country. Okay. Now you see you get the error. Why this error I got is because this list display is unable to find the field name called country in the student model. Understanding this, right? So that's why we have to only pass those uh, those fields that are available inside this student model. Otherwise, if you pass something different, then it will give you error that country which is not callable, right? Many things are there, like not only list display, it has a list. Display links. A link is there. Just find out link. List filter is there. Many other things are. You know, we will actually work more on this tomorrow's session into tomorrow's sessions, because I had no plans to cover this today, because as per uh, our curriculum for the week 2, only essential things are needed. Working with the actual Django framework will be tomorrow. Okay, so I'll teach more things tomorrow, like yeah, to how to make how to make the links and editable ordering list filter and all. Many things are there. Okay, if you want, you can just go through the documentation. Otherwise, tomorrow, however, I'm going to um, uh, I mean uh, show you that. Okay, I
And
think. Hmm,
Ratan,
yeah.
in the dashboard, we have a users and groups. We haven't
Yeah,
created models for that, right? How it was created, groups and
see,
users.
yeah, these groups and users were created by default. Okay, you just go to this settings.py, you see this auth, right? See, in this auth, or this authentication app, this students app, right? So authentication is already, it already comes from Django, it is inbuilt in Django. Okay,
Okay.
so that's why we did not create that groups and everything here, users and groups. By default it comes with the Django. That's actually the beauty of Django. Other programming, you have to create the user models, authentication, the whole many things you have to create manually. But these things, it comes out of the box.
Okay.
That assignments next week. Next week, assignments you will not get today. It will be for, it will be on Monday. You'll get Monday or mostly you'll get assignments on Monday, so that you get time Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, 5 days.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll take questions now real quick. because it's almost 10 past 10, right? When we run
Uh,
git pull
uh,
origin, yeah.
yeah. Actually, one small doubt. If I want to change any like in a model like maximum length or any, we have to change. So we have to provide again make migration migrate.
Yes. Yeah, that's why anytime you update anything here in this models, in this class, right? Not the member functions. Okay, this can be many member functions, many functions inside. There can be many functions inside the uh, I mean the model, but if you change any functions, for example, like this, if you just say first name and last name, right? Self dot last name. This, because I now at this point you don't have to change anything. I mean make migration, but if I put make this like 200, or if I add some field, right? That time you have to run the make migration command and then migrate, so that
Okay.
the changes will applied to uh, the database.
So we can't directly update in the like 001 like initial dot py. So we should
No,
make the
no, no,
my
no. Don't do that, because it will be a problem when you if don't try to write anything here at this point, because there are some scenarios when you have to touch this make migrations, I mean migration file, but not now. Just because you see something and just create this, because what happens if you take this project and set up in your other system or something, then that time it will give you the error, because it will just give you that error like integrity error or something. Okay, that's why don't that migration file should be created with the migration command only, not manual.
because for every updation we'll get so many files, right? Like 001, 2, 3. So for that reason I was asking.
Yeah, of course, right? It will. I'll if I want if you want, I will just show you the screenshot. Some of my project has many things. I can just show you. You see this, many things are there, right? All these are the changes. Understanding, right?
Yeah.
See, these are the changes. You can see orders. In orders, how many updates are there? These are
Okay.
all. This is only, we are seeing only 10001 initial. But when you build a big project, right, this kind of thing will happen. Okay. So
So
that's why
every time.
if you try to do something here, right, your it will be a big problem for you. Then it's not easy to uh, debug when you face migration issues. That's why don't just try to go change anything in the migration file manually. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, how
So
can
I
get
have
the
a
record?
question.
Yes, please.
So you are defining str self returns first name here and
Mm.
also in the admin section. What is the difference between both?
What?
We are
Here,
defining
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
ID
yeah.
content in the admin
Uh,
section. In the admin section also we are defining student admin.
See, this question I think I can tell you, but if I show you that better, but we have not reached to that point. But if I really want to tell you that now, this is actually the string representation of your model. Okay. Now, anywhere in my views, right, if I print student like this, wait, print student. Okay, print student after taking some data from the student model. If I print just the student object, then it will show first name and last name. Why? Because this is the short name. Otherwise, it will show object, right? So I
Where
think
it's
you will
reflecting in the admin section?
it will not reflect anywhere. So that's why I cannot show you that right now. It will not, I think it will not create, reflect anywhere, but still right now it is not reflecting is because I have overridden this, right? If I remove this now,
Okay,
if I
now
remove
perfect.
this, if I remove this, it will show like this, Ratan Kumar and John Doe, first name, last name, right? But we don't use this here most often because string representation is needed when we are actually working on views. That time I can show
Mm.
you. Okay. So just know that anytime, anywhere you refer to student model, student object will come as like this, Ratan Kumar, like this first name
Mm.
and last name. Okay. Anywhere, not only here. Okay. It's like that.
So
How can
now
I
it
get
will be
the,
override the
yeah.
model, right?
Yeah, now this student model is actually the we are using this list display. We have we have changed the way the admin panel Django admin is showing the table. Okay, by
Perfect.
default it just shows by default it just shows this whatever it is there here. But if we want something else, there are many things you can do here. You can like I will show you, but let's go step by step.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Now I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah, okay. How can I get the recording videos? See, recording videos you will get tomorrow. Okay, because it's a big file, right? It needs to be uploaded. Will you show PostgreSQL in the next class or let? PostgreSQL I will not show next class. Postgres will use when we reach to the Django REST framework. I have 2 years of experience in Django framework, but I don't have much experience in DRF. Sometimes the view section make difficult too. How can I overcome this? Don't worry. See, don't worry. We will not. What happened? Yeah. So we will actually create many features in DRF because if you look at this tomorrow, not tomorrow, from week 3, we are going to start Django REST framework. Okay. I heard that Django will be replaced, I think. Django will be replaced in upcoming years. No, I don't think Django will be replaced because Django is actually being developed by many big, uh, experienced developers. Okay, Django is, if you just go to django.org, it's a big, I mean, just let's go to djangoproject.com. You see, there are many software engineers are working on this Django project. Okay, I don't think it will be replaced from next, for next 15 years, I think. Okay, 10-15 years, just let's say. Okay, because because Django is being used in many big applications. And it is, even if you just Google it, right? Django is still in one or first or second position in best Django, I mean, best web framework. It will not be replaced. Can I get 6-8 LPA as a fresher? No, you will not get 6 to 8 LPA if you're in India as a fresher. Not a Django developer. I think 6 to 8 LPA mostly you will not get for Java, C++ also as a fresher. Okay. After 2 years, 1 year's experience, you can expect 100%, uh, I mean, 100% salary. Here you will use Docker file or running the project. Currently, I'm not using Docker for this student project, but later, in the big project using the Django REST framework, we will use Docker and CI/CD pipelines, GitHub Actions. If I learn Django well, other than job, how to earn money? Earning money. If I learn Django well, other than job, yeah, it's nice. Mm, I don't like jobs. If you learn Django, right, there are many ways. Like you can teach. Django someone like me, right? You can make courses, and you can take projects from your friends, families, or you can make a small agency, or you can start freelancing, make Django projects, and earn, right? You can make money, definitely. That's not a big deal if you know things. In this course, you will cover DevOps basic. No, this is not DevOps things, but the only thing that I'm going to cover is that Docker and GitHub Actions, okay, for the CI/CD pipelines, because I think it's good uh, for smooth deployment. When we run git pull origin main command, which command should we run first? Migrations or because sometimes it generate error. So you mean that when you pull someone else code from the GitHub, right?
Yes.
So that time, yeah, that time you have to run migrate command. Migrate command first. Why migrate command? Is because the migration files are already there in that in that GitHub, right? So when you already have migrations files created, the next thing that you need to do definitely is migrate command. Okay. So
Okay,
will you
thank you.
also help? Yeah. So will you also help build a resume or for freelance? For freelancing projects, I don't know how you create. Nobody see your resume for freelancing. It's just like how you talk to them. Just see simple. You do your best to get on a call with your client. Then you explain everything and just to show him that you know what you're doing. You know about Django and how you can build the application. Just talk. Your communication will give you more money than your skill. Because on call, it's like you have to convince him. So work from home projects, sir, are there work from home projects? Of course, there are many work from home because all of my team members are working from home. So if you ask me, work from home projects are there. For freelancing, you can use Upwork, Fiverr, but competition is so much. I will tell everyone, if you want to make freelancing projects, right? Everyone open a YouTube channel and start teaching whatever you know, right? Any business person who wants to develop a website or web application, if he don't go to Upwork first, he go to YouTube first. He will search because business owners are like they don't understand, but still they try to understand few things before they build, right? So you try to the teach the people that you know, right? Like Django, or some particular things. Okay, whatever you know, whatever I cannot tell what to teach, but whatever you know, just teach. That time, what happens when client comes, he will see your video somehow. You already did 50% of your work. Like he is already convinced that you know this particular thing, and then in the description box or somewhere, just give your email address or website link. They will contact you. I got many projects like this. Even if I have like 12,000, how much? 12,000 subscribers, right? I get many projects like this. Okay, Upwork and all is uh, many people are there. It is like it's very hard to get a freelancing job there. After gaining some experience in Django, should we start a YouTube channel? No, I wouldn't say that. See, YouTube's channel, I told you, is to actually um, like a side job. Don't think like you will create YouTube channel and then start teaching and you'll get more money. No, it's not like that. You first try to earn some little bit of money to survive, because YouTube takes little more patience. When it is established, you can do anything. Like you can start live classes, 200 people is joining, and you can make money, right? It's like that.
Thank you so
Uh,
much sir, for the reality of
yeah,
development.
yeah. So that's how it is. Okay. Anything else? For 3 years experience Django developer, can you tell what tech required, like Django, Celery, RabbitMQ, and what? Yeah, Django REST framework, RabbitMQ will not, Celery, and then Redis is needed sometimes. Go with some deployments things like Docker, GitHub Actions, or other things are there. Enough, don't take too much stress that you have to learn everything. But don't write everything in your resume. Only write those things that you know. If you're going for a Django interview, don't write Node.js, even if you know Node.js. Okay, like that. If you don't know Celery, don't write Celery, because every time anybody takes your interview, he will first see your resume. When he sees your resume, right, he will be like, he will never ask anything outside of what you have mentioned in resume. If you mention Redis and you don't know, then like it's like you get failed, right? That's why. So should I start learning React along with this class? Will it help me in getting a job quick? If you want to be a full stack developer, you can learn React. Okay, it's good if you can manage your time. Like if you're not going to job, if you're not going to college, school, then you will have so much of time, right? You can definitely learn uh, React. It's good because Django alone can give you a job at some extent. But if you know front end also, many small companies are like they need superhumans. They like if you know 10 different things, they will hire you fast. You can
Yes,
try.
so sir, can you hear me? So I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first thing, like, I have around 2+ years. I mean, like, 2+ years of experience as a front-end developer, actually.
Okay.
Currently, I'm working as a React.js developer.
Okay.
And, like, actually, I have interested on, like, I mean, backend also. And I
Hmm.
have, like, a little knowledge on, I mean, Django.
Hmm.
But I'm not that much good in DRF and other things.
Hmm.
So, like, what actually I thought, and what's the reason to join here? Like, I have, like, I mean, seen, like, some videos on YouTube, like yours, and
Hmm.
so I got interest, and now, like, I want to know, like, I have already 2 years experience in a front end,
Hmm.
and now I'm learning backend. I mean, already I know, like, just basic CRUDs I can able to write in real time. Like, already I'm working now.
Hmm.
So, but I wanted to shift as a backend developer actually. So, is it good for? I mean, shifting as a backend developer, because already I was, like, I mean, some better in front end, but I have,
Hmm.
like, a interest on backend also. So, may know, like, I mean, because you have so much experience, that's why I'm asking.
See, yeah, it is possible to shift from front end to back end.
Mhm.
It will be then called as a full stack developer, right? So I think it
Yes, sir.
is easy. You know, like if you
Mhm.
only have front end, then only front end vacancies will call you. But if you also know back end, full stack people, anybody, any companies that need full stack developers, they will call you, right? So you don't you until and unless you don't have any problem with working on both of these technologies, then it should be fine. But if
Okay.
you want to only work with the backend developers, then it can be a little bit difficult to find. But still,
Mhm.
uh, just when you have both of these knowledge, right? So in your resume, you just put it as a full stack developer.
Yes,
Simple,
sir.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
because why I'm asking, I mean, some of my superior told me like you are already in front end, right? So you can be pro in a front end only. Like don't go with the back end and other those things because it will be, I mean, the full stack developer is not that much like I mean easy and I mean as I think so that's why I'm asking you.
No, it's not like that. You cannot say it's easy or say many of the mechanical engineers, they don't want to do mechanical things. They want to become a software engineers. And there are many people who are successful, right?
Yes, sir.
Electronic students, they don't want to do electronics. They want to become a software engineer. 4 years they studied electronics, and fifth year they are becoming a software engineer. How? So
Yeah.
anywhere you go, there is a scope, right? So you are already in a tech field. Already
Mm.
you have been consuming APIs in React.
Yes, sir.
Now
Yes, sir.
you are interested in learning backend. It should be a quick switch. It won't even take a long time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So yesterday, what we did, we made some simple um, student model like this, right? So it was just a basic thing. I didn't mean to do it. Uh, Today, what we'll do is we'll create the project again. It's good if you create the project again and again, like 4 or 5 times when when you're learning in the beginning. I'll close this. You guys also close this, okay? So we'll do one proper structured project today, uh, with Django. Okay, on the go, I'll tell you and I'll explain whatever the things needed. All right. I'll close this now and I'll go to um live class. Okay, so you also create one folder. Okay, so this was our yesterday's project. All right, this Django test, this was our yesterday's project. Today we'll create a new project. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just call it Django employees. Okay, so this is also a learning project. We are not going to do a lot of things, but this will have many fundamentals. Okay, so that's what the motive of this particular uh, you know uh, session. Okay, so you learn a lot of things today, and I need to cover many things in this class so that next week I will be we'll be left with the authentication and Django forms, and then we'll start with the DRF. Okay, Django REST framework. Okay, so here I hope you guys are following with me, right? Anybody is facing issues, you can tell me now. Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm going to open this blank folder. You see, there is nothing in this folder. I'm just opening it with the code editor. Okay. So whenever you have some requirements from the client or anyone, okay, so you're learning something. So the thing is, what do you want to do, right? What do you want to build? So here in this project, what I'm going to do, I'm going to build one simple company structure. Okay, so it will be like the employees and the department we have. Okay, so I wanted to show you some foreign key relationships and all that, right? So that's why I just came up with this demo idea. So we'll do that. Okay. So here we'll have the apps, and we'll also have multiple models. Okay. So the first thing that whenever we create any Django project, that we need to first create the virtual environment, right? Yeah, if you're using PyCharm, no problem. Okay, so it's up to you. If you're comfortable with PyCharm, it's good. PyCharm is good. Okay. So first thing, okay, always create virtual environment, Python hyphen m venv. So the more and more you create the project, you'll get more ideas. Okay. So you will not just you'll not forget how to create the projects and all. Okay. So I just created one virtual environment. The second thing I need to do is to go inside that virtual environment, right? Source env bin or script for Windows. My case, it is source env bin activate. All right. Okay. So now we are just inside the new virtual environment, and we need to install Django right now. Okay. For that, I'm going to run pip install Django. Okay, pip install Django. So this will install the latest version of Django. Okay. If you are also getting this notice, you can just copy this command and paste it. It is just saying that you need to install, I mean, you need to upgrade your pip. Okay, pip is just a package manager for Python. All right. So now that we have installed Django, we can create the project. Okay. So I'm going to say Django admin, Django admin. My font is correct, right? Today you can see my screen properly, right? So yesterday it was very small. All right. So Django admin, start project. Okay. Start project is the first Django command that you run in every project. Okay. Django admin start project, and then the project name, we will name it as employee underscore main. Okay. So I like to use uh, underscore main because what happens if you make project like this employee student and all that, so we will probably have the same name, same name app. Okay, so in future you'll understand. So that's why don't just do like this employees, don't make it like this, don't make it employees, make it employees hyphen main or anything that you can that you can understand. Yeah. Okay, so this just means that this is the main project folder. Okay, so that's why. All right, so when I run this, yeah, employee project, employee main, and anything. Okay, just it is just to just understand that this is the main project directory, and within this project directory we will have the main settings.py and all that. Okay, so it's useful to identify which is the main project folder. Okay, when you have so many apps. All right. So I hope up until this point everything is right. All right. Okay. So correct. Okay. So the next thing is to run, just to make sure our project is running or not. Python manage.py run server. Let's just make sure whether our application is running, right? So it's properly running now. Should I make it a little bit bigger? I think this is enough, right? This is enough. Okay. Okay. So next thing. Next thing is to migrate. Okay. So what will happen when you run migrate command? So according to this message, it is asking us to run the migrate command. This will apply the migration, and that will create the Django's default tables. Okay. So yesterday also I told you this, right? So first thing you'll do is manage.py migrate so that all the default Django tables get created. All right. So now your db.sqlite3 has all these tables. Okay. Next, what we can do, we will create the super user, right? Python manage.py, Python manage.py, create super user. Okay, create super user. Just give your username and email address, and then password.
So the email ID email is the valid email, or or the temp mail is fine.
Yeah,
Temporary.
anything is fine. Just I would say use your email address because someday, sometimes you want to test the real emails, right? So it's good because you're not entering your email address in any public places. You're entering your email address in your own computer. Nobody is going to send you spam emails or something, right? So I
Yes.
would say put your email address, put your real email address because sometimes in your not in this project, maybe in future, like when you work with any local project, you would send and test you would send emails to email notifications to the admin, right? So if your admin email address is wrong, then you would not get that email in your inbox. That's why I would say put your real email address. Nobody is going to send you spam emails because the this place is safe because 127 you're putting your email address in this local server. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome.
Sorry, sir. Please, what's the difference between migrations and make migration? Because yesterday we made use of make migrations, but today we are just doing migrates.
See, the thing is, uh, we make migrations when we add some models or when we modify some models in our project. Okay. What that migrate will do is it will prepare a file that can run that can run on the real database. Okay, and the migrate command will actually create the tables or will actually commit the changes. Okay, so today I just ran migrate command, not make migrations. It's because Django, by default, Django is when you install Django, when you create the project, your database, I mean your project is ready to get migrated. There is no need to run make migrations in the initial point. So that's why here also it was saying run python manage.py migrate. Okay, because you did not make any changes manually, right? So it's Django is saying just run migrate and the default database will be created. Make migrations when to use when you only want to when you make the custom changes in the models.py in the models. That time you run make migrations. I'll tell you more about make migrations when we actually make models in this project. Okay.
Sir, can you please explain what is auth and group?
I will explain that in the next class, maybe because we are going to make the dedicated class for authentication, login registration. That time I'll explain. Okay. So
Okay.
today we'll focus on the different things. Okay. So once the super user is created, you can now just run the server and just see. Okay, just see whether your admin is working or not. You're able to log in, right? So this is one common step in every project that you have to do. Okay, now our motive is to create the models or create one simple application to show the employees data with their departments. Okay, so it will also contain the designation and the manager and all that. Okay, so what I'll do is, so I will create the app. Okay, I'll create the app now. Why should I create the app here? Because we are doing something regarding the employees, right? So all the features whatever we build with will be for employees. Okay, so that's why to keep our code organized, Django has this utility, I mean, or the feature called apps, right? So app we can create. Okay, so just to follow along with me, we'll write python manage.py start app. Okay, start app is the command you can run to create the apps employees. Okay.
Uh, uh, is there any like before creating these features like that? So we should design like in a notepad or in a Word document, like what we are doing. So
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to do it. But you know, the beauty of Django is like when you create the model itself, it is like notepad writing only. Okay, we are not creating any SQL queries or anything. So we are writing Django, and you will understand when you write something, or when you write the architecture in the models.py. So it will be in a normal way only, right? So you don't have to explicitly write so much in the notepad until and unless your project is huge. Okay, so when you have more two, three people in your team or five people in your team, then when you're discussing, it's good if you can note it down. Okay, but if I note it down, note down on the notepad, it will be it will be a little bit confusing for you, because most of the people here are beginners, right? So that's why. So I'll explain you as we move forward, each and every fields that we create. I'll tell you why do we need this field. Okay. So I think we are good with this direct setup. Okay.
yeah,
So
fine.
yeah, definitely. Yeah. So that's what everybody was saying. So what I'll do is I'll close the chat for now. Okay, I'll close the chat for now. Anybody who has issues, right, you can just note it down somewhere in your computer or a book. And when I open chat, or when I open the discussion, right, so I'll just ask you the questions. Okay, so we'll just keep the flow. Perfect. So let's create the app. So app, when you create apps, just make sure you always use, um, plural. Yesterday also, I told you this, right? So I have seen many people's code. Uh, some people use capital letters apps. Some people use, a singular employee, like that. No, any time you want to create the apps, make sure it starts with the lowercase and it's a plural. Okay. So when the moment we create the employees app, right? What we need to do first thing is to go to the settings. We want to tell Django that we have created one package or one app. Okay, that app we need to register in the installed apps. All right. So here we'll just go here and we'll put this employees. We'll put this employees. Okay. You can put comma here, so that next time whenever we create any other app, that time we'll just say like this, simple. Okay. So we currently have one app, employees. Okay, now that we have registered our employees app, now Django will start to Django will know that we have one app. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to actually create the model. Okay, we are storing some employees data, so that's why we'll create the model. And at this point we don't have anything here. Okay, so as we go further, I will design. I'll ask you to create the proper design for showing the data and everything. Okay, for now there's nothing, and don't worry about why this is just in a default page. We'll first work with some data. Okay, all right. So the moment you created the apps, we have this folders migrations. I told you, I explained you about everything, everything about migrations yesterday. And this admin.py is there, so apps is there, models.py, test and views. Okay, so this models.py is where we create the database tables, and whatever db related tasks are there, we create, we do here. Okay, all right. So here I want to create two tables. Okay, so two models, I can say. Table and model, you can use any one of them. Okay, both are same. In some other languages, some other database and all, we call it table, but in Django we call it model. Okay, so I'm going to create a model called department. Why department? Because one employee can have, can belong to a department in a company, right? It can be IT department, it can be HR department, it can be any other department like a sales department, right? So that's why I want to start with creating this departments. First, department exists, and after that, the employees come, right? When there is a department in a company, you will, people, you will be hired to that department. Okay, so that's why I'll create the department, and this department will inherit the features of models dot model. Okay, models dot model. Why this models dot model? You see, Django, you know, I mean, Django comes with the many default, what do you call, default fields or default features. Okay, so whenever we want to extend anything, extend the features of some already returned code, that time we extend, we extend it, we inherit it. Okay, it's a concept of what do you call, oops. Okay, we are inheriting the features of models.model, and then for the department you can say what can be the department, right? You'll start to think what can be the department, what fields should be there. I can tell you, but if you can imagine, one is department name, right? Department name, it is there. One company, let's say for example, you're working on storing the data of a company named Tech with Ratan. In Tech with Ratan, we have department. Okay, so this Tech with Ratan exists in location Mumbai as well as Bangalore. Okay, so now what I will do here, I want to store the department name first. Okay, also I will store the department location. Okay, this location is not like latitude, longitude, that kind of thing. It's just one company, Tech with Ratan, can one branch can be in one city, another branch can be in another city, right? So that's why I'm going to say first the department name should be there. So that name we can save as models dot char field. Why char field here? Yesterday I told you, whenever you want to store some string type of thing, name, mostly we use char field. Okay, this is not just a number. It's not a boolean value, true or false, right? We want to store some name, location. I mean the department name, like IT field. I mean IT department, sales department, like that. Okay, so models dot char field. Now the max length can be, max length can be 100 or 50. Okay, don't worry, even if you give 250, it's not going to take up your space. It will take up only that much space which you actually write. For example, if you write sales like this, sales, right, for the department, it will take up only 5 character space. Okay, it will take only 5 character space. It will not reserve 250 characters. It will just take only that much space which is required, which is actually stored. Okay, so just don't mind, um like don't worry that if you put 250, the space is going to take or something. Okay, in some, I think in MySQL, when you write this, queries, that happens. That space issues happens. But in Django, it doesn't happen. Okay, but always, always put something meaningful. Okay, so name will not be like 250. That to department name. So maybe it will be like if you want to say 25 characters, it's good. Okay. So location, I want to say models dot again char field, I can say, because I'm going to store something here. What I'm going to store? I'm going to actually store the city name, like Mumbai or Bangalore, or write your city name. Okay, it's up to you. Just imagine you're storing the data for your dream company. Okay, I know everybody wants to become the owner one day, right? So max length will be location. I can say if 30, 40, 50, right? Not 50, maybe 25 again. Okay, so it will just act as a limit. Okay, so now I will not write the string representation right now. I will just again show you what happens if you don't write the string representation. I will start creating. Okay, I think for department only this much is enough. Okay, department name and department location is enough. Okay, another model I want to create. I don't want to migrate it, make migration or migrate it now, because my goal is to store the employee data, right? So I just created the department, but I still need to create employee model, right? So that's why instead of running make migration migrate again and again, we can just write down all the models that we want to create, and then all at once we can just run the make migration and migrate so that the tables will get created. Okay, so once we have the department model, next thing I need is um, the employee model. It will be models dot model. Again, it will inherit models dot model. Most of the times it will inherit models dot model. Okay, so if you don't understand this, just blindly write models dot model. But if when you create like 5 6 models later, you will actually understand what exactly we are inheriting. Okay, so if you look at this models, right? So in this models module, we have char field like this. We are passing the parameter that is required, all that things. Okay, now the important part. Employee can have, now imagine when someone asks you to store their employee data. Okay, for example, you're a software engineer, and one shop owner comes and one office owner comes, and whatever it is, he will ask you to create uh, create a system where he can store his employee data, right? So you would say you will store his name, right? Maybe if you want to say first name, last name, email address you want, and then we have the designation, right? What could, what is his salary, what is his age, and the joining date. Okay, more things, like if we have any manager for that particular employee, those data you can store, right? So in this one also I'm going to do the same. Okay, okay, so I'll say first name. Okay, first name. Again, I'll say models dot model, first name models dot model, max length. Okay, not models dot model, it is char field, sorry. First name models dot char field, max length is equal to, the first name can be I think not more than 50, right? So the last name also we can store. So I can actually store uh, just name, but I want to show you something like how you can create the full name out of what do you call, with this first name and last name. Um, so I just wanted to purposefully create this first name and last name. Okay, models dot char field, max length is equal to again 50. Now next what we can store is email. Okay, we can store the email address of that employee, right? So models dot, this time not char field, it is email field. Okay, when you want to store email address, it cannot be char field, it will be email field. Why? Because we want to store the email address, and email address has some has its own conditions, right? It should end with the at the rate gmail.com or domain name or something, right? So all these validations by default comes with this email field. Okay, so that's why we want to use models dot email field. Okay, now this email should be unique. Okay, so I will pass this attribute unique is equal to true. Why? Because if like this always email addresses are unique, right? So once you have entered the data for this particular email address or the user or the employee, you should not repeat that email address. Okay, so in that case we will use unique is equal to true. Okay, one employee can be entered only once. Okay, so that is the reason. All right, one more thing I can store is a designation. Okay, I can just say designation. Now there is one uh, more one more feature in Django, that designation can be chosen from the select box. Okay, so until now we were actually writing, we were typing the name, first name, last name, email address, and everything. But designation can be maybe junior developer, intern, senior developer, manager, and everything, right? We want to actually select one of the values from the select box. Okay, for that we have something called it will still be a char field, but it will have choices. Just these chat boxes are okay. So this will be actually a character field. When you use char field, the max length should be should be added, maybe 50 or something. If if you keep it like this, you will have to add the designation manually. Okay, but you know what, we'll just use the char field as it is, like to be able to add the designation manually. But after we migrate it, we will modify this model. Okay, so that you'll understand also how we can modify the models, right? So next things we can have is the salary. Okay, salary is equal to models dot integer field. This time integer field. Why is integer field? In in salary field you want to add some numbers. That's why it is integer field. And then we can store age. It's it can be optional, because I just wanted to store the age. Mm, maybe if you want, I don't think it is needed because integer field is already there. I think we can just remove this age. We will go with some date field. Okay, so I'm trying to actually show you some different kinds of fields. Okay, so maybe joining date we can use. Joining date is equal to models dot date field. Okay, models dot date field. This will give you one date picker. Okay, and is active. This can be what is this is active. This is active will tell you that whether this employee is still working or he left or something. Okay, models dot, we will say boolean field. Okay, this is for boolean field. Why this is boolean field? Is this guy active or not? Yes or no, right? So that's why you want to, whenever you want to store yes or no kind of values, or true or false kind of values, that time we use boolean field. Okay, so by default, the bool, we have to always set default values whenever we use a boolean field. Default should be true or false. Okay, so by default, whenever I create any employee, he should be active. Okay, he should be true. Okay, default is equal to true. And then we have, I will take the example of the, what do you call, the foreign key. Okay, here we have created department model, right? So whenever employee is created, like whenever you are adding employee Ratan, uh, I want to, I want to, I want to put him into one department, right? So that's why I already have the department, right? So what I will do is I'll create a department field and I will say models dot foreign key, models dot foreign key. What is the, uh, you know, when you use this models dot foreign key, you have to pass this department model. Okay, whatever model you are referencing, right? That model should be put here. Okay, so that's what I'm writing here. And then what should happen when you create, I mean, when you delete certain, when you delete the employee, right? So I'll say on delete, oh, wait, on delete is equal to models dot set null. Okay, we have many things here like models dot cascade is there, models dot set null is there, set default is there. If you put models dot cascade, when you create the when you create the when you delete the employee, that department will also get deleted, right? So in our case, we don't want to delete the department. When the employee is deleted, we want to set this to null. Okay, just the null just means that don't do anything. Okay, so this department can be blank is equal to true. Okay, you don't, you can be an employee with no department. Okay, it's not necessary that every employee should be put into one department. Okay, there is a possibility that one employee cannot cannot be in a department, right? So that's why we will say blank equal to true. Also, null is equal to true, we want to pass. Why this null is equal to true means whenever you programmatically create, create the data, right? Like filling of the form and all, you don't need to specific, I mean, you don't have to uh, pass this pass the value for this department. It can be left blank, or it can be, you can even pass null or none value here. So that's why we will take null values also. If you don't take null value, it will show you the error when you want to programmatically create something. Okay, create the value for this department. Now, one more thing I want to say is manager. Okay, manager is equal to,
Ratan,
yes.
I have one doubt.
Hmm.
Here, on delete is equal to models dot set null is there, no?
Yeah.
Set null means in case in the department deleted also, it is not affected to here, right?
Yeah, in case if this employee Ratan is deleted and that
Oh,
Ratan was belonging to IT department, okay,
okay.
if you set this null,
Hmm.
it doesn't affect anything to that IT department. Okay,
Okay.
if you pass cascade, when you delete Ratan, he was
Hmm.
belonging to IT department. When you delete Ratan, that IT department will also get deleted.
Okay, okay. In the department, that employee will be same, but here it
Yeah.
will be deleted.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah. So manager. So you see, now I will also reference a foreign key relationship, but not with any other model, but with the same model, self model. Okay, how? You see, imp manager is a, okay, manager is an employee of that company himself. Okay, manager is also an employee, but one manager, manager, what I can say, one employee can be a manager of some other employee. Correct. So that's why what I want to do here is to models dot foreign key, but the reference will be self. Okay, reference will be self. Why? Because manager himself is in is an employee. Okay, but I can assign one employee to another employee and make him as a manager. Okay, his project manager or something. Okay, so that's why the foreign key itself is a self employee model itself. So that's why I wrote self. Okay, so later, when we see it in user interface, right? So that time you'll understand it very clearly. Now, here also, mostly I don't want to do anything when when the data is data gets deleted. So that's why let's set it as null. Okay. Also, let's pass blank equal to true, because employee need not, every employee need not to be a manager. Also, null is equal to true. Okay. When you programmatically want to pass some, when you programmatically want to create an employee, you do not need to, pass this. Even if you don't pass uh, anything, or maybe none if you pass, it should not give you an error. Okay, so that's why null should also be accepted. Okay, I think these many fields are enough. All right, so I will create a define str. Okay, so this is the string representation of the model. Now, in this example, you will understand what exactly is this string representation, and how, why should we create and everything. Okay, so I'll clearly explain. So I will say return. I'm using string to make first name and last name. Okay, so I'll just say, okay, I'll have to say self dot first name. Okay, and then I can use another variable, self dot last name. Okay, self dot last name. All right, so here in the department also I can just set string representation. I think let's do this. Define underscore underscore str underscore underscore. Whenever you create any function inside the class, you always need to pass this self. Self means this function belongs to this class. Okay. Return return what? Self dot name. Okay, so return self dot name. Okay, I think we are good. We can now make the migrations. Okay, so now you see we have created something inside this models.py, right? So in order to work with these models, in order to work with these tables, we have to always always run make migrations and migrate. So if I run make migration, python manage.py make migrations, it will detect that two models are created: create model department and create model employee. Okay, but at this point the database table is not yet not yet created. Okay, it is ready now to get created. It is not yet created. You just ran make migrations, your database table is not yet created. When you run migrate, right, that time the database will be created. Make migrations will, to create the database tables, this file is important. This make migration file is important. This is the instruction for our model, for our database, to create or modify the tables. Okay, this is actually the migration. Migration is actually the instruction file. When you run make migration, the instruction file will be created, and when you run migrate, that instruction file will get applied to your database. That time your uh, tables will get created. Okay, now I will run python manage.py migrate. Now you can see applying employees. This initial file has been applied, and whatever instruction was written here has been applied in your database. Now, if you go to admin, you will not see anything. Can you tell me, anyone, if like, let me run python manage.py run server. Okay, if you refresh, you will not see employee, is because this models right?
You need
In
to
order
register
for
the app.
yeah,
Register.
exactly. In order for these models to
Yeah.
show up on this admin panel, you have to register your models in your admin.py. Okay, this admin.py is very important. If you want to do any customization for your admin panel, this is the place. This file can be as big as
Sorry,
5,000 lines of code.
sorry, I'm
Yes.
getting I'm getting an error. How you pass the F string? I try to make migrations now. It's telling me
Yeah,
how you pass
you
the
see,
F.
you can see here. You can
Oh,
see.
okay. Thank you. I got
All
it.
right. So in
Thank
order
you.
for these, in order for these models to show up on the backend, you have to register them. So to register them, this admin.py needs the access of your model. Okay. This model is in your models.py. This models.py is nothing but a module. All right. You can pass this module or any class or any function inside the module to any other file, to any other modules. So like you can communicate between two files or two modules. Okay. Now we need the access of the department model as well as the employee model. So that's why I'm going to say I'll actually import it. Okay. So access means import from where it is, from dot models. Okay, from dot models. What is this dot is nothing but the current directory. In current directory there is something called models. Models is a module, and in this module, in this models module, import what? Import this one, import department. Okay, import department. Also import employee, because we have two models in these models. Okay, department and employee. We are saying from dot models import department and employee. Now this admin.py has the access to department and employee. Now you can do anything with these any customization. If you want to do, you can do that. All right. Now to register, admin.site.register, admin.site.register, pass department. Okay, and again you want to just if you just save this and refresh it, you can see in the employees app you will see departments. Okay, now all these things are available, like adding the department and everything is there. We also want to register the employee this thing, I mean employee model, right? You cannot just pass the employee here. Okay, don't make this mistake. Every model should be registered separately. Okay, keep this in mind. Admin.site.register employee. Okay, so you cannot just make it like this. You will only do this, put the comma here in the same register function when you make changes to this department, I mean department model, maybe when you extend something for this particular model. Okay, otherwise if it's a different model, then you have to separately register it. Okay, so now I have both the models. Okay, I have both the models, departments and models. Okay, all right. So I hope it is clear. Okay, quickly, if you guys are if you guys have made it right.
Yeah, sorry. Can you just go back to the models again? I want to see where you passed that the string employee models.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
just a
it's fine.
simple Python string. Okay, so this is how
Okay.
you put this. All right, so now what I
Sir,
want you to do.
Sir, I have
here
a
why
doubt.
we use self
Yeah.
in manager fields? Why we use self? Please explain.
Yes. Yeah, self is because we are referencing a same module. Okay, self means we are referencing an employee model itself, because the manager is also an employee of a company, right? Are you
Yes.
understanding? The manager is
Yes.
also an employee of a company. So that's why, and also another condition is that the manager can be, we can assign the manager to anyone else, any other employee. Okay, when we create the data, right, that time you'll understand properly. Mohit, dot means current directory. Okay, if you see, that's what I was actually explaining you. From dot models means from current directory models. Okay, we are working on employees, right? You can see here we are inside this employees folder. In the employees folder, in the employees folder, in the same folder we have this uh, we have this models, right? So that's why we are saying in the current directory models import department and employee. That's what it is. Self-referential for manager relationships means that an employee can have another employee as a exactly. Yardley is right. Okay, self-reference means foreign key for a manager relationship. Means an employee can have another employee as their manager. That's what I was saying. Can you explain the department field in employee? Kiran, I explained make migrations many times. Can you explain? The make migration will actually create a file with the instructions for your database to create, create the database. Create the tables, modify the tables in a manner that the database can understand, right? So if you copy this, if you try to run this model like this, right, your database cannot understand. So that's why make migration command will create a file called migration file. So this is an instruction file. When you apply these instructions to your database, right? So your database will get migrated, or means we will get the tables created, the tables get modified, and every other things. Okay, so that's why this make migrations and migrate are important. I'm still getting error here.
Sir, when you registered the models in admin panel, so why one S is extra getting added in it? Like if it is
Where?
employee, it is employees in admin panel.
In your employees and employee, right? Here you're saying why S is getting added, right? See,
Yeah.
this, you see this, we have created employee model, which means one employee can be added once. But in this list view, this is the list view, right? You can see 0 employees here. In this list view can be multiple employees or multiple records. That's why it will by default add one S, so that these multiple records should be treated as plural forms, right? So that's why one S will get added every time you create a new model. Okay. If you there is a way to remove S. If you want to what do you call, if you don't want S, or if you want to name something else, that is also possible. Just Google verbose name in Django. Okay, verbose name in Django. uh, just pass one, just say whatever you want. If you want the S or not, just write whatever it is, it will be printed here. Just say verbose name and verbose plural name, both.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. Start employee in using admin. Yeah, let's add, currently it's obvious that just looking at this models.py, many, many uh, doubts will arise. If I create some models right now, right? So all the doubts will be resolved. Okay. So department, let's start by adding the department. Okay, let's start by adding the department. I will add IT. Okay, I'll add IT, and the Tech with Ratan is in Mumbai. Okay, so I will save and add another. Okay, So there is error. What is saying? Return non-string type set. Okay. Okay. Self dot. Okay. It should be like this. See this? It should be like this inside a. It should be string. Okay. So that's why
Please,
we
can you
got
go
the.
down a bit?
You're still facing the issue.
No, I've resolved that. There's another issue.
Hmm.
Okay. Set now. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So now if I try to refresh and the data got added. Okay. So you see this IT is added. IT is for Mumbai IT department I added. Let's add some, in your case also, just add some dummy data. I will say IT for Bangalore. Okay. I'll save and add another. I'll say sales Mumbai. Any city you can add. I'll say sales Bangalore. Save and add another. HR department is also there. Okay. Bangalore and HR Mumbai. Okay. Now I have HR two HR department. One HR department is in Mumbai, one HR department is in Bangalore, some things like that. Okay, so I have some dummy departments already. Now I will start creating employees. The employee name is Ratan. Okay, the first name is Ratan and then Kumar, and I will say ratan@gmail.com. The designation is maybe software engineer. Software engineer. I will say 50,000 salary, and joining date you can just set some date here, maybe 2023. Okay, and by default this is active. You see this? You see this one, right? So if you set false here, but default, you see this one. If you set default equal to false, this will be by default false like this. Okay, you have to activate it. But since this is by default true, it comes like the active is already selected. Now this Ratan belongs to which department? IT. It's there, right? Now you'll understand the importance of the string representation of the model. Now you will see this IT, sales, HR. I'm not understanding which IT this employee Ratan is going to go, right? That's why it is showing IT, sales, HR. It's because this department model is only showing the string representation of the self dot name. Only name is printing. This IT is just the name. It's not printing the location or anything. Okay. If it shows location, I will clearly understand that yeah, this Ratan belongs to IT department, Mumbai region or Mumbai location, right? So that's why I will simply blindly set some IT here. I think it is Mumbai. You can just see by clicking on this pencil icon, it will show you, right, IT Mumbai. Okay, but I will fix that. Okay, so manager, currently no manager. I'm the first employee. Ratan Kumar is the first employee for this company, let's say. So there's no manager, and you don't even. I mean, it's okay if you don't pass anything here, because here you see employee manager blank equal to true, right?
Please, can you hold
It's
it there?
optional.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the same thing I passed. Yeah.
yeah. Tell me, what did you say?
No, you've left the screen. The set null, I'm getting an error with the set null. On delete is equals to models dot set null. So when I try to run the migration, it's still giving me one error here.
What
Invalid
is that?
syntax.
Can you just uh, share your screenshot quickly?
Okay. Let me share. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, can you see my screen?
Okay. Did you share your screen or what?
Yes, I'm already sharing.
Okay.
Okay, let me stop my share again. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
So when I try to make migrations, I'm getting this error. Oh, set no.
Can you remove the extra space there after on delete? See if that could be the issue.
Okay.
On delete equals, you put the I mean you put one space, right?
On delete.
Remove that space. Remove that space, please. Models
Line
dot.
number 21.
Line number 21, remove the space. It's a syntax error. Line number 21, on delete is equal to remove the
Models.
space.
Okay.
Also remove all these blank and all.
In the blank also it's issue. Space.
Blank.
Where is that?
Sir, he needs to specify null equal to true and then blank equal to true, and then things will be fine.
Yeah, let's see. Blank equals true. Null, let's see. Remove the space, right? Null is equal to true.
I think he's missing in the line 20 null equal to true.
Yeah.
The department is showing the error because it's not to convert the null true value. It's enable.
Just
I didn't
try
get
now. Try.
Okay.
Save it first and then try.
I cannot see the error clearly. Just scroll down.
I think the order is issue.
Model is not saved yet.
It's not saved. Okay.
Okay. Can you save the model, please?
Okay.
Wait.
He needs to specify null equal to true and then blank equal to true in the manager
just
and
add.
department.
Where is that?
Can you just give me the control real quick? We are wasting so much time now.
Okay.
No, I have shared it in the chat. You can see it there.
In
Line
the
number
chat.
21.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
yeah, you should add the null equal true in the department.
In the department. That will not. I don't think it's the problem. That could not be the
Because
problem.
the model that set null
it is set null.
should work with this.
Just
because
in the department
set
line number 20, just line number 20, add null equal to true.
Okay.
Not like that. Not like that. Just lowercase, please. Remove extra space. Why do you want to put space there? Try again first.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll continue. So I was here. I think I don't remember. Manager. Okay, so Ratan is actually the first employee, so that's why this you don't need to set anything. It can be null, it can be blank, and I'll save it. Right, one employee is created. But I also wanted to show you this one, right? IT sales it was showing. So next time when I want to add an employee like this, right? So it should show me proper, show me clearly. Okay, so that's why I'll do like this. Self dot. I'll also add a location. Okay, I'll also add location like this. So it will print IT Mumbai, IT Bangalore like that. If you refresh like this, right, you can see here, right? So now I can clearly see. So, guys,
I have one doubt.
yeah,
In case in the models we have changed, no, that time we no need to migration. We no need to do migrations. Yeah,
yeah. Here, you're saying here location, self-dot
yeah,
location.
you had it no
See,
location.
we did not change anything to the model. Model is this much. Okay, this
Okay.
is the member function of this class. Okay, or we can say method. This is the function. When you change anything in the function, no need to make migrations. Only if
Uh-huh.
you just change something, if you add something here, or if you just change anything here, right?
Mhm.
That time you have to run make migrations. Otherwise, no.
Okay, thank you.
You know what? I have given one demo images and style sheet, and so this downloads. Can you guys see? Just keep this file downloaded. Okay. So I'll tell you when to use. Okay. Not now. In just a few minutes, we'll use this resource. Okay. It is in the week 2 session 4. Okay. So it is here, demo resources. All right. Now I want to take 5 minutes and add some dummy data. Okay. So I'll just go with the John Doe. Okay. And I will say John is equal to, John at gmail.com. Designation will be intern, or salary can be 25,000. Joining date can be 2024. Is active. Department is the sales, and manager. Now you can see here. Okay. Now this John is, okay. Now John is the intern. John is the intern, and I want to set Ratan Kumar as the manager of this particular this John. Now you are understanding, right? Ratan Kumar is also a manager. Ratan Kumar is also an employee, and he can also be the manager of John, right? So that's why I added self. Okay, self. I referenced self here. Okay, so I will save it, and I will just add another employee, maybe Michael, a test or something. Maybe Doe. I'll write Michael at gmail.com. Designation is senior or junior developer. Salary 25,000. Joining date you can say 2025. You can open this calendar like this. Okay. And department is IT Mumbai, or you can select anything, and manager also can be set. Okay. John can also be the manager of this Michael. Ratan Kumar also can be the manager. All of them are the employees. Okay. So I have 3 data now. Okay. I have 3 data. So now what we'll do, you can see many fields are there, right? So we can customize this admin a little bit. How to customize the admin? Yesterday we saw only one this thing, right? List display we saw. We'll try with the list display now. So right now this table is only showing the employee name. So that's why I'll just go with the list display. Where to go? I'll just close all the tabs. Okay. Frequently close all the tabs because we are learning. Okay. So just it will just help you to understand the file structure properly. Okay. So to make any changes to this page, this admin page, we want to go to this employees app, the admin.py. Okay. Where is it? Employees app, admin.py. All right. Okay. So I want to actually inherit the features of the admin, model admin. Okay. So that's why I'm going to say class employee admin. Okay. Class employee admin. What I'm doing here, I'm actually customizing this admin panel a little bit so that I can see the data properly here. Okay. So it will inherit admin dot model admin. First thing is list display. So this list display, you can pass a list of fields where it will print the data. Okay, you can print the list of fields here. All right. So right now this is only printing the first name and last name because this is the string representation. Okay. Now I want to also print salary and other things, right? So I will say first name, comma, last name. Also, what else? First name is there, last name is there, email is there, email, and also designation you can pass. Okay, designation. And salary you can pass, just copy this salary and put it here. And joining date. Joining date. And also you can put is active. Many fields are there. Is active. Okay, it depends if you want to add manager here, you can add manager also. Make sure all these elements are comma separated. This is the Python list. Okay, you're passing the list of fields to be displayed in the admin panel. Okay, one last thing that you have to do is this class should be passed to this register function, employee admin. Okay, employee admin. Okay, don't pass this employee admin to with this department. It will not work. It should be employee comma employee admin. Once this is done, now you can refresh. You can see many data is printing. I'll increase the font. Okay. All right. Now let's say I want to add some filters. Like for example, I want to see the employees of a particular manager. I mean, yeah, employees who belongs to a particular manager. Currently, only Ratan Kumar is the manager here. So I want to add a filter here. So what I'll do is I'll just I'll just come here and okay, here just below this list display, I will say list filter. Okay, there are many things. I will just show you some frequently used attributes. Okay, so this is also a list. I will just say manager. Okay.
Ratan,
Yes.
I have one doubt. This is the list display is the variable, right? But how can it is modified in the admin the list of filter also is a variable, right?
See,
According to
this
the
is not a this.
Python.
See, this is not just a variable. It's actually the list. Okay, this model we are extending the features of model admin. Okay, if you just go to here, list display, you can see. Okay, list display it is accepting, list display links, list filter accepting, and many things are there. Okay, so when you pass the model fields here, the Django will automatically list down those fields in the admin. Okay, it's not just we are not just creating a one list variable. Okay, we are
Okay, got it.
extending the features of model admin. The model admin is already built to work in that way. Just pass the just pass the field names, and your admin panel will start looking like this. Okay, so behind the scenes, anything happens, you can simply see here. Okay, you can how to go to this page. Just hold Control and click this model admin. You'll see the actual model admin that we are extending here. Okay, this is the feature of this. We are taking we are taking advantage of this model admin, and uh, we're just passing it. When we pass it, this model admin class will do everything for us. Okay, so that's why Django is easy. So list display is also same. When you put list display, just pass manager or anything, and you refresh, right? You can see one filter page will come. A filter sidebar will come like this, right? Here, what is there? first count is there, like how many, I mean, show counts. Like for example, if you want to see the data by manager, select this Ratan Kumar, and you will see these many uh, employees belongs to, I mean, these students, I mean, these employees have the manager of Ratan Kumar, like this. If I say John Doe, John Doe is not at all a manager, so that's why no employees. Okay, so this is actually the uh, filter. Now, if you want to search, like for example, if you have many fields, okay, like hundreds of data here, now you want to do searching, right? So what you will do is simply add search fields. Okay, again pass one list, so it will maybe search by name. Okay, search by name, and then also search by email. Right, just add one or two field names and just refresh it, and you will see one search box will appear. Okay, search box will appear, and we have put this name and email, right? So you can just say Ratan. Sorry, name will not work here. Why name will not work? Can anyone say?
We didn't
Yeah, there's
define.
no name there. You have first name and last name
You're right.
only.
So this whatever you pass here must be, must be the field name. Okay, I don't have anything called name here. I have first name and last name, so that's why I should pass first name. Okay, I can also pass last name and then email. Now I'll refresh. You see, I'll just come back to employees and I'll search for Ratan, and Django, all the searching logic and everything is taken care by Django itself. Okay, and if I say Doe, for Doe, we have two people, right? So that's how this table works. Okay, and also let's say first name is only, you may say that why should we use first name and last name? Can you just make full name, right? Michael and Joe, Doe and everything. No, right? So I think it's not good. We can make it full name. Okay, how to make it a full name is by creating another function inside this models.py. Okay, so this is the class, employee class. We cannot use this right now. Okay, we cannot use the string representation. But if I want to add another field that is not in the database, okay, so I'll explain it to you properly now. You see, full name is not there in here in employee, right? So what I'll do is I'll create a function called full name. I'll create a function called full name. What this full name will do is it will act as, okay, it will act as as a field of employee, even though it is not the actual field of employee, which full name is not in the database. Okay, full name, what do you call, full name field is in the database, but still if you want to make one extra field on the go, you can just do like this.
Can we call it a virtual column?
Virtual what?
Virtual column or field.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, it can be, it can act as a virtual field also. Okay, but it will stay here. Okay, whenever you want to use full name, you can use the full name. Okay, and also if you have ever seen the checkout page and everything, right? They ask you address line 1 and address line 2. They both are different in the data in the database field, but when it is printed in the receipt or anywhere, right? They'll come as a full address. It's like that. First name, last name can be a full name. So that's why we will we must pass self here. Why? Because we are creating a method or a member function inside this class, right? So that's why self is needed. And then it is just return just same. Okay, there's nothing special here. We are actually using a string to add first name and last name. Now save. No need to migrate because we did not change anything here, anything in the employee model. we just added one new, maybe new virtual field. Okay, so now what will happen, instead of using this first name and last name, right, just remove it and put full name. Okay, full name. And search field also remove first name and last name, add full name. Okay, put the comma here, otherwise you will get the error. Now if I just say refresh, if you refresh, you can see full name field is coming here. If you open it, first name and last name is there, but in the table it is full name. Understand? Okay. And also we have something called ordering. You know what? Before ordering, I will also show how we can edit the data directly here. Okay. If I want to disable this John Doe, right? I have to go here and then deactivate this button and save. Now, what if you want to what if you have like hundreds of data, and if you want to deactivate like 10, 20 people, instead of going inside each and every entry, it's good if we have some option here to deactivate one by one and just save, right? So that is also possible here with the help of list editable. Okay, list editable. Okay, what do you want to edit here? It's also a list. List editable maybe is active, we want to edit. Okay, is active. If you refresh now, you can see one save button has come here, right? I can just remove all of them and save. You can see, and also add from here. No need to go inside the full data, right? Save it and it is there. Also, if you want to edit the salary from here, okay. So there are scenarios where you want to edit some of the fields the first, right? Currently, it is read only, not
Ratan,
editable. Yes.
I got an error when I changed to full name in the admin.py.
What is it?
Cannot resolve the keyword full name.
Can you share the screenshot first?
Screenshot?
Yeah.
Or else can I
Or
share?
maybe an error. Or share your
Yeah,
screen if
yeah,
you can.
yeah, I will share my error.
Okay. Oh, I can't see the error.
Or else I will share my screen. Mm.
Yes, please.
Share screen, 1 second. Allow Zoom workplace to share your screen. Once. Yeah. Oh. Actually, this is my office laptop. So it is not allowed to share my screen.
Okay, if you can just take a screenshot and put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Ratan, can you show
Yeah.
one example on Cascade?
Yeah. I'll definitely show. Yeah, Cascade will be used most of the times. In the beginning, I mean, in future, we will be working on some categories and all stuff, right? That time I'll show you.
Okay, sure.
Screenshots.
Manager is a designation, right?
Yeah.
So like team lead.
I think issue in the models.
Can you please share
Yeah.
fast?
Yeah, I shared you.
See, Tawhid, if you want to create a designation model also, it is fine. Okay. At the end of the day, when you make the real application, right? So all these things will come from the model itself. But this is the example setup, right? So that's why.
I
Yeah, I
shared.
want to see your code also, please.
Code. Okay.
Yeah. We cannot resolve a full name into field. I think there is something wrong with your code.
In the models?
Yeah, in the models also admin.py first, if you can.
Okay, 1 second.
Both.
Okay.
I think because of the string literal app string.
Yeah, let's see. Show me your employee model.
Yeah, I shared you.
Search field full name is there. Did you really save the model?
Yeah. 1
Did you
second.
save it? You have to save your model every time you change anything.
Okay. I saved it, but
Just
command.
stop your server. Just stop your server and restart.
Okay.
It should work.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah, now it's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, guys. Always, whenever you make any changes, right? Please save. Yeah. In VS Code, autosave is also there. Okay. Okay, so list edit. If you want to edit the salary here, right? So you can simply pass salary here. So what will happen? You will see this kind of thing. Now you can make it 30,000 and save it, right? So this is handy. Okay. You can also uh, use ordering, but for ordering we don't have ID, right? So you see, for example, as I told you earlier, um, uh, Django gives us the primary key, right? You can pass ID here. You can pass ID here. Okay. So in the list display, you can see like this. Okay, ID 123. Always by default, first field will be clickable. You can make other fields also clickable. This is by using something called list display links. List display links is equal to again another list, and you pass. So this is like currently you see full name is not clickable, email is not clickable, designation is not clickable, right? So if you want this email to be clickable and then go into this detail page, then you can just pass it here. Maybe full name, I want it to be clickable, and then maybe email. Okay, so now it will be like you can click it from here. You can click it from here. Okay, so this ID currently it is in a descending order. If you want it to be ascending order like this, you can pass ordering. Okay, ordering is equal to maybe let's try to add a list. If you put ID like this, it will be ascending order. Let's refresh and you can see it is ascending order. From 1 it starts 1 2 3 4. Okay, if you want the numbers if you want the data to be listed in a descending order, what you will do, you'll just put a negative ID like this. Okay, hyphen ID you can say, just save it and it will be 3 to 1 in a descending order. Okay, so this much is for basic customization. All right, and now this is done, right? So what if I want to show show the data here on the front page, right? So this is very important because this data will be shown on the front page most often, and this is for the admin. This one is for the admin. Okay. Okay, so now that we have data in the admin panel, we want to show that data here in the front end. Okay, so this is one of the most important things that we need to learn. So currently, the plan is to show the table just like what we have here, not exactly like this, because many features we already have here. But to show how we can render the template, how we can select or fetch the data from the database, all those things we learn in this in this session. So let me go back to the code and I'll close all the tabs. Okay, you guys also close all the tabs, because as I said, it's good if you search for the files again and again. That will, you will remember that. So we have this employees main, right? We want to work on this page, right? So this is the home page. The first home page, the URL is here inside this urls.py, right? So what we want to do here is to create one home home URL pattern. Okay, so let's say path. Because this is a home page and we don't have to, we don't want to pass anything here. Just a empty string means the home page, home URL pattern. Okay. So next, we do not have any views created yet, right? So before I save this file, I will create a new file called views.py, and make sure you create this views.py inside this employees main. Okay, though you can create the views here inside the employees or anything, but just for simplicity, I'm creating this new file here inside this employees main. Okay, so I want to write the home function here. Okay, that home function will bring the data. Okay, that it will fetch the data from the database. All right, so here I'll create define home. When we create the function inside the views.py, as I said yesterday, we have to pass the request. Okay, what is this request? This is actually the, now when you just refresh some page on the browser, right? One request is going to the browser, going to the server. Okay, so in Django, that request will come to this home. Okay, this function. That's why we need to accept that request. That's what we are just passing this request, which means we are accepting the request. Okay, so for now we will just return the HTTP response. Yesterday also we did the same, right? We just imported it from Django.http import HTTP response. Okay, do you need to remember all these things like from which module, from which module, which function comes in? No, I too don't remember many things. This HTTP response, all these things are just the modules of Django.http package. So, just as you practice, as you write more code, you will understand. Okay, there are many things that you need to import when you build the real projects. I mean, real big projects. Okay, so this is just a very simple HTTP response that comes from Django.http module. Okay, so I'll say maybe this is home page. Okay, this is home page, or maybe we can say something like employee records your company name. Okay, tech with Ratan. Okay, so this is a little bit more meaningful. Okay, now that we have the function home, we want to connect it with the URL pattern, right? So views is here. We want the access of this home view in the URLs. That's why yesterday also we did from current directory import views. Views means all the views will come here. Okay, whatever currently only one view here, one view is here. If you create a define view 2, view 3, any views, any number of views, if you create, all the access will come to urls.py because we are importing the whole module. Okay, so here whenever anyone comes to the home page, this is what it means. In the home page, anyone comes to the home page, we will call the views.home function. We will call the views.home function. And to this function or to this URL pattern, we will name it. Name is equal to home. I'll tell you when to use this home name. Okay, but we are just giving this URL pattern a name. We can use it later. Okay, anytime we want. All right. We can put comma here so that next time we will simply start writing the path from here. Okay, so this much is done. If you refresh, you can see employee records tech with Ratan. Okay. All right. Um, yeah. Okay, so now this is showing. But the goal is to show the records, right? So that's why what we'll do, we will actually write some more code inside this home. Okay, so what to write here? We want to fetch the data from the database. The table name is employee, right? So anytime we want to work on any models, right? So now let's say fetch the data from employee table. Okay, employee table. Fetch the data from the employee table. Now what happens? To fetch the data from the employee table or employee model, we need the access to that model, right? If you don't have access, you cannot work with that, right? Where is that model? It is inside the employees app and models.py. Okay, we have to import it first. Let's import it from this time, not dot models, this time employees model. Employees dot models import employee. Okay, from employees dot models import employee. All right. So why it is like this employees.model is because currently we are working on another directory, right? We are not working in the current directory. If it was current directory, I would have written dot models. So I'm working on this views.py, which is inside the employees main. Okay. So that's why I'm explicitly calling employees employees package models module import employee class. Okay, so that's what it means. Okay, now that I have why my request not employees, it is employee. Okay. All right. Now employee is there here. So what I'll do now, I will fetch all the employees. Employees is equal to, this is not like SQL where you say select star from the table name. It's not like that. It's like employee, okay, employee dot objects dot all. All is a function which will bring all the data from the employee table. Okay, it will bring all the data from the employee table. I'm not going to print anything here. Why this control not working? Okay, so what I'll do is I said I'm not going to print anything here in the front page now. I want to print something on my terminal. If you print employees like this, and save it, right? And then if you refresh this page, this means sending a request to that home view. This will show you the query set. Okay, it will show you the query set. What is this query set? So query set is an object with 0 or more records which are fetched from the database. Okay, so anytime any data that comes from the database in Django, we call it query set. Okay, so query set is an object, and this query set object will, this employees, for example, this employees is a query set. This employees will have many data. What data it has? It has let me just open this models. It has the first name, last name, email, designation, many things are there, right? It is only showing Ratan Kumar, right? Employee Ratan Kumar is one data. Employee John Doe is another data. Employee Michael Doe is another data. Why it is showing the name is because in the employee model we have added string representation as first name and last name. Understood? So that's why it is showing like that. Now, if you want to pass, instead of passing this one, right, you can also pass the whole employees, right? You can also pass the whole, whole employees here, okay, to this HTTP response. And if you refresh it, you can see Ratan Kumar, John Doe, Michael. The data is actually coming in the template, right? But we want the good design. We want it to be proper, right? So that's why sending the data in the HTTP response is not a good way, because we want to render the HTML template, right? We want to render the HTML templates. So that's why instead of using HTTP response like this, right, we cannot do much with the HTTP response. We can send some small data to the front end, but not the big we cannot render the a template using the HTTP response. So that's why we have something called render function. Okay, instead of using HTTP response, we will use a render function. Okay, from this render function comes from Django dot shortcuts. Import render. Okay, Django dot shortcuts, import render, and this is, this is imported by default when you create any apps. Okay, right now this views.py file was created by me manually inside this employees main. But if you look at this employees app, there is by default there is one views.py. In this views.py, this render is already there. It is imported. Django imports it automatically when you create the app. Okay, but since this views.py was created manually, render we have to import it manually. Okay, so this render function will take care of the of rendering the HTML template. Now, in order to run or in order to show the template, we have some little configuration that we need to do in the settings.py. Till this point, you guys understood or not? There is something wrong with my keyboard. I'm unable to save. If I say Control S, it is printing S. So meanwhile, if you have any doubts, you can fast ask me.
Uh, in views.py, like we
I
have
can see.
to, hello?
Yeah. Please tell.
Yeah. Can we do this in the employees app? So why we are doing in this in the project employees main?
Yeah, it's okay because mostly we use we what do you call we are working on the home page, right? So these employees will be the list of employees, and literally we can do this operation in the employees app only. But I'm still doing it in the home page. In here is because I'm going to print this here on the front page. There is no other thing in the front page, right? But next time, next any feature, like for example, maybe opening the employee detail, that we can do in the employees app only. Because this is the home page operation, that's why I'm doing it in the main directory. I mean main function. It's up to you wherever you are comfortable. If you know what exactly you're doing, you can do that. That's not a problem at all. But home, I don't want to give it to any specific app, because in future I may come up with any other any other apps in the Django project. Why should I give my home function to employees app? So that's the reason I'm using this home function in the main directory only. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'll just if you're using VS Code, activate autosave. No, I don't want to activate autosave because I don't have this saving problem. I almost my fingers always press Control S all the time. Okay, but autosave I don't want, because sometimes it will trigger many errors if I'm writing some code, incomplete code or something. I think for me it is not good. All right, let's continue. All right, we have printed this employees. So now that we have decided to use render, in order to use render, we need to configure templates. Template configuration is very simple. Okay, what do you need to do? You first need to create the on the root folder, create a new folder. Okay, and call it as a templates. Okay, on the root folder, create a new folder called templates. It should be in the same level like employees main, env, templates, dbsqlite3 manage. Understood? So once you create this templates file, templates folder, there are many other things, like some people create the templates folder inside those specific apps, but I prefer this one. Okay, I like single template folder so that I can manage all the templates here. Okay, so I would recommend this way. So create the templates file and go to employees main settings.py. Just here you will see, I think it should be line number 56, templates. Okay, in this templates we have something called DIRS. It is directories. Okay, here you put which folder Django should look into in order to render the templates. This is what is asking. I will say templates folder that I just created. Simple. Okay, just put it in the double quotation or single quotation, both works. Okay, DIRS by default it is empty. I am putting this templates here. Now if I save it, the configuration is done. Now what happens? I can use render here. instead of returning the HTTP response, I can return render function. Okay, this render function will always take request. Okay, remember, this render function will always take request, and then with this request it will take the template name. It is just home.html or anything. You cannot just write like this. It should be inside a single quotation or double quotation. But the thing is, we do not have any file called home.html, right? If you save it like this, okay, if you save it like this and refresh the page, it will say template does not exist. Okay, template does not exist. Why? Home.html is not there. You can see here, just scroll this error. You need to understand how to read this error pages. Okay, it's very easy. When your debug is true, it will give you the big file like this. You don't have to read all these things. Just little trace back you can read. Mostly you will see the main cause of error here. Okay, you can see here line number 9 in home. This home means home function, home view. Okay, views.py, line number 9, home is there, and you can expand it like this. Return render request comma home.html. Okay, so I'm passing home.html here, but where is home.html? It does not exist. Where should be this home.html? It's because it should be inside the templates directory that we just created. Okay, just go to templates folder, right click and create a new file, call it as home.html. Home.html. Okay, now what happens? You will stop getting errors. Home.html is empty, and if you refresh, let me just stop the server and start again. It should show the blank page. Okay, now we want to put the content here. If you're using emmet extension in VS Code, it will be, if you put exclamation mark and put press tab, it will create the HTML skeleton. Otherwise, you can go to Google and say HTML skeleton. You will see this simply, or you can just chat GPT. Okay, just use chat GPT. You can use chat GPT for all this code. Okay, this is just an HTML skeleton. Okay. Put this like this. This document title can be Django employee directory or Django employee directory or something. Okay, so here inside the body we are going to we're going to print the data. So now that we have the query set, it's been, it's actually printing here. Why? In the line number 8, we are printing employees query set. Okay, again, query set is an object that contains 0 or more records from, that came from your database. Okay, even if 0 record comes, it is also called query set. 0 or more records comes, the result is actually called the query set. Okay, now we are printing the query set. We want to actually pass this query set to this home page. Okay, we want to pass this query set to the home page. How? We cannot just pass it like this, because we have to pass it in a dictionary. Okay, mainly we call it a context dictionary or the data dictionary. Okay, so what we can do is I will create a dictionary called context. Okay, so this context, I'm actually preparing some data to send to the template. Currently we only have the employees data. In future we will have more data, right? So that's why one data you can just simply pass it here, but when you have more data, it's good, always good, to create the context first and put that context inside the render function. Okay, so what is the context here? The context is nothing but the employees itself. Okay, so because we are sending some data to the we are sending the employees data to the template, right? So that's why the employees will be the key, and this employees, this is actually the data, this is the value. key and value. Got it? This need not to be same as the value. Okay, it can be emp. If you use emp in home.html also, you have to use emp, not employees. Okay, so employees like this. Okay, so now that I have created the context, next thing is to pass the context to the home page so that this all the employees data will be available inside the home.html. How? Just put comma here and write the context. Simple. Okay. At this point, whatever data you're passing is available inside this HTML template. Now I'll do, maybe to print the data, you will print like this. Employees. Okay. What I'm printing here, this employees is nothing but this employees, not this employees. Okay. Remember, not this one. I'm printing the key, not the value itself. When you print the key, the value will automatically come. Okay. Now let's see if we get something. Yeah, we got the query set as it is. But of course, this is not how we print the data, right? To print the data properly, we need some, very good design or something. What design we can create? We can just create one nice table. Okay. But before that table, we are only printing this query set, right? But we are not interested in seeing this query set. We want to see the data that are here, right? Junior developer salary and all stuff. So what we can do here, we need to actually loop through employees. Okay, we need to loop through employees because it's a dictionary. It contains many data, right? So the way we loop through the dictionary is like this. Okay, just open this curly braces and percentage, and then percentage and closing curly braces. In between this tag, you have to say for. This is how you loop through the data in the Django template. Okay, for I think it is called Jinja or something. Let me just check. Jinja. Yeah, Jinja template language the Django uses. Yeah, you can see here what is Jinja. Jinja is a text rendering engine. Okay, so this is how you loop through the data. For emp in employees, or for E in employees, for employee in employees, anything will work. Okay, when you open a for loop, you must close this with the end for. Okay, this syntax is very important. Okay, this is a Jinja template syntax. Okay, for emp in employees, or I will simply say for E in employees. Okay, employees is I am looping through this employees. I want all the data now. For E in employees, I will simply print like this. E dot full name I can print. E dot full name. Even though it is not a actual field name, it is a virtual field name, right, that we created. E dot full name should work. If I refresh, you can see Ratan Kumar, John Doe, Michael Doe, like this. E dot salary will also work, right? You see this. E dot salary will also work. And you can see how many fields we have. Like E dot email should also work. E dot email. If you save it and refresh, you can see E dot this thing. Okay. Can you tell me just fast? Everybody is able to print this data here on the page. Perfect. Okay. So when printing the data, you should use double, double curly braces. But for any if condition or any for loop, you should use curly braces with this percentage. Show me the code in views. You can see this code. So what we want to do, we don't want to print like this, right? We want to print it in a table. That table we can create. I will just remove this. I'm going to create a table now. So I hope you know the little bit basic knowledge of table. I mean the HTML. So I'm going to create a table. So inside the table we will have a T head. Okay, in the T head I will write TR, and then we will have TH. Okay, TH. I will first print the ID, and then I will print the name, and then I will print what email. Okay, designation is there, and then we have what else we have? Salary, TH, manager. Okay, and again TH is nothing but table header. Okay, TH will be department. Another TH I can use is for active or not. Okay, if I save this and refresh this, you'll see ID, name, email, destination, salary, and everything is there. So this is the header. Under this one, I want to print the actual data, right? So after this T head closes, okay, after this T head closes, add a T body. Okay, add a T body. Inside this T body, we need to loop through the data. Okay, so it's just like that we did just now, right? For E in employees, let's first end this for loop before we forget. Otherwise, it will give you error like this, template syntax error. Okay, so this is empty end for or something. So you can, I mean, unclose the tag because we have opened the for loop, but we did not close it. This is how you close it. End for E in employees, and then end for. It's like end if or something. Okay, when we put the if condition, we have to end that if condition. We'll check. We'll see that later. All right. Okay, so inside this for loop, we want to put the tr. Okay, and then td. TD will be the table data. In this table data, we want to put all the uh, data that we want to print. That is e dot id. Why I am printing e dot id is because the first table header is this id. I want to print. Wait, let me just save it and refresh. You can see id 123. It is printing. After id, I want to print name. Right? What I will do? I'll just use again td, and I will again print e dot name. Not name. I think it is full name. Right? If you refresh, you can see name, id, name. Okay, and uh, again td print e dot email. I think email it is, right? Email, and then designation. I'll just go fast a little. Okay, td. Just keep on printing the respective field. What is this? Designation? Okay, and then I will say td double curly braces e dot. After designation, what is the designation? Salary, and then manager. Okay, you don't even you even have to see this. It's very easy. TD E dot manager. Department. E dot what next after department is active. Okay, is the field name is active. Save it and let's refresh. Perfect. We are printing the data here. I know it is not looking good. It looks ugly. But anyway, we are we are fetching the data from the database and we are printing it in the front page, right? So everybody is able to print it, right? Just say yes fast.
So is there any possible way to style this?
Yeah, of course, we will style it. Okay, I'll come to that part now fast. Okay, so as I said, this is looking ugly, but you know what? We can style it. If you know Bootstrap or CSS, we can do that very easily. But in order to use CSS, we have something called static files. But before we use static files, I want to show, I want to apply some internal CSS to this class. I mean, to this page. Okay. Just go to, I don't want to write the CSS because it will take a lot of time, and I hope you know little bit of knowledge of HTML and CSS. So that's why what I did, I I put one style sheet file here. Okay, just go to this week 2, and you see working with the Django framework. You'll see this. Everybody can see this, right? Download this file. Okay, when you download this file, you will see one zip folder. Okay, and in the zip folder you will see style.css. Okay, in the zip folder you will see style.css. Okay, superb. So you can do this kind of things. If you can see, Ashik has sent me this. I think he used some maybe I don't know what you used, but you can do this. Okay, if you
GPT.
know good. Sorry.
GPT. Thanks.
Okay. But anyway, I gave you this file, right? Style.css. Just copy all the things from that style.css and put it here. Just make sure you're very careful here. Just above this head tag ends, right? What you have to do, you have to open style attribute. Okay, open and close style attribute. Then you paste whatever uh, CSS properties I've given, right? Just save it. Now, if you refresh this page, it looks like this. Okay. You know what? I want to also show one H2 here. So putting this style attribute, style sheet properties or CSS properties inside the head tag in the same file is called internal CSS. Okay, internal CSS will work properly in Django, but if you make it external CSS, and that's what we always do in big projects, right? So that time Django will give you, start giving you issues with the static files. I will configure that in a while. Just before this table, right? After this body starts, I want to add one H2 here just to make it a little bit good. Employee records tech with Ratan. Okay, so I'll add one class. If I don't add one class here, it will look like this. Okay, I think body is already taking this.
It's
Okay,
picking up the H2.
yeah, H2 is already there, right, in here. Yeah, H2 is already there. I'm not sure. Yeah, text line H2 is there. That's why it is picking up properly. But I'm not sure. Yeah, correct. So this something like this you will see. All right, everyone can see this, right? Yes, nice. Okay, now the problem is we don't want to put the code or the style sheet inside the same HTML page, because one website can have so much of CSS code. If you keep putting all this code here, then it will become like your template will be messed up. So that's why we need to keep all these CSS files in a separate files. Okay, so maybe assets files or CSS folder, public folder or something. Okay, all right. So in Django, we cannot actually bring the external what do you call external link, external style sheets or JavaScript files in the template itself. Okay, it will not allow. So that's why we have something called static files. Okay, if you go to settings.py, scroll down, and you'll see this static URL, right? We have to configure a little bit. Okay, we have to configure a little bit. I'm not sure you guys have a knowledge of HTML and CSS. I hope you have, you know the basics of HTML. Okay, so in order for us to load the external style sheet, we have to actually link it. Okay, we have to link the style sheet here. Okay, we don't want to put this style here. Okay, what I'll do is I will remove this, the whole thing. What I removed, the style tag I put with this code, right? I will remove it and I'll just go back to the original position like this. Okay, I want to load the external CSS file. Okay, when I said CSS, JavaScript, image files, all these are called static files in Django. Okay, because those those are not the dynamic things, they are actually the static files. And when you load the static files, Django uh, will only pick up those files or those styles when you set up the static files. Okay, so to link okay, before that, what I'll do is I will create in here, in this employees underscore main, I will create a new folder called static. Okay, new folder called static. In this folder, I'm going to put all the CSS files, all the JavaScript files. Currently, we don't have any JavaScript files. All the logo, for example, all the any static images and everything will go here inside the static files. Okay, static folder. In this on this static folder, I'm going to create another new folder called CSS. Why CSS? Because I'm going to put the CSS files here. And you can also create new file like images. I don't know when I'm going to put the images here, but still, I hope you got the idea. Okay, you can also create JS like this. Okay, these are the static files. But for now, we'll work on CSS. On the CSS folder, I'm going to create a new file called style.css. Style.css. So this means I'm actually creating the external CSS file. Okay, external CSS file. Now you go back to this style.css. You see this, right? The one that you downloaded. Okay, just copy this. Just copy this and put it here. Copy all and put it here. Save it. Normally, the way we link this in HTML is like this, right? We'll just create one link tag. The relation will be style sheet. The href is actually your CSS. It's actually the path, right? Style.css. Okay, so this is the path I'm referring to, style.css. But the thing is, it will not work in Django. But in any other, in a normal HTML pages, it will work. But in Django, it will not work. If you refresh like this, right, it is not picking up any style. If you just right click and open view page source, and if you look at this, right, this code is being rendered. However, if you click on this one, right, this is showing you page not found. Page not found. Why? Because Django is not allowing such static files to load directly. Okay. For that reason, we need to set up the static files properly. This is essentially we are telling Django to look for certain places to load the static files like CSS, JavaScript, and images and all that stuff. Okay. So to configure the static files, we have a static URL. This is by default. It comes it comes with the Django installation. Static URL is nothing but this prefix, that is this prefix. Okay, currently there is no prefix here. After HTTP after 8000, just it is printing CSS. We need static like this. Okay, still it shows the shows the page not found, but this is the static prefix that we want to identify. This is the this file is being rendered by the Django static files. Okay, that is one that's actually static URL. Now there is one more thing called static root. Yeah, so static root is actually your this folder. Static root is actually this folder that you created. Right now you created one folder inside this employees main, right? So this folder, but to get to this folder, right, we cannot just add the direct path. For that we have something called a base directory, right? So this base directory will give you the dynamic path of this of your project directory, project directory. Inside the project directory we have something called a static folder. Static, correct? All right. So after that, what we can do, another thing is there. So this one static root will actually tell Django that look for this static directory. Okay, look for this static directory for any static files for CSS, JavaScript, and images. Another thing is there that's called a static files dirs. Okay, so this is actually the list of static folders Django wants to look into. This will be, this will load only when only on the production. Okay, only on production. So this will be like employees, right? Employees underscore main forward slash static. You can save it, and right now this configuration is done. All right. Now what you have to do is to go to here home.html, where your where you want to link your CSS file, right? On top of everything, you have to load one tag called load static. This means load the static files inside this home.html. Okay, so once this is done, the way we integrate this static files here inside this href tag is by adding like this. Okay, static space css forward slash style.css. Okay, just make sure you load this tag as it is. Open curly braces, percentage static. Okay, so this static we are loading here, and then the path. After static, what is there? Okay, after static, what is there? CSS is there. CSS we printed here. Style.css. This one we are referencing. Okay, now if you refresh this one, for example, this will also work. Okay, this will show you the code, but here if you refresh, you will see the static files running in your page. Understanding, right?
Sir, I have a question. Is it okay
Yeah.
to ask you? Sir, can you go to the settings file?
Yeah, wait. 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'll just go to settings.
The settings page, we are creating employee.html. So, no, for example, employee.html. Then again, we are styling a new page, and we have to define in the one-to-one line, comma, employees. We have to define the path also here, the one-to-one also. Or is automatically catch up?
You mean
I mean,
one to one means okay, one to one line number.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, tell me.
We are creating a employee.html, for example.
Employee.html or employee
No, for example,
employee.html. Okay. You're creating a new page.
Yeah,
You're
new
saying
page.
new template. Yeah.
New template. We are designing that file.
Hmm.
Styling the file.
Okay.
Then do we need to import here again, or it will be?
See, this is one time configuration. Okay.
Then perfect. Yeah.
This is one time configuration. Once this configuration is done, the only thing that you need to do is to just load the static in that particular HTML page. If you create employee, or if you create home.html, accounts.html, anywhere, you can just use, just load this static.
Load static. And the path will be catch up, right? In the HRD.
Yeah, automatically. Because in the href, you will load the static like this.
Cool. Nice. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Ratan?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah,
Ratan.
go ahead.
This static
Yes.
folder is a not global space, right? It is a
See, let me
local
just,
space, right?
I will just write the comment here. See, this static, this is what you are asking, right?
Yes.
So this is for the URL prefix. Okay, URL prefix like this. Like this. Okay, I'll just copy it and paste it here. Like this URL prefix. This static is nothing but this one. Okay. One thing is done. Now this one you see here, static files dirs. We are telling Django to look into this path for any what static files. Okay, we are telling Django, and this one we can just call it as static files if you get confused here. So this one for production, and this one for production. What this will do is this will maybe I can say Django will create a new folder called static files. Static files, whatever name you put here, static files, and on the root folder for production use. Okay, and this will only create by running collect static command. You'll run this command now. We'll run this command now. Okay, and you know what? This whole code I will put in the GitHub, and you can refer to this code anytime you need. Okay.
Where
And
is this static files folder is there right now?
this folder is not yet created. I will tell you, right? So only these two things are enough to these two configuration are enough to load your static on the development server. But for production, this one is needed. Okay, that will be created when you run. Now that this is working, right? This style is properly coming. Next thing that you have to do is to collect whatever files, files that you have created here in the main static folder will be collected in a new folder on the root directory and name it as static files. Okay, I'll just run python manage.py collect static. Okay, python manage.py collect static. When you run this, right, 128 static files copied to this directory. Django employees collect static. Now on the root folder, you can see this file, right?
Yeah.
I mean this folder. Okay, this
Yes.
folder is created now, and in this folder we have two folder. One is admin, and another is CSS. This CSS folder came from here, from whatever we
Okay.
created. It came from here. Okay, but this
Okay.
admin came from Django itself. Why this admin came from Django? Because when we load this website on the production server, Django will not by default give you this kind of design until and unless you run or you collect the static for, in order to run this, black, dark mode, all these things happening, right? It needs some static files. If you want to see that, just open this, right click and view page source. It's not working here because my server is not running. Okay, I'll refresh and you will see this, right? Dark mode.css is there. We did not create it, right? We did not create this one, static admin CSS. We did not create it at all. It is actually coming from, it's actually coming from the Django itself. Okay, but on production, it will not work this way. Okay, on production, we must have to collect the static first, and then our Django will use that static files like this, all these admin CSS, admin image, admin JS, everything it will use and show this particular page on the production. Okay, so that's why when we ran this collect static command, by default admin static will be collected and put into the static files, and this other things will be collected, which are just that we just created. Understood, right? So
Yes.
this is needed, this static files is needed for production, not on development server.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So I think there are some things we have to, I wanted to load, I wanted to show you the image. Where is it? I wanted to show you the image, and I wanted to do some more things with this. But anyway, it's we can conclude, and in the next class, right, I will extend the feature for this model. Let's say, because this is the employee model, I want to add the employee photo here. Okay, so in order to run the employee photo, we need to configure something called media files. It's like static files and media files. Both are the 100% asked questions in Django. Both static files and media files. Okay, static files we covered today. That's why I took some more time to write this. This is confusing for many people. Okay, so that's why I wrote this thing. Okay, you can refer to this code. I will share the GitHub link. Not now, tomorrow, because I'm going to give you assignment for for this week, right? So next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you will have time to make the assignment. Okay. Remaining thing, media files, and how we can show the data on on here on the table, how we can print the image, all those things we will see in the next class.
Sir, can you allow me 5 minutes?
Yes.
So yesterday I talked about that I'm not able to get the suggestions from the module. So if I able to share my screen, can you help me to show that?
What is it? Can you tell me?
I'm not able to getting the modules max length suggestions. Some are getting,
Max
some are
Land.
not.
Yeah, what you do, see, many people are online. Okay, so what you can do, just share some of the screenshots on the Discord. You're on Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, just to share your screenshot on Discord, because I don't want to make people waiting. Okay, I will
Okay, sir.
definitely help you. Okay, it's just a simple thing. Okay, I can fix it for you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so guys, anything else from anyone, or we can just conclude? In the next class, we need many things. Like we don't want to waste a lot of time. In the next class, we need to actually cover the media files, authentication, and Django forms. Three things we need to cover. After these three things, Django forms, authentication, and then authentication will include like how to register and log in, and Django forms is much needed. Okay. After that, media file things. We will start with the DRF. Can you show the link to the private Discord channel? Okay, I filled the Google form, but still not added in Discord channel. Okay, don't worry. You will be added in the morning. Okay, tomorrow morning. Anybody has that? Uh, Next class is about the JWT or Django Auth. Next class will not be about the JWT. JWT, before I go to the JWT, right? I need to teach about the REST framework, serialization. After that, we can go to JWT. Next class will be about Django authentication, Django forms, and then today's remaining things are there, right? Some things are remaining. I think only I covered as much as possible today. Okay. Next class.
Are we learning all the models like one-to-many relationship, many-to-many relationship?
Yeah, those many-to-many relationships we will see on in the REST framework when we build the real projects, right? So if I want to take the use case right now, it will be two more classes.
Yeah.
Right. We have, and one more thing is like many people are already a member of Tech with Ratan, and if you don't want to enroll to my this course, right? This is paid course here. Okay, Python e-commerce, right? If you don't want to enroll from here because it's paid, you can go to my YouTube channel. There I have this same course, but this is organized. Okay, this has like a class wise, the section lesson wise this thing. In this course, right, many to many relationship is there, and exact many things are there here. Okay, these are the next step that you have to do in order to learn advanced Django. So it will teach you many things.
So is this DRF or Django?
It is Django. Okay, it's just core Django. DRF is in here. DRF is not there. This one. If you want DRF, this is the course. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Build a stock here. What we have started from REST API development and then machine learning. If you don't know anything about machine learning, deep learning, LSTM models, data analysis, manipulation, visualization, and so much, neural networks and everything, you will find here. Okay. Even you will learn React.js. Okay, React is also there. That's your next step. But anyway, in this what do you call, in this program, we will try to learn as much as possible. Okay, it's of course it's impossible to learn everything, because even if you finish all these courses, still there is something new. Okay. Okay, so Daniel is saying I'm following the stock prediction course. It's pretty fun mixing React and Django. Yeah, it's definitely a very good combination when you integrate machine learning, React, DRF, working with you feel like you're a big senior software developer. That feeling you will get from this course.
Is it possible to start once the Django is over? Can I jump to the build stock prediction app?
Yeah, of course. Because in that course, right, I have taught everything from scratch except Django basics. Okay, so to start this course, you need to learn at least little bit of Django. Okay, so today we are in the week 3, we need to understand two more important topics in Django before we get started with the REST framework. I was about to start REST framework tomorrow, but I don't want to miss this authentication and permission part, because if you understand this core Django things, right, then it will be easy for you to handle understand the access tokens and refresh tokens. So, that's a part of authentication. So today, I will actually run my what do you call this project. I hope you guys are here until now. Okay. So some people have told me to, there are many things that we can do in, with regards to this employee records and all stuff, right? So many of you guys got like 98, 99, 80, 85, right? But in this as part of this class, I'm going to take this in a way that we can understand the CRUD operations. Okay, so after that you will think to develop your custom ideas, not only for this employee directory. It's just a base. Then after that, as you get more client applications or something like that, then you will be able to think uh, how you can customize your application and how you can architecture your application yourself. Okay, so but today this one will make a kind of CRUD operations. And we also, in the last session, we talked about static files, right? So in this one, I want to talk about the media files also, because that is also one of the things. It's kind of a um, not common in all any other program, frameworks. In Django, we have static files, media files. So they are a little bit different, and they are more useful, and it will be easy for you to handle a lot, like thousands of images, thousands of static files. So that's why. So these things are really important. We have already covered static files. We'll go with we'll try to modify our models, and we will see what kind of errors we will get. Because when you run make migrations and all command, right, so that time most likely you will get different errors in the terminal. All those things we'll see in this session. All right, so just okay, so when it comes to CRUD operation, right, let me just make my monitor. So when it comes to CRUD operations, most of you guys know CRUD means create, read, update, and delete. So we'll see all of them. So first, we want to see this, right? So I think in all portals, you have some kind of a column where you will get three buttons. One is to weave the full data. Another is to update or edit your records. And another one is to delete the records. Okay, if you have any worked with any CRUD, any portals, right? You already know that. So that column we need here. Okay, that column we need here after this active. Okay, so that column we can call it as action. In the action, we can do three types of thing. One is to uh, view the whole thing, and another is to edit and delete. Okay, so I'll go back to my code. If you guys you have opened this VS Code, you can follow along with me. Okay, if you face any issues, just ask me. Okay, so to start with, I'll tell you what to do, right? So the flow I will tell you. So when we know that we want to do some, column, so the first thing of course we need to make a little bit of adjustment for the column, right, in the front end. Okay. So HTML and CSS is very simple. I'm not going to talk more about the CSS and all. HTML, of course, we need a little bit of knowledge. If you don't know anything, then uh, if you don't know anything, then of course you can just take some crash course or do some ChatGPT things. Okay, Tawid, I want everyone to join on time so that you guys don't miss anything important. So Tawid, you can Nothing important as such. Of course, whatever I talk is important, but the thing is, I cannot just repeat 15 minutes again. You can see the recording. Okay, but the thing is, I'm actually adding some feature, I mean CRUD feature to this particular employee records website that we built in the last session. Okay, all right. So the flow will be like this. You decide what to do, right? Front end, we need this button. So the first thing, we'll add some static things, static buttons here. Maybe we'll add like icons, because writing, delete, edit will be longer. Okay. So I'll go to the home page, because of course this page itself is in the home page, right? So that's how you figure out where exactly to edit. Some people get lost, what to edit, where to edit, right? So here, if you want to edit this page, right, so the URL pattern itself is the home page, right? So this home page is loading from our home URL, right? So this home URL, and we are calling this home.html, right? So this is where all our HTML things are there. Okay, so here what we'll do is we will actually add one more th to create a action. Okay, so what will be the action? If I just add it and just refresh here, you see action is empty, right? But I want a few things here. So I'll just add one here. I'll add one TD. Okay, TD means table data. So inside the TD, I will add one div. Why div? Because I want to add three things here. One is to, one will be the ahref. This is for the link for maybe Weave. Okay, this will be for Weave, and another a tag will be for edit. Another a tag will be for delete. Okay, three things. These three things are very important. Okay, we also need to create, right? So adding the product is also there. I mean, not product, adding the employee is also there. I'll cover that too. Okay, so once I have this, let's just make sure we are getting this or not. Okay, so this is looking kind of a junk. Okay, if you want to keep it like this, it's okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend doing this. I would use some, what do you call that? Font Awesome. Okay, so what is Font Awesome? Font Awesome is the icon library. Many applications, many websites use nice fonts, right? So I want to integrate quick Font Awesome CDN here. Just go to Google and search for Font Awesome CDN. In the official website, I personally don't understand their documentation, but I always go to this W3 schools. In the W3 schools, you will see the CDN. CDN means Content Delivery Network. So what they do is they give one link. You simply have to put this link in your application in the head tag. So that will have, that will serve some font awesome.min.css. So this CSS will have so many classes that will show you the, different icons. Okay. So for that, what you'll do, simply copy this CDN. Okay, as a full stack developer, you will mostly work with many CDNs. Okay, so this is one of those CDNs. Bootstrap is also like CDN. You can include Bootstrap CDNs, and then you start using Bootstrap classes. It is like that only. Okay, I'll simply copy this, and I'll go to home.html. Just before this head close, you add this. When you add this, we will have, our application will have, we will now start supporting the icons. Now with the Bootstrap, I mean, sorry, with the Font Awesome, they are providing this kind of icons, right? So this is one icon, I with the class of fa car. So if I copy this and just put it somewhere, maybe instead of view, I'll put the car here. Okay, just what I did, I simply deleted this, I pasted it. Okay, I tag open, I tag close. Okay, just as it is. If I refresh it, you see I got the car, right? But I don't want car here. What I'll do, I need view, right? So for view, I think it is I. Okay, so how do I know I? It is kind of view. Okay, I don't know all the classes, but mostly I work with the I and trash, edit, pencil, and all, right? So that's why I remember. Otherwise, you can simply go to here, font awesome, edit icon. If you write like this, it will show you like this. You see, FAS. This is FAS, but I think it won't work for FAS. I delete this. You see the class here. Okay, FA edit. Okay, so this is not working because the CDN we are using is something else. 4.7.0. In 4.7.0, what you have to do, you have to remove this S. I think that's a FAS works in font of 5. If you remove this S and put FA sirf, then you will refresh and then you see edit, right? Similarly, we will just copy this and I'll just put it here. Instead of edit, I will say trash. Okay, I will say trash like this. Nice, right? We have view, edit, and delete. Now the thing is, we want all of these links to be active. When I click on this view, it should open a new page and show all the details about this Ratan Kumar. Similarly for this one. Okay, you understand this. Okay, now the first feature is to actually is to show, I mean, view. We'll start with this view. Okay, so because for viewing the data, we already have the data in the admin, right? We have added some data here. Employee data we already have, and from here, of course, we can add or delete things, but from here we want to understand, right? Okay, so to view to view this, view any data, right? What we need to do, there's a flow. First you have to first you have to decide what kind of URL pattern you want to view this. Okay, so for example, if you look at this one, right? If you look at this employees, you open some of the data, then you will see employee 3, right? This change is there is because this is our edit page. Okay, we'll come to that part later. But you see this employee 3. What is this 3? 3 is a primary key of this particular employee, Michael Doe. Right? So this is actually the primary key. Okay, so based on this, what we can decide here is anybody comes to employee /2 or 1 or 3 or 5, 10, 100, right? So we are going to show the data, the full data of a person who has the primary key of 2, right? So if you click on this one, this guy is actually 2, I think, and then this will be 1, right? If I click on this, automatically your browser will show like this. Okay, so currently page not found. Why? Because we don't have anything configured for this particular URL, right? Now what we want to do, we want to make this URL pattern working. All right, how? Okay, one step is done. We want to we have decided which pattern should be there when we see the data, right? So next is to create the URL pattern. Okay, we have decided and we want to create this URL pattern. Now one more thing you see here is that I'll go to urls.py. Okay, in my when it comes to making any features with regards to any applications, right? So we are working on employee now. Okay, in employee we will have view, we will have delete, we will have add, right? Many things, edit will also be there. So this employee is common, right? And this will change, this will become add, to add the data, this will become edit to edit the data of ID 2 or 3 like this. But one thing you have to notice here is that this is constant, right? This is constant. That's why what we need to do, we need to actually configure this employee here in the main urls.py. Okay, main urls.py. So I will, if you don't understand this, I will, in the future, I'll keep on telling you this. All right. So what I'm doing here, all the request first comes to this main urls.py. Just remember that. Okay. So now let's say somebody is requesting employee. Somebody is requesting employee. And then what we want to do, we don't want to add, edit, delete, and everything. We don't want to store here, because when we have 50 different apps in one single Django application, this will be flooded with many URL endpoints. Okay, so that's why whatever request comes regarding the employee, that we will send it to employees app. This is the reason why we made this employees, right? Whatever things that we are taking care about the employees, we will, that should be handled in the employees app only. Okay, so that's why some people is coming employee, here employee /1, which means employee is there here. Okay, employee, this constant part will be here, and then we will forward that request to employees app. How? You simply say include. Okay, include, you have to import it. It comes from django.urls import include. Okay, it comes from the same place where we have path, right? Include. What this include will do is, this will take the destination URL module. What is our destination URL module for the employees app? It is, you see, there is no urls.py here. Okay, so when you create any apps, right, urls.py will not be there. You have to create one. Okay, so I will just create it first. Just go to this employees and create a new file and name it as urls.py. Don't name anything else. Just write urls.py. Okay, now we have one URLs module inside the app. This URLs module will take care of any URL endpoints, any API endpoints that comes to the employees app. Okay. Okay. So this include function will actually take employees dot URLs. What is this? Employees is actually the name of the app, and dot URLs is the module inside this employees app. Okay. Now I'll tell you, when anyone comes to this employee app, this include function will send that request to this employee application. This employee app will have this URLs module. Then it will come here and it will look for what is next. What is next here? 1. What is next? 1, it is here. Okay. So here, first of all, I will just say the same thing we have to import from Django.urls import path. Oh, wait, here. Okay. So this you have to import here, and then URL patterns. If you write URLs, it will show URL patterns is a list of URL patterns that belongs to employee app now. Now again, we'll open another path here like this. You see, just like this. Nothing, nothing different here. Same. Okay, just save this. Of course, don't worry about you getting this errors and all. Okay. So this will actually now take the ID. Which ID? This ID. Okay, ID. So it will be like this. ID, it will be integer, right? So that's the reason I'm taking this ID. Okay. So this is how you accept the this is how you take the what do you call the ID or any URL parameters. Okay. Now what should happen? It is actually a employee detail page, right? So we need to also create, this is the third step. Okay, this is the third step. First step is to decide which URL pattern we want to build. Second step is to create the URL pattern. Third step is to create the views. Now views, we don't have any views configured for this employees. we'll simply write views dot employee detail, and we will also say employee detail as a name. Okay, I'll tell you when to use name. Okay, so this one we don't have anything right now, right? So what we have to do, we have to simply go to views.py and create the function. What function we want to create? Employee detail. Okay, define employee detail, and every time you create a function, it will take a request. It will take request. Okay, and just return it for now. So since we have created one views.py, there's this employee detail function also, then we can now import it from dot import all the views. Okay, we are import. So now you can see there is no error, there is nothing. The one full thing is done, except the template. This will not run like that because we are not returning any response, right? So we are just taking the request. The request is here now, but we need to send the response, right? So what we want to do here, this should be working. Okay, this should be working, but we are getting some error here. Why? Employee detail got an unexpected keyword argument ID. What is this ID? You see this is taking one or two or three, any number it is taking. It's nothing but the primary key. But in the employee detail, we are not accepting any ID or any parameter here. Okay, but our URL pattern is saying take one ID, but we are not taking the ID, right? So that's why we will just put this ID here. Okay, now you'll get different error. It did not return HTTP response. Okay, so why? Because we have to return some template, right? So at this point, if you just don't want to return something and you want to do any operations here, you can do. Okay, but you cannot show anything to the user. Why? You have to give response, right? So in return, I will say return. Of course, we need to render, right? So render will take request. Render will take request, and then okay. So render will actually take the request, and then of course the HTML page, right? What is this? What we call this HTML page is just like this one, like this one. Okay. So Mallikarjun, I'll just tell you. Don't worry. Okay, I'll give you time. So employee detail. Now we don't have any template, right? We have to create this template. Oh, not folder. Here employee detail.html. Now if I say h2 or something, this is employee detail page. Now let's go back and refresh, and you can see this link is actually working. I'll write down what we did here. Okay. First, we decided which URL pattern to create. Okay, which URL pattern to create. Then we created URL pattern in the main urls.py and included or forwarded, I can say forwarded it to where? Forwarded it to employees app, employees.urls, employees URLs module. And then we created the view, right? And then what we did, okay, after creating the view, where is it? View, yeah, here. Okay. So after creating the view, we created the template. Perfect. Okay. So this flow you need to follow for creating any pattern working. Someone got the error. What is this error? employees.url. See, that's the problem here. No module named employees.url. It should be employees.urls. What file did you create? It should be URLs. Okay. Chaitanya, it should be URLs. Ranjita, template context. See, context when you use, context you use when we want to pass some data, some dynamic data to the employee, right? Currently, you see in the view, I don't have anything. That's why I don't have anything to pass. Okay, but I do some operations here in the employee detail, right? For example, I want to pass the name. Name is equal to Ratan, right? I want to pass this name to my employee. Okay, you don't usually do this kind of static stuff, but you get, you make calculations, you make some, logics and all, then you get some response, you get some result, right? That result you want to show it to the user. That time what you do, imagine this name is a result, and you simply put this inside the context, and you'll say name, simply say name, right? So this is how you pass it. And when you pass this context here, right, this name, right, this name will be available inside the employee detail page. Why? Because we are passing it to employee detail page. Here, if I go here, how to print, just add this double curly braces and put name. Now I can just refresh. You can see here name is passing, right? So that's when we pass some kind of context. Okay. Okay. I hope this is clear now. Okay. So these four things you have to do whenever you want to create any I mean any page, any URLs. Okay. Okay. I'll go back to my page here. Okay. So here I have these three icons. I want to click on this I button, I icon. When I click on it, it should take me to the respective I mean what I call it should take me to the respective users detail page
template.
or the employee detail page, right? So I'll just connect it. How to connect? You go back. Where is it? It is the home page, right? So I'll go back home. We have this URLs here, right? The link, I mean, the A tag is the anchor tag is made to add some kind of a link in your HTML page, right? So here we can pass static this thing links, but in Django we don't do that. What we do, when I click on this I button, I want to go to employee detail page. So we have created that link, right? That URL pattern we have created. You can see here. What is the name of this URL pattern? This employee name. When you just call this employee name, right? So this function, it will just take you to this proper, respective pattern. So this name we will connect here in the home.html. So guys, I think my VS Code is font is smaller or what? I'll make it bigger. I think now it's better. I'll make this one also a little bit bigger. Okay. Okay. All right. So here, so I want to, so how do you use this? Just inside this href, simply open and close this curly braces and you put percentage. Okay. Okay. Some of you guys have made the link. You already know this. Okay. So how you can, Vipin, please don't write anything there. What is it? So here I will just pass this one, employee name. Oh, it should not be employee name. It should be employee detail. Okay, employee detail, because this is the employee detail page, right? Okay, so here in the home.html, I'll just simply say URL. Okay, before I print anything, percentage, I mean curly braces, percentage, and then you put URL, and then add one quotation, and then you pass this one. Will this work? Will this work, guys? Anyone can say?
No, it will not work.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Why it will not work, if you guys can say?
Because we need to pass the ID of the employee.
Exactly. Where is this? What do we want to pass? Right?
E.id.
Exactly. You see this? E.id is there. ID comes by default. ID is the primary key, and we have access to that E already. Why E? We have access to E here because employees access is already there for the home.html. Okay, employees, all the employees ID and everything is there already available inside this home.html. Okay, so we are inside the loop right now. You see, we're inside the loop. When you print e.id here, right? It is going to print. Let me refresh and I'll show you. It is going to print this. This is going to be ID 1. This is going to be ID 2. This one is going to be ID 3. Why? You see this 1, 2, 3 ID is there, right? Just go to inspect element and you can see employee /1. If I inspect it, employee /2. Here, employee /3. Got it? Because it is inside the loop. Now, if I click here and you see it is going to employee 1. If I click here, employee 2. Now, next, what we need to do, we need to make it dynamic. This one, we're already done with the creating API, creating the URL pattern, view, template, all done, right? But this one, we want to show, instead of Ratan, we will show what John Doe, Ratan Kumar, Michael Doe, something. How you can do? You simply go back to this views, I think, not here. Yeah, this views. I like to close all the tabs, again and again, because it's good. I can just focus more here on the directory. So I want to go here now, employee detail. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. See, whenever we want to pass something here, right? The data, that data we want to fetch. Where is that data? That is in the database, right? How do you fetch the data? Based on what? Name we cannot do. That's why we have taken ID, right? That's why we have taken ID. And this ID, you go to, even after having 10 years of experience for you, right? You will still be working with the ID. Most of the time, ID, go to any company, ID. Okay. So I know the experience of, how you can, many things are linked to ID. Okay, so that's why this ID is always important, and this ID will actually help you to fetch the data from the database. Okay, so we do not have any custom ID, emp ID type of thing that we usually have in the companies, or the student roll number kind of thing. That is also possible. You can make a custom primary key, but right now by default we get one ID, right? Based on that record ID, we will fetch the data. Since we are getting this ID here, right? The moment I refresh, one request is coming. That request is going here, directly coming to views, right? That request is, the moment you refresh the page, the request is reaching to this function. Remember that. Okay. If you want to see what is that request, simply request is object, and request contains so many things. If you want to print it, simply pass the request, print the request, and refresh, and you will see this WSJ request get. Okay, why it is get? Whatever you do here, like simple refresh, is known as uh, get request. Okay, we'll talk about post request later. So this request, when we get the request, right? With the request we have ID, right? One. This is actually the ID. With this ID, we will take the data of the employee. Okay, I don't know who is 1. Now what I'll do, I'll just go to I'll just say employee is equal to, I need the model, right? So view will talk to model to bring the data, right? So that's why we need the access. Views need the access of model, right? In the previous, in the first section, I think when we talk about Django, right? I told you, view can talk to models, right? So this is how it is. Okay, so I'll say from dot models import what the model name is. The model name is employee, right? This employee we will we'll import. The moment we imported this employee model, we now have the access, or our view have the access to go to the employee and do some database operations. Okay, in Django we call ORM. Okay, okay. So when we have this, let me just.
So can you just show me homepage for a second?
Yeah, please. This one. Okay, homepage you want?
No, sir, code.
Okay. See this in the homepage. This is I think we did not do anything.
No, sir, I'm talking about template, sir.
The home.
Template.
Okay,
Oh,
here.
yes, sir, home template.
This
Okay.
one.
Okay, so thank you.
All right. All right. So we got the error here because we have some incompleted code. Where is it? Here. Okay. So now with this ID, with the help of this ID, we will take the full data of the employee. Okay. So employee is equal to employee. We don't want to do this. Okay. I will tell you this. What we can do, we can actually say get object or 4040. This is one of the things that we have to remember, that when we want to Ratan, what employees main views.py is doing here. So this is actually fetching all the employees and putting the employees in the home page. That's the reason you are seeing here, seeing this list of data that you are seeing here, right? So that's because of this home page, this home. Okay. So here, what we do, we simply say employee is equal to, we have some function that's called get object or 404. Okay, I will tell you more about it. So it comes from, it actually comes from Django.shortcuts. Okay, it comes from Django.shortcut, the same place where the render comes. Okay, we call it get object or 404. What is get object 404? What it will do is, it will try to get the object based on ID, based on any unique key that you provide. It will try to get the object. If it did not find it, it will give you the 404 error. Okay, so I'll tell you how it works. So we will use this get object or 404. 404 is not found HTTP error code. All right. So this get object or 404, what it will do is, it will take the the employee model itself. Okay, so we are actually telling this function to go to the employee model based on this ID. Okay, so ID is equal to ID. Based on this ID, you try to bring the object. What object? Object is the employee object. One object can have many data: name, first name, last name, email, location. Many things are there, right? So that whole thing is called object. Okay, object will have many things. So that's what we are doing here. We are saying get object or 404 with the ID of ID. ID of ID, what? Which ID? Whatever ID that is coming from here, right? Whatever ID that is coming from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? So this is taking this, and it will go to the, that's the beauty of ORM. It will just go to the database and try to bring the employee data of ID 1, ID 2, ID 3, like that. Okay. Now, if I just print this one, right? If I print this employee, I'm printing employee object. Okay. We also call it query set. Okay. I think in the previous session, I told you what is query set. Query set is nothing but the object that has 0 or more result that came from the ORM, that came from the database. All right. 0 or more result from the database, that we call query set in Django. Okay. So this is actually a query set. or object, you can say. Now, if you save this and just refresh it, there is no changes in the home page. I mean, in the page, but it just tried to get the data of ID 1. Let's see what we got. You see here, I refreshed 2 times. That's why it printed 2 times. You see this Ratan Kumar. Why Ratan Kumar is printing? Why not something? Why not email address it is printing? Can anyone say? Just let me fast. Can anyone say when I printed this object, why this is printing Ratan Kumar? Why not email?
Because this is the string representation we have given it in the model.
Exactly. You now understand what is this? In the model we have string representation of first name and last name. Okay, so this string representation is actually representing the object, representing the query set, representing your model, right? If you put this email address, then it will show you email address like this. Okay, yeah, it's like that. All right, we got the employee now. Now what we can do, we have to pass this object to our employee employee detail. Okay, so I'll simply pass this inside the context and just pass it like this employee, and make sure you pass this context to this employee detail. And now if you, okay, we passed it, the data is available inside the HTML page, but we did not print it yet. Where do you want to print it? It's nothing but where, I mean, employee detail. So I'll go to the employee detail page, and now here I can say employee is the object. Inside the employee we have full name, email, or I can say email, right? Full name is also there. You see this. Okay, so this is one. And if I go to this Michael Doe, it is printing his own email address, right? So this can be our full data. All right, let's quickly uh, print some of the things here. I don't want to print all of the fields because the concept is same. Just to print all of these model fields. You print first name, you print last name, anything, whatever fields are there, you can print anything there. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just simply go to this HTML page and then just Control C, I mean Control A, then copy. I go back here. Yeah, I just paste it. Yeah, I'll just paste it. And of course, guys, this is not the right way. I mean, when you have many pages, you don't have to copy and paste every time. Then we have something called template inheritance. We'll see that later. First thing, I'll delete this table from where employee detail.html, because I don't want the table here, right? So I'll just delete it. And here, what I will say, employee records tech with Ratan. Instead of tech with Ratan, I will say what? Employee dot full name. Employee dot full name. You can see employee records. All those CSS just got picked up. Okay. Michael, 3 is Michael. Okay. Okay. So here, what you can print, some data of this guy. Maybe in a p tag you can say his email. You can print. How you print email? Simply employee object dot email. Employee dot employee object dot email. It will print email. And what other things you can print? Email, then designation. Okay, I'm not going to print everything, guys. If you need, you need practice, you just go ahead and print all the things. And if you also know HTML, just go ahead and make some nice designs and all stuff. Okay. Okay, so you can see John Doe and everything. Perfect. Understood. Up until this point, guys, anyone has issues or anyone has errors or something or doubts? Next, we need to understand what is how we can modify the model, and also need to understand the media files. Okay, no issues, no doubts, right?
What is the error scenario if employee doesn't exist? How can we print?
Yeah, correct. I think, yeah. So what this will do, right? So what this will do, get object or 404. Okay. What if here in this scenario, employee 2 was there in the database? If I put 200 instead of 2, it will give you page not found. It will give you page not found. Why it is page not found is nothing but the 404 error, right? So that's why this get object of 404 is actually triggered. Actually, is it's triggering the error. It's saying this kind of page is not done. Okay, you can, Augustine, you can ask me questions. Okay. And also, I recommend you guys to record, watch the recordings also, because 40 people doing the practical all at once, it will be difficult to, cover the topics, right? And some people may say, is it okay to show like this? No. Many times, page zero, page not found error will be some kind of this thing, right? Page not found 404 error page. If you search, you will see there are some custom pages you can put. You see this thing. This is what is triggering actually. Page oops, because you are trying to go to somewhere else. This data is not there, right? So one more tip, if you want, like how you can design this thing, custom thing. All you have to do is just go to this templates and create a new file and simply say errorcode.html. Errorcode.html. If you put like this and say in the p tag, maybe this page. Wait, let me just use p tag. This page does not exist. Okay, you should go to this one. I think it won't work here. I'll try with this false. Okay, allowed host to. I did this kind of things previously. Yeah, you can see here. Okay, this page does not exist. It works only in production server. Okay, the only thing that you need to do is error code.html. This will Django will automatically show the page for you. Like you can simply create one folder for error pages, and then 404 you need error page. 403 can be new custom error page. 500, 501, 502. Simply write 5501.html. Django will automatically show that page to user whenever that error happens. Okay, and that only works for
Ratan, how
t-
how 404 HTML render?
so Django itself will handle the error pages. So that's what I was actually telling you. Django is built in such a way that errors, these HTTP error codes, you do not need to configure anything, because it knows where to spot that pages. You go to this, if you see settings, right? In the settings, you see the templates. In the templates, we have configured that, the templates folder. The Django is looking at, it is keeping an eye on templates directory. Whenever it sees the error pages.html, like this 4040, these are all the error pages, right? If you go to HTTP error pages, you see HTTP error pages. Not only 4040, you see not error pages, error codes. You see this one. use any one. You see this, all this 201.html, this will show. Of course, we do not have to create custom error pages for all the responses, but sometime we need 401, 403 for forbidden is needed, like somebody have no access. That time we want to show them custom pages, like this page, you cannot access this page. It's a forbidden page, like that. Okay. And then 404, one of the this thing, method not allowed, like, okay. So you do not have to configure anything. Django is taking care of everything for you. Just write uh, error page, error code dot HTML, then it will work.
Or else can we render any custom HTML?
Yeah,
Yes.
of course. Yeah, see, this HTML, this page is rendering. Here you can do anything. Okay, here you can trigger anything. How I can show you?
You put
Like,
it debug false, right? For developing. So
yeah,
if you want,
it won't work if I try now.
yeah,
It
if
should
you
be false. Now it will work. This is 404, but if you want 40, maybe which one I can say? Bad gateway. If anything goes wrong with the Nginx server or something, that time you will get this 502 bad gateway thing. Internal, anything wrong with the server error. Instead of showing some random server 500 internal server error, we can show in our application that there is some problem with the custom error pages. We can show there's some problem with our server. Please come back later. Like that, you can show. Understood, right?
Oh,
All right. So
I'm asking that try block we render the proper HTML page, right? Employee details HTML.
yeah, of course.
If error throws, shall
Hmm.
we get any custom HTML? Not for dot HTML.
Yeah, you
Not
can
a
design.
pre-distinct error.
You can design however you like. This one. Okay. You can even put one image tag here, or and put your custom image, or some kind of a page, or like to show that this page is 404 or not found or something. So this is up to you how you can design this error page. But the thing is, Django's work is simply that it will just spot the correct error page, and whenever that kind of a error happens, it will show the proper page. If 403 happens, it will trigger 403. All you need to do is just say 403.html. Then you write whatever you want to write. This is 403 custom page. Design however you like. Okay, so it's like that.
hello.
Yeah.
Ratan, can we create a folder inside the template with all the status code customization?
Yeah, inside the, yeah, that's the good approach. See what we can do. We don't have so many apps here. So many apps here, so many HTML pages here. So that's why I'm putting all the pages here inside the templates. What you can do, simply create a new folder here, and for the error
Can we
pages, there should be some configuration. I don't remember about that, but what I suspect is you can actually say error pages, and then you put this HTML here. I'm not sure if that works right now. There should be something to tell Django that these error pages are inside the error pages folder. But if I want to try and fail, I can do here. Okay, not found. Yeah, not found. This is not triggering. This is not triggering. This is showing because it's it's in the, where is it? It's in the debug false mode, right? That's why it is showing like this. But yeah, I'm not sure where you can how you configure this error pages. I'll have to check that. But I mostly do it here inside on the home page. I mean on the root directory of, inside the template. Ajay, yeah, it is it is correct, but you know what? In the get, see what Ajay is saying. I think everyone can see that employee.objects.get pk is equal to id. That is correct. Okay, but another way I showed you is get object of 404. That is because in get object or 404 we do not have to handle the errors ourselves. Okay, but if you use objects.get, what you'll have to do, you have to use that objects.get inside the try and except block. You have to catch the errors manually. Okay, otherwise Django will not Django will just throw you the error if anybody goes to some some other URL endpoint or try to get some 200 or 300 data or the ID. Okay, so that's why I used get object of 404, just one um, just one line of code. Okay, so there are there are scenarios where we still have to use object.get. All right. Okay, so I'll go next. I'll see how we can actually see put the error pages in a directory. I'm not sure right now. You can test, you can see and tell me if you have some time. Okay. Okay, I think this much is done. Go back. Okay, we is done. You can print anything here, but next thing, very important, what is to add the Hassan, we have not yet reached to that point where you have to divide the pages and those things. Okay, so if you want to see how the big project application look like, you can go to my GitHub. There are some projects here. You see food online, right? So this project, you can see, go to templates and you see for accounts app, I have created accounts folder. Inside the accounts, there are many things, custom dashboard, forgot password, many things are there. And again, customers is the marketplace is there, orders related, all of them have this thing. And 403 error is also there, right? I put it inside the inside that template folder itself. Okay, you can just go through the code how we manage these things. Okay, and that course is also there here in the Tech with Ratan. That course is there. This is the course. It's an advanced thing. Next thing, I want to actually add one photo to the employee. Okay, so using this photo, what we can learn is to understand how we can what do you call, how we can update or change or modify the model, and how we can use the use the media files. Okay. Okay, so in the employee, whenever you feel like you want to add a new field to the employee, because whenever we make any softwares, we don't have that superpower to imagine all of the things. Okay, so on the go we feel like, oh, this field should have been there. So that time you have to, you'll have to modify your fields. Okay, so now I realized that I want to add one photo to this employee. What I'll do, I'll just go to this employee model and just I'll go here. Maybe anywhere you can create. Maybe after this, the designation, I'll just say image. Image is equal to models dot image field. Models dot image field. Okay. Now, so this models dot image field will actually take it will take upload to. Okay, so not like max length or unique or something. It will take upload to. So what this means is whenever you upload any images to this field, we are telling that upload to where? Upload to where? Remember, database will not store the image itself. We are creating the image to store the images, but no, the database itself will not store the image. The database will actually store the reference to the image, not the image itself. Okay, so whenever we upload any images inside any field, that image is going to store locally or cloud, in the cloud or somewhere. This field will actually keep the reference. What is reference? The link, or the link or the path, so that the path will match with the local storage, and through that it will show the image. Okay, so that's why upload to where, whenever you upload some photo, it should go to where? We don't want to put it inside any directory or somewhere. So that's why what we'll do, we'll actually create a new folder to store the media files. The media files is actually nothing but the files, or anything, that zip file, PDF file, image field, what image files or anything that are uploaded by the user. Okay, any files that are uploaded by the user are called media files. All right. So to store all those files, I will create one folder here on the root directory. I call it media. Okay, I call it media. Now, so this upload to where? Okay, after this media, I want to inside here, I do not want to create any folder inside this media folder. I can simply say employee emp images. I can say emp images and / done. You do not need to put images / I think. Let me just quickly check. Yeah, you do not need to put / I think even if you put, no, it doesn't matter. So now what is happening? Anytime you upload any files, that file will go here inside the media, and if this images folder is there, it will create. Otherwise, it will just put the image inside that directory. Otherwise, it will create it. All right. So now I have created one image file. Now let's, as you know, what we need to do. We have changed this one, right? I want to show you one very huge headache wala this error now. Okay, we have to make migration. Make migrations. Okay, Python manage.py make migrations. I'm going to say. Now, this error in your Django development life, you will definitely get this kind of error. Okay, so what it is saying, it is impossible to add an non-nullable field image to employee without specifying a default. This is, this is because the database needs thing to populate existing rows. We have, please select a fix. One option we have is provide one of default now. Okay, it will be set as all the images will be, uh, uh, so let me just tell you what this is saying. This is because, you see, we have created one image field for, for this data. For this data. Okay, anyway, we have created this to this employee model, right? Now it is saying, okay, I will create it. But what about existing data? This existing data, which image I want to put? It is asking that question. Okay, so next images, whatever I put, whatever data I add, okay, I have uploaded it to image emp images. But for the existing data that we already have, what we want to do? We have two options. One is to create this as a null field, or we have to put one default image field. Okay, we have to put one default, so that what it will do, for all the existing data, it will give that, it will assign that default image. Okay, you can change that later. So that's what we want to do here. Or to quit and manually define a default value in models. So it is saying now quit it, and manually it is asking us to manually define the model. So we will do that. Okay, maybe provide a one-off default now. So if I just give one default value to this image field, all the data, all the rows will get that default image. Okay, I will just simply select one. Okay, this is not only, enter the default value. Okay, not 1. I will just terminate this one. I'll just here what I'll do, I'll just say default is equal to default. What I want to do here, I want to put one default image like this. This is my default image. Guys, can you download any default image from from the internet? I'm unable to give you right now. Okay, so this default image I want to put here. Okay, where I'm going to put here inside media folder. I'll put here. I'll put it. Okay, now I will say default. Okay, for the default, I'll say default dot png. Default dot png. So why? If you don't upload anything by default, this image is going to be the employee's photo. Okay, and for all the existing rows, this default png is going to be the default page. Okay, I hope you understood. Yeah, I'll come to that part, please. Okay, now this part is done. Now I will run the make migrations again. Now you can see we have successfully modified this employee model, and then we will just say migrate. Okay, so the moment we run migrate, the database has been modified. All right. Okay, now I run and I'll just go here, and you can see default is not working. And let's try to upload some images. Some images here, and let's try. I uploaded this tech with Ratan and save. If I open it, it is not working. Why this is not working? Because just like static files, we need to configure media files. Okay, so media files is like we are telling Django that this is our media file and you have to serve it. Okay, all right. Now how we can do that? Let me just where am I? We have to you see the path here, right? Domain name, emp images, tech with Ratan. This is the file name, and if you look at this media folder itself, right, nothing is storing at all. Okay, so this means doing just this will not work. Just like static files, we have to configure it. The first step is this one, when you configure, and then in the settings.py, right? So here one-time configuration is there. Only one-time configuration. You don't have to do all the times whenever you want to use media files. This one-time configuration is just like simply say media underscore URL is equal to /media/. Okay. So what this is saying, whenever we load any media file in the browser, right, in here, it will have this kind of path. This is the root of any media files. What is the root of static files? It is static, like this, right? So that's what we are saying to Django. Media files will start from media. Static files will start from static. Okay, so this is one. And then we want to say media root is equal to media root is nothing but where do we want to store the folder. I mean, where do we want to in which folder we want to store the files that are uploaded. This folder, right? This folder, because currently models.py does not know exactly where to put it, right? It does not know where to upload where to create this emp images folder, where to put this default image, nothing. It doesn't know anything. Okay, so that's why this media root will help. So that will be base directory /media, just like how you configured static files. Where is static files? Yeah, here you can see These two things is needed. Static URL, static root. This doesn't need any static files, dirs and stuff. Only two things. Okay, and then the Django needs to create the URL, right? This endpoint should generate or not. This endpoint should generate. Any endpoints that gets generated that should work will come from urs.py. You know this, right? urs.py. So what we will do, here we have to do this. If settings dot debug. If settings dot debug. Why? If settings dot debug is Django is not made to serve many media files. Okay, so Django will for handling many media files, we have S3, we have Nginx, and we have many things, right? So Django can still handle a lot of files, but still on production, it is not recommended to use or to load or to serve the media files from Django itself. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to load the media files only when the debug is true. That means only in the development server. When we go to the production server, that time we will have to either configure Nginx, will have to configure S3 or cloud storage or some. Okay, so that you can, in a big applications, there will be like 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 files, right? So it's good that we use S3 buckets and all. Okay, so that's why in development server, I am just checking if the debug is equal to true. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a URL patterns is equal to URL pattern plus. Okay, before that I'll have to import it. Okay, so I'll have to import what from Django.conf import settings. You see this from Django.conf import settings, and also I'll have to import static function from Django dot conf dot urls dot static import static. Okay, these two things you have to import. Okay, whenever you configure the media files. Okay, so I'll show you how to use that. So we have some static function. Okay, so this static function is actually a helper function that creates the URL patterns with the settings that we have given. With this settings, it will create the URL pattern. Okay, so it will pass two things: settings dot media URL, settings dot what here media URL. It will take settings dot media. 1 second, guys. You see, I have imported Django from Django.conf. Conf is nothing but configuration. Django conf import settings, and from Django conf urls dot setting. Static. I imported static. So this static is actually a function. Okay, or we can say it's actually a helper function that creates the URL pattern for the media files. It creates like this. Okay, this static function. It will take the configuration. What configuration? In the settings, we have configured media URL, right? If you go to settings here, where is settings? Here. If you go to settings here, we have media URL, and we also have media root, right? It will take both of these settings and create the media, or it will create the dynamic patterns. So one more thing it will take is document underscore root is equal to media root. What is this document? Okay, not media root like that. Settings dot media root. Okay, this is the configuration. Okay, document root is nothing but it's your system's the project's root. This is the project root. The static function will take settings, media URL and media root, and it will create the it will create the dynamic URLs for all of the images that you guys upload, that any user upload. Okay. Now if you refresh, okay, so it will not work now because it did not, it does not have any file itself in here in the media, right? Let's go back in the, where is it? Admin, employees. I'll just, you see this now? It was not working before, right? Go to default.png, it has started working. Why? You can see media URL is here, okay? And media root we have configured here, okay? With that, it is printing, it is just showing the default. Now I want to add one image here, Tech with Ratan, okay? And I'll save it. Yeah, I'll just save it. I'll see here, and you can see here, and that that image that I uploaded, right? That you can see inside this media folder. In the media folder, one emp image folder is created. Why? In the models, I told that create this emp images, and this is the image I uploaded. Can we see whether it works or not yet? You see, it works. This is how you create the media folders. I mean, media file configuration. Understanding, guys? Please.
Hello.
Yeah.
You have said like media.root is for production, right?
Yes.
So in local also you have mentioned like settings.debug. If it is true, then why have you mentioned it as a document root? So here I was confused.
See,
You said
which one? See, can you repeat?
see in a production we use debug as a false, right?
Yes.
But in the URL you have mentioned like if settings.debug means if it is a true, then it will be a production, right? So why have you mentioned
See,
this?
if settings.debug, this is not this means it is not production. It is actually the development server. Okay, settings.debug is nothing. It's just like if you say like this, both of these are same. Okay, if you just say debug, it by default it is true. Okay, I'm just checking whether settings.debug is equal to true, then only this will trigger, this code will run, which means in the development server only it will work. In the production server, this code will not run. Why? This code, the settings.debug means development server only.
Yeah, but why we need to add this media root? So for development, we need both, both means media URL, media root. We need both in development also.
This is what I'm saying. In the development only it is working. This code will run only in development. I'm not running this code on the production server.
So for production, what we have to add?
For production, we either have to configure the Nginx server to serve the files, media files and all, or we can use S3 buckets, Amazon S3 bucket. Here in this course, I have taught how you can use Amazon S3 buckets. Because Django itself says in this course, right? Django e-commerce. Django itself says that use S3 buckets for file storage and all. You see this application for the S3. We are actually using AWS S3 bucket for static and media file storage because S3 can store so many files. Django is not made for serving the files. Okay, so that's why. But in the development, we don't want to configure S3 and all stuff, right? So that's why we are using Django's default behavior to run or serve the media files. But on the production, if you want to, if you are just using small application, it's okay. But if you expect so many people come to your application and upload some files, images and all stuff, right? So that time you have to consider, consider implementing S3 bucket or Nginx to store the media files and static files. So that's actually the recommended way. Okay, and this settings dot debug by default is equal to true only. Okay, we don't have to explicitly say that false or not. It's just the way how Python works. How do we configure like S3 or others for production for the media files? So what is the white noise? It's also used to serve. Yeah, white noise you can you can use. I taught that white noise in one of my courses, but I don't remember. I don't use the white noise these days. In this car zone project, right? If you go somewhere here in the settings, this is also one of the courses that I made. In here, I added some white noise things. You see this white noise middleware. I don't remember. Don't ask me that question now. So if you want, I can answer you on the Discord, because I made the courses. I forgot. Okay. Static file storage. Yeah, you're right. You see, static file storage, white noise dot storage. This is also used to store, uh, you know, uh, static files. Okay. If you want to see that, you go to this django This is the demo thing you can see. This is what you're going to build in that course. And that white noise I showed you, right? So this is djangocarzone.com. All these applications are live. Every month I'm paying for this, what do you call, the server charges. So this is one of the project I built. And also there is one more thing, Django Food Online. Django Food Online. This is huge. This is many things like Swiggy, Zomato, right? So that kind of a thing. Location based things and so many things are there here. And Ajax also we have used. Many things are there. I have also provided, see this menu builder. Many things are there. Advanced courses. Anybody is interested, you can just have a look at these domain names: djangofoodonline.com, djangocarzone.com, and djangogradeCard.com. Okay, so I'll just don't waste a lot of time now. To install Pillow for handling the media files. Yeah, Pillow, if you have not installed Pillow, right? So you have to install Pillow. Because when you, most likely what is going to happen when you just, whenever you want to use images in your project, right? So that time, the Pillow, the Pillow is one library that will handle all kind of images, image manipulation library, you can say. I used so many things in Pillow in this course. Where is it? Yeah, this courses. You see this? No, not here. In this course, what is the name of the course? Automate the boring stuff with Django. Pillow is needed for any kind of image compression and all. You see, I used a Pillow to compress the images. Like if you have 10 MB uh, uh, image and you want to make it 2 MB or 500 KB, you can use it with the Pillow. Pillow is super powerful, and you need it to work with the images in your Python projects, not only Django. Okay. All right. One more very important topic before we just go to the authentication is this Django forms. Okay, you guys must have seen this Django forms, but this one we want to discuss today, because for the CRUD operations we need form. Not going to design much about the forms. We can use crispy forms and other libraries I can show you. But the thing is, we want to add the employee from the front end. We want to edit the employee from the front end, and then we delete it. All right. So weaving is done. Print anything you wish. Oh, I forgot to show you how you can print the image. All right. So I'll just quickly show you how to, how to print the image. But Just let me go to, where is it? I'll close all the tabs. In the employee detail, we want to print the image, right? So once we print the image, then we'll go to the Django, okay? I mean Django forms. I don't want to just skip this printing the image. Little bit tricky. Here, see, to print the image. So where I will print is here, okay? Here, image tag I'll open is just an HTML tag. So the alternative text we can give is simply employee dot first name, then image. It will print a Ratan image or something like that. Okay, so this is optional. And this one, for the src attribute, we need to add what? Anyone can tell? Employee dot, the field is image, right? Okay, correct. So it is, the image field is not like how you print employee.email, employee.designation, full name, like that. If you just do this one, right? So employee.image, it is not going to print anything. It is going to print this broken image because this src attribute expects the URL to be printed. Okay, URL to be printed. If you put this employee.image.url, save it, then your image is going to show. Of course, it is now going to show a big image. That's why, to control the width of the image, you can simply add this width attribute and just say 200 or something, 100, 200, 300, whatever you wish. So it will take that space. Refresh and you see this. Okay, so this is how you print the image on your page. And only one thing to remember here is that just know that whenever you print image fields, don't print like normal fields. Image fields should have image.url. Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, now now we can actually add actually start with the forms, but we want to add the button here, button or link or something here, so that when I click on this add employee, it will take me to add the, it will take me to the form. Okay, so in the home page, okay, so where is my home page? I'll add somewhere here. I'll just add the link here. I'll simply say add employee. Add employee. Now, can you tell what we should pass here? Add employee is here. I'll just add one simple style attribute and say maybe float right. I think it's going to go one of one. Margin right. It's just, I'm just playing with this. Okay, 20 pixel. Oh, sorry, 200 pixel. Okay. It's not a good design, of course. Okay, I'll add one simple BR here. Okay, I got this employee add employee button here. All right. When I click on this add employee, I want the form. That form should add the employee. Okay, so that's the create operation. Okay, so before I show you the Django forms, I want to show you something here. 127 admin. You see this employees, right? So when we have this, we have this add employee here. Some form is opening, right? Some form is opening. How? Django is, Django has generated this form. We want this kind of form here. There are two ways. One way is to create the form manually using the HTML input tags and all stuff. Another way is to actually rendering the Django forms. Okay, what is the Django forms? These are the forms that will give us the ready-made form for us based on the models. Okay, in your model, if you have first name, last name, email only, it will give you the form with the first name, last name, email. When you have many things here, right? So that time Django form is very easy for you. You don't have to manually write or render anything, and you don't have to validate anything. Everything comes with Django forms. Okay, so that Django form we want to integrate in this, in this session. Now, as I said previously, whenever we want to add a new form or new pages, right, we need to follow one simple flow. What first is to decide which URL pattern we want to add. Okay, we want to use which URL pattern. I will just use. You can take idea from here. You see, employee and add. When you just click on here, right? So they are using employee / add. Okay, so we can also do that. Employee is already configured, and any request that is coming to employee is going to the employees.urls, which means here. Okay. Okay. Our half work is already done here. Employee is already there. Add should be implemented in this employees app. Okay. So what I'll do here, I'll create a new path and simply say add. Done. Why? Employees here. Next is add. Okay. Don't get confused. Views is not there. Views I will create as add employee. Okay. And then what? The name you can put. Okay. Add employee. Employee. Add employee. If you save it, you will get error. Okay. Why you're getting error? What is saying? Model employees.views has no attribute. Add employee. This function is not there. We have to create it. Copy this function and go to this views. This is the third step. Right? Decided which URL pattern we want to use, created the pattern, and then we have to create the view just here. And one more thing, always whenever you create multiple functions or multiple views, right, that time at least give 2 spaces. Okay, 2 spaces you have to give. So that will separate between the functions. Okay, some people only give 1. That sometimes it will be difficult to read for new developers. Okay, give 2 spaces between functions. So the function name is add employee. Of course, as you know, it will take a request, right? And we will simply return render request, comma, what? Add employee.html. Add employee.html. Okay, this one flow is done. Flow is done, right? Now, of course, add employee.html does not exist. We have to add it here inside the templates. New file, add employee.html. Okay. All right. So if you go here and go to employee / add, you see blank page, nothing here because this template has nothing. Okay. So here we will add the, we'll add this thing, what do you call this skeleton. There is no need to load the static here. This is unnecessary. If you're okay, I'm sorry, it is not unnecessary because we are using static already for style.css. Sorry, okay. So we need this static. Wherever we use static files like CSS, JavaScript, that time it is important to load the static. Okay. What I'll do, I'll just copy all these things from the employee.detail.html. I'll put it here. Okay. I'll remove few things. I'll remove all these things. I'll remove this thing and employee records. I'll just remove this and say add employee tech with Ratan. Okay, perfect. Now if I go here, add employee tech with Ratan, and I go back and I want to link this button now. When I click on this, right? When I click on this, I want to go to this add employee button. How? We already have the name add employee, right? It does not take any kind of parameter or anything. Why? Because it is not working on, we are not fetching any data. We don't need any parameters with the URL. That's the reason. No need to take any ID or anything. Okay. So add employees here and then go back to views. Not views. Where is our, yeah, here it is. Home, right? Here we want to see. Yeah, I mean, we want to link add employee, correct? Here. This, imagine this is a button or this is a link. This one we want to put. Just try yourself. It is nothing but URL. Okay. Curly braces, quotation, URL, and then add employee. Then just close this. Okay. Save it. And now if you refresh and click on add employee, you can see it is coming to this add page. Right. I hope you understood this. Now, next part is to load the form. This is more important now. To load the form, what we need to do? We want to use, as I said, there are two types. Once again, show that home.html page. Yeah, you can see home.html page. Here, what I'm doing, I'm just linking this like this. Okay. If you want to write, just write curly braces, percentage, add space between, and then say URL, and then in the single quotation, add single or double quotation, add employee. Okay. If your main quotation is double, then use single here. If your first quotation is single, then inside you use double. If you use double, doesn't work. Okay. One should be single, one should be double. This quotation. Okay. All right. So here we want to load the form. So to load the form, that, I mean, I don't want to go the long way of manually adding the input fields, manually handling the errors, manually handling everything. No. In Django, we have simple method using Django forms. Okay. So to configure Django forms, we'll just go to employees app. Here, right click and new file, say forms.py. Forms.py. Okay. Now, this actually comes from, from simply we have to import forms. Okay. From Django, import forms. Simple. Okay. So we do not have to install or we do not have to use any third-party libraries. Just comes from Django itself. All right. Okay. So the way we create Django form is by by creating the class. What class is it? Just like, just like how you create classes in admin, right? So it is like that only. In admin, what do you do? In admin, employee admin you create, right? But in Django forms, you simply say employee form because it's a form. This will inherit forms.model form. Why this model form? Is because we want to print the form as it is, like this. We want to print the form as it is in the front end. We do not want to, why? Because it has limitations. Like in the salary field, can you write text? No, right? Why? Because it's actually an integer field, right? You cannot write these validations, and these everything is handled by Django. So that's why we will use this models field there. Okay, from here. So forms.model form will give that control to us. Okay. The only thing that we pass in Django form is the meta class. Okay. When we create this class, okay, when we create this class employee form, inside the employee form, Okay, inside that employee form class, we need another small class called meta. And make sure this meta class should be inside the employee form main class. Okay, this meta class will take the model, which field you want to perform this, print the perform the form operations. Which field? Employee field. We don't have access to employee field. That's why we need to bring it from models, right? From dot models, import employee, right? Understanding, right? This is, I think, it's easy. It's not difficult at all. Difficult things comes, later when we are done with all these things. So this model will take, this class, meta class will actually, we have to provide the employee model. Okay, employee model. We have imported it, and now which fields we want to render, which fields we want to work with. Another thing, another attribute is called fields. If you want to render all the fields, all which fields, all these fields, if you want to render, then what you do? In a single quotation or double quotation, just say underscore underscore all underscore underscore. This will print all the fields. Okay, save it. Only this much. Okay, this employee form or employee model form is created. Now next step is to load the form. When to load the form? When the get request comes. When does get request comes? When you refresh this page. When you refresh this page, this is triggering get request, right? You can see here in the terminal it is showing get request. Employee add is, this triggering get request, right? All right. So when get request triggers, we want to load the form. All right. I'll show you how to load it. Okay. So from here, because why do you want to work with the view here? Because from the view, we can connect, we can pass the form to HTML page, right? So that's why in the forms.py, don't get confused, guys. If you get confused, please ask me. In the forms.py, we have created the class employee form. Okay, this is done. Next, we go back to views. Okay, next we go back to where is it? In this views.py, first thing that we need to do is to import that form. Okay, because we want to work with that form. Anytime we want to work with any kind of things, any kind of logic, that we will do in views. Okay, from dot forms, import forms. Oh, sorry, import employee form. Okay, in the forms module, we have employee form. Perfect. Now we want to use this employee form inside the HTML template. Let's go to add employee. Here, let's say we do not want to check if the request is get or post right now. We'll simply say by default all the requests are get. Okay, by request all the requests are get. So that's why I'll say form is equal to employee form. That employee form I'm initializing here. What happens when you initialize this form, right? If you print this form like this, don't do anything else. Don't do anything else. Just initialize this form and print this form. Save the file, okay? And just keep your eye on this terminal. Send a get request. How? Refresh the page. Sending a get request means just refreshing the page, okay? Now you see the terminal. The whole HTML elements are printing here. Everything. Can you see this? See. First name is printing. Last name is printing. You see the input. This is input for email. Everything is here, right? Max length 50. Everything is here. You see this this department drop down is printing. Everything is printing. Okay, so this means our form is initializing. Now form is ready to get printed. How? We have to pass it to the we have to pass it to the add employee.html, right? So how the context is where we can pass the form colon form, and then we just pass context, simply pass context, and this form is, this form is ready for printing in add employee.html. Okay. Okay. Now let's add one form tag. This is important. Okay. Do not just print the form like simply. Just you have to print your form inside the form tag. Okay. In the form tag. Okay. Let's just how you print it. Simply print form. Why? Because we are passing form here, right? Simply print form and save it. The whole form is here. First name, last name, email, destination, everything is here, right? So this is because of Django model form. Okay, Django models default form is coming here and printing. Now this is not looking good. Okay, so I'll just try. I'm not going to design this because designing takes so much time. What I'll do, I'll just try to use some different trick here. Form dot, if you say form dot as underscore p, it will print as, form as forms. I mean, form as paragraph. Okay, as p means paragraph. It will give you little bit good. You see, little, it just gave you some space. Okay, still not good, but it is readable now at least. Okay, you can just try designing this if you are a fan of designings. Okay, but the thing is, this is printing everything, all the forms. Okay, all right. Now one thing is missing is the submit button, right? So I'll go here and just before I close the form, I want to print the button with the type submit. Okay, button type must be submit, otherwise your button will not get submitted to the action URL. Okay, and I will call this button as submit. Okay, now I will get the button, simple button, no much design things here, please. Okay, now when you hit this submit button, right, that time what should happen? That time your form should be submitted to the action URL. What is our action URL? Action URL is the place where you are performing the add operation. Is nothing but the add employee function itself, right? Where to put the action URL? You see this form action. Currently it is blank. I will have to put percentage, I mean double quote, what do you call that? Curly braces, percentage, URL, then add underscore employee. Add employee is nothing but the name of this URL pattern. Okay. Now if you just save it and refresh, if you just inspect this form, right, you see action URL is set properly. Okay. Okay, now what to do? Very important thing. Whenever we submit the form, right, that time post request is going to trigger. Okay, post request. Okay, when you edit the form, when you create the form, that time post request is going to trigger. Okay, for that reason we want to actually pass the method here. The method will be post. Okay, method will be post. For taking, for rendering a get form, no need to pass any method, but you have to pass post when you want to submit to the server, when you want to add some data to your database or something. That time you have to always pass method equal to post. Okay, also whenever you pass post, right, whenever you use post method, that time one more important thing is to pass the CSRF token. Okay, what is CSRF token? Is nothing but the full form of CSRF is cross-site request forgery. So what I will tell you what this will, why this is important, and when you pass this CSRF token, what happens when you refresh this page, right? You do not have to paste like that. Where did I pass it? Wait. Yeah, sorry. You have to put it like this, percentage CSRF underscore token. Okay. Now, if you, this is actually the CSRF token, and of course, you don't have to put it inside the double curly braces. You have to put it inside the curly braces and percentage. And what this will do, this will actually add a hidden field inside your form. Inside your form, you see, just open your form and you can see hidden form. I mean, hidden type is there, input type hidden, and name CSRF middleware token. And what this will do, this will prevent, by default, Django is giving this power that this will prevent the cross-site request forgery. What do I mean by cross-site request forgery is nothing but, let's say, this is my techwithratan.com. Okay, I gave you one assignment here, right? One assignment I gave you. Okay. You guys, I already submitted this, so that's why there is no form here. But imagine one form is here and you want to submit something here, right? Now some user is working on my site, okay? And in his website, there is another browser open, okay? And that browser or that website is somewhere malicious, or some bot is triggering something. That time what it will do, it will actually duplicate the request. Okay, when some bot is duplicating the request, what will happen? It will be able to submit anything. Okay, it will be able to delete some data. Like, you understand, if something like that happens in your website or in any of the client website, some user is doing something, or can you please mute yourself? uh, so that's what I was saying, that I just slipped. So what I was saying, I'll just come again. Okay, let's say this is my techwithratan.com and I have a form. If I don't use CSRF token, what will happen? The user's browser, or because user's browser can have many uh, many many tabs open, right? One of the tab or one of the website he is browsing through is a malicious, right? That bot or that malicious code, there is a high chance that those bot will attack our forms. Most of 90% of the attacks will happen in the form itself. Okay, so if you don't have CSRF token, I don't know whose mic is not mute. If you don't have, yeah, so if you don't have the CSRF token configured, then bots can come to your website and ruin your data, or submit anything, submit any they can even delete things. Okay, so that's why CSRF token is very important, and CSRF token will be signed with what? Our secret key that we have, right? So when those things match, that time only your website will be able to submit some form. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, your your Django site will block the request. Hope you understood. It's just like a security. All right. Okay. Just remember that for all the post forms, use CSRF token. Forget no CSRF needed. Okay. Okay. So now let's add something here. Okay, we have CSRF token and everything here. Let's add something here. How to add it? Just add employee in this function, when we submit it, this function is going to trigger. Why? The action URL we have set is add employee, right? This function is going to trigger. Okay. Now imagine somebody is typing this and submitting this. The data is going to go with the post request. Okay. The data is going to go, all your data is going inside a request object. Okay. All this data, first name, Ratan, email address, and everything is going inside the request. That request is, that request will be an object. The request will contain all those data that you have entered here. When that submit button is triggered, that request object will come here. Okay, come here. Request object is currently here. Just imagine this. Okay. Now our custom logic will come. First, what we want to check here, if the whether the request is post or not. If it is not post, right, that means what? It is a get request. Okay. So if it is not post, what I mean by if it is not post means I'm just checking if the user is refreshing from here or just coming to this link in a get request, or if the user is submitting this form. If he is submitting the form, then that is post request. If he is just coming to this page, it is a get request. Okay. So if he is submitting the form, how I will check if request dot method is equal to post, is equal to post. Whatever code that we are going to write here will apply to only if the person is submitting the form. Understood? Okay. Now let's imagine again, we are doing something, we are putting all the details and submitting the form. And what we'll do, we will actually again initialize the employee form. Okay, we'll again initialize employee form. And this time here also we initialized the employee form, right? This is a blank employee form, but this time this is not blank employee form. In this employee form, we want to pass something. What we want to pass? What? We want to pass the data that this request is bringing, right? So that this employee form will store it. How to take the data, right? You can see request dot post. All your data is going to go inside request.post. Why post? Post is because you're posting some data, right? All your data. If you want, if you have some time, you can simply just print this. Okay, I will just print. Okay, request.post. I will show you that when we troubleshoot. Okay. Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm initializing the employee form, and I am just passing whatever data is coming in the post request. I'm putting that inside the employee form. Data is equal to request.data. See that request.data you use when you put some data dictionary there, custom dictionary, I believe. Okay. Currently we are using the post request. Okay. We are taking the form input. That form input is going inside the request object with the post. Okay. Now what happens? This form will have all the data. Okay. Now let's say, now we want to, before we save anything, we want to check if form dot is valid. Okay. If form dot is valid, okay, this form dot is valid is a function coming from Django forms. Okay. What this function will do is, whatever form data you have printed, you have submitted, right? Is it valid or not? If it is valid, what we will do, we'll simply say form dot save. Very simple. We don't have to see anything, right? We simply save it, save the form as it is. Okay, save it. If like else anything goes wrong, what we can do, print form dot errors. Okay, if anything goes wrong in your code, in your form, that time what we'll do, we'll say form.errors. Okay, Django form is giving us errors. This errors will actually contain all the errors that all the potential errors that is going to trigger. Okay, so this is the code. Okay, now let's try to save the things. Okay, let's add I'll say Sachin, say some name, Sachin at gmail.com. Test. I'll add some image. I'll add one image, this image. I added my logo as image. Okay, I want to show you something there. Salary, you can see you cannot type any characters here because by default is integer, right? So that's why Django form is by automatically disable, has automatically disabled the character. Only it is accepting the numbers. Join date. Join date. You see here what is there? Join date. Some this calendar is there, but join date it does not have anything. I'll just pass something. Maybe some number I'll pass. Okay, I'll try to submit it. It will not save. I want to show you the errors. That's why. Submit. You see, this query dictionary, you see this, right? This is actually coming from the request.post. So it is saying that in your form, these many things are there. Okay. Test is there, email address is everything. But the error it is printing here, you see, error list, joining date, enter a valid date. Okay, why it is showing enter valid date? Because Django, joining date, we have what? Date field, right? But we are not properly passing the date field. So that's why what we can do, we can just say, I'll just see the format 2024 like this 11 or 16 we can say. I'll also show you how to how to show the calendar there. I'll just pass this one. Okay, I'll just copy it. Again I will Sachin P Sachin image I will pass as my logo, and salary I'm going to write. Joining date I'm just randomly putting the correct formatted joining date, and department manager, submit, done. Now let's go here and you can see Sachin P is added, the correct is added, but two problems. Okay, one problem is this joining date calendar is not coming. Another problem, image is still default. I added my logo, right? But image is still showing default. Why? All other things are added. You see this one? What we are doing here, I'll remove the print. We are just checking if the method is post or not. If it is post, we are actually passing the post data to the form, to the employee form, and then we are checking if the form data is valid or not. If it is valid, save the form. If it is not valid, we saw the errors also. Okay. Now, why this? Can anyone say why this image is not showing? Anyone, please.
We are not passing those files from from the template.
Can you just tell me clearly? Yeah, you're there already.
I mean, where we have defined the template, right? So
Yes.
there in the form, we have set the action and the method, but we have not set the files here.
Yeah, see what we have to do here. Whenever you accept form, right? That time we have to pass something called encoding type. We call it enc type. Enc type will be multi-part form data. This one you must pass in your form whenever you work with images in your in your form. This is one. Okay, enc type is equal to, this is nothing but encoding type is nothing but is equal to multi-part form data. Save it. Next thing, next what you have done here, we are passing a request dot post, but The images will not be inside the request images, or any files will not be inside the request.post. In order for that to work, we also have to pass request.files. Okay, request.files. This will, if your form only contains normal data like name, email address, or any form inputs except files, then you simply pass request.post. If your form contains any files like image, zip file, PDF, doc, anything, that time you pass request.files. Okay, simple. There is nothing you have to do here. I'll just try again. Ratan to test. Test. I'm just simply typing. I'll add my image now. Tech with Ratan, and some number, joining date. Okay. Joining date I just put. Okay, submit. All right, let's go here, and you can see Ratan 2 is there. Okay, and you can see here form is now saved with the correct image. Last thing, quickly, how you can show the show this one. Joining data is correctly not showing here. Not showing here, right? So what you have to do, you have to make it a date field. Yes. Okay, so how do you make it? Just you can extend the form here, forms.py. Okay, just inside the class meta you have to pass widgets. Widgets is equal to, you should say, the field name is joining date, right? Joining date, simply say forms.date field. Okay, forms.date field. We will pass the attributes. What is this attribute? You see this this is attribute, right? Input type text is attribute, right? For this, what we have? For this, what we have? Input type text for the joining date. We want to make it input type date. Then this, your browser will show the show the calendar. Okay, so for that you simply say attrs, which means attributes, is equal to, open the curly braces again, and say input type, which is a type, colon, again date. Okay, like this you have to pass. Save it. attrs. Am I wrong somewhere? Just
I think it's a date input. Instead of date field, is date input.
Yeah. It should be date input. Thanks. Yeah, it should be date input. Refresh. You can see what? Yeah, you can see why this black thing is coming. You guys see this black? Yeah, okay. There is something wrong with my. All right. So joining date, you can see is coming. You can now pass this and save your data. Okay, this is how you add the employee. Okay, edit employee. What do you want to do? Edit employee is a little bit tricky. Should we keep it for assignment, edit employees and delete employees?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
See, in edit employees, what happens? You guys, what do you do? I'll just give you some idea. When you click on this edit button, right, that time this kind of form should open. But with this form, the current data should also pre-populate. How? Simply, I'll just give you this. Okay, the code will be similar. First, this will take the ID, which which employee to edit, one. Another is to take the instance is equal to, okay, you have to take the instance, employee instance. What happens if you pass this instance, right? This form will come with the existing data. Okay, by default, this like this it will come. Okay, existing data it will show. Then you can simply edit and save it. Okay, in order to pass the instance, employee should be there, right? Because you have this ID like this in the edit, right? What you can do, you can take the employee or not, like this. Simple, same code, same code is it is. It will come here, copy and paste. You can, when you have this employee, simply pass this employee as an instance, and your form will come with the pre-populated data, right? I think let's keep it for the, yes, Sagar, please tell me which error you're saying. I'll
Yes, sir.
we'll keep it for the assignment.
Okay.
Attributor employee object has no it is not is valid. It is valid is a function. Can you just add a function parenthesis?
Yes, sir, I did it. But again, it
Can you show your code, please?
just a second,
What?
sir.
Widgets. Stop the server and run again.
Sir, I've sent code.
See, anybody can spot the issues. Request.files is there, post is there, form is valid. Did you restart the server?
Yes, sir.
There is something else.
He's passing context.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
Context should. You should pass context, right? Did you save the file?
Yes, sir, I did.
You're still getting error?
Yes, sir.
No, your code looks fine. Anybody can spot the issue?
Is it because he's not, in if statement, one second. In if statement he has read, but after that there is a form open, right, which is an empty form. Is it because of that reason?
Form equal to employee form. We have to write employee form.
You have to write employee form, not employee.
Yeah, for that reason it was not valid.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
You're actually putting the model itself, right? It should be employee form. Then inside the employee form, you put the data.
Okay, sir.
Perfect, right? Okay, so for today, I think, oh my chance. I'll check if anything else is there. Editing is there, deleting is there. You guys can do it.
So for editing also we use method post.
Yes, of course. Yes, method post should be there. And try if you can use post for delete also. Okay. Otherwise, delete. Delete is just very simple. Just create that flow. You have to remember. Okay, this flow.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. All right. I hope you are finding it helpful. I wanted to ask you guys. Anybody can come to the camera and talk. Nobody's there. I mean, just how you like, what do you think of the class, and is it helpful to you? Are you learning something like that? Just a feedback type of. Yes, Augustine.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, it
Yeah.
has been helpful to me all this while because it has opened my understanding to how the backend engineering works. At least I have concrete knowledge of so far that we've gone, how the forms are built, how the templates and the view, how they're related, and how it's rendered from the backend. It's really making sense to me right now how the whole thing connects, and in fact, it's really helpful to me. Yes,
Yeah. Thanks
so
a lot.
far,
And
yes.
thanks a lot. And
Thank you so much.
what about what do you think about the assignments that I gave last week? Was it
Yes,
helpful?
yes, yes. The first assignment, we've just done one assignment so far. So it actually made me to do further research, yeah, on how to handle images on the forms. The way you handled it now, it's slightly a bit different because I had to, there is a package that we installed.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
Pillow.
remember. Pillow, yeah, yes.
Yes, yes.
So it's slightly different, but it's still the same thing. So it really opened my mind. Okay, if I don't know something, I can really explore and check on the internet how it's been handled. And I really got in very, um, I got to understand how the whole forms relate from the backend. Thank you so
Perfect,
much.
perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anybody has to say anything, or
Uh,
do we need to
yeah.
improve also?
Actually, I have some experience in Express.js. So
Yeah.
that like we have a request and response. So we have to add uh, everything like in a combined way, like request and
Hmm.
response. But in a
Yeah.
forms, it was something like different. So here itself, we can uh, do the post and saving the everything in a simple manner. So
Correct.
so I'm able to understand like why Django is like more usable uh, and fast compared to Express.
Exactly, exactly, exactly. So that's why we use Django for most of the applications, and it's super simple, right? So there's nothing much uh, difficult here. And what do you
Yeah,
think about the assignments, and what was it helpful for you? And anybody has any suggestions, right? So I'm open to take suggestions.
yeah, assignment are fine. Like there are so many. I have to means if there is any like to provide any real time like scenarios you
Hmm.
already provided. So if it is added like in future,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
like
of course. Yeah,
then it will be more exercise for us.
yeah, 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 definitely. So it was a first assignment, and I just wanted you guys to think on yourself. That's why I said do not use ChatGPT. And most of you guys have submitted. Really, I was like, you guys really know Django, and I think you are already learning. Okay, and many of you guys got 90 plus. So for as we go right next week, after next week, we'll increase the complexity. You have 5 days, right? So don't keep your assignment till the last moment, because today I received many uh, as a last day today I received many assignment submissions. But anyway, yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Chaitanya. Anybody has to say
Yeah,
something?
yeah. Yes, I would suggest that if the recording can come much earlier, because this is a build up on what we are going to be getting tomorrow. So some of us were so fast today to some extent
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know.
we didn't really follow. Yeah, so if you can come very early so that we can practice and get up to date
You're right.
before tomorrow build up. Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. You're
thank
right. Yeah, we'll definitely try to release the recordings as soon as possible, because the thing is it's a huge video, right? So it takes a little bit of more time for YouTube to process it, and so that's why it was taking time. But definitely I'll try my best to make it available as soon as possible. Okay, thanks a lot.
No,
Anyone,
thank you.
guys? Anyone? Okay, so if yes, definitely will increase the complexity uh, as we go, because some of you guys know basic Django, some of you guys know like have good knowledge about Django. Some people are beginners, right? So I don't want to make them scared with the many complex things. Okay, so that's why I'm just trying to increase the complexity. Even if you go to my that premium courses, right? All those courses, all those features I build upon another feature, like by small feature to big, the I mean easy to medium, then complex things. Okay, so that's how for this one also I'm just trying to do that.
Sir, I
Okay.
have one doubt, sir.
Yeah, please tell me.
Yes, sir. In AWS, what topics we need to learn, sir, to deployment?
Okay,
So I
so see, usually what happens where if you want to deploy your application on AWS, right? Mostly we use EC2, or I mean the EC2 and the AWS Elastic Beanstalk with the mostly Postgres RDS database. Okay, with the S3 buckets. These four things are necessary if you want to deploy your Django application on the AWS. Okay, but until and unless your application is not big for a production, I'm saying for a business point of view, I wouldn't recommend AWS. But if you're working on if you're working in a company, right, they use AWS. If you're deploying your own application, learning application, AWS will charge you. Okay, so that's why just be cautious that only if you need, you deploy on AWS, and that's what you need. Elastic Beanstalk, RDS, Postgres if you use Postgres, and then you need S3 buckets to store the media files and static files. Anyone else have questions? Okay, as already learned. Okay, Food Online. Food Online is actually a complex project. It has many things. Definitely, Django will feel. You will feel Django is simple if you're coming from Food Online, because whatever we are learning is we are just we're stepping one step, two step it is now. But Food Online is almost mm, it's out of the scope. Actually, it has many things. Okay, but you will definitely get the benefit from this live class. How? By by building the APIs in the further, in the future lecture, I mean future sessions. Okay, building the APIs. Perfect. So today we'll okay, we are here. Django authentication, permissions, and groups. This is one of the most important thing in every software, right? So there are some confusions. What is authentication? What is permissions? What is groups and all things? Today, all your confusion will be solved. All right. So I'll start with the extending the features for the employee project that we did yesterday. All right. So let me run this one. Okay. So this is one simple basic CRUD operations and all stuff. I hope you guys have done this. Okay. Edit thing. If not, I'm just giving you that as a assignment. Okay. So this is just one add employee CRUD operations, but we want to add the authentication layer on all the softwares, almost all the softwares. I don't see any applications without the authentication, without the login users and all stuff, right? So for this one also, we'll take small use case scenarios and we'll integrate it. Okay. Now, first thing is to add the add the registration and login things. So as I said previously, the first thing that we always have to do is to decide the URL pattern, right? So we'll decide the URL pattern. So what should happen when anyone goes to this page, register? I want this because this register thing is universal. Many people use this. I think all of them use this kind of thing, registration, register, right? So this we will create, okay? Also for the login, this is universal, right? So there's nothing much to discuss here. Common, right? So login and registration, and we also need a logout. I'll show you that later.
So can we use sign up also?
Yes, of course. If you wish to sign up, sign in. Some people use sign up, right? Sign up. It's up to you. That's why, right? So that's why I'm saying just decide what do you want to use. What should be your URL pattern. All right. Someone is unable to. Let me just guys. One guy is actually trying to join, but he's facing some issues. Just please give me 1 second. Okay. Follow the class link and see this class. Okay, I sent him the direct link. All right, so we have decided this, and you can use sign up, you can use sign in, or whatever you like. Okay, so I'm going to use register. Okay, so we have to create the register. Now you'll ask me where to create register. Like we have employees main, we might have another app, right? So these are the universal links or the patterns, right? So I don't think it will belong to any separate app. One thing that we can do is we can create one users app or accounts app for it. Okay, so if you want to do that, you can do that also. That's also a good practice if you create one users app. So let's, I think, try to create one user app. Otherwise, you can just do it in the main URL endpoint only. Okay. But you know what? If you create it in the users app, right? So what it will be? It will become like this accounts register or something. Okay, if you want to do that, you can just do it. Otherwise, I'll create in the home itself. Okay. Do you want me to create another app or just
World accounts.
is it you want me to use another app? You can do like this user register like this if if you are using some multi-vendor applications and all. I think yeah, let's try this another app. Okay, what do you have to do to create another app? Let's say Python manage.py. Start app is the command to create the app. Start app, then we can say users or accounts. Okay. Instead of saying users, I will say accounts. Why accounts? Because Django is giving us the default user model. So that's why I think let's go with the accounts. Okay. So we have this one now. Okay, we got everything for the accounts. The moment we create the accounts app or any app, right? The first thing that we have to do is to go to this settings.py, right? Go to the settings.py and then do this. Where is it? Yeah. Installed apps. Put this accounts. Okay. Done. Now, you know what? We don't want to create any model in the accounts app. Okay. We do not want to create any models. Why? Is because Django gives us the default user model. Okay. So previously we created this employee user model to store the employees, but or to work with the users, Django is already giving us the user model, right? So you can just go here and see this user model, right? This user model is already there. We did not create it. Django, the moment you actually create the Django project and migrate it, the user model comes to your backend. Okay, so this is already there. Here we are going to store all the users. Okay, so it has some, it has the hashed password and it has everything. All right, so all the validations, all the users, permissions, groups, and everything is set here. So we do not have to explicitly create the user model. We do not have to create the database field for that. Okay. So it is possible if you want to extend the features, then we can do that in different use cases. But the basic thing is already set up. The base is already there. All right. So what we'll do is I created this accounts app just to arrange the accounts related views or user related views. Okay, so for example, the login view or the register view, logout view, all this, for all these things, I just created. I don't want to create any model for the user. Okay, I hope you understood. All right. So first thing that we have decided is that anybody that comes to where is this? Anybody that comes to this accounts, okay, or accounts, or you can say register. Okay, so this is also possible, and this one is also possible. This one is also possible. Okay, so I will go with this one for creating this you register, right? We do not have to do anything with the accounts app. Okay, so if you just want to keep your views in the accounts, you can keep it. Otherwise, just use this one. Sorry, this main app, main employees main. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. I'm going to say path register, comma. So now where do we want to create the views, right? So we have created the accounts app. Okay, so we'll make use of it. Okay, we'll make use of it. So that's why what I'm going to do, I'm going to import this views because I'm going to create some views here. Okay, so whatever views are there in here, so I'll just do it. Okay, so now what I'll say from is I'll just import it later. From this time it will not be dot or something. It should be accounts dot. We cannot just like this. We from accounts import views. Okay, but there is a problem now. We have already used we are not seeing this custom user model in this example because we first want to understand the default user model, and then in the DRF we'll extend the custom user model. Now the thing is, you see, um, uh, from views is already imported, right? From here, but here also we have imported views. It will be a conflict. So that's why what we can do, from accounts import views as accounts view. Okay, accounts views, something like this. Okay, so now this will be different. This is different, this is different. If you just keep it like this, both views are different and you're likely you'll get the error. That's why just to keep it make it separate, I'm importing views as accounts views. Now what I'll do, I'll say account views dot register, and name I will give as register. Okay, name I'll give as register. Now in the account views, it is saying there is no function called register, so we have to create it. Where to create it? Go to accounts and views, and just notice, guys, this URL pattern I'm creating in the employees main project folder only. Okay, I'm not including this to accounts. You can do that too, but what you'll have to do, you'll have to do like this: accounts, then include, then your URL pattern will become like this, accounts, like this. Okay, so because I want only this register, that's why I'm doing this. Okay. Okay, so in the accounts views, I want to create a function called register. So I'll go to accounts views, right? So here I'm going to say define register. This register will take request. Okay, all the functions will take, all the views will take request, and I'll say return render request, comma register.html, register.html. All right. So now if you save it and if you run it, you're going to get error. Why? Template does not exist. Template, we have not created the template. Okay. So for the templates, you can also do like this, arrange it properly. Instead of putting all the templates here, you can also create one new folder and say accounts. Okay. Just name it as the same name as the app. Okay, so accounts, and whatever functions, yeah, I mean whatever templates you want to put, like login, registration, forgot password, all these things will go here inside the accounts. So I'm going to say new file and call it as register.html, register.html, and I'll say h2 this. Okay, I'll say registration page. This is one flow. Okay, if I refresh, I'll get I should not get this error. I think I'll stop it and I'll just refresh. Oh, I'm getting that error because I put this register.html here, right? So I should actually write the proper path here. Inside the accounts app, I have register.html. Okay, you can see here in the templates, you see inside the accounts app, I have register.html. You have to properly mention it here. And now you will see the registration page. Perfect. Okay. Now what to do? Okay. Now we have to create the view. Okay. So Django by default gives us the user creation form. Okay. And I'll just show you that. What is this user creation form? If you just go to this users and add user, right? So this is actually the registration page that's coming with the Django installation only. So all the validation is here. You can see password. Your password can't be too similar. 8 characters long it should be, and then can't be commonly used password. It cannot be entirely numeric, and many things are there. Password confirmation is also there. Both the password should be. So we do not have to do anything. We don't want to build this from scratch. Django already gives that to that to us. All right. So the only thing that we want to do is import one class called user creation form. Okay, that form will give us the same thing like this. Okay, so I'll just go here. That comes from Django, dot contrib dot auth dot forms. Okay, import user creation form. User creation form. This is the form that we need to use to create the users in our Django application when you are using default user model. Okay. Now we have imported it. How to use it, right? So to use this one, what we'll do, we have to initialize this form. Form is equal to, just like how you use the model form, right? So just like that, form is equal to user creation form initializes done. Simple. Okay, if you just print form like this, if you print form like this and refresh, okay, of course you won't see anything here, but in the terminal you can see the whole form itself is printing here, right? The ID password 1, password 2, and the username, everything is here. You see this, correct? Now we want to just pass it in the context and show in the HTML page. Context is equal to form colon form. Okay, this need not to be form. Okay, if you want to just call it user form, it's your wish. Okay, so everywhere I'm using form, that doesn't mean that you must use form or something like that. Just if you want to use just like this, u form, user form, account form, whatever it is, you can, it's your wish. Okay, and then just make sure to pass the context. Oh no, it should be context. All right, so now this form is available to print in the registration page. Now let's, I don't want to design anything here. I'll just copy and paste this one, this whole page like this. Add employee page, I'll go and I'll just copy all, paste it. Guys, there is one topic called template inheritance, but we won't see that template inheritance in this class, because that is, that comes in when you build the core Django applications, when you make like nice headers, footers and all, right? So that time, if you're interested, I think I have one video in the in my YouTube channel also. Okay, so I'm just putting this, copy and paste. Okay, so I'll just say register is the, I will just remove this one. Okay, so in the registration page, what it is showing now, add employee. No, it's not add employee, it should be register, right? Register. Perfect. Now, as you know, we have the access to the user creation form here, right? So I'll create a form here, and first thing I have to do is CSRF token, and then we want to just pass the method post. Why post? Because we're going to submit something, right? That's a post request. And then button with the type submit. Okay, I'll just say register. Correct. Now inside this form, what we want to pass, simply pass form, and you will see this. Okay, you will see like this, and this is coming center because we have added some static things, right? Static file, I mean style.css, right? If I comment it, and it will just go like this. So what I'll do, um so guys, let's do one thing. Let's I don't like this design. Let's do one thing. Let's integrate the crispy form. But anyway, this form is already rendering here, right? I'll just show you how to integrate crispy forms as P, I will say, so that it just at least it looks little okay. Not looking good. So I'm just all right, it will look good when we integrate the crispy form. Okay, so but anyway, this is the, this is how you print the form, but this is not working right now. Why it is not working? Because we are not handling any post request, right? So that's why it's not proper. I want to just handle the post request. This form is making me a little uncomfortable. I don't like this design. Just I'll add one text align left for now. Left and width 500 pixel. Let me see. Okay, at least it looks okay now. Margin auto should I put? Okay. This is at least it's okay. I can work with it right now. All right. So as you can see, we have a username, we got password, we got confirm password, and now what we want to do, we want to make this actually the registration functionality. When we want to add the username, password, and confirm password, the user should be registered in our site. Okay, so it's not just like how you saving the data. Okay, so when you when you enter some password here, right, Django will automatically take care of hashing your password. Okay, as you can see here, right? So this will also be done by Django only. We do not have to do anything manually. Okay, so uh, here in the register.html, the action URL must be set. So it will be the name of the URL is register. Okay, name of the URL is register. Method is post, and we do not want any enc type, like encoding type or something, because we are not handling any images here, just a form. Okay, all right. Now to handle the post data, when someone clicks on this register button, that means it's a post request, right? So that time what should happen? We'll just start from here. If request dot method is equal to post, if request dot method is post, all right, then we have to initialize this form here inside the post request. We will say user creation form. Okay, user creation form, and inside this user creation form we want to put the submitted data, right? Where is submitted data? It is request dot post. Okay, it is in the request dot post only. All right, now if, for example, if I print this form like this, I'll say form. So this is how you debug your code. Just want to make sure that whether your form is properly submitting or not, you're getting the proper post request or not. Just when you write this, when you pass this request dot post, right, just print it. You keep printing. It's the way how you debug your code. All right. So before I save anything, I'll just write something here, test Ratan, and I'll just put some password, strong password I have to put. I will say welcome at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll say welcome at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Register. If I go back here, you can see the data should be coming. Yeah, you see this form that we printed, and this form data is coming here. Okay, so now what we have to do, we have to just validate this form. How to validate? If form dot is valid is a function, you must put this like this. You cannot just put like this. Okay, is valid is a function. If form dot is valid, then what we want to do, we just want to save the form. Form dot save. Form dot save. We don't want to hash the password, encode the password, or anything. You just save the form, and this user creation form will handle everything for you. Okay, save the form and then return back to which page? Maybe go to login page or something. Currently we don't have login page, so I'll say return redirect. Okay, we have to return redirect. Okay, not render. Once we do some operations, we have to return, we have to redirect to some page. Okay, so this redirect comes from render. I mean, not render, it is a short Django.shortcuts, the same place where the render comes. Redirect, return redirect to which page? Here, this redirect will actually take the name of this name of your URL. Okay, should we try now? Let's try. Okay, let's try. I will say test Ratan is the username I put. I'll put some password. I'll put another password. You can play with it by adding some wrong password and all. I'll show you that also. I've got my user is created. There is no error. All right. So I'll refresh and you can see test Ratan is created and my password is hashed. Right. So this is just doing from Django itself. Okay.
Sir, can
So
we
I
pass
can.
success message from like after
Yeah,
registering?
of course, you can just pass the success message. For that, what you have to do, just integrate Django messages. Okay. Always have to, always, refer to this Django documentation. Here we have something called Django, the messages framework. This will, you can add success message, warning message, error message, many things you can add. Okay. So that's one thing. User is created. Now, before before I just go ahead and integrate the crispy form, I want to understand. You guys understood this or any? Do you have any doubt? Understood how this form is coming and what we are doing here, right? I hope there is no doubt here because we're not doing anything complex. Just the form, user creation form. We did not create any forms. Django by default gives us the ready-made form for us, okay, which will take care of everything like validations and everything. Okay, it has the username, it has the password and confirm password it has. Okay, so that's what we need to register. Okay, so hope that is clear. Okay, so next thing I want to do is to add a crispy form because this doesn't look good. This thing no doesn't look good.
We have not added any email ID for this, right? Only passport name and username and password.
Yeah, see, the thing is, email ID is there by default. You see this. Email address is there by default. But Django's custom user model, the login field is always username. Okay. So Django will always ask you to log in with the username and password. You see this username and password. Okay. But if you extend the features of the default user model and use the custom user model, you can change it and you can make it work in such a way that it will ask for the email address and password. We will see that in the because I'm not a fan of this username. I like to use email address and password as a login field. Okay, so
Not
that's
for
why.
login, not for login, just for registration form. We have many fields, right? Can we add those fields to the this
Yeah,
user
we
model?
can. If you don't want the uh, email address to be in a as a login field, but you still want to add this email address in this form, right? You're saying you want to add email address here, first name, you want to add first name, last name, that kind of stuff, right?
And mobile number, something. Can we
It's
able to add?
possible. Yeah, that is possible. Okay. Mobile number is not there by default. If you want to add mobile number, right? That time you want to extend the features of current user model. Okay. I'm not showing that to you in this core Django, but in DRF, right? So we are making proper plan that with the default user model like this, how we can add the email address, how we can add any other fields. Okay, so that in that custom user model you will get a lot of flexibility. That's why. But if I just show the custom user model right now, it will be very difficult to understand because it's a lot. Okay, but if you already know I mean the default user model and want to see it, you can just go to my YouTube channel and there's this video called Django custom user model. Okay, I have explained everything about that, how you can properly add phone numbers, how you can add email address. Many things are there. Okay, but we'll still use that in the DRF project, not here. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll integrate the crispy
And
form.
one more thing, we have a
Yeah.
admin panel, right?
Yeah.
Can we change that admin panel looks?
Look, yeah, of course. There are many Jasmine something is there, Jasmine or something. If you use this Jasmine, I just spelled it wrong. You see this? If you use this right, the whole whole the admin panel will look like this. See this?
Mm.
Completely different. It will be like this. Okay.
Yeah, these details are just for only for login admin details, right? Not if he wants to access our website through these credential is enough.
Yeah, of course.
These.
You just have to install this Jasmine, and then some configurations are there, and it gives you some themes. Not only this color, if you want to add your own color to match your brand and stuff, you can do that. Okay, so you can just try this. Also, there is a demo, I think. Okay, there's nothing. Anyway, you can use Jasmine. Also, there are many other libraries. I don't use much, much customization here. I like this one, the black color. But if anybody
And
is interested, yeah, tell me.
this only for admin login for admin, right? These
For the
credentials.
admin only, yeah, for the admin only.
If he wants to access our home, like our dashboard, if you have a register, if he wants to create any employee details or
Staff
anything,
account.
like these user
Like
information.
you're saying custom portal.
Yes.
Yeah, custom portal it won't work, I think. It is for Django. Uh, I mean, a default admin page. But for the custom, you have to do it
No,
using Bootstrap or
no
React.
custom admin. No, I'm not asking custom admin panel. If
Hmm.
he wants to access employee details or creating employee CRUD operation,
Hmm.
so these if he wants to access this, these are the admin details, right? So if you log in these, we can't access. Can we able to access our inside website?
Django. Yeah, that's what you're seeing here, right? All these things will be there, like users and everything. It is actually Django admin panel only. But for if you're asking me this one, like creating employee like this here,
Okay.
yeah, it is not possible using Jasmine, I think. For this, you have to design your page however you like.
If he wants to access employee details after only login, right?
Yeah.
We can do like that, right? Only for
Yeah.
these details, or can we have other credentials?
No, only this details. Only your admin details. Like this. Yeah, Benzi, tell me.
Ratan,
Yeah.
good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Please, is it possible for, let's say, if you have two users, okay, you've created a super user, then you have another user. Is it possible for them to access the admin dashboard?
Yes, that is
Assuming you
possible.
built.
You have to make him a staff user. If you see this Ratan Kumar, right? I created this Ratan Kumar, but he's not a staff or he's not a super user or anything. If I make him staff user, right? He will be able to access this. I'm actually coming to that point in this class only. We need to handle some permissions, groups. right? So that thing
Okay,
is
okay.
still pending. Okay.
Okay,
It is
thank you.
possible. It is possible to use this admin panel for multiple users. Okay, I'll come to that part today only. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. So I'll just remove this. Okay. All right, guys. Let's quickly integrate the crispy form. I'll go to Django crispy forms. So this is just this actually makes your Django project a little bit beautiful using some good classes, bootstrap classes and all that. All right. So some configurations is there that we'll see here. All right. So if you go to this crispy forms, right, the first thing that you have to do is to install the crispy form. I'll stop the server and just paste it. Pip install Django crispy forms. Okay. So the requirement already satisfied. I think I have already installed it. But anyway, once you are done with installing this crispy form, you have to actually, let's go to this documentation, install Django crispy forms. You see this pip install Django crispy forms. Next, you have to put this crispy forms inside the installed apps. I'll go here and I'll just go to settings. Okay, I'll put it here. Okay, second step is done. And then what it is saying, we have to add support to some kind of bootstrap, or I think tailwind css also it supports. Bulma supports is there, but I don't know Bulma or something. I know bootstrap, so that's why I will use bootstrap 5. Okay, crispy bootstrap 5 I will use. The way we install this crispy bootstrap 5 is pip install crispy bootstrap 5. Okay, so I'll just copy that and just put it here, install it, paste. Okay, done. Next, what it is saying, here you see crispy bootstrap 5 also we have to put in the installed apps. Okay, these two things we have to do. All right, once this is done, then another setting is there, this one. You see what is the best default template pack. You will simply copy this and put it somewhere in your settings.py. Okay, this is not uniform. The uniform was there in Django 1 and 2. Now it is deprecated. Simply say bootstrap 5. Bootstrap 5, because we have installed bootstrap 5 support to our Django application. Okay, next what we want to do, when we render this register, right, we have to add one filter. Instead of as p, I have to put this pipe symbol. It's called filter in Django. Simply add crispy. Okay, crispy. And then last thing we have to do is to go up here and load crispy underscore forms underscore tags. Okay, if you do this much thing, I think it won't work. It will need the bootstrap CDN. It won't work. So this configuration is done. One thing is left. If you refresh, it won't work like that. Just go to this bootstrap, right? Bootstrap CDN. The CDN is, as I said yesterday, right? So we used the font of some CDN, right? So it gives some classes. So bootstrap is also kind of CDN, and it gives the CDN, and using CDN we can, you see this. We just need the bootstrap CDN like this. Okay, one is enough. Just go here and just before the head closes, I'll put this, and I will remove this. What is this? This relation I don't want. I mean, a relation is needed. Integrity is not needed. Okay, this one also not needed. Okay, perfect. Save it. And now if I refresh, oops, it's not working. It should be. Let me just take another. Yeah, of course. Where am I trying this? Oh, add employee. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. It's working. It's working, you see. So now the form is proper. Thanks. I was just I was confused because there is no link for register, right? I just went here and it's like that. If you want to make this add employee, what do you do? Simply go here and here just copy this CDN first, put it in your add employee, paste it, and then instead of as p, just add one pipe symbol and what you can say, crispy, and then load this crispy tag. Copy this and put it here. Save and add employee. Okay, so this is huge now. What you can do, but it still looks good, right? So we'll just reduce the width. I'll say I'll add one class called W50. Let's see how it looks. Okay, W50 and margin auto I want to put, or it won't work like that. If you add style to it, this style, margin auto, it comes in between, and I can just say one class text center. This is the bootstrap class. It comes like this. Okay, so you can add, you can just play with it, play with this. All right, but kind of a big form, I think. Okay, so register is like this, and register I will just put this one, class text center. Perfect. Why this is taking a lot? Okay. All right. Okay, so I hope registration is we are done with registration. We'll just start with the login. Before that, I'll just put two links here, one for registration and one for login. Where do I want to go? Home. Here I'll say A. This will be our register URL. Register, right? And then we also need another one. I'll just put it here. A. Login. We don't have any URL, so that's why I just didn't put it. Okay, we have login and we have register. If you want one space between these two, you can just add EMSP for one tab space. It will be a little bit separated. Okay, let's add one URL now. Path login. Login function also we will we'll create in the accounts views only. I'll say accounts dot view. Okay, so accounts dot login. Okay, and then name is equal to login. Right. So for logging in also, we don't have to do much things because by default Django gives us a login function and authentication form also it gives, and many things are inbuilt in Django. Okay, we just have to know which form, which functions to use and when. That's it. All right. So now what I'll do, I want to go here. I want to go here to the login page. I want to print the login form. Okay, so what is this? Force quit. I'll go here and in the views, okay, because I'm using this accounts views dot login. I need to create one function here. Define, okay, define login. It will take the request. Request is important. And then what I need to do, I want to show one page, login page to take the username and password, right? So I'll say form is equal to, just like user creation form, Django also gives us a login form. We call it authentication form. Okay, we call it authentication form. We don't have to create the username field, password field or anything for the login. We'll simply use authentication form and it will actually work properly for the authentication, and also validation is inbuilt in this authentication form. So we'll simply have to say authentication form. Okay. When we have the authentication form, then next thing that we do is to put it in the context. Context, form colon form, and then return, render, request, request, comma. We can, in this accounts folder, we'll create one login.html. Okay, we'll create login.html. Simple. Okay. The last thing is to create the login.html, and put all this content. Okay, I'm actually copying this content from register and put it in the login page. Okay, I'll remove few things here. Let's keep this CDN. Okay, and this will be login. I'll just remove the whole form. I'll run it. Okay, login. And when I click on login, I'm not going anywhere. Registration is working. For the login, I will simply link it here in the home.html, right? I hope you are understanding this, how I'm navigating to the pages, right? Any questions, just ask me. I'm just linking it. URL space login. Okay. So this flow, we always have to create again and again. So that's why I'm not explaining much here. It's very simple. Okay. Refresh and I'll go to login now. Here in this page, I want to print the login form. How? It's simple. Multiple times we have done. The first step is to create a form with the action. What will be our action? URL space the login. Whenever you submit the form, it should submit to the login function. Okay. And then the method we cannot miss. It is post. Again, this is CSRF token, right? Next, we will pass this form. Which form it is going to pass? Show this login form, authentication form. Okay, so just save it, and we'll also add the filter crispy so that it looks good, and then then we'll have to say button with the type submit. Okay, if you don't put the submit button or some other thing, then your button will not get your form will not get submitted. Okay, so this is important. Button type must be submit. Login, I will say login. Refresh. Okay, something is wrong. We missed the context. Yes, exactly. We did not pass it, right? So this is what happens if you forget something, then your page won't run. Simply pass this context, and now we can refresh, and this big form is coming here. I'll copy this. I'll put here. This class also I'll put here. Okay, class is already there, I think. Okay, refresh, and you can see username. Should I try logging in? I'll go to Django admin, login, and it's actually logged in already. How do you verify that? Okay, of course it won't log in because we did not handle the uh, post request, right? It's just a simple form. To make this form work, we have to handle the uh, post method. Okay, so post method means what should happen when I click on this login button. All right. Now, first I'll just say if request dot method is equal to post. This you should always check if request method is post, because whenever you work with any forms, right? The first thing that you have to do is to check if the form is post or not. If it is post, then only you make any operations that is related to saving or editing the changes. Now, okay, so pass it for now, and this will be else case. Else, I'll put this form here. Okay, so for the request, what I'll do is to say form is equal to, again, authentication form. This time it will not be empty like this. This authentication form will take the request. Also, it will take the request dot post. This is actually the username and password that you are entering in the login form. Okay, these two things you have to pass. Okay, now if this, after if you pass this request and request dot post to this authentication form, this authentication form will this then we have to validate this form. Okay, is valid. Okay, if it is valid, right, so it will return true, and we can just save the form. Okay, we can also we can save the form. I mean, we don't want to save the form. We want to actually take the user and log him in. Okay, so there is no much manual work here. We'll first check whether the form is correct. Okay, instead of username, the user has not entered any junk characters or something, right? So if that is the case, everything is good. The form will return true, and that will, the control will go inside this is valid function, and then we will actually, if the form is if the form is valid, we will take that user. How? Django admin I'm putting here, signing in. If I put this Django admin, I mean, if I'm putting this Django admin and if I'm putting this Django admin and password, and if it is correct, then we can take the user from it. How? It is by form dot get get user. Okay, get user is a function. You can see here. Form dot get user is a function, and this will form dot get user will actually give you the correct user that who is logged in, right? So let me just uh, print the user like this. Wait, I'll tell you, Chaitanya, I'll tell you. I'll repeat this. Wait, user. Okay. So what is going to happen? Let's refresh this page, and I'll just try to log in. Okay. And what happened here? You can see Django admin is coming. Okay, Django admin is coming. If I go back admin and log out now, okay, I don't have any log out right now. So I'll just add some wrong password, and you can see we got the error. The enter correct username and password. Note that both fields may be case sensitive. We did not put this. We did not put this validation, right? So Django by default handles all these things. Same with the registration page also, it gives you the errors and all if you do any mistakes. Okay, so what we're doing, if your username and password is correct, then we are taking the user. Okay, we got the user like this, right? This is the user that I was trying to log in. Once I get the user, I will log him in. How to log him in? We have something called auth. We have to bring it. You see this auth, right? This auth, we have to just explicitly take it, because inside that auth, we have something called a login function, logout function. All those things are there. Okay. Django.contrib.auth, Django.contrib import auth. Okay, import auth. When you have imported this auth module, right? So auth will give you function called login. Okay, login. This login will take two things: request, okay, comma, that user, uh, right? This user, okay, user. This will log him in, and then after logging in, if you want to send him somewhere, you can just send him redirect, return redirect home. Let me go to home. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll just make sure I'm logged out. Okay, I'm not logged in now, logged out. I'll go to login and I will log in, and you see I'm logged in now. Okay, if you want to verify that, you can go to admin and see this is logged in, right? I'll go back here. Okay, I hope you understood this. Chaitanya, you're asking, can you please repeat why both request and request.post? You see, what is this request here? This one you're asking, request and request.post. This is the user's request. We have been using this request all the time, right? So this request is nothing but just the just the pipeline that comes to your view. Okay, but with this request, we are also putting some data, right? Username and password, that's inside the request.post. That is inside the request.post. Okay, and every time that when you log in, log out, right, that time your request is logging out, request is logging in, logging out, and everything happens in your request only. All right, so it's like this browser. There is a connection between your browser and your code, right? Which connection is it? That connection is nothing but the request. Okay, request comes from from the browser. The request comes to your server or the code or the view, and from your view, the response goes back to the browser. Okay, that request, that path, that road should be there. Okay, so that's why request is important in order to log the user in. Okay, and this request.post is nothing but the data that I'm entering here, which is our username and password. Okay, if this data matches with the correct request, then this authentication form will give us the user. Okay, that user, we are putting it inside the login function, which is provided by Django only. Okay, and your your user will be logged in that time. Okay, so then we redirect. Okay, so three things are important here. One, authentication form. Another is to get the user. Okay, when the username and password is correct, then we get that user from the database. So that getting that those process will be done using this form.get user function. Okay, it will return the user, and then we will simply log him in. This is the flow for login. Okay. All right. So now, guys, any doubt? Is it confusing or is it difficult to understand or what?
Sir, I have one doubt. Like, validations are happening at model level or form level here.
Sorry?
The validations are happening only on the form level, correct?
See, validations are actually happening here. If you want to see all those validations and things, right? Simply hover your mouse on this valid function and hold your control button. Okay, and you can click here is valid, and you can see return true if the form has no errors, otherwise false. And all these things are happening here. Okay, Django by default gives all these many codes are there here. Many thing happens under the hood. Okay, so it the validation happens in the form level.
Okay.
Is it possible to make the Django forms more beautiful and attractive than it is? Of course, we can do any kind of forms. Can you please explain return redirect home? Return redirect home, you see, when we get the request and we do some operations with the request, right? We have to go back or we have to send the user to somewhere. After logging in, generally you think, I'm logged in. Where do I want to send the user? I have to send him to either dashboard. I have to send him to somewhere, some home page or somewhere, right? Okay, logging in and just we can't just sit quiet. Okay, so if you go to Facebook and log in, after logging in, you're going to directly your feed page or somewhere, right? So that means we are redirecting the user to somewhere like that. What level validation happening with the DB? Is at what level? Yeah, that's I already explained that. Yeah, it's possible to make the Django forms more beautiful. Before I take a little break, I want to just show you one thing. I'm logged in, but the thing here is that I don't understand if I'm logged in or not. This login page is still showing, right? Two things I want to do here. When I'm logged in, I want to show the logout button. When I'm logged out, I want to show this login and registration button. So this is common use case everywhere you have seen. When you are logged in, you will see the logout button. No more login and register, right? So that's what I want to do. Uh, you don't have to remember all the things. I understand it's beginners sometimes struggle to remember all these from where I don't even remember, but just you will get the idea from all the authentication things will be there inside the Django contrib auth. Okay, so inside here, otherwise you can just Google it. All right, so let's say I am logged in. Oh, sorry. Am I logged in now? Yeah, I'm logged in. So if I'm logged in, I want to see something here. Yeah, that's what I'm just checking. Where is it? Home. Okay. So just before here, what I'll do, I'll just say, I'll just check. Okay. If not, otherwise what I'll do, you can simply click like this. You are logged in as. Yeah, decorator is everything is there. I'll come to that part, please. User. Okay. Simply pass this user. You will see this. You're logged in as Django admin. Okay. Now, if I'm logged out, it will simply show anonymous user. If you want to see that, you can simply just log out and see here. You're logged in as an anonymous user because I'm not logged in, right? So for that reason, what I'll do, I'll just check if not user dot is authenticated. If not user dot is authenticated, then what I'll do, I'll put this, I'll just cut it and I will put this one. Okay. Else means the user is logged in, right? And if, okay. See, I'll tell you this again. What is happening here? I'm checking if the user is not authenticated, if the user is not logged in, show me login and register button. Else, okay. Else means if the user is logged in, then you show me this. You are logged in as user, and you save it and refresh. You will see login and register, and then login, and you see you're logged in as Django admin. Also, we need one logout also, right? Simply say log out. We don't have any log out right now. So if I put the link which does not exist, then it will give you the error. Okay, see this log out. All right. And you may have this doubt that how do I have access to this user object in this anybody knows? How do I have access to this user? Because I did not pass the user from anywhere to this home.html. If you guys know, you can just tell. How do I have access to user in this home.html? Anybody know? No.
It's coming from request if I'm not wrong.
No. From the form and redirect, no. See, since we have been working with the working with this one, right? Add employee and all. So this form is available here. Why? We sent the form from view to template using context, correct? That's why it is available. In the employee detail, if you see, this employee object is available here inside this employee detail.html, because from the view, we passed this employee object to this employee detail. But I did not pass this user to here, to this home.html. How is it available to me? Okay, let me tell you that. We have something called context processors. Okay, I'll show you where is context processor. Employee main settings, you go to settings.py. If you just go to here in the templates, you see context processors, right? So there is something called this auth.contextprocessors.auth. Okay, so what this means is whatever context processor you list down here, right? They are available inside every HTML pages, every templates. Okay, request is available everywhere in the templates. Auth means this user is authenticated functions, and everything related to auth is available, and the message is also available. Okay, so from this auth, from this context processors, we have the access to user in not only the home.html, in this register.html, or this employee detail, any HTML template, we have the access to users. Okay, we do not have to pass that user from any from any view. Okay, so that's context processors. That's very important. There's high chance that interviewer will ask this context processors. All right. So which means you can work with user in any template. That's the thing. Okay. Understood, right? Should we take one small break, or you have any questions? some questions I got. Can you use your own project like this one as a references to the code till you get?
So in home.html file, we can say that if user is authenticated, and we will show the logout URL, and else then we will show login and register.
Yeah. That's what we are doing, right? Here I'm checking if the user is not not logged in. Show me login and logout. I mean login and register. If the user is logged in, there's no point in showing login and register, right? He's already logged in. Next thing he can do is log out. That's what we are showing here. We did not make the logout function. It's a simple. I'll do that after the break. After logout, the context will be lost and then user will not be accessible. The user, yeah, of course. Because context will, instead of saying context will be lost, we can say the request is logged out. Your request is logged out. Okay. So that time it will show anonymous or none. All right. So you see, guys, we have created this logout, but we do not have any logout URL pattern, right? So for that, we need another URL pattern that's called logout. We create, we want to log out the request. Okay, so can you please explain login view? I think I have explained the login view, right? So in the login view, when we submit the username and password, this authentication, that data, the username and password that we are going to pass to the authentication form. This authentication form came from the Django auth forms. Okay, the same place where user creation form comes in, right? So once the form is valid, which means once the username and password that the user has entered is valid, then we will get that user. Okay, once we get that user, right? So how do you get the user? We don't have to query into the database. Okay, we just want to use this inbuilt function called get user. It comes from the form object. Okay, form dot get user will give you the user, right? That user we will put or pass to the login function, auth dot login function. Okay, then the request will be then he will be logged in. Now for the logout functionality, we simply have to say log out. Okay, we want to log out the request, log out the user, right? So that's why logout function is important. Accounts views dot logout will create one view with the name of logout. We'll say name is equal to logout. All right. So now I'll go to where accounts views, right? So here I will create a new function called logout. Okay, logout will take request and okay. So once we how do we log out? When anyone clicks on this logout button, we don't want to do much things here. We just want to say auth dot log out, auth dot log out. Okay, just like this. Auth dot login for logging in the user. Auth dot log out is for logging out the user. Okay, so everything comes from Django only. So this is the benefit of Django. In some other programming, other web framework, right? You have to make all these logout functionalities, all these login functionality, registration functionality manually. It will take a lot of time. Anybody who has worked with some other framework, right, he know the pain. But in Django, everything is ready made. Just know how to use it, and then it's so that's why we call it Django is super fast, or it's easy for the development, right? So auth dot logout is the function, and to this logout we have to pass the request. Okay, this request is current. Request was logged in, and when we pass this request to the logout function, it will be logged out. All right, and then we will, once the user is logged out, we will send him to somewhere where we redirect him to, maybe after you can send him to login page or you can send him to home page, right? Next, I'll go to here. I'll just link it for the logout button. Okay, URL space logout, simple. I'll now refresh. This is, I'm logged in as the Django admin. I'll log out now, right? I'll log in again. I'll use my another user. I think, okay, not this. It should be Ratan, test Ratan. I'll put the password, login, and you can see you're logged in as a test Ratan. Okay, now see, test Ratan is not the staff or the super user, right? If I go to admin, your admin is by default blocking me to go to the admin, right? Because you're not authorized as test Ratan, but are not authorized to access this page. Okay, you are authorized as test Ratan, but are not authorized to access this page. Would you like to log into a different account? Okay, which means I am logging in as test Ratan, which is a normal user. Okay, that admin page can only be accessed by admin only. Okay, or the staff account. Can you guys quickly tell me what else we can do here? Can you quickly think what could be missing and what else we can do here? Past anyone, if you can think of.
I think that a regular user cannot add employee.
Of course, yes. Yeah, that will cover in permissions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here, what I'm thinking, you guys just try to just think that this is your application, and what should happen? Like I'm already logged in, right? Login page is not showing, right? But someone comes to this login page like this, it is showing this problem, right? I am somehow I was not showing this login page, but still it is showing me here. Okay, one thing. Now I will log out. It is allowing me to add the employee to the anonymous user. I'm not logged in, right? So this adding the employee or doing some CRUD operations should be done, probably by only the logged in users. Okay, if anybody is trying to add the employee or anybody is trying to do some CRUD operations in your website or application, he must be logged in, right? But this is still allowing me to add the employee without me logging in, right? Those two things we can do. Okay, how to fix this one? One person said we can use decorators, right? Have you guys ever heard of decorators?
Yes, in Python. Yeah.
Yeah, we have decorators, right? Okay, so decorators are, yes. Uh, Login required decorators in Flask, but I don't know in Django. In Django also login required. Okay, in Django also login required is login required decorator is there. We can make use of that. All right. So the thing is, first what I'll do, I will check this. Okay, if I'm logged in, if I'm already logged in and anybody goes to this login page, this page should not show because you are already logged in. Why are you trying to log in again, right? So this is one common sense. So what I can do here in your views.py here, okay, in your views.py, so uh, you need to check if the user is authenticated or not, just like how we did here, right? If the user is not authenticated, we will show him the login page. Otherwise, no login, just send him back to home page. Okay. So how I will do in the login function, I will say if the request, if the request dot user, if the request dot user dot is authenticated. is authenticated, which means if the request is already authenticated, already logged in, then we can simply print or something like for if you want to debug the user is already logged in. Okay, already logged in. Then send him to return redirect to. You see this how we are using redirect here, right? The user is already logged in. Just go back to somewhere else, right? So where we can send him home. We can just send him to home. Okay, and then all these things will still be there. Okay, now if I just refresh, you can see it is sending me back to home page. Okay, because even if I go to here and type login link manually, it is not going at all. Oh, shut up. Okay, so I will log out now. Now if I go to login, it is there. It is working, right? When I'm logged in, now just you can just send show some message you're already logged in or something like that. But this is how you check if the user is already authenticated or not. Okay, so you see this, the user is already logged in. So that's how you debug. And second thing is decorator. Why do we want a decorator? You see, if I'm logged out, I go to add employee. This should not allow me to add anything. Why? Because uh, anonymous user should not be able to add anything usually. Okay, so we can make use of decorators. So decorator is kind of a extra layer for your view. Okay, it's just like in some banks you have seen. In banks there are doors. With the door there is also a security guard, right? So that security guard is for extra protection. All right, so decorators also work that way. One of the decorators is login required, which means in order to enter any views, like for example, where is our view in the employees app? We have views, add employee, right? In order to access this view, we have to be logged in. That's what it is saying. Login required. If not logged in, it will just send you. It will just not allow you. It's like that. Okay. So for login required decorators comes from Django. Django also has decorators. It comes from Django. Most of the things comes from Django contrib dot auth dot decorators. Okay, auth dot decorators. Import login required. Okay, login required is the decorator. Now how we can use this decorator? Okay, to use this decorator, you simply have to come here. Okay, just above this function, just above this add employee function or any function that you think should be protected, simply come here above and put this uh, at the rate, and then say login required. Login required. Okay, this is one. Next configuration is where should he go, right? So what is your login function? We should tell him that which URL should be treated as login page. Okay, so login required is okay, but I should send him to somewhere, right? So that time what you will do, you'll simply go to settings. I want to delete all these things first. Here settings, just scroll down to the bottom. Many configurations, all of those configurations, right? So down the line, whenever you work with the big applications, simple configurations, and it will be filled up in your settings.py. All this has meanings, right? So here one more thing is login URL. We have to set login, which is our login URL. Which is our login URL? This one, right? This one is our login URL, right? So now what happens when anybody tries to go to this add employee, right? There is one extra protection here. It will just push the user to this page, login page. Let's try that. Now I am logged out, right? I will click here. You see, it's going to login page. In the URL, can you notice login question mark next employee add? Because I was trying to add, I was trying to go to this employee / add, but this this uh, employee add function wants us to be logged in, otherwise does not allow. If I log in, then I can just add employee. Understanding, right? Guys, doubt? So hope it is clear. The login required. There are many, there are many, what do you call, decorators. One more decorators also we are going to see. Can you show once? Yeah.
So if you
The
manually
setting is,
type,
yeah. Tell me.
yeah, if you manually type the URL,
Hmm.
so to still route you back to the login page. Is that what you're saying?
If I go to what?
Yeah,
If I manually type what?
Yeah,
Login.
yeah, no employee and add employee.
Yeah.
If you are not logged in right now.
If okay, I will
Yeah.
log out.
Yes.
If I
So
go to
manually
employee
yes.
/ add
Add employee.
manually,
Yes.
I should try this.
Yes. Yes.
You see this? I tried.
Oh,
I tried
okay.
to go,
Okay.
and this is forcing me to go to the login page because
Oh.
we are stopping him from the backend. This is our backend,
Mm.
right? We are stopping him. Login required. You can't do anything if you are not logged in. Because after logged in, after login required decorator, next thing is this. There is nothing. We are not writing anything here. Any no logic here. Just log in and then come. That's all. It's just telling that. Okay. So simply
Okay.
write login required. If you have done any other like editing the employee, right? If you um like, I think I'm going to give you the assignment, right? So in that assignment also I'm going to use, I mean, include this one. Okay, you must know this. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So anytime you use this login required on any function, the login must be required. Okay, so that's sorry, watch most of your tutorials. Notice that most of your examples right now is using function based. See, I like to use the function based on core Django. Okay, but when we use class based, I mean, when we use DRF, right? That time we will use class based views. Okay, so it's more relatable for the class, I mean, for the DRF. Okay, here also you can use class based views, but I personally make big applications. See, there is one confusion here, that when to use class based, when to use I mean, this function based views, right? So whenever you want to use and make any custom functions, right? So custom logic and all stuff, that time you always use function based views. And then class based views is like a certain set of instructions that you need to provide to the class. That time it will work. And of course I will that class based views thoroughly, it is covered in this live program. Okay, so don't worry. So when we use I mean, the DRF project, that time class-based views only we will use. Can you also use class-based even though we are using our template? If yes, we can. How can we use the login? So login required is decorator. Decorators are same. Okay, and I will show that to you. When I come to that class-based part. All right. So first, try to understand. If I just start teaching you class-based views, 100% you are not going to understand anything if you are a beginner. Okay, so because class-based views can be little bit tricky and confusing. Okay, once you understand function-based views, you will get the idea that how these functions work, how these features work. Then you can, the next step is to go to the class-based views. Okay. Okay, guys. Next. Next thing is to is about the authentication and authorization, or permissions and groups you have seen here. Let me just, this is one confusing thing, but I'll try my best to simplify it. You have seen in Django admin page, we have something called groups, right? Also, when you have something in the users, right? So if you go to here, you see this groups and user permissions, right? Okay. So this in Django, we have something called authentication and authorization. Okay. So when authentication is nothing but our login things, right? So it's just a process of it's just a process that verifies that the user is yeah, I mean it just verifies the user by seeing your ID card or your username and password. Okay, so that's what we integrated here, some few minutes ago. Login. So that is called authentication. Now authorization is actually the process where it determines which permission you have to do some certain operations. I'll take one good example now. See, you have seen that in applications, in any portal that you build or anything, right? Super admin is not the only one that should be working with this panel, this backend. There are managers in a company, there are editors in a company, there are more staff in the company, right? All those people have different access. One staff can add the employee. One staff can only view the employee. One staff can also add. It's up to me. Like if I trust someone, I will give him the access to add some users. If I don't trust you, I'm scared. I'm a little bit insecure that if I give you the access, you're still my staff. If I give you the access, I'm little insecure that if you don't like me, you will delete my data, right? So that's that insecurity is there with me. So that time what I'll do, I will not give you all access. I will give you only some access. Okay, that's what we call the permissions. Authentication is done. What? Login, log out, and all those stuff, right? So that is authentication. Like for example, you go to your computer lab in your college. I hope everybody has gone to the computer lab once in their life, right? In your college, school, or anywhere. You can go to the computer lab. Why? Because you have that ID card. You are a part of that lab, right? You can go to that. You can go to the lab and you can use the computers at all for certain period of time, right? That's actually the authentication. You have authenticated yourself to go to the computer lab. Now, what is authorization here? Authorization is actually what you can do inside your computer lab. You can use your computer lab. Can you take that computer to your home? No. That permission is not there for you. Can you break that computer? No. That permission that, breaking the computer is not allowed. Can you open and repair that computer? No. All those permission is not the only permission that you have is to use that computer for a certain amount of time. Simple, right? So going to the lab is the authentication, and what you can do after going there, after getting the access, is the authorization. Okay. Now let's try to create one user, one staff user this time, not a normal user. I will create one user and I will call it as a staff. Okay, maybe I'll create one staff one, because we are creating employees. That means maybe this is our one organization or something. Let's consider. Okay, so I have 10 staff. Okay, for example, I'm creating the user for staff one, and I will put password. I'm a super admin. Okay, I'm super admin and I can do everything. All right, I'll just save, and also some basic information I'll put. Let's say staff one tech with Ratan. Okay, so you see the staff status, right? This staff status, if you make it enable, what happens? This user, this particular user, can log into your admin dashboard. Okay, but what he can do is based on what permission you give. Okay, super user status is not true, because if you turn it on, super user. This staff one will be a super user. We don't want to do that. He's a staff. Let's keep him as staff. Okay, don't turn it on. Groups, I'll come to this part, groups after permissions. Okay, just wait. So we have this user permissions here. You see, in user permission, there are many things here. Have you guys ever tried to understand what is this many things? Maybe some people are curious, that some people, maybe you might have tried, but some people get scared. What is this, right? You see, if you look at this clearly, every model, just don't look at this left side, look at right side. Look at right side. Here, four things are there. Can add log entry, can change log entry, can delete log entry, can view log entry. What is this? What is this? If you get confused here, just scroll down and you see this. Employees department can add department. If you just scroll down here, employee can add employee. What is this? This employees is actually your app name. Where is it? You see this. Employees is your app name. After employee is there. Employee. This employee is your model name. Inside the employees app, we have a model, right? This is our employee model. Okay. Now, after employee, what we have? Can add employee. Then can change employee, can delete employee, can view employee. What is this? All the model that we create, or any model that comes from the Django itself, will have four permissions. Can add, it is just like a CRUD operation, CRUD, CRUD, right? Create, read, update, and delete. The same thing is happening here. Add, change, add is nothing but create, correct? Change is nothing but update, right? Delete is delete, and view is nothing but display, CRUD, display, right? View. So this means we can actually give this staff one guy to only see the employee. He can't edit anything, he can't change anything, he can't do anything else. I want the staff one to only see the employee. What I'll do, I will simply come here, employee can view employee. Okay, I will simply select this, and you see this arrow mark. See this arrow mark, right? So when you select this, you see this arrow mark, click this. What happens? This permission will be put into another box. This is the available user permission, and this is the chosen user permission. Okay, this means this staff one employee can view the employee. Okay, now last login date joined, don't worry, save it, saved, right? Now staff one is created. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll just log out. I will log in again, this time as a staff one. This time as a staff one, I will log in. I'll put his password. And I will log in. Now, if you can see, this guy only has one model, one option, that is employees. No groups option, no other options, no department option, no user option, nothing. And he can see the employees. All these things he can see. You see, if I open it, John Doe, if I open this, you see there is no add button, there is no delete button, there is nothing. This is read only. I did not give this guy read, uh, uh, adding, deleting, editing permissions, because I don't trust this guy. Okay. If you want this guy, this staff one, to give more access, what you will do? That access should be given by whom? The person who has the access, right? The user. I mean the super user. Okay. So what you will do? You will just come here and give him access. I'll give him some access. You see, one access already given. Can view employee. One is there. Now I will actually employ. Yeah, this one. Can add employee. You can simply drag like this. If you want many, you can simply drag, or you can just control select more. Right. So can add employee, can change employee. If you don't want to give him the access of deleting the employee, just don't give him the delete. I'll just add it. Okay, I'll just add it. If you want him to see the department, just give him any permissions you want, right? In your application, you know what could be the use cases. Based on that, you can give him any kind of permissions. I'll give him this one also. He can also view the department. He can change the employee. He can add the new employee. He can view the employee, but he cannot delete the employee. So permissions are given, and I will save it. This time I'll go back and just admin again. I will just say staff. Okay. Staff one, password, login, and you can see now he can now add the employee. For this employee, I have given add and change, but for this departments, I have only given him access to see the employees, not add. So that's why add button is not there, change button is not there. You see this add employee is there. Why? Because I have given him permission. But delete, can you see where is delete? No delete. Why? I did not give him the delete access. Understanding? So this is the authorization part. Understanding or not, right? Anybody has any doubt with regards to this authorization? Next, I'm going to tell you about the groups. Yes, please.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So with regards to, let's say, assuming I have a tech team guy who is working on a website. We are both working on a website, right? And
Yeah.
I want him to just upload stuff. How do I apply that in that context?
Yeah, uploading is actually, for example, you have created one file upload model. So uploading is actually nothing but creating the entry, right? So you don't give him the access of can add the model name. Okay, understanding, right? So uploading is, for example, when you create your model, automatically 4 permissions are going to go here inside the. It will be available for the users. 4. 1, add, change, delete, and view. Uploading, everything comes under add and change. If you don't want him to upload, don't give him add and change. Simple.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Right. Understood, right, guys? Yes. Perfect. Okay. Question also in adding employee inside the admin. Can we add employee 1:1? What about multiple employee in one upload? Loading using a file. You're asking when you add multiple employees and when you want to give access to many people, right? That's when groups comes in. Okay. Is it possible to set the permission on a field level? I did not understand. Can you please explain exactly what
Yeah.
it is?
So there is an employees table, right? So in employee table, there is some sensitive information. Let's say we have salaries, right? So if I give a permission to staff, I don't want the staff to change or make any modification in the salary.
To
Is
the
there a way?
salary only.
Yeah.
So for that, what you have to do, you have to extend this. Extend this model from where? Here inside your admin. Inside your admin, field level modification. If you want to do only one field, you don't want to show to this particular stuff. That time, what you'll do? This admin.py, admin.py, you have to make the modification. How? You will have to define some custom function, custom helper function can do it, or those services. One person said the services and all stuff that time, right? So you can make these changes using your custom code. Okay, whatever admin thing you do will come from here. Okay.
And that will be applicable only for the staff, right? Not for the admin user.
Not, yeah, see, not for the admin user means admin, super user can see everything, right? So why do we want to not show any, not, yeah.
No, I don't want to restrict super admin. I just want to restrict the staff.
Yeah, staff you can just restrict it.
Okay.
Okay, so it's possible by extending the admin.
Okay.
Is it possible in Django admin dashboard? But in case of custom dashboard, how we can integrate this, or is it possible? Yeah, I will show that to you right now. Okay, so it is currently we are it is done here in the admin page, right? But I just want to make sure permission things is clear, right? Now next part is one person said what when we want to add many add permission to many people, right? So that is also right. If I hire 10 staff, it's not good to add 10 staff, add all the permission, pick from that permission box and arrow mark. No, it's not good, right? So that's why we have something called groups. Now what is group? Yeah. Now what is group? Group is actually a collection of permissions. Now I am hiring 10 people. Maybe I'm hiring, I have 3 managers. Okay. 3 managers. I will just say manager. Manager can actually add the user. He can edit the user. He can delete the user because super admin is actually the business owner, right? He don't have time to do so many things. Okay. He don't have to, you don't like realistically, in real businesses, super admin are just the business owner. Okay. Now he don't give his access to anyone, but what he will do, he will create manager. There are 2 people, 3 people, maybe developers or something, right? So what he'll do, he'll create one manager group and he will give permission to this particular manager group only. So what can managers do? Managers can actually uh, add, change, delete employees. These 4 things can be done. These 4 things also can be done. And also managers can add the user. User is where authentication group is there. Okay. Like if you want to give, if you trust the manager so much, then you can also give him these 4 permissions, group and permission things also. Okay. This is up to you based on who is using your application. Okay. I don't give him. Okay. What I'll do, I'll just give him the access to create the users. Okay. 3 things are done. I will just add them here. Just add them here. And then what happens? Save it. Okay. Okay. Saved it. Just give me 1 second. Something is. Okay. All right. So manager is created and this manager has many, what do you call, many permissions. Now, if let's add, maybe you're importing the managers or staff from your CSV, anything, it's up to you. I'll create one, say manager 1. Okay. I'll put one permission. I'll save it and say manager 1 and TWR. The staff status is true, and this time I will not give him one by one permission. I will just give him manager permission. Just select this, it will come here, and no need to select any single permissions. Just save it. Right now, this manager has many permissions. Okay, log out and log in. Manager 1 and just log in, and you can see this manager has many permissions, but he don't have permissions to add groups or anything. Okay, he just can add the this thing. Okay, so this is how you this is how you work with the permissions and groups. Understand, right?
Does this admin panel will be available for PostgreSQL also, sir, if we later
Yes,
install
of course. Any database you use, it is available for this admin panel is available, and this admin panel you can do so much of things. Okay, many things you can do. So is this topic clear? It is very important. Okay. Now, is there any confusion? Why people are not talking today? Okay. Okay. You should say yes. Okay. So that I'll understand that you got the point. All right. Now, one more thing here. This one you see, right? This one. Add employee, of course, is not available. I have just logged in as manager. Maybe what I'll do, I will log in as staff 1. Staff 1 has the read. Okay, staff 1. I want to take the staff 1 permission of adding. Okay, because how we will show this one, right? This permission that we saw for the admin panel, but in the front end, how we will see, right? So if I just take this, where is it? I will just log in as admin, login, users, staff, and I'll remove. Oh, I gave him manager. Okay, sorry. Okay, manager is not given. I'm sorry. So I will take this. Take add employee permission. I will take. Okay, this guy now has no add permission. Change permission also I will take. Okay, he can only view. He can only view the employee. All right. So don't worry about the department. We're not doing anything with that department. Now just know that this guy can only see the employees. No adding employees. I will save it. Okay. Now I'll go back and I will our log out. I mean I'm logged in as I'll just log in as staff 1. Okay, login. Okay, logged in. This guy, remember, this guy don't have access to add the employee, but I will click here and this guy is able to add the employee, right? So this should not happen. This should not happen. What we can do for that, we need to add another decorator called permission required. Login required is there, right? Permission required is uh, another decorator that we can pass to this add employee. For adding the employee, what we have to do, just say we have to first bring the permission required. It comes from Django contrib auth decorators import login required as well as permission required. Permission required, which means in order to do something to this view, any view that we put, you should have the permission. Okay, I simply say permission required. So this permission required will have the permissions. One, it will go like this: employees is your app name. Employees dot not it is not an app name. It is actually your I'm just a little confused if it is app name or your plural model name. I just have to confirm. Okay, I think it is app name. Okay, and then add employee. Yeah, it is app name. Add employee. Okay, this add employee is actually for the add permission. Okay, employee is your model, add is the permission. Okay, and then employees is actually your app. Okay, right? And then another thing we have to pass, if the permission is not there, I mean if the user who is trying to add the employee don't have the permission, what should happen? We should raise exception. Okay, that should be set to true. Raise exception should be set to true. All right, now what we should do in Wait, let's just refresh. Okay, I'm logged in as a staff 1, and I will click on this add employee, and you can see this is 404 custom page. I did some mistake. It should be 403. I did some wrong things here. Yeah, I mean wrong error here. This is, you see this, I've created this. If I delete this, what happens? I just deleted this. Okay. So refresh, add employee. So I'll just stop my server. You see 403 forbidden. This is showing 403 forbidden. Okay. Why? 403 error code is actually, what is this 403? Permission, it's actually a permission error. 403 403 error code. If you see, it's a permission error. You see, forbidden or access denied. You got it? Access denied. This means this user, staff user, cannot add the employee. Access is denied. Now, to add a new, custom error page, create a new file and say 403.html, and you can say something like access denied. Okay, access denied. Refresh, and you can see access denied. Click employee, access denied. Okay, if you log in as admin or someone who has the permission, go here and he can add it, right? So that's how that's how you use the permissions. Permission in the front end. Okay. Also, what if I don't want to show this add employee? Okay, anyone can say, because if I log in as staff 1, of course, add employee, this staff 1 cannot add the employee, right? Why should I show this button to him? Why should I show him the button? Can anyone say?
I don't think you have to show him the button.
Sorry?
If if the person can add employees, why should we add the button?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. If we, as a person who is, yeah, no, we don't need to show the button, right? How we can, what should be done in order to show, in order to not show this button, right? But this
In the
button should
template.
be shown to the person who has the access. We cannot just delete this button, right? So we have some permission. We have to set some permission here. Where is this button first? This button is here in the home page, right? We'll go to this home page. Let me close all this. This button is in the home page, right? So where is this button? Add employee, where is it? Yeah, here you can see this button. If what I'll if there is no permission to the user, don't show this button, right? Like this. What I have to do in Django, we can put the if condition here. If we have something called perms. Perms is nothing but permissions. Employees dot add employee. Add employee. Add employee. It's just like what we did here. It's just like what we did here, right? Employees dot add employee. Same thing. But when you use this employees dot add employee, you have to, it should come from perms dot employees dot add employee. Okay, because this is the add button. If it is edit button, what it will be? It will be change employee, right? Is it change or is it what? It should be change, right? Delete or something. I just forgot. Let me just. It is change, yeah, change. Okay, so that change thing and all, just remember. Okay, if any user don't have this change permission, don't show him edit page. This time it is add. Okay, this can be delete, this can be view, like that. Okay, in my case I will just say add employee. if perms dot employees dot add employee, which means if you have this access, then only show this. Then you put this end if. End if. Okay, end if. Okay, I'm just telling. Yeah, I'm just telling that if the user has the add employee permission, show this. If I put if not, then what will happen? If the user don't have the add employee permission, then show this. But we don't want to do that. If the user has the permission, show this button. Otherwise, don't show. Right? Refresh. No button showing. Right? No button showing. You can see. But I will just log in as manager 1 now. Log in, and you can see I can now add the employee. Why? Because the manager has the permission to add the employee, right? Correct? Any doubt? Is it possible to show the button but displayed as a, yeah, it's possible to show as grayed out. It's like it's up to you how you can make your designs. Okay, so this is not a button, right? If you have a button, you can just conditionally put the disabled attribute, then the button will be disabled, right? Understanding, guys? Any confusion, any questions? So this is it for, I'm taking questions now. Any questions you have? Okay, so you'll be having the assignment. Just tell me the assignment should be, little difficult, or just the easy thing is okay for you.
Gives a more difficult assignment, sir.
Yeah, definitely. Last time I asked you guys to, uh, you know, uh, uh, I will just show you. Oh, not test tech. There are some people have some question. I mean, difficulty here. Sir, can we add only these permission from admin panel? There are two ways you can add the permissions. One is from your code programmatically, but we have not reached to that point. But adding the permissions from the admin panel is very, very safer, and it's the recommended way also, because most of the time you as a developer, we will not be having the access to or the client applications every time. It's good. Django is giving the default admin panel, and there are already this giving the permission groups. All the features are already built in, right? It's good you add these permission from the admin panel only. So what I was showing here, see, assignment. Okay, there is a bug here. Past due it is showing me even after I have submitted it. So assignment description will be here. Okay, one. Second, you can download the assignment file. Okay, I have clearly given this all these requirements. Also, I told you to add two of these mandatory questions. Many people did not add it. Okay, like to explain in your own words what kind of queries would you like to perform. Okay, one, explain in your own simple words. If you were building this for real institute, what feature you will add? No ChatGPT. Okay, many people have submitted it. Many people have written your own ideas, what we can do, what we cannot do, right? So it's good. But some people, I noticed that this answer is not at all there. Okay, so just to make sure if such question is there, what you will do, you will write the answer here. Okay, you will have the text box, right? You have seen this big text box, right? You can write anything there. Okay, and uploading the assignment also possible. All right. Just log in. I'll just log out and okay. I'm not logged in. I'm enrolled. Anyway, I hope you guys understood that how to submit the assignment. Okay, don't get confused, right? So everything is already there here inside the live class dashboard. Okay, so this is the custom application that we have built, and it has everything. Tomorrow for the week 3, you will have the assignment just like this. Just like this, you will have the assignment for week 3 here. Okay, just open the assignment and make the assignment, then submit. Okay, submitting will happen from here only. Okay. Is there any cases that we need to create our custom permission based on multiple models? No, only one in model, not only one model. If we can, no, I don't see any cases. I don't see a use case for this one. Like you're asking, we want to create custom permission. I don't see a point because by default, the permissions will be there. What different permission would you give? Except adding, deleting, weaving, and changing. What permission? What can you think of? Those 4 permission will come by default with the model. I don't see a use case for that. One off-topic question, but can you please tell, did you build your website backend in Django only, or can you tell the tech stack in short? Which this one? This one is React. You can see here, right? This page is production build of React. This is React, okay? And the backend is DRF, Django REST Framework. If you want to see, you can just see this. I wanted to change this, however, I did not change it. You see in the Tech with Ratan, it is there, right? But anyway, this is not good to keep the admin, admin URL like this. I should have changed it, but I just forgot. You can see Django. All these things you can customize. Instead of Django administration, you can simply say Tech with Ratan. Right. Anything else, guys? How was the, I hope you guys understood today's session. And can you guys please share some review? Will be helpful for me. Okay. I hope everyone has got the email for sharing the feedback. Tomorrow you will get the email for the assignment, also for the what? Thank you, Kiran. Also, you'll get the recording email. Okay, I'll try my best to put the recording as soon as possible. Sir, I also watch your tutorial. One of it has a decoy admin site. Can you please elaborate that for future segment? One of it has what? Decoy. What is decoy? Which course is it? Okay, next week we have, for the week 4 we have REST framework. Okay, so once we learn REST framework, and don't worry guys, sometimes what I do, I change the curriculum as per the way how we are going. Okay, so maybe client, I hope if I can cover everything needed about the REST framework in the session 7, which is week 4 on Saturday, I will I will keep it like this. Otherwise, if I need any adjustment for the curriculum, I'll do it. Okay, because I just don't want to skip important things.
Sir, in week 7, sir, there is front-end integration.
Yes. There is front-end integration.
Like
It will
we'll
be
do
React front-end.
React, sir? Okay.
Yeah.
Only the template will get, sir, or
Yeah,
like
I'll
we'll...
give you the template. Okay, I'll give you the template. It's like we are building the simple template. We'll keep the necessary things in that, and we'll make the APIs. And of course, as a backend developer, you won't be working with React and all stuff. Backend developer work is to only work on the backend. But if we create many APIs and if I just leave you like that, you will have nothing in your hand after this class, after this program, right? So that's why decided to integrate our APIs that we created and in the React front end. Do you have any plans for
And
front end live course? Yeah.
so can we get to learn Django Celery in this course, sir?
No, Django Celery I'm not going to cover, but those Celery is already there in my YouTube, right? You go to my YouTube channel, Celery is there.
Okay, sir.
Do you have any plans for front-end live course? No, I don't have plans for front-end live course. I have plans for live uh, complex project building, like many SaaS product, right?
Yes, sir, that will be good.
Like
Django complex project, sir.
yeah, Django complex product, not like but even if I start that class, what the Django and DRF should be the prerequisite. Then the advanced learners can come there, and we
Yes, sir.
can
Fast
together
API
build.
can also be included, sir, in that course.
Yeah, fast APIs. I should work on fast APIs first. Then I have to learn it because I I cannot grab everything, right? So I have to learn it. I need to make some project and then I'll understand how it works. Then, but DRF is still good. In fast APIs, you cannot do all these admin things easy. I mean that we did today, right? So it's only for APIs. Launch a complex project needed. Complex means some kind of SaaS product, software as a service, right? Like the real startup type of thing. I'm thinking, but let's see if many people are interested. I will just do that. I think those type of live classes are not there for building startup live because it's a risk for me, right? It's a risk. I cannot just promise you that I can't do live, right? So that's why I have to plan it, then I launch it. Like social media and all you can just do by clone things. I won't do clone. No, social media, you can just do it yourself after learning some little Django advanced stuff.
Yes, sir. SaaS project will be more better, sir.
Yeah, SaaS is because many people are using SaaS, AI integrations are doing OpenAI APIs, and we can do many things we can do using, as part of SaaS
Yes.
that you can also sell it to people in your area, in your location that this is my product, this is my software. Just I mean, maybe the subscription based models and all stuff. Many people are doing it. Many people are making money from that. In-depth topic course, can we use Swagger or for API? We will be using Postman. Swagger, I feel I don't use Swagger usually. I tried using Swagger, but I get confused. Many things are there which I don't want in Swagger. Yeah. SaaS you can sell because AI is there, right? OpenAI is there. If you integrate OpenAI in your OpenAI APIs in your application, it will be your AI powered SaaS product. Done, right? So you can just market it as India's number one, SaaS product or something like that. It's based on yeah, your ideas. Can we do Zomato, book my show in show clones in DRF? Yeah, it's possible. And when we do that, can we be called as pure backend developer? Yeah, of course, right? Because you can't do whole Zomato alone, but you can make some clones and make some features. If you need guidance, right? You go to Tech with Ratan and see this course. This project is inspired by Zomato. This is huge course. You have to dedicate your time because many things are there, many complex things are, many location based things are there. All right. Okay, guys, is everyone join?
Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Actually, that navigation bar update, that one I need some clarification. Actually, I didn't understand that navigation bar.
Okay, exactly what it is. If you can share your screen.
Oh, this is my office laptop, unable to.
Okay, I
Actually, I done all the things, the rest of everything, but I
the
didn't.
navigation you are stuck.
Yeah, that navigation I stuck that.
Okay. Can you share, can you share some screenshot or something so that I can clearly understand where exactly you are?
Actually, I didn't understand that clearly about that topic, that navigation.
Okay. The navigation itself you did not understand.
Yeah. Everything I have done, but rest I didn't touch this one navigation part.
All right. So just let me just open up that project. Say for example, this one you are saying, right? Right. See, what happens when if I run this. So CLV.
Okay.
See, I'll just give you this example, login and register. Okay. So you're on the home page and you want to go to the login page, right? Usually what you do, you simply use this A tag, anchor tag, right? Okay. So in Django, we use anchor tag only, but dynamically we call the URLs. Okay. So this will actually print the login endpoint, which is our this. Okay, sorry, not this. This one. Okay, login. What do you have to do? Instead of passing this one, this is static. Okay, you do not have to pass this one. Okay, in other program in other frameworks, people directly pass this one. This will be a problem when you want to change your endpoints later. Okay, so that's why we have something called name, right? Whatever name is there here, we have register, name, logout, whatever name is there, we have to use this syntax. Curly braces open, percentage, and then it's a URL. So that's why we just say the keyword URL and then the name of the endpoint. Okay, in this case it is login. So while rendering, what happens, it will just print the corresponding you can see this login, it has printed, register, it is printed, it dynamically renders. Okay.
Okay, when I click on the login button, it is the render to, redirect to that login pages.
That login page. Okay. So in the code, you simply call the name of the login. Okay. If I change this login test, if I change this, right? If I save it and if I go back and refresh, you can see. Can you see this?
That
Login test. Okay. So dynamically it renders.
Okay.
So it's easy when if you want to sometimes change the pattern.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome. Okay, guys, should we start today? Most important session.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the one that I love most, the APIs.
Ratan sir.
Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah, so I have one doubt regarding. So what happened? The HTML codes, right? So they all are repetitive, right? Like how we do the like template
Template
inheritance
inheritance,
over
right?
there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So because I'm not getting like how I need to do, right? Because what
So
happened?
I
I
wanted
have
to
your
cover template inheritance, but I thought it would take much time. So I was thinking about creating one template inheritance video and give that to you. I was thinking about that. But if you want me to show that to you right now, it's okay. I
no,
can
sir. Right
try.
now, so at the end of the session, that's fine because today
Yeah,
we
I'll
have no
try.
topic.
Otherwise, what I'll do, I'll give you the document. Is that okay? Exactly the step-by-step process that you need to do.
Okay, so that's fine because I will try it, and if something is there, so definitely I will post it on Discord channel.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so template inheritance, once you understand, it's very easy. Okay.
Yes, sir, sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, Abhi, I'll provide the document for template inheritance. Okay. Okay, so let's start. I think we don't have to do anything with this project today. This is Django web framework we've been learning. Uh, I'll close this. So guys, have you guys ever installed Postman? Anybody knows Postman? Yes, right? Okay. So anybody who don't have Postman, you should install it in your system. Okay, that is first thing. Postman is actually a API client. Screen, yes, I will zoom the screen. Okay. So anyone who don't know about Postman, just, is my screen visible properly? All right. So Postman is actually a API client. What you do with the Postman is that when you develop APIs, right? When you develop APIs, you test it. Okay, because while in the development phase of any softwares, we need to see the responses and we need to hit the URL to the server, right? So using the Postman client, we can hit our API to the server, and when the server gives the response, the Postman will properly show that response in JSON, okay, or XML. All right. Mostly we use JSON format. All right. So if you guys don't have the Postman installed in your system, simply go to um, Google and say install Postman. This should be there. As a software engineer, this client or this software, this tool should be there in your system. Okay. So in my system, it is already installed, and you see, just go to this postman.com downloads, and it's a free of cost. There is paid version, but you don't need paid version. Just download this free version. Okay, you should have this kind of download button. Just download and install it, and then you will see this kind of interface. Okay, I like dark mode. That's why this is dark mode. But in your case, it will be, I think, hmm, it has a light mode also. I don't know. Yeah, here you can see there is a theme. If anybody don't like light theme, they can set it to night theme. Okay, so it's a dark theme. All right. Okay, there are many themes are there. You see, play with it and you'll like it. Okay. All right, I'll go with the dark one. Right. So I'll come back to this Postman later when we have the when we have the APIs. I'll come back here. But this should be installed. Okay. I'll just close it for now. I have one presentation. If you want it, I'll provide this presentation to you. Okay, it's a PPT, and you'll need it. Okay, so if you have any doubt, you can just come back. So first of all, what is API, right? So we've been talking API development, API, right? So what is API? API stands for Application Programming Interface. Okay, application interface, application programming interface, and it acts as a two-way communication bridge between your front end and back end. What happens? For example, you take mobile application, right? Mobile application does not handle any back end things by itself, right? So mobile application, mobile apps communicate with the backend, the logic or whatever it is, through the API. Okay, API is a middle person that brings the request, gives that request to the server, takes the request from the server, gives it back to the client or the user or the front end. Okay, so in this diagram, you can see we have a client here. Client is nothing but the mobile application or the React Next.js application, whatever it is. It's kind of a front end. Okay, and then we have this server. Okay, all our code is here in this server level. We have our backend code. Okay, all the logics happens here. Now, when we have some logic, when we have some calculated data that we want to show to the app, right? What we do? We make use of APIs. Okay, we make use of APIs, and this API will give the response to the client. Okay, so now this is just an API. Okay, so this is actually as a whole, it's a API. Now, what is a REST API? So REST means representational state transfer. Okay, so which means it organizes how applications talk to each other. It's kind of a set of instructions REST follows. Uh, that's why it's called, I'll also show you like some core principles of REST also. Okay, separating what the user sees from what runs behind the scenes. Okay, so it's just the way how it, you know, um, like how what it is saying. It organizes how web applications talk to each other, separating what the user sees from what runs behind the scenes. So it actually says that there are some set of instructions REST APIs follow in order to communicate between the server and the clients. Okay, the principles of REST is like stateless, which means the server doesn't store any information about the client between requests. So I'll give you one good example for how these REST APIs work. Now everyone knows, when you go to the restaurant, there are three people involved in this restaurant. One, you order a food, right? The moment you go to the restaurant, you sit, and then what happens? The you give your order to the waiter, bring this, right? And then the waiter will go to the kitchen, right? There are some people who are making food, right? So they go to the kitchen and they prepare the food. And what happens? The cook himself will not come, right? The cook will give that food, whatever ordered food, to the this the waiter will bring the food to your table, right? So what is happening here? Three things are happening. One, the client is requesting a food, right? The client means you, someone who is using your app. Okay, client is requesting something, some data, right? So he's requesting a food, and someone in between there, the waiter is nothing but the REST API. Okay, waiter is the two-way communication. He's talking to you as well as he's talking to the kitchen, right? The kitchen is nothing but the backend, right? So as a backend developer, whatever we logic we make, right? We make the logic and we make that logic, we give that to the waiter. The waiter will take that logic and give it to the client or the person who ordered the food. You got it? So just meaning uh, waiter is the REST API, the kitchen or the cook is the backend, and the user is the front end. Okay, it's like that. All right. So this stateless, what is stateless? So stateless means now when when the waiter give the food to you once, okay, the food you ordered is served, then he just forget what is given, right? So that's what we call stateless, which means when the REST API brings the response for you, once the response is given, the REST API forgets what what is given, okay, so that it can serve another request response, right? So it's like that. So that's what we call stateless. So we have client server architecture. The app or the client asks for things or the data, and the server does what's requested. Okay, so that's what I said. So when the client asks for something, okay, when the clients ask for something, mostly it is data, the server will give what is asked, right? What is requested. Okay, so it can be sends the data, or it can be if you just tell to change something, it will just make the updates to the database or something. Okay, so of course it will give the response with the response code. We will we'll of course talk about response codes and all stuff later. All right, so standardized interface. REST APIs rely on a set of standard method. REST APIs provide some kind of a standardized methods. We call it get, post, put, and delete. These are the four methods that we mostly use to to work with the resources, work with the data. Okay, work with any of the projects. Okay, so this get will actually retrieve the resource. What is resource here? Resource is something, some object we can say, some data we can say, right, from the database. When you use get, bring the first name, last name, bring the employee data, we use get. Now post, when we want to post the data or when we want to create a data, we call the method post. Okay, and when we want to update some data, update the resource, that time we use put method, and then we use delete method to delete the data. Okay, delete the resources. Still we have like options and all stuff, but mostly 90% of 95% of the time at least, we use get, post, put, delete. Okay, so and then easy to read. So a REST API returns a response in a standardized, easy to read format. If you guys know what is JSON, then you'll understand JSON formats are easy to read by the client. Okay, so and also it is easy to integrate in the front end applications. uh, JSON just looks like your dictionary. Okay, it's a like if you just want to say JSON data example, you see this, it just looks like this. Just make it bigger. Can you see this? Just like this. Okay, key and value pair. You have seen this, right? This format is actually in Python we call it dictionary, right? But there is only one main difference that we can just notice, that in dictionary, if you put single quotation, also it is dictionary, double quotation, also it is dictionary. But in JSON, you must put double quotation. Okay, then that is considered as JSON. Dictionary will work with the single or both, single or double quotation. You can see here if you just want to see the, okay, usually we give this kind of data. Of course, this is not clear. I'll just show that to you later in the postman itself. Okay, so in fact, this kind of data we provide to the client or the mobile application developer. He will take this data and integrate in the app. Okay, like that. All right. So let's do some practice using how we can make use of a Django REST framework and all. Okay. So these are some of the things that we have to follow. Okay. So now if you just see get, post, put, delete. So in get, we will have this kind of URIs. Okay. So these are like, if you just use this students /students, then what happens? with the GET request, it will give all the students, okay, the same endpoint or the same URI, but with the post method, right? Post method, it will create the new function. I mean, it will create the new resource or new student. Okay. Again, when we have a student /1 or 2 or any primary key or any kind of unique key, with the put method, it will update the existing data. And then when you pass this delete, it will just delete the existing data. Okay, it's like that. Okay. Now, before I just explain all this theory part, let's start the project. Okay, so let's start. Let's see how our Django REST framework looks like. So I'm going to create a new folder. I say Django REST class something. No. Yes. Framework. Okay, Django REST project, I'll say. Why I'm not using class is because I already have this project in the same name. That's all. Okay, so I have one folder. I'm going to open it with my VS Code. Okay. So guys, first thing is to create the virtual environment. This is the whole new project. Okay. First, Python 3 -mv env, right? The more the more you create the projects, you will understand more better in a more better way. All right, just activate it. Okay, so now once you activate the virtual environment, then what you do? Install it, right? Pip install Django. Okay, we are creating Django project, not yet creating anything related to REST framework. Okay, I'm just let me just install or upgrade this pip. Okay. Once I have it installed, Python manage.py run server. Okay. Okay. I did not create the project. That's why I got the error. Okay. Virtual environment is created. I'll say Django admin start project Django REST main, I will say. Okay. Django REST main, and I'll just give one dot so that the project will get created here. Right. Okay. Now I can run manage.py run server. Okay. Okay. I got this working. Next, what do we want to do? Let's take one example of getting the students. Okay. How do we get the students? See, before that, I just want to show you something here. There are two types of endpoints. Okay, so when it comes to software development, the two types of endpoint. One is web application endpoints and API endpoints. Okay, so both of these we have been using these endpoints. Okay, so this is the normal web application endpoint that can be accessed from the browser. Okay, this is the web application endpoint. Like if you just say students like this. Okay, so this kind of endpoints you can access from the browser. Okay, we have another thing called API endpoints. This we cannot access by the browser. Okay, we cannot just access these endpoints from the browser, from directly from the browser. All right, we have to access it from access it programmatically from the code itself. We can access it. Okay, so this is what we are going to actually develop today. Okay, so this one, if you notice, this is actually the domain name, right? After domain name, we have some URI, right? Students, employees, or 1, 2, 3, anything it can be. All right. In the API endpoints, this will usually starts from domain name /API Okay, and then / v1, v2, v3, or whatever it is. V is nothing but the version. Okay, version number. This can be the base URL. All right, and then this will be the URI. This will change. Okay, but this one will not change mostly. Okay, so when you see this kind of thing, right, / API or / API / v1, right, that time you have to understand that this is the API endpoint, not the normal endpoints. You cannot access it directly from the browser. It needs a header, it needs the authentication access tokens and all stuff. Okay, then only it can be accessed by the accessed programmatically. Also, you can use some API client like Postman to access these kind of API endpoints. All right, so this is normal. All right, so let's just create one. Okay, I just let's take an example of students. I'll create a new app, Python manage.py, start app, then students. Okay, we're still not talking about we're still not doing anything related to REST framework. Okay, so far I'm just doing this. The moment I create the app, I have to go to this installed apps, and then we say students. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll create one base URL pattern. Let's say path anybody comes to students. Okay, we will include him, or we will forward him to students dot URLs. Okay, I hope you understood what I'm doing here. Okay, anybody who's coming to the students, we are just navigating him to the students app urls.py. In the students app, your urls.py is not there by default, so that's why I have to create it, urls.py. Okay, here that request will come here. Okay, from here we'll handle it. Okay, because this is the students app. From Django.urls import path. Okay, so this is just same as this one, Django.urls import path. Then you say URL patterns is equal to path. Put the empty string because our pattern is already satisfied here, because we just wanted to create the students. Okay, we don't want to do anything else. I'll say views dot students maybe. Okay, this is simple. We already have seen this in the earlier lessons, right? From dot import views. Okay, and then last thing is to create the view. Define students. We pass the request simply, and then we return HTTP response. It comes from Django.http import HTTP response, right? Then what we do, we say hello world. Now I'll run it, python manage.py run server. If I refresh, you can see hello world is there. Okay, so this is the web application endpoint. Now, if I want to print some data, right? So here, maybe students is equal to, I'll create one simple data, ID 1, name John Doe, class CS or something. Okay, so now in the HTTP response, if you notice, we can pass it here, and this will actually okay, so I cannot just do like that. I can just call the key, and just it will print the data. Okay, so this is the normal way. Now, if we want to create the API endpoint, what we have to do? First, we have to install Django REST framework. right? Once we install the Django REST framework, then we have one simple configuration. We'll do that, and after that we can create the APIs. Okay, so that's what we can do. First thing, what we'll do, we'll first. All right, first let's to install Django REST framework, you have to go to the Django REST framework documentation, Django REST framework. Just look for search for Django REST framework. You'll see this one, and you can see there are some documentation you can go through. Okay, it has the installation part. The only thing that we need to do is to install this Django REST framework. Okay, pip install Django REST framework. Okay, I'll just copy this and just paste it. Pip install Django REST framework. Okay, and then what you can do, you see, add REST framework to your installed apps. Just copy this and just go to your settings, put it here. Okay, so once this is done, your application is your application can now support REST framework. All right. Is everyone able to follow? If you guys are following along with me while coding, so installation part is done, right? Okay. Shall we continue? All right. Okay. Now let's create the first API. Okay, let's create the first API. How to create the API now? The first thing is to create the app, the API app. Okay, let's say Python manage.py start app API. Okay, API is the app name, and you can simply just the normal Django stuff, right? So the moment you create the app, you go here and just say API, register this API. The app name. Okay. Now next is to create the urls.py inside the API app. Okay. So we will use it. Now our proposed endpoint URL will be like this. Okay. API endpoints. Where I'm creating this API endpoint here inside this Django REST main. This is the main directory, right? In the main urls.py, I'm just creating one base API. Okay. So it will be like a path. Anybody that comes to API /v1, we will send them to we'll send them to where? API.urls. Okay. This is the URL that we just created right now. Okay. So now what will happen? Domain name /API /v1. Okay. After this, whatever URI will come, we'll go to this API, API app. Okay. Save it. From here, we'll handle now. Okay. First, what we want to do from just create this one. I'll just copy this. I'll put it here. Okay. From Django.urls import path. URL patterns. Now what should happen? Okay, it will be students. I am actually creating this one, this same path. Okay, so this is done from the project level url.py, and next students. Okay, students, and then views dot. Can I say students like this? No, because already one function is there with the name of students. Okay, we can still create because the this views.py is different, but we'll do like this students view. Okay, I will import it from dot import views. Okay, from dot import views, the endpoint is created now. Now to make it functional, what do we have to do? We have to create the view here. Okay, so where is the view? In the API, we have this views.py, right? So in here, we want to create the function. It's actually a function-based view. Okay, we'll talk about class-based view also. So the function will take a request. It's just a normal Django, right? Okay, so return maybe what I'll do, I will copy this same data. I'll copy this same data and put it. Okay, return. What we have done for the web application endpoint, we used HTTP response. But whenever you give response to the APIs, right? So that time, what you have to do, you have to use JSON response. It also comes from HTTP. I mean, it comes from Django.http. Okay, from Django.http, import JSON response. Okay, import JSON response. Now you will just say JSON response, and then what you will do? Just pass this students. Okay, just pass this pass the students. All right. So now if I just run it, let's see if it works or not. We'll probably get the error, but we'll see what error it is it. Okay, not this one. What you will need to do, go to API /v1 /students. Okay. Okay, we did not get the error. I'll show you when to get when we will get the error. But anyway, this is okay. This is actually the static data. That's why we did not get the error. We just got this data. Okay, so you can see it's a JSON data. Okay, in your browser also you will see pretty print. If you click on this pretty print, you will see a nice structured data here. Hope everyone can see it. Right. So this is the JSON response that we passed from our API. This is the API that we created. This is the API that we created. If I just copy this and go to this postman, right? In the postman, I'll just put it, I'll put this API endpoint, set the method as get, okay? And then just click on this send button. You will see the response here. JSON, this is the JSON response. Okay. There are other things also, XML, HTML, JavaScript also there. But using API, mostly we work with the JSON only. URL, this one, you see, first what we did, we created this base part, API base. Next, for this particular project, we do not want to touch anything to this one. Any endpoints starting with the API /v1 or v2. This is just a version. Okay. In future, if you want to scale this, you can you can just change the version. Again, it's optional. If you just want to keep your base endpoint like this, only API, it's not a problem. Okay, I will just use this one to organize it better. So whenever whoever comes to this API /v1, we will forward them to API app urls.py. Okay, in this urls.py, first endpoint that we have created is students. The students corresponding function is our students view. The students view is actually getting the sample data, and we passed it to the JSON response. Right now, when you hit this API /v1 /students, you got the response. Okay. I told you that APIs should not be accessed or cannot be accessed from the browser, but now I'm accessing it in the browser, right? That's because we are in the development phase. Okay, that's why. Later, when these APIs are on production, uh, you cannot simply fetch everything from the browser. There are some set of tokens and all will come. So the API endpoints that we expose should be secure. It should not be accessed by any client or browsers or something. Yes, yes, tell me, Augustine.
Yeah. Yes, it's very clear. So, but I want to understand something. Can you go to the URL in
Yes.
the
In the base, yeah, this one.
Okay, yeah, no, not this one. Yeah, the other one.
This one.
Yes. So yeah, previously, if you want to call this URL at the front end, you put a name here to refer to it.
Yes. Yes.
So if you put a name here now,
Hmm.
can you call it directly, or you have to
No, you
pass through?
cannot. No, you cannot. That's what I'm saying. You cannot just call it like that. It will still take name, students list or something. You can just give it. You can, but I don't see a use case of using the name or using the APIs directly. It
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know it is possible that if there is any button, like if you make big projects, right, there will be use cases like when you click on some button, it will bring the data, right? So with the button, you also have to pass the required required headers. Okay, I'll come to headers also. There are there are some headers you'll have to pass in the authorization. Here, yeah, here you can see it's like authorization header, cache control, content type header. Many things are there. Okay, so I'll come, but the thing is, uh, the name will take the name, but I don't see a use case right now. That's why I did not use it. Did not name this URL endpoint. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
But you guys clear, right?
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
So far, for this DRF project that we have created, so all the steps are similar to what we do for the web
Correct.
endpoints, right, sir?
Correct.
So none of the points are anyways different except for the URL pattern that we created in the
that's the
parent
base.
path, right,
This is actually the way of how we organize our endpoints.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So question is like, how is it different from the web API, web endpoint? Because we installed the DRF, Django DRF, but we didn't make use of that also here
Yeah,
while
yeah, of
creating the
course, of
project.
course. Yeah, of course. We did not make use of it, but I just showed you that this is actually the endpoint that we can create. This is the API endpoint. Okay. This is just it is just using a normal data. Okay. So yet we are I'll increase the complexity of these APIs. Okay. Slowly, not fast, right? So currently we are just taking this normal data, and now we also want to bring the data from the database. That time everything will be now little bit different. Okay. So complexity will be increased. Okay, so this much thing is done, right? So clear.
Okay, sir.
Creating the base APIs, and then we create this kind of view, and then instead of JSON response or instead of rendering the HTML template, we use JSON response like this. Okay, for now. All right. So this is the endpoint now. Now, what we'll do? Anybody's asking or anything or?
Yes, sir. So I just wanted to understand, like, so far, for creating the URL endpoints for the Django REST framework, we have just followed the conventions. So we can say that this is the convention till this point in time, right, sir?
Yeah. So, okay. So this is the base thing. Okay. Next, whatever we do, I will just, I'm not going to show, I know I'm not actually showing you the correct way at this point of time, because I want to show you what we can do, in a basic level, and then how we can scale it to make the APIs better. Okay. So because these kind of things, JSON response will have some drawback. then what we will use? We use something called response that comes from Django REST framework. This JSON response is coming from Django. Okay, it's coming from Django, right?
Right, sir.
Okay, but we use something called a response that comes from REST framework. Okay, so we'll go there. Okay, in a while.
Got it, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So next, what we'll do, we'll create the database. Okay, not database. We'll create the student model. But before that, we have to migrate it, right? Python manage.py migrate. Okay. So once we migrate it, we got all the default tables created. I'll create manage.py create super user. Okay, Django admin developer.ratan@gmail.com. I'll put my password. All right. Perfect. Okay, I got my admin panel. Oh, it's super big. Okay, so I'm going to create one student model. Something is wrong with my camera. Where I will create the student model. I'll create the student model inside the students app. Okay. So simple student thing, I'll just take example for for the sake of this class. I'll just say student models.model, and then this is just like simple Django, right? Student ID will be models dot char field max length is equal to 10, and I can also take name is equal to models dot model. Okay, models dot char field max length is equal to maybe 50. I'll simply take one branch models dot char field max length is 20. Okay, and then I'll just define str self return self dot name. Okay, so this is the simple model I created. Okay, so next I should go to admin.py and import it, right? From dot models import student. Okay, then I will go to I just say admin.site.register student. Done. So this is one simple flow. Okay, we did not run the migrate command, right? So when you don't run the migrate command, you will see like this, no such table. Okay, this table is not there, it is saying. So to create the table, we should run python manage.py make migrations and then migrate. Now the student table is created. All right. Maybe I'll add one S101. Okay, so I'll say John Doe branch computer science, save and add another. And next S102 Name Ratan Kumar, branch electronics or something. Save. Right. I got this data in the database. Now what I want to do, I want to actually bring this data. Okay, I want to bring this data. Okay. API. Okay, so currently it is returning this one. Now I need to where should I go? Here, right? So from here, from this student view, I want to bring the list of data from the database. So this is just a static one. I'll get rid of this. And what I'll do, first thing I need to import it, right? From not dot models, it is from students dot models, import student, right? Student dot objects dot all. If you know what I'm writing, you can just spell it out. Okay, you can just say it loud. Student dot objects dot all. This will bring all the data from the database, right? If I print this one, students, I'm just debugging it. Students, like this. Okay. So in the terminal, it will print the result. And what I'm doing, I'm getting the students and putting it inside the JSON response, right? Now I will refresh. Okay, I got the error. What it is saying? Type error. In order to allow non-dict objects to be serialized, set the safe parameter to false. Okay, it is saying in order to allow non-dict objects. What is non-dict objects here? Go back. So this JSON response is thinking that this students, which is our query set, as the dictionary. Okay, by default, JSON thinks that whatever object that we are passing is a dictionary. Okay, but what we are passing here, we are passing the query set. It is not a dictionary, right? That's why it is saying non-dict objects to be serialized. Okay, non-dict objects to be serialized. Set the safe parameter to false. Okay, so it is just saying your passing query set, it's okay, it's a non-dict objects, but to print it, to to serialize it, it is saying set the safe parameter to false. Okay, but did we get the response? We have printed it, right? You can see we have printed it. We got the error here at the line number 10, but this should print the result. You can see here, students, we got the query set, right? One student we got, second student we got, which means our code is, we are getting the data from the database, but there is something wrong with the JSON response here. It is asking us to set the safe parameter to false. Let's try this. Safe is equal to false. Okay, we're just telling that whatever data is coming, it is safe to print. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, now it is saying object of type query set, which is right, is not JSON serializable. Okay, it is just saying the query set, I'm not able to serialize it. Okay, serialize means what? Serialize is the way of, is the process of converting the data to in such a way that can be readable by the clients, like browsers, applications, mobile applications, all that. Okay, so it is just saying that your query set, I'm not able to serialize it, I'm not able to convert in such a way that it could be printed, right? So that's what it is saying. Okay, so to serialize, we have some, we can what we can do, we will serialize it. How we will serialize it? We'll just convert, we'll just take the values of these students and make it a list. Let's try that. I'll remove this one. Okay, what I'm doing here, manually serializing the query set. Okay, manually serializing the query set. Serialization is the process of converting your data or converting your query set to a JSON readable format, to a JSON format. Okay. Now, to manually serialize it, what you have to do, simply I'll say students list is equal to, I get the students. Inside the students, we have the values. Okay, not value, it is values. Okay, all the values we'll take. But we you cannot just put like that. We have to put it inside the list. Okay, list of students dot values. This is now serialized. If I just print like this, students list, students, okay, I don't even have to print it because it is still going to work. In the browser only, you will see. Okay. All right. So what I did here, I got all the students from the database and I serialized it. How? I took all the data from the, I took all the students and I extracted the values of it and then I put it inside the list and now we got the students list. If you want to still print it, you can simply print it and it will just print it in the terminal. But this time, instead of students, which is not which is not serializable, we will now pass students list. Okay. And do we have to pass this safe equal to false? Yes, of course we have to pass it. Why? This is a student list. This is a student list, not dictionary. JSON response expects that it's a dictionary. So that's why we have to just say safe equal to false. Let's refresh and you can see we got the data from the database, right? You can just pretty print it. When you pretty print, you'll see the ID, student ID. ID is nothing but the primary key. We got the student ID, we got the name, we got the branch, and this is the second data. This is the first data. Okay, one data, two data. Just if you want to just weave it very nicely, you can just copy all of these things. Go to, there is one tool called JSON Weaver. This one, JSON Weaver .stack.who. You come here in the text tab, you paste it. Okay, once you paste it, you go to this. Okay, I'll just make this bigger. Oh, sorry. Once you paste it, okay, in the text tab, you paste this data and go to Weaver. When you click on this Weaver, you will see this is one data, this is two data. This is one, you see, ID, student ID, everything is here. And this is second data. Okay, when you have nested serializers and many things, right? Many data, this is easy for you to visualize your response. Okay, so this is just one bonus thing. Okay, but there's a problem here. This is not the way we want to serialize it. This is possible when we just, when we just want to quickly serialize something, it is possible. But, but to serialize the complex data, it's difficult. It's a headache for us, right? That's why Django REST framework provides something called, it's a super powerful tool called serializers. Have you guys ever heard of serializers?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. So serializer is actually the component in a REST framework that is used to, convert your data to read, to make it readable by the client applications. Okay, and there is also something called deserialization. It's a way, deserialization is nothing but from converting your JSON to a model instance or something. We'll see that later, but we are now concentrating on serializers. All right. Some people have seen, heard of serializers. Some people have not heard of serializers, but serializer is one of the most important thing in a REST framework. Okay, and in Django interview, you can 100% expect this, uh, this question. Okay. All right. So exactly what is serializers. Now you saw that we have been getting some errors saying this data is unable to serialize. Okay, so serializer, no, serializing is not same as converting to a list. Serializers, serializing is a process of converting the model objects or the query sets to a JSON format. Okay. Now, for example, you have a book. You have written your book in your mother tongue. Okay. You have, right. You have your book. You have written a book in your mother tongue or any language that you know. Right. Now tomorrow you want to give this book to someone so that he can read, right? So what happens? He don't understand your language, right? He only language he will understand some language that is universal, maybe English, right? So th what you have to do, you have to serialize your book, which means you have to translate your book to a universal language so that other people can understand. Maybe you have to, for example, you have written your book in your mother tongue, maybe a Kannada or a Tamil or any language, right? So that language you will understand, but other people may not understand that, right? So that's why what you have to do before you give your book to someone else, you have to serialize your book or you have to translate your book to English language so that other people can understand. Okay, so English can be understood by many people, many clients, right? In programs, JSON can be understood by many clients, many applications. Okay, so this is actually the so serializer. Just imagine that serializing is the process of converting your model objects or your query sets to a JSON format. All right. So that's what serializer is. Okay, serializer used to convert model data. Exactly. Okay. Now deserializer is the reverse process from English to your mother tongue. Right. You have serialized something. Right. So that's the you have translated your mother tongue book to English. That's the process of serializing. When you deserialize it, that English book will be converted back to the original form. Right. So that's called deserialization. Understood? This is definitely you will 100% get this question in interviews. Understanding or you have doubt? This is important. If you understand this serializing, then it will be easy for you to follow along. Okay. JSON same to XML? No. XML is another format. Many clients will understand. You have defined endpoints, but there is no HTTP method. Okay, I'll come to that part. Currently, we are here. We are just starting. I'm just increasing the complexity. Please, I cannot just throw difficult things on you because many people will not understand. So that's why I'm just going step by step. Okay, HTTP will work here because we have not set any kind of we did not put any kind of security on it, or we did not put any validation on it, so that's why it is working. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to the code. Now you have seen we just manually serialized this query set. Okay, then this thing just worked. If you just want to see it, copy and run it in your browser, I mean in your Postman, just copy and paste here. Set the method to get and send. You'll see the data. Okay. If you add some other data, I mean more data, it will just bring it. Okay. All right. Now manual serialization is not at all good because when you have complex data, complex things, complex database tables, complex relations, foreign key and all stuff, it will be hectic for you to do things manually. So that's why Django provides inbuilt serializers. Okay, inbuilt serializer class that we will use and handle all the responses properly. Okay. Okay, to create the serializers, what you have to do, every serializes, like when we want to bring the data, it's on the model, right? So we want to create the serializer for this student. Why? Because we want to serialize students data, right? So the way we serialize this data is by creating one file called serializers.py. Okay, you have to go to this API app and create a new file and say serialize, serializers.py, serializers.py. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct, serializers.py. Okay, now you have seen the Django form, right? Django forms. What we did when we use Django forms, we create the forms.py, right? Similar thing is also happening here. We want to serialize, or we want to convert something, we want to translate something, right? So that's why we, instead of forms, we are creating serializers.py. Now, from REST framework, okay, from REST framework. Now, this is a part of REST framework. From REST framework, import serializers. Okay, so this is the base class. Okay, this is the thing which is this is actually the serializers module that we are importing. Okay, now to create a serializer, what do we have to do? We have to create a class and just say serializer student serializer singular. Okay, student serializer just inherit from serializers dot model serializer. Now you will see in Django form also what we did, we imported forms, right? After forms, what we did, we created a class called class student form or something, right? Then we extended forms dot model form, right? Here also serializers dot model serializers. What this will do, this model serializer will actually look at the fields, your database fields. Where is it? Let me go here. Look at all these fields, okay, all these fields, and it will serialize its data. It will convert its data to JSON. Okay, that's what we are saying here. Just like Django forms, what we did, class meta also we used, right? In Django forms, we used the class meta. Same thing here also, class meta model is equal to student. We have to pass a student model. Of course, we have to import it from students dot models, import student. Okay, and then what we have to say, fields is equal to which field we want to serialize, right? You have two options. One, you can just simply add the name, class, or something. Okay, if you just want to serialize specific fields. But if you want to serialize all the fields, what you'll do, just like Django forms, fields is equal to all. If you know Django form, its serializer is just super easy. Okay, only this much. This class student serializer is created and extended the functionality of a model serializer, so that it will it will just translate all the fields of your model, student model, to JSON. Okay, now the way we integrate here is that I just showed you here, right? Django REST framework, we usually work with the get, post, put, and delete methods, right? We have to handle all four of these methods. Okay. Now let's say this endpoint, we want to bring bring all the data from the database, and the same method, same endpoint with the post method will create the data. Okay. All right. So just I'll go back here. Okay. So I have just created the serializers. Okay, so to view the, I mean, so to make use of these serializers, what you will have to do, you'll go to this I mean views.py here. Okay, so I will just comment this code. Okay, I don't want this code, and this one also I'll should I delete or okay. Okay, I will do one thing. I'll comment the whole thing. Okay, I'll comment this whole. I'll create a new function. Define students view. Okay, again I'm creating the students view. I'll take a request. Okay, we'll take request, and then what do we have to do? We have to take the students, right? Students is equal to student dot objects dot all, student dot objects dot all, and then now we want to actually work with the serializers. Okay, how? We want to first check for the get request. If request dot method, which method is coming with the request, right? So if it is get, then what we'll do, we will actually get all the students and serialize it and send it as a response. Okay, so we'll get all the students now. Okay, just okay, I'm sorry, I can just cut it and put it inside the method like this. Okay, students student dot objects dot all. Okay, we have got the query set right now, and then we have to serialize this data, right? Here what we did, students, we got the data, we just converted it to list and sent, right? Now we want to actually serialize it using the REST framework. So how? We will say serializer is equal to, we have to first initialize this serializer. How we you initialize the form, right? Django forms, right? So form is equal to student employee form initialized with the function, right? Same thing, serializer is equal to initialize. How to initialize? Just we have to bring it, this serializer, we have to bring it inside the views.py. From serializers, this inside this file it is, right? From serializers dot okay, from serializers import student serializer. Okay, we got the serializer here. We will simply initialize this student
From that
serializer.
serializer.
Sorry,
From that serializer.
from this
You
one.
missed the that. That no, you missed the that before the import. Go to the that serializer. A point from that serializer.
Okay, from dot serializer, is it? Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
otherwise it will not work. Yeah, that's what
Not work.
it
Yeah.
was. Yeah. So it should be from dot means where is this serializer model? It is inside the current directory, right? So that's why I was just missing. Thanks a lot. So serializer is equal to, we have just serialized, we have just initialized this serializer. Okay. Now, what we want to pass here, inside this serializer, we want to put the content. Which content? The query set. Okay. This is the translator. Okay. This is a translator. Okay. We're putting some data to translate your book. Understanding, right? So we are putting our data inside a translator. Then it will come up with the JSON format. I'm just writing it for example. Okay. Student serializer. Inside this student serializer, we have to pass the actual student's query set. Okay. Now another thing we have to pass. What? There is one. This serializer will take one more parameter called many is equal to true. Why? If you don't pass this, right? So it will give you error, because the students can be multiple. Okay, if it is only one, then you do not have to pass this. If it is multiple, right? Students is a plural and many students, there's a possibility that this all function will bring many data, one or more data, right? So that's that time you have to pass many equal to true. All right. And then, okay, so simply return. This time we are not using JSON response. We're not using JSON response like this because it's a part of, it's a module of, Django. But Django REST framework gives us something called a response. Okay, so this response is the right way of passing the response to the client. Now, this response comes from REST framework dot response import response. Okay, you don't have to remember all these things. Okay, many imports will come. You never have to import it. Remember it. I too sometimes forget. I remember this because I'm used to it, right? I have practice, so that's why I remember. But sometimes I still forget. So if you forget, then you just go to Google and search. Okay, so that's simple. Okay. All right. So this response. So in this response, what we need to pass? We have to pass the data, that serialized data. Okay. Serializer we got here. The serialized data, we got something called, inside this serializer we have data. All right. Okay. So with this data, you remember anytime, okay, anytime as a backend developer, whenever you pass the response, you always pass the status code with it. Okay, because otherwise it will be difficult for your app developer or front end developer to handle your data. Okay, so if you pass the correct status code, he'll be happy, and it's the correct way also, and you're a good developer. Okay, so that's why we have to pass something called status. Okay, status is equal to, which status is it? It's a HTTP status code. We have seen 200 code, 201, 400, 401, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that, right? So some status code that we typically use is um, like 201 and all. But REST framework again gives us the status module itself. This status module contains all the status code. Okay, this comes from, I forgot where it comes from. Yeah, it comes from REST framework. Okay, it comes from REST framework import status. Many imports we have done. Okay, if you don't use any import, you can just comment it out and it's your wish. All right. So REST framework import status. This status module will contain so many data. Okay, so so many status code. So status is equal to status dot. When you write status dot, it will start suggesting you status 100 continue, status 101, 2, 3, right? And we have something called status 200 OK. This is the status code that we pass to the client when everything is good, when we got the data, right? Which means status is OK, which means I got your data, take this, right? Let's save this. All right. Now this is our API, actual API, right? Now you'll see the magic. What we had here, this kind of pretty printl stuff. Now if you refresh, okay, accepted render response, somewhere I done response. I think response come from import response. I imported response, right? You see, it is actually not. It's not valid. It's because when we make the APIs, right, we have to pass the decorators. I'm not sure if that is the issue here, but still I'll try to find it out. But anyway, when you expose your API, right, so that time you have to pass the decorator. It comes from REST framework dot decorators import API weave is the decorator. So what this API weave will do is it will allow or deny the requests. Okay, so API, okay, wait, API weave, inside a list you can just pass get. Okay, so this should work, but let's see. Yeah, you can see this is the user interface given by Django REST framework. We did not do anything, right? So that's why Django REST framework is good. It gives you a browsable API interface, right? So using this one only, you can do many things. You don't even have to use Postman sometimes. Okay. So what it is saying, this is the get method. Okay, this is the get method, and the URI is this one, API /v1 / students, right? And get button is there, right? So when you click on this get button, the request will go to the server. Okay, it will then bring with come back with your status code 200. Okay, and then content type and everything is by default set by the REST framework only. And this is the data that we have in the database. All right. If I create more data, right? So S103 test Ratan, and again I'll say CS save, and if I just hit again, right? So this is the button to make a get request to the server. You'll see we got three data. We got three data, right? Understanding, right? How it came? How did it came? Which process made this interface? When you initialize this serializer, right? When you initialize this serializer, that is when all these interface got generated. Serializer sometimes feel like it is difficult, but it is actually easy. There are many things, class-based views will come later, but we are just working on the function-based views. Once we are good with all these status code on stuff, then we can move on with the view sets and all there. Mixins are there. Many things are there with regards to the class-based views. So get method is done. So we are getting the data. Now how to post the data, how to create the data in the database using the API, right? So this API, right? So this API is actually bringing the data with the get method, okay, with the get method. But this same API can also create the data, but with the post method. Okay, so how to do that? Let's go back. This is actually get method, right? Now I'll just say elif. Okay, we do not have to create a new endpoint. Okay, so we don't have to create any new URL pattern or something that we usually do in the Django web framework, right? So this same API will work. Okay, but we are checking for the post. If request dot method is equal to post, right? So that time, what we want to do, we want to save the data. Okay, we want to save the data in the database. So how? First thing is that we want to actually receive the incoming data, right? So incoming data is what? Okay, incoming data is somebody fills the data in your mobile phone, right? So for example, in the mobile app, someone is saving the profile data or some data. Through the API, that data will come, okay, with the post method. So that time we want to accept that data. Okay, where is that data? It will come from the request. Okay, you have seen in Django forms also, right? So for that reason, we'll say serializer is equal to, again, we have to initialize this student serializer. Okay, student serializer. After the student serializer, we want to now accept the data. Okay, so it's like data is equal to request dot data. Inside this request dot data, right? Your your incoming data is inside this request dot data. That request dot data we are passing inside this student dot serializer. Student serializer. Now, as usual in Django forms, we check using using is valid function, right? So whether the form is valid or not, right? The same way, if serializer dot is valid, serializer dot is valid. If it is valid, then what we are going to do? We are going to save our serializer. We are going to save our our serializer, just like we are actually saving the data. Once we are done with saving the serializer, saving the data, we will return, we'll give the response back to the app or the user, saying the data has been stored, or with the 201 HTTP response code, and we will also give them the serialized data. Okay, serializer dot data, we will give him which data is it. It is the saved data we are again showing him. Okay, showing in the front end, right? Serializer dot data, and the status, again, status is equal to status dot HTTP, this time created response. Okay, when the object is created, when some resource is created in the database successfully, that time we return HTTP 201 created response code. Okay, 201 is the code. Okay, now what if the serialized data, what if the data is not uh, not saved, or serializer is invalid? In that case, we'll simply say else, also you can say, otherwise simply return the error. Okay, uh, response, return response. Just like serializer dot data, this will contain the serialized data. The serializer will also give you serializer dot errors. Okay, serializer dot errors. Okay, serializer dot errors. But in this errors case, what we have to do? We have to pass the status again. Status is equal to status dot, in which circumstances the data can be invalid. So most probably it can be a bad requesting, right? So that's why we have to say HTTP 4040, I think 400 bad request 400. Okay, serializer dot errors, status dot HTTP bad request. Okay, if you save it, right, only this much. All right, if you save it and just refresh it, okay, now you see it's not giving you any any post method or something. Why? Because in the API view decorator, we are not passing post method, right? Here inside this list we have to pass post. Okay, which means students view can handle get method as well as post method. Okay, now if you refresh, you will see one form here. You'll see the form. Okay, so this is the get request, and you see there is some content you can put, and then you can post it. Okay, let's try. We have 1, 2, 3 data, right? So what I'll do, I'll just copy this JSON. Okay, I'll just put it. I don't need to add the date ID here, because ID will be generated automatically. It's a primary key. I will just create a student ID 104. I will name Mike. Maybe I'll say EE. Okay. Now, if you just put this and click on this post method, and you can see the response we got. Okay. This is the response. This response, how we got this response? This response we got, it's actually the created, right? So the new data has been created. It is printing here because we passed this one, serializer.data. The created data we are passing there. And also we are passing status.201 created, right? So just go here and you see 201 created response we got it. So if I just say get now, okay, URL is not changing at all. Okay, if I just say get, then what happens? You will see 4 data now. Okay, with this is the new data that we created. Okay, just let's go to Postman. Okay, in the Postman, if you just hit send with the get, what you will get? 4 data is there. I want to create new data with the Postman. I will just copy this. Okay, in the body, inside here raw. Okay, I'll put it. I'll put this, paste it, remove the ID. Okay, uh, S105. I will say Michael and computer science. Okay, so I will just okay. And when you do this, make sure you put the post request. I mean post method. Okay, this is post. Previous one was get. This now this time it is post. Let's send. Okay, unsupported. I think something is wrong.
The indentation
Unsupported.
is wrong, sir.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's the error because I just tested. Okay, sorry. Content type I was just trying that time. You see, you got the response, right? Okay. So this is this. If you now just switch back to get and hit send, you will see the all the data, right? Here also, if you see the new data has been created. This one. Understanding, right? So it is easy. One URL endpoint will handle get as well as post. Okay, we are checking if the method is get, then we are doing this and serializing the data and then giving the response with the response code. If the method is post, we are again initializing the serializer and passing the request data. You see, this is request data means incoming data. Okay, serializer dot data means outgoing data. We are sending the response like that. How did you cut? Okay, that postman actually, see, it has nothing to do with the any issues because that time I was doing something with the content type. I was showing you content type thing, right, previously. So I had actually put this content type, but I did not put anything, application JSON or anything. So that's why it was giving error. I just removed it. Okay. So don't worry, content type I will teach you next time. All right. So get and post clear, right? Hmm. Can you explain postman through post? Okay. I'll just explain. Let me just copy this and I'll create a new tab. I'll close this previous one. Okay. This is the new tab. Okay. First thing, I put this endpoint here. Okay. It is ready to send, but we want to create the data, right? So that time I use post method. All right. Next, what I do, I go to this body and raw JSON. It is a raw JSON. Okay. We have form data. We can do everything, but we are in the beginning, right? So raw data, how we pass? We simply pass this JSON. Okay. Raw JSON, we simply copy and put it here, paste it, right? ID I removed. Student ID I will remove and just say 6. Maybe I will say Praveen right? And then EC or something, okay? In this raw, okay, I'm in the body and I'm not doing anything, authorization and everything is not there right now. In future it will come, okay? So at this point only this much, and you simply hit send. Make sure the method is post. Simply hit send, and you will see 201 created method, created response we got, right? 201 is, you see this 201 created is this is the HTTP response code, and we got this response, JSON response. Okay. If you want to see total how many data we have, just switch it back to get and send. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? You can simply, if it is not readable properly, copy all. You go to here. What is this? In jsonviewer.stack.who, paste it, paste this inside this text tab, click on viewer, you'll see this one. It actually is showing you the index, right? So this is the last data that we created, name Praveen, you see. Perfect. Tawhid, when creating the API, what you do first, create the URL, okay? Then you create the view, okay? And then you create the serializer, and then just response, okay? Now what we have? We have put, right? We have put, and we also have delete. So this much is, I hope this much is clear. Okay. Class-based views, we will talk tomorrow, because we need some kind of setup and all should be there. It's good if we talk about class-based view in a fresh mind. Little bit confusing for the beginners, okay? But it is easy. Okay, let's go with the put and delete. What is put? Put is actually when we want to update the existing data, right? When we want to update the existing data in the database, we use put. Delete, of course, you know. Okay. All right. So maybe what we can do is to, our URL endpoint should be like this. You see, I'm writing students/1. You see this one. Okay. Student/1 or students/1. Okay, 1 or 2 or primary key it is. Now, how we will handle? First thing, we need to create the URL. Now you will see the flow. Okay. We have to create the URL endpoint. How it is? Let's create a path. I'll say students/int pk. Why it is int:"pk"? Because we are passing integer. Based on the primary key, we are going to get the student detail. You have created employee detail page, right? Same way, we, based on one particular unique key, we are taking all its all its fields, like that. Okay, students. Now with using this same endpoint, we can update it also, update this data also. Using this same endpoint, we can delete this particular data also. Okay, only we don't have to create 4 different endpoints, only create one. Okay, so this will handle get and post, right? Now this will handle get, put, delete. Okay, it can get the student detail, it can update that student detail, it will delete that that student detail. Okay, it can do 3 things. Now views dot student detail view. Okay, student detail view, this can be anything, it's just a function. Okay, now we want to create the function. In here, in the API views.py, I'm going to create a new function called student detail. Student detail view. All right. This will of course take a request and then it will take primary key. Clear, right? So this is core Django. Now, how we will, how we will uh, work on it. Like this should handle three things: get, put, and delete. Okay. In order to update something, in order to update the student, first thing what we have to do, we have to get the student, right? We have to get the student, then update him or delete him, right? So first thing we have to get the student. So how it is? We have the primary key, right? Based on the primary key, we will get the student. Student is equal to get object or 404 you have already seen previously, right? So it comes from Django.shortcuts import get object or 404. What it will do, if the based on the if the primary key exists, it will get the it will bring the data, bring that object, or it will give you 404 response or error code. Okay, get objects, get object or 404. So we will pass this student and pk is equal to pk primary key. Okay, so based on this primary key, we are getting the student. Now first step is done, we got the student. Okay, so now we will handle get, put, and delete. So if request dot method is equal to get, okay, programmatically we got the student already. But if someone click on here, click on this, where is it? This button, right, in the put page or in delete page or somewhere, we should be able to give him all the data, right? So that's why I'm just saying, if anybody is clicking on this get method, what I will do, serializer is equal to, first I'll have to initialize the serializer. Okay, student serializer it is. Student serializer. What to serialize? Student, right? Okay, then we'll return response. Okay, return response serializer dot data. Okay, this is the outgoing data. We got the student and we are giving that data as a response. All right. So again, we'll need status is equal to it is get, right? Status dot 200. It is get, right? Status dot 200. All right. Now let's try. Let's try, right? This is actually our simple get and post, right? So if we want to try, we will just see the ID here. ID 1 is John Doe, right? So I'll just pass 1 and hit enter. Okay. Again, I forgot this one. You see, if I forget the decorator, that will happen. API weave, we have to pass this list. Get. Okay, so not like this. It should be like this. Okay, API view. Now let me refresh and you'll see student detail HTTP 200 code, and we got the single object. We got the single. Now there is no option to edit or delete or put or something, nothing, right? No update is there, nothing is there. We just got the student detail. Now what we want to do, we want to update this particular student. Okay, for that, we do not have to create any different pattern or something. Just say elif request dot method is equal to, this time what it is, put. Put means we want to update it. We are checking if we are getting put method, how we want to handle it, right? So that's what we are doing. Again, for the put method, serializer is equal to, is just like post only, just like post only. In post we create it, we save it, right? in put also, while updating also, we are saving it, but we are saving the existing data, right? So that's why what we have to do, we have to first say serializer is equal to student serializer, and just like what we did here, right? Data is equal to request dot data. Incoming data we are taking request dot data. Okay, incoming data we are taking, which means uh, the edited data that needs to be updated we are taking, and also the student object also we need, right? What to, what to update. So that's why we want to pass the instance, instance. In Django Forms, you have seen this, right? We are passing instance, employee instance, student instance, in order to update the existing data. And this student instance will also show you, right? Will also show you the pre-populated current data. Okay, just like that. Okay, when you do this, and then next what you do, if serializer dot is valid. Okay, if serializer is valid, then what we do, serializer dot save, and then return response. What we want to respond with serializer dot data. This is the outgoing data, okay, which will be in the response. And then status equal to status dot http. For the put, is it 200? I don't know. For put method, what is the status code? I think it is 200. Okay. If an existing resource is successfully modified or updated, we will pass 200. Okay. 200. Okay. 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 So this is for creating. This is 200. Okay. Is for. Okay. So if you don't remember anything, just Google it and you'll get the result. Okay. HTTP 200. Okay. All right. Now let's save it. Okay. Before we save it, we'll also handle the else case, right? What if the serializer is invalid? We will simply say return a response. Serializer is giving us errors. Okay, it is giving us errors. Serializers dot errors. It will contain all the validation errors. Okay, so if anything is wrong, then it will give you. Okay, status is equal to status dot http bad request. All right, perfect. Again, elif. This we can just do for delete. Okay, I'm not writing elif right now, because first let's check if this put request working or not. Go back to here, just refresh the page. It's not working. Why? We did not pass put, right? We have to pass this decorator put. All right, save. And the moment you hit enter, you will get the form, right? We got this data and we got the form, and there is this put button. Okay, let's try to update this. Copy and paste it, and we don't need ID because already it is passing ID only. It is, of course, it is working with the first instance. John Doe updated. Okay, I'm just saying John Doe updated, and I'll just click on put. All right, what I got? You see, I got the response. Okay, this is the response. You see, John Doe updated is there, and HTTP 200 code is there. Okay, now if you just click on the students, you see everything is already here in the browsable API interface. Students, if you click, all the students are here. Okay, including the one that is updated. Understanding, right? Is this difficult, guys, or confusing or something? Perfect. Following the same part. All right. Okay, let's go forward. Next, what is pending here? Delete, right? I'll go here and go to 2, right? So this is the ID 2. All right. So let's handle delete functionality. For deleting, do not have to do anything because this endpoint itself will work for delete also. Okay. Just go to this views. In here, elif request dot method request dot method is equal to this time delete, right? So what happens when deleting? We have the student, we want to delete it, right? We don't have to do anything, we don't want to play with serializers. We have the student, delete him, simple, right? So how we have the student is already here. It is not there inside any if condition or else condition. Student object is available for all of these methods. Okay, so that's why it is independent here. All right, we got the student, we have the student. I will say student dot delete. Simple, right? Student dot delete. When you run this, it will just get deleted. Once it is deleted, what we want to say? We want to send the response, right? We do some operation and we want to just tell them that we have done something. That's how we response. That's how we provide the response. Okay. So response will be status only because we don't want to give any data because there is no data, no content itself, right? That's why only status we give. Status is equal to status dot HTTP. You see, HTTP 204 no content means the data has been deleted. Now no content. Okay. So if you just save it like this, right, and then just refresh it again. I forgot the. Now you will not forget because I forgot 3-4 times, right? Now you should remember that API view decorator should be passed. Delete. Simply pass this delete, and then what happens? If you refresh, you will see this delete button. Okay, if you delete, this data will be deleted. Okay, because I'm in the I have opened this primary key 2, right? Let me just click on delete, and Django REST framework has this cool feature that by mistake your data should not be deleted. That's why it is asking you to confirm whether you really want to delete this. Okay, so I will say yes. Okay, I'll say yes, and you can see HTTP 204 no content. 204 no content. Okay, clear, right? Right, the data has been deleted. Any doubt, guys? No doubt. See what we have done. Perfect, no doubt.
Okay, can we see the total number of students in there from the API?
Yes, of course we can see.
Yeah.
It's just like
No,
It's
no, you
just
just
like
deleted one. So just want to confirm that.
okay, yeah, you just simply you see students, click on students, and that data got deleted, right? One
Yeah.
is there, two is deleted.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
And
Hope it
then
is clear.
yeah,
Yeah.
here there's no form of authentication to
Yeah,
guide.
everything will come.
delete or-
Everything, yeah,
Okay,
everything will
okay.
come. Yeah, we are just in the phase of function-based views. Next comes is the class-based views. For class-based views, we have some kind of setups that we'll see in the see in the next class-based views. Then we also have mixins, generics, view sets. Okay, so many things are there. All of them are now by the end of this serialization or this thing, right? You see these many code is there. How many lines of code? At least have 25, 30 lines of code, right? And this same functionality we will do in 4 or 5 lines of code. Only 4 or 5 lines of code. Not even 5 lines, only it should be by like only 3 lines of code is enough, I guess, to make all these functionalities: get, post, put, delete, everything. Okay, using view sets. But to reach the view set, we have to understand this from basic. Once you understand this, then you will understand class-based views. Once you understand class-based views, then you will understand API view, okay, which is the most widely used class. Then mixins will be there, generics will be there, and then view sets. By the time you reach the view sets, this code will become shorter and shorter and shorter, and will be left with only 3 lines of code, and it does everything. It does everything like that. Okay, perfect.
Nathan, this is Kiran here.
Yeah, Kiran.
Yeah. So here we have used the model serializer, right, for serialization.
Yeah.
So do we really need to understand how serializer works? I mean, if you go directly, I mean, since we have used model serializer, it is handling all the things by default, right? So do we need to understand it from the backend how it happens, or
No,
it just
because no, you see, just know that serializing is the process of translating your data to the JSON format. Okay, why JSON format is because if you have ever talked with the front end developers or the app developers, right? They take your data and they do they do stuff. And with the serializers, all your model fields will be converted or translated to JSON format, and that's it, right? So we only want to know that, because if you go to just understand how exactly the serializer work, then what you'll have to do, go to serializers.py. You see this serializers.model serializer, right? So you can see the class definition here, right? Just hover your mouse on your on this model serializer and hold control, click, and you'll see this. It will just take you to the REST framework package, and serializers.py is the module name. Okay, inside this module name, you will see everything. This is the actual class written by Django, I mean Django creators. You see, you can read it. Okay, as a developers, what we do, we just inherit this, we just extend the feature of these model serializer. They already take care of you see this validation and serializing, everything is done inbuilt. So we don't have to do it manually, and if you want to do it manually, then it's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
So that's why it's fast.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, can you please test these APIs for 404 cases, sir?
Sorry?
Some example for 404 cases, sir.
Yeah, 404 cases. Yeah.
Right.
I'll show that to you. So what happens? I'll just show you the code. Yeah, you see. What we are doing here, get object of 404, right? So we are trying to get the object by this primary key, right? So that's why here what we are passing 1. Okay. The ID 1 exists in the database. That's why it is giving us the response, correct response. If I put 100, what is happening? In the database, there is no 100 data, right? So that's why it is showing me HTTP 404 not found, and it says no student matches the given query, which means the data is not there. Okay, so that's it is. Yeah. So this is actually covered in Django REST framework course also, because that is actually the flow, right? So that's why. In that course, in that Django REST framework basic course also, I tried my best to simplify things and just went from 0 to view set. Okay, so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Clear, right? Serializer is very important, and in bigger projects, you will definitely make changes to this serializer, customize the serializers. Many things will come. But if we get a chance to customize the serializer in our e-commerce project, we'll do that definitely. Today we are not extending this class to class-based views. Because class-based views, if I start, it will need at least one hour, right? So that's why I'm not starting the class-based views today. Tomorrow we will start the class-based views. In class-based views, we have some classes. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But up until now, if you guys have any doubts, you can ask me now. I'm open to questions. Everybody, nobody has doubt. There are two meanings. One, you did not understand anything. One, you understood everything. What is that?
No, it's Yardley here. So the question is, sorry. My question
Yeah.
is about the pattern. Like, if I have more endpoints, so I have to create the same pattern for, let's say I have we did it for students, so we have to do the same thing for um uh teacher or someone else.
Yes, you have to create it. But in Django Web Framework, what you do, for each functionality, you create multiple endpoints, right? So like
Huh?
to get all the students, all the employees, you create uh, endpoints multiple times, right?
Yeah.
To create a student, you create another endpoint. But
Okay.
this one is like bundled. One endpoint can handle multiple requests. Okay. But as we go, currently this is two, but as we go forward in future, like view sets and all, you only have to create one endpoint. It will work for all four cases.
Huh?
Okay. So we are now starting.
Okay. So for each app we create, we need to create their endpoints.
Yeah. Of course, you have to create it. That's how you manage the endpoint. I mean, manage the uh, project. If you
Okay.
want to see in Udemy, they are providing instructor APIs. Many people provide APIs, right? You see, delete, like if I want to, I am the instructor, right? I can access these APIs from Udemy. If I want to delete, this is the method. If I want to delete the course, or I mean course questions, right? What I'll do, I will I will hit this endpoint. I'll have to put this course ID, my course ID, and also I'll have to put the primary key, and also I'll have to put the authorization header. This is important, right? So, and then when I hit my some, primary, or I mean the question will be deleted programmatically. Okay. So
Uh-huh.
many things are there, right? Post is there. So that's why your, APIs are really important. Many things are there, you can
Okay.
see. This is the base thing. They have named it as instructor API, but we are naming it as API, but V1 is already there, right? It's a version 1.0, and courses, course ID, and this much things. Okay, you have to create the endpoints like this. This is the endpoint.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the
Okay.
endpoint. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome. Okay, guys. I think today we will conclude early. Right? You guys have no doubt. Then should we conclude? Tomorrow will be class-based views. That is one more important topic, class-based views. If you know class-based views, serializes clearly. Very nice. Yeah, missing point. Yeah, yes, Praveen. RDS, Postgres, basic things are there, no? All right, let's conclude. We will, sir, can we learn to can we learn to install PostgreSQL? Install PostgreSQL is very simple, no? Simply go to PostgreSQL database. I mean PostgreSQL.org. Download is there, right? You can just go to download here, Windows, download the installer, download from here, right? You see this, download from here. It will get downloaded in your system and install it. Simple. And then if you want like the PostgreSQL client, you have to install pgadmin. Pgadmin. So pgadmin is pgadmin is like the postman, the client. Okay. Next week we'll start the e-commerce. Yeah, I was thinking to start the e-commerce tomorrow, but I think tomorrow not possible because class-based views are there, right? So there are few things that you need to understand. We'll cover that tomorrow. All right. Yesterday we learned about the Django REST framework and serializers and much more few important topics. We also created some REST APIs, right? So today, so far whatever we have done, whatever logic we have written, and everything was function-based views, right? So today we are going to look at what is class-based views and how to work with it, right? So class-based views are, easier if you understand it better. Okay. So otherwise, it will be a little bit tricky and confusing, but I'll try my best to explain in such a way that you will understand it properly. Okay. So I'll just open the yesterday's project. We have a presentation. I'm going to attach this presentation somewhere here. Okay. Here I'll attach. Okay. This presentation. You can, when you practice, you can just download it and see. Okay. So class-based views provide more structured and organized way to handle requests using object-oriented principle. Whatever this class-based views does is, just follows the object-oriented principles. Mostly, these class-based views we use to make the logics, just like what we do in function-based views, right? So your URL pattern will call the view. Okay, it is still a view, but it's a class, not a function. Okay, so we've been using function every time. Okay, so all these things wherever you see this is function, right? So we have been using this function, and it was a lot of code. Most of the things we have done here are manual. There are things that are automated, like serialization and all those things are inbuilt and automated. But still, we can reduce the number of lines of code when we want to do some common functionalities like CRUD operations. Okay, so Django REST framework provides. Django provides get, post, put, and delete methods to work with the class-based views. What we were doing here, if you look at this one, right?
So in the students view, what we did, we are checking if the method is get or not. I mean get or post, right? So if it is get, then we do this kind of functionality, and if it is post, then we store this data, and then we send the response and all those stuff. Okay. Now here, uh, if you look at this one, this is actually a if else conditions. It's a conditional branching. We call it conditional branching. Okay. If this, if this, or in the else case, we will have a different thing. Like if you can see it, these are all the conditional branching. But when you use class-based views, you do not have to make the conditional branching. Okay, that will save a lot of code. Okay, so to create, I mean to instead of conditional branching, we use get, post, put, and delete. So get is for getting the to get all the students. Post is for creating the student or object or resource. Okay, so student is just an example. And delete, I mean put is for updating, and delete is for deleting. All right. So to work with this um, class-based views, I'm going to create a new app. Okay, I'm going to create a new app, and I will close all these tabs. Okay, I always say always close all the tabs. Okay, just randomly, so that you go back. Okay, just go back and you will understand what exactly to work with. If all the tabs are open, then you will just go with the flow. If you close your tabs more often, right? So what happens? You'll exactly come to know that where is your file. You'll get the good idea of where are the I mean what I can say. You'll get a good idea of the directory structure of your Django project. Okay, so let's go back to first thing. I want to work with some I mean the class-based views, right? So that's why I'm going to create one. Let's not take an example of student. Let's take an example of employee. Okay, Python manage.py start app. Okay, employees. Okay, the app is created, and the next thing I'm going to do is to go to settings.py and installed apps employees. Okay, employees. All right, this thing is done. Next, um, I will need one model to store some data. Okay, so I'll create one model class employee. Just take an simple example. Models dot model. Maybe we'll say employee name. Models dot char field max length. I'll set to employee name or employee ID. Employee ID max length 20. Employee name is equal to models dot char field max length equal to 50. Employee, okay, I can just say designation models char field max length 50. Okay, I'll add a string representation. Turn self dot employee name. Perfect. So this model is created, simple model. I'll go to admin and I will bring it in from dot models import employee admin dot site dot register admin dot site dot register employee. Okay, because we have created the model, what we have to do? We have to run make migrations. Okay, make migrations, and then let's migrate. All right, now I want to run the server. Okay, I got employees here. So I'm going to create 2-3 employees to work with. EMP001, John Doe, software engineer. Okay, add another EMP002, Ratan Kumar, software engineer again. Apple. 003 and software tester. I got 3 data now. So what I'm going to do now is to, use the class-based views to get the response. Okay, so let's see how. First thing, once your model is done, right? So once you're done with adding the data, then the next step is to create the serializer. Okay, just to see the flow. Okay, create the app, create the model, add some data, and then you create the serializer. Okay, so in the API, because we are working on the API project, right? We are making API, so that's why whatever things related to API, we'll do it in the API app. Okay, so we have, we first need to import from employees.models, import employee, right? So then what we'll do, employee serializer. Okay, employee serializer. It will take, it will inherit serializers dot model serializer, just like what we have done yesterday. Okay, class meta will provide the model, which is our employee, and we will also add the fields. I'll use add all because we only have 3 fields. Okay, so this can be a list of fields. It's your wish. If you're working on big project, then it can be, you can select any fields from your model. Okay, so once that is done, next is to create the URL endpoint. Where to create the URL endpoint now? So you can see here, right? In the API class, API app, we have the urls.py. I'm going to create class-based views URLs. Okay. So this path will be same, right? Just make sure you put 1 comma here. Path will be employees. Okay. So the moment we go to employees, all the employees should be listed. Okay. So now, since now this will be views dot this time we are not going to provide any function based view name. Okay, so this is function based view, this is function based view. We are going to give the class name that we are going to create right now. So we will call it as employees. Okay, maybe we can just say this employees. Okay, employees. And because this is class based view, we are actually going to say, as underscore view. As underscore view is a function. Okay. Now I'll come back to here in a moment. So once this is done, we have to create this view now. This is a class based view. So I'll go to views.py. Okay. So instead of define function name, we will say class employees this time. Okay. Class function name. And this will actually take the API view module. Okay, this will take the API view module. I think it comes from, it comes from a REST API. I'll just tell you what is this API view. From REST framework dot views, import API view. Okay, so we'll just pass it for now. Just explain you what is happening here. You see, we are working on class-based view, right? we have created employees class. Okay, because we have created employees class, here in the views, we are adding the employees as a view. We are telling Django that this employees is not a function, it's just treat it as view. Okay, that's why we are calling dot as view. We are telling Django that treat this employees class as view. Okay, so now your our URL pattern will look for the class, not, it won't look for the function. Okay, so that's why views dot employees dot as view. Okay, whenever you create class based views, you have to provide this one. Okay, you have to call this as view. Okay, now what happens? Now we do not want to use if conditional branching at all. Before that, I'll tell you what is this API view. So this API view is actually a combination of Django view, right? Django view plus REST framework feature. Okay, so this API view will actually support the responses, and it will also support your all kind of serializing the things, and everything will be supported by this API view. This is the base base class. Okay, this is the base class for your class based view. You have to extend it. Okay, so just imagine this as a Django view, normal Django view plus REST features. Okay, so that's why we are calling API view. All right. Okay, now we are not doing any kind of a conditional branching if method is get or post or nothing. Okay, as I said before, class based views comes with the methods. Okay, built-in methods: get method, post method, put method, and delete method. Okay, so what we have to do here is that we will will start creating the function inside the inside this class. Okay, make sure this function should not go outside the class. Okay, these functions, for example, this get function is actually a member function of this class, of this employees class. Okay, no, there is no need of adding any decorators for it. No, it's no. It is not a decorator. Okay, it is not a decorator. Decorator is kind of a layer on your function-based views. But this API view is your Django feature plus REST feature. So when when you build the API responses, it's not a HTTP response and HTTP response, right? So we are providing API response with the class-based views. So that's why we need the REST features, the to handle the serializations, to handle the response, response codes and all. So API view is important, okay, with the class-based views. So we should create get method. Okay, so get, whenever you create any functions inside the class, you have to pass the self. Okay, and then the request you have to pass. Okay, so this get method will take self and request, and then what it will do, it will then we can just take employees is equal to, can we create the employee related views inside employee app, employee related views? No, do not do that. You're asking, can we create the employee related views inside employees app views.py? No, because you're developing an API, right? If you are working with the HTTP responses or core Django projects, then what you do, create your functions inside the employees app. Okay, but since you are making API, I would recommend you to just use your API, API app, but you can still create your functions inside the employees app also. Okay, but it is not recommended. If you are only building the API project, only building the backend, then then create your functions anywhere you want. Okay, but if you're doing two things, Django web project as well as Django APIs, that time you always prefer keep your APIs in a separate app. Okay, so the get method, in the get method, what we do, just like this, right? Simple. Okay. So instead of conditional batching, we are using get function. Inside the get function, what we can do, we will say employees is equal to employee dot objects dot all. Just bring this employee model. Okay, just make sure to import that model, and after that we have to serialize. You can see serialize just like this serializer. First you get the students and serialize them, and then give them the give the response. Okay, so serializer is equal to which serializer we want to work with. Now we have created this employee serializer, right? So let's import it. Employee serializer, we'll say employee serializer, and let's pass these employees. Okay, because these employees can be multiple, that's why we'll say many equal to true. Okay, many equal to true. All right, and then what we do, we will simply return the response. Return response serializer dot data, comma status is equal to status dot http 200. Okay, so this is the class based way, and inside the class based inside this employees class, we can have different methods, different member functions that will handle the get request, post request, and put and delete. Okay, now let's go ahead and try 127 API employees. You can see this is the response we got, and this is the data. Okay, so this is how you use class based view. Okay, now to create the new data, what we do, we simply create this inbuilt function, inbuilt method called post. Okay, post will take self and request. Okay, self and request. In the post, what do? We simply create the serializer, just like this serializer. Just paste it. Serializer is equal to employee serializer, and this will be serializer dot data. Okay, it should be serializer dot data. No, it should be request dot data. Okay, so I'm saying data equal to request dot data. Why this is request dot data? Because when we want to store something, right? We are storing something, right? So the data is coming from the request. Okay, so many equal to true and all we don't need. Okay, and then once we have the serializer, you can just refer from here. See this. If serializer dot is valid, then if serializer dot is valid, then what you should do, serializer dot save, and then return response. Which response we have to send them? We have to send them serializer dot data. This is the data that just got created. We are sending it back as a response so that we can show that what is created, right? Status is equal to status dot, for created it is 201. Okay, in the else case also you can handle if you want. Okay, else case it can be return what we have done here for the post. We are returning the bad request error, right? So we'll just paste it. Okay, You understanding this point? It is just like function-based views that we did yesterday, but instead of conditional branching to check the get request or post request, we are using the member functions inside the class. Okay, remaining things are same. Okay, so Django will automatically understand that get whatever is written, whatever return is written in the get method will be a get request. Whatever code is written inside this post method is actually a post request. Now, if I refresh, you will see this. Okay, just try emp004 test Ratan. Okay, software tester is okay, post, and you can see 201 created. Okay, I can just go back to all employees and we got 4 now. Understanding this, guy? Is it confusing or something? Class-based views?
No, sir, it's clear.
Clear, right? It's
Yes.
very clear.
Yes.
Okay, simple. Okay. Next, we need to perform the primary key based operations, right? So what we should do? We should just have to create the new path employees / int pk. Yeah, there are many benefits we will get in class-based views. You'll just come to know in just few moments because I'm starting from API view. Slowly, I'm increasing the complexity, or just I'm going towards the advanced class-based view classes. Okay, so just wait. Okay, so this is for put. Then this is also for fetching the single object, right? So then we can also delete it. Views dot employee detail as view. This as view we have to call every time we create the class-based views. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and sorry, create a new class and call it as employee detail. This will again take API view. So see, I just want to show you something. So this API view we have extended, right? So this API view will support the serialization inside the class, and this because of this API view, we are able to do all those responses, then all these things. Okay, so that's why we have to use or extend API view. There are many view classes. I'll come to that part. Okay, so to get the API view, to get the employee detail now. Okay, so based on the primary key, what you have to do, you have to first take the employee, right? Before we do any operations, as I said, we can just use a get method to get the single employee with the primary key. We want to update it using the function put, and we will delete it using delete. Okay, I'll just create one just helper function to get the employee. Okay, so I'll say just get object. Get object is a function I'm going to create. So this can be anything. It should need not to be get object only. I'm just creating this as to help myself to get the employees in every methods I'm going to create later. Okay, so before we work on anything later, to delete the employee, to update the employee, we need to get the employee first, right? We first take the employee, then we do this one. Okay, yeah, we will use get object. Okay, so what we do here? Yeah, it will take self, comma, primary key. Okay. PK is needed because we are working with the primary key based operations. So here what we'll do is we have to get the employee, right? How to get the employee? It's super easy, right? Last time we used this get object or 404,
right? Get object or 404, and it will take employee, comma, pk is equal to pk, primary key is equal to primary key. Now what happens whenever I call this get object, it will give me the employee object. Okay. So, all right. So define next method is to get the get the single I mean employee detail, right? So that's why what I'll do again, I'll use get method to get method, and this will also take a request. This get method will take a request, and also it will take pk. Okay. So now what we want to do, we want to actually take the take the single object, single employee, right? So that's why I'm going to say employee is equal to this time I'll just say get object, and I cannot just do like this. I have to say self dot get object, because this get object is actually a function of same class, right? So that's why this will just take pk, which will just take pk, and it will give me the employee. You're understanding this logic, right? Okay, so I'm just passing this pk to this get object function, and this is returning the employee. Okay, I'm just storing it in the employee function. Okay, employee variable. All right. Now what I will do, I will serialize this employee. Okay, serializer. Yeah, I'll just pk and id both are same. You can just use pk or id. Okay. pk sometimes if you have changed the primary key manually, then pk will just take the primary key only. Okay, but id if you use, mostly id is the primary key, but in some cases some people don't want id to be primary key. They will just set something, set something else as a primary key. That time if you use pk, it will consider the primary key as the customized field. Okay, but otherwise if you don't do any customization, then pk id will work, both work. Okay, so I got the employee here. Now what I'll do, I'll just say serializer. I just want to serialize it, right? Employee, okay, not employee detail, which is employee serializer. Pass the employee here. Okay, so it will just serialize it, and you can just return the response. Return response serializer dot data. Okay, just to get the single data. Okay, and then we will pass the status. To status dot 200. Okay, so now if you just refresh and just look for one, and you will see a single object. 2 3 like this. Okay, so this is very simple. For put it is same. Okay, for put it will again take self comma request comma. I hope it is easy, right? So you will simply do this, like first you take the employee like this. First you take the employee, right? And after that you serialize the employee. Okay, serializer. Okay, because this is update functionality, right? So that's why we have to actually give the incoming data, because we want to update it, right? Data equal to request dot data. Okay, and then we will just send the response serializer dot data, and for update also 200. Okay, just to save it. Okay, we cannot just save it like that. Before that, we have to check if serializer dot is valid.
because we are storing something, right? So after converting the date, I mean after serializing, we are storing something. We are storing the new data, right? So that's why we have to first check with the is valid function. If it is valid, then we will just serialize the dot. Okay.
Sir, just wanted to clarify one thing. So when we are doing this, when we are calling a serializer at this stage, it is actually deserializing the JSON object, right, sir?
No, it is a query set.
Okay.
This is the query set. Okay. This is not a deserialized data.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Nathan. Like, can we write directly like employee serializer, employee, comma, request or data? So we have to mention like data equal to like that.
Just let's try that. I'm used to giving the data equal to request dot data, but it will work. Okay. Let's try that. So this is the put operation, and let's just return it inside the is valid function. If else, in the else case, we will just what you have to do, show the error, bad request, right? This one. Okay, if serializer is not valid, then we'll just okay. So we got the put option now. Let's try to update something. Michael, so we write something. Just say updated. Put. Okay, you see, updated, right? So this data we just got, we just updated it, this one. Okay. Similarly, delete is there. Okay. Delete is very simple. Just like this, you can use define delete. Okay. Self dot request dot begin. Okay. So I think I don't need to write that. What you do, simply take employee and then employee dot delete. Right. Then you send this request. Send this response to 204, no content. Okay. Then you will get delete option here. Okay, delete option you got. You can just try them. Now this is the class-based views. Now if you look at this code, it's still a lot of code, right? So we are writing so many lines of code. Right? We are writing a lot of code again. Right? So the next topic is mixins. Okay, what is mixin now? Okay, we just saw the API view, right? So using API view, we can just use a get method, post method, then put and delete. Okay, but we had to write a lot of lines of code to make our class-based views. But in mixins, what happens? So first of all, mixins are reusable code classes. It's also a base class in object-oriented programming that provides specific functionalities. Okay, so in specific functionalities means especially it is for the common functionality, which is CRUD operations. Okay, create, read, update, and delete. Okay, in Django REST framework, mixins are used to add common functionalities. That's what I said. Create is one functionalities. Read is one another. Update and delete. It's actually a CRUD, right? Now in mixins, we get some modules. Okay, in mixins we get some modules. One, list model mixin, create model mixin, retrieve model mixin, update model mixin, and destroy model mixin. Okay, so don't get confused. The name is a little bit longer, but they are very simple. Okay, so when you extend this list model mixin, what happens? This list model mixin will actually give you one function called list. Okay, this list will actually give you all the list of data or objects from the database. Okay, similarly, create model mixin will just use this create function and your object will be created. If you extend retrieve model mixin, retrieve when you use when you want to retrieve one single object, that time you use retrieve model mixin. Okay. And then if you want to update some data, that time you use update model mixin. Okay. No need to, no need to make all these, you know, you will see the number of lines of code where once we are, once we start implementing this function. Okay. And then we have destroy model mixin. We just use a destroy function and it will just work. Okay. With this mixins, we have something called generics dot generic API view. So what is this generic dot generic API view? Is that it will actually handle the requests and responses. Okay, and mixins will only work with the generics dot generic API view, and generics generics dot generic API view will give you request methods, get method, post method, put method, and delete method. Okay, and using generics dot generic API view, you will get the response in a structured format. Okay, so it's a lot of theory to understand, but it's actually simple thing. Okay, so you will understand this. Mixins will come with all these mixin classes. Okay, and generics will come with the request methods. Okay, both of these come together and uh, automatically handle a lot of common functionalities in Django REST framework. Okay, so these are some of the examples. I don't need to explain this. I will just tell you in the code only. API view and generic API view difference is that we can use mixins when extended from what? API view and generic API view difference is that we can use mixins when extended from generic. No, it's not like that. See, API view, most of the things in API view we handle manually. But in mixins, what happens? We will get the we'll get the inbuilt functions like list, create, retrieve, update, destroy. Okay, we do not have to make the manual things. We'll just implement this mixins, and now then you will understand how how easy it is.
Which is the best one to use, Ratan?
Actually, I will tell you that when we are done with the generics, mixins, view sets and all. It is based on how, what kind of projects you are building, what you are building, right? So that's why mostly when you're doing some simple operations, like common operations, right? So that time you can make use of mixins. Okay. Otherwise, we also have generics, and then we also have view sets. Okay. I'll just tell you. Okay, so I'll just tell you. Just let's try to understand the concept, and once we understand the concept, right, so then we will get to know which one to use where, right? Mostly people use API view because it has 100% control. Okay, and I like function-based views. In function-based views, I have 200% control. So it is like that. Okay, it depends on the developers to developer. Okay. So first thing, the mixins are like, the way we implement mixins is that what I'll do is I'll just comment this whole code. Okay, I'll just rewrite it. API view. Oh, okay. This API view, I'll just comment it. Now this is mixins. Class employees. Okay. So I just want to create these two classes, employees and employee detail. Employees. This will come with the mixins. Okay, I have to import it. I don't remember from where it comes. It comes from REST framework. Okay, from REST framework, import mixins. Okay, import mixins. Once we are done with the importing it, we'll just use mixins. Like For example, what do we want to do, right? We want to list down all the employees, right? So that's why I will use mixins dot list model mixin. This list model mixin will give will give us the list of employees. Okay, just I'm getting this error, right? I'll again create this class employee detail mixins pass. Okay. Mixins dot as b. You just need to import generics also. Generics comes from REST framework only. Okay. Dot generic API view. I'll just explain you. Okay, don't know. Okay, so I just got rid of this errors. Okay, so just ignore this part, employee detail. We're working on this one. Okay, now what happens? I have, I want to list down all the employees, right? So that's why I have I'm just using mixins dot list model mixin. Okay, with the generics dot generic API view. You always, whenever you want to use a mixins, you always have to use generics dot generic API view. Okay, so what this will do is this will actually just take the query set. You just take the query set, and what is this query set? Employee dot objects dot all. Okay, and it will also take serializer class. Its serializer class is nothing but our employee serializer. Okay, this much is done. This is universal for mixins. Once it is done, then we will just see which method we want to work with, right? For the listing the data is nothing but the get request, right? So this get is provided by generics dot generic API view. Okay, get is provided by generic dot generic API view. This will take self comma request. It will take self comma request, and it will just return self dot. There is this function which is given by mixins list function, right? You just have to pass this list function. Okay, so just pass request inside this list, and your API is ready. Okay, you don't have to do anything else, right? No conditional branching, no serializing or anything, no response or nothing. Okay, you just let's go back here. Let's go to employees, right? So you can see we are able to fetch all the data. We're able to fetch all the data. We did not pass any response code, HTTP 200 code, nothing. We did not pass anything, but still it is giving the proper data. Who is giving this response? HTTP 200. Okay. Who is giving this response? The response is actually handled by generics.generic API view. This is the class that is taking care of all these responses. Okay. And similarly, if you want to create the resource, right? What you'll do?
Yeah, because it like Gentrix will take care of that get everything. So what does this mixing will do? Listing the request.
Yeah. So list will actually give you this one. I mean this data, but generic is actually the generic will actually give you the will actually format the data. Okay. I will just show you in your in the post method you will properly understand what is it. Okay. Validations and everything is coming from the mixins. Okay. When I create the post method, right? So that time you'll understand who is doing what, right? Wait. Let's create a post. self comma request. Okay, return self comma self dot create. Create is a function provided by provided by
Mixing.
mixin. Okay, which mixin? We did not use. We are not using create model mixin, right? So that's why it is still white. Okay, to make use of create a function, we have to include this one also. Mixins dot create model mixin. Okay, this will list down your objects. This will create the model. Create your objects, and this will handle the request and responses. Okay, and this will just take a request, and inside the request, we do not have to pass request dot data or request dot post or nothing. Okay, from the request, Mixins will take the data and just create it. Okay, so let's refresh. Right, when you refresh, you can see this one. Till now, we were getting this raw data like this, right? But here you can see we are getting the proper form. Who is giving this form? Our generics.generic API view. This generics.generic API view is responsible for giving this nice forms and formatting the results and all. Okay, all these things. Response code and all. List. This mixin will go to the database and just list down the data and create the data, right? So from the request, it will just take the data and it will create the data properly. No, we do not need to make any validations. Why? Validation will be taken care by the create model mixin only. Okay, inside the request we have the data, right? That request, the whole request, we are putting it inside the create function of create model mixin, and it knows what to take, then how to take, and then how to validate and everything. It will do, and it will just create the data. Okay, so that's how we have given this provider, right? This serializer class. Employee serializer is there. Query set, it will just take. Okay, so these are the two attributes they need to understand which which model we are working on, which serializer we are working on. Okay, so these attributes they will just check and they will do their work. It's like that. Okay.
So, sir, these mixins and generics, then it looks like they are just doing one more level of abstraction on top of the class-based views, right, sir?
Yeah. Okay, and again, next view sets will come. The view set will just act like magic. Okay, only 3 lines of code, everything will be done. Okay, most of the time we only do such level of things in simple, in common feature projects. Okay, if you have custom applications, that time you will most likely you will not use such things. But mixins you can use. Many people use mixins because this is not too difficult and not too easy. Okay, it's like you can just control it. You can even customize the mixins and all. Okay, but they are the next advanced parts. So with the for the using mixins, we can also use also make primary key based operations just by extending the retrieve model mixin, update model mixin, and destroy model mixin. Okay, we can just make this. Okay, I'll just try one or two things. Retrieve model mixin. Just what I'll have to do, I'll just have to. I think I have. Okay, I have created this class, right? So here, what I'm going to do, I don't want to just use list model mixin. I need a retrieve model mixin. Okay, retrieve model mixin to get a single object. Okay, so here also it is very simple. It will first take query set and serializer class. Okay, these are these things work like a hint. They will understand with with these attributes. Then they will know what to do. Okay, so first I want to just go with this get request. It will take self comma request. Okay, and then return self dot retrieve. Okay, retrieve is the function provided by provided by retrieve model mixin, and it will just take a request comma PK. Okay, here in the get request, we have to accept the PK. Why? Because you can see the path here, right? So this one we are accepting the primary key. So that's why in the get also we have to take the PK. Okay, just save it, and then you'll just refresh and maybe go to, you will see 200. Okay, and the data. Okay, you can see simple. Similarly, we have another thing called the update model mixin. This one, update model mixin. What this will do, define put method is the function to update the object. Put, it will again take self. Of course, it needs a request and it needs a primary key to update a single object. So again, it will return self dot what? Update. Am I right? Update. Yes, update is the function. This will take request. Okay, inside the request we have the data, and this will just pass primary key. Now you can also mixins dot update model mixin. We have to import. I mean, we have to extend. Now this time you see just used put method. We are not passing any instances or employee object or something, right? We are just using put method, update function, request and primary key. It will just work. Where is it? Okay, refresh and you can see in a nice HTML form, it is showing the put. Okay, I'll just update it, updated, put, and you can see it is updated. Okay, you can similarly you can try destroy model mixin. Just extend the destroy model mixin and it will work. Okay, just use the delete function. Understanding it? Just understand this scenarios like only the CRUD operations, and mixins mostly will not, you will not customize. If you customize, there is a way to customize this, but it depends on the use cases. Perfect. Okay. Now, if you look at this code, there is still a lot of lines of code, right? There's still many lines of code. Now, to follow
So,
with the...
sir, with this class-based views and mixins, we don't need to use the decorators, right, sir?
No decorators comes in. No. Okay. Decorators will actually sit on top of the functions. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Since we have more lines of code, we can, of course, use mixins, and we also have something called generics. So generic will reduce the lines of code even further. Yeah, tell me.
Between all these options, sir, is there any performance impact, sir? Like if function-based view, class-based view, then mixins, and then generics?
See, class-based, if you use class-based views, you'll get the high performance. Why? Because in functions, there are many lines of code, right? But class-based views are already built in by Django REST framework itself. It is already optimized code. The whatever code behind this retrieve model mixin, all these mixins, right? They're all the optimized code. So you can use, if performance is the thing, then you can just use class-based views. Any reason that we are writing two classes? Is it only because readability was you're saying two classes like employees and employee detail asking?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. There is a reason because the URL endpoints or the API endpoints are different, right? As a front-end developer or app developer, they will hit your this one. Okay, employees, to get the employees with the get and post. That time we can handle getting all the list of employees and creating the employees we can handle by this endpoint. Okay, and any primary key things are there, any like updating, deleting, and all stuff, right? So weaving the single product. So of course that needs, that needs the primary key to be passed. If we don't pass, if we don't get, as a backend developer, if we don't get the primary key in a request, we cannot see the particular data, right, in the database, right? So that's
Okay.
why these things should be separated. But when we use view sets, it will be in a, it will be in a single function. I mean, single class. Okay, I'll come to view set also. But
Even if
mostly,
we,
yeah, tell me.
yeah, I mean, if we handle that, right, if we get this primary key, right, that's something illogically, then, I mean, we can convert that into one class, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I
in
just paste my code
using
here.
yeah, using view sets, you can just create your I mean, this code. What is this? Okay, so this is the code that we just wrote, right?
Yeah. Only the thing is, I just created only one, endpoint. I mean, the endpoint I have created two, but the class that I have made, mixing class is a single class. And only, I'm just checking if I get any, primary key in that method,
No,
in that URL
this
itself.
put will not work here, right?
It does work.
Okay, so you're passing primary key here.
Yeah, I'm passing it.
Okay, you're passing the primary key, then it will work. But if not, it won't work. So that's why. Okay, so you are just doing some conditions.
Yeah, some logically I'm handling it.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
it depends on you how you want to handle it.
okay, so what is the best approach? I mean, for readability perspective, is it better to create a two
Yeah, it's of
classes?
course I would recommend to have different endpoints for primary key based operations.
Okay.
So that will be easy to understand for the
Other developers as
front end other developers as well as the app developers who is consuming our APIs, right?
well. Got it. Got it. Sure. Thank you.
Do not passes render to show form data. I'm not sure about parsers renders. Can you just tell me exactly what you're talking about?
So
For
actually, when I run this, I'm not getting the form data in REST API. So I use parse and renders to show the form data.
no need to do that, right? So just use generics.generic API view.
Okay.
You will get the form, HTML form with the raw form also.
Fine.
So,
Use
sir,
which
out of
one? Yeah.
all the options, sir, that we have now for implementing these views, function-based, class-based, then mix, then generics, which one we choose is purely developer's choice, sir, or like there is some standard that as a
See,
senior developer we should choose this or not that, something like that?
See, as a senior developer, we mostly choose mixins. It depends on which way is better, and it completely depends on the use cases. Okay, so I cannot just recall because whatever projects I've made in the past, I have used mixins, I've used generics, and also I've used API. When you want more control, use API. API view. When you need control plus less lines of code, then you use mixins. Okay, but if your logic is very complex, do not try to fit everything inside mixin, because it will be difficult for you to understand. After 1 week, if you come back and read your code, you will also get lost. Okay, if the feature is very big. Okay, otherwise you can use API view. API view is very simple.
Okay. So API view means basically the class-based view, right, sir?
Yeah, class-based. Okay, API view is actually the base class. Okay, base class, and it gives you full control, and you can just do just it's an organized way of making put is there, get is there, delete is there, right? So it's good.
You said, sir, you generally prefer the function-based view, sir. So any reason for that, sir?
Well, me, right?
Right, sir.
I like function-based views. Not only me, most of the senior developers who are working with the advanced projects, right? they always use function-based views.
Okay, sir.
Because when you make custom applications, right, business logics and all stuff, there are more things to do than this get put, just CRUD operations. That time, function-based
Right.
views are, way more better than class-based views. Okay,
Okay,
small
sir.
features and all you can just take care of using class-based views.
Right, right, sir. For example, sir, if in the model, if we have, say, sir, media also as one of the fields, then for that case, like
in the
which one is?
functions media, what did you say?
So in the model, we
Yeah,
have said media
image.
is also there, image is there, video is
Yeah, yeah.
there. So to handle those kind of cases, all of them can handle them, or like we need to
Yeah,
go
the
for the function based.
class-based views can also handle them.
Okay,
Okay.
sir. Okay.
But function-based views are like, even if you search on Google, right, which one is better?
Right, sir.
Depends on your use cases. And big projects always go with function-based views.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So for example, sir, in your projects, like the car project, the restaurant
I
project,
use,
so
yeah.
what you have used, sir?
I have used function-based views.
Okay, sir.
And class-based views, especially you use when you make API responses, because these generic API view and all are there, right? So they will handle the responses very well than we doing it manually. Okay. Again,
Okay,
if the API is very API that you are working on is very advanced level, then do not use the mixins or other things, right? Just go with the API view, the base class.
Okay, sir. Got it,
Okay.
sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So next we have is generics. Okay. Let's just show you this. So in generic, what happens is that it will actually give you, it is just generic is actually the combination of generic API view, this one, generic API view and the mixins. Okay, so it's a combination, and they provide it is also same like mixins. What you do, mixins provide base classes, mixin classes for making the common functionalities, right? In generic also, they provide some base classes like list API view, and then create API view, then retrieve API view, and update API view, and destroy API view. You can see this. Okay. These 5 classes generics provide, and list API view for listing all the objects, create API view is for creating all the objects, retrieve API view for retrieving a single object using the primary key, and then update API view is for updating the single object using API, using primary key, and then destroy API view. Okay. But in mixins, when you wanted to make 3 operations, right? For example, this one also. If you want to do another operation like destroy, what do you have to do? You have to extend mixins dot retrieve model mixin, mixins dot update model mixin, and mixins dot destroy model mixin. Okay, then only you can do. But in generics, what happens? If you want to only perform listing the objects, then you will use list API view. If you want to only perform a retrieve API view, then you will use retrieve API view. But if you want to use the combination, like you also want to you also want to list down the objects, and you also want to create the object. That time, what you do, generics provides us the combination classes called list create API view. This is used for listing and creating the objects. Both will work. And it will also provide a retrieve update API view. Using this, by extending this retrieve update API view, we can retrieve a single object as well as we can, we can update the object. And if we want to do all the operations in one class, then what we do, retrieve update destroy API view. Okay, retrieve update destroy API view. By extending this, we can retrieve the retrieve the object by the primary key, update the object, and delete the object. All of them can be taken care by this retrieve update destroy API view. Okay, it's also a kind of mixin, but but we have some more kind of flexibility. Do not have to extend all of those things. Okay, so let's implement, try to implement it. You see, this is definitely confusing. Okay, this is definitely confusing. You have to practice it. If you don't practice, just watch, then tomorrow you will forget. Because same, see, retrieve is here. Also in generics, also retrieve is there. You will not understand which one goes to where, like that. Okay, I will now just comment it. Generics. Okay. I have just make sure you import this generics. Okay. So the way we create the generic is like class. Which class is it? Employee class, employees or something. Employees. Okay. So this will take generics dot list API view. I'm just taking an example of creating the list. Okay. List. It will just take a query set and serializer class that we provided here, right? You just take this query set. Okay. It's very simple. It will just take query set and it will just take a serializer class and everything will work. Okay, you do not have to do anything. Okay, I'll just get rid of this error. Class log detail generics dot okay. So just ignore this employee detail class. Okay, so we are doing only this much and everything just happens like a magic. Okay, so what this will do now, we are just extending generics.list API view. What this will provide us, you can see here. I'm just refreshing the page. It is, it is just printing all the data. Okay, now if you want to add the data, what you do, you just simply have to use generics dot create API view. Okay, you just pass it, don't do anything. Now you refresh, you get the form, right? I will just create M005 and Rathan 123 and then designer. Okay, I'll post it and you can see it is done. You see this 201 created and the data, I just got data just got created and all the responses also came. If you refresh and you can see this one. Okay. So generics dot list API view and generics dot create API view. But we do not even want to use both of these. So we have combination class generics dot list create API view. List can also be done. Create can also be done. Okay, generics dot list create API view and this API is ready. Okay, this is the common functionalities. Okay, just when you want to just bring all the data, when you just want to save, then you can just use this thing. Understood, right? Now for this one, primary key based operations, what we do, simply copy this. Okay, first thing, query set we have to provide. Second thing, serializer class we have to provide. Okay, serializer class we have to provide, right? After that, this employee detail, it needs primary key, right? If we don't provide primary key, then it doesn't know, what to edit, what to delete, what to view, right? So that's why we have some attribute called lookup field. Okay, lookup field. In the lookup field, Based on what? Based on which unique ID we want to fetch the data, right? It is primary key. We just simply pass PK to this lookup field attribute, and then your what do you call primary key based operation is also done. Editing, deleting, weaving, everything is there now. Refresh. You simply refresh, right? This is coming from employees, but if you just go here one, I think what generic API view. List not list. Okay. This should not be list API view. It should be retrieve API view. Okay. So I was just using that list API view to get rid of the error, right, last time. So that's why I just forgot to use it. So now what happens? Retrieve API view, refresh. Now you can see everything is done. Okay. It is bringing the data. But I don't want retrieve API view. I can just say generics dot update API view. Okay. But you know what? Doing like instead of just saying destroy API view, instead of just saying generics dot retrieve API view, update API view, destroy API view. Okay, these are three, right? We can use generics dot retrieve update destroy API view. You see this? Retrieve, update, destroy API view. This will take care of weaving the single object, updating the single object, and deleting the object. Okay. Refresh, and you can see delete is there, update is there. I can just update it. Okay, just everything happens like a magic. You see, that's why if you want to build quick applications in Django, a quick application, you can use Django REST framework. Okay, all right. Understanding, right, guys?
Yes, sir. With the help of generics, it's like just
with the help of
two classes, two lines.
Just two. You see, before it was this much line, right? Same functionality.
Right.
But
right,
now only this much line. Using view set, only 3 lines of code. Only 3 lines of code. Everything will be done using view set. Okay. So just pass the query set.
Okay.
It just needs query set and it needs serializer class.
Even the PK cases will be handled in the same
Yes.
class.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Same class. Okay. So should we take one small break?
Yes, sir.
On the browser, sir, just one question, sir.
Yes,
Along
sir.
with get, put, post, there is one options button. What is that options button, sir, here?
So I have not.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I think there are some parts and all are there. I'm not sure. I did not
Try that.
explore it.
Okay. Okay, no problem.
Okay, in the options, so what we have is the headers, right? In how we do this in the Postman, right? So all these application JSON header is there, form data, all these things are there. I think there are more things.
Okay.
I'm not
Other HTTP fields they are showing,
Yeah.
right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So I will to use which one, like mixing generic API view? Can you? Okay. So is this the question? I have already told you, right?
Yes, sir. That question is like some old question, sir, when we were discussing that.
Yeah. Okay. Next, what we have is view set. Okay, I hope you guys have understood this generics and all, and you guys need to make very good practice. Then only you will be able to understand. You will be able to remember these things. Otherwise, class-based views are, you will easily forget these class-based views. Okay, first time definitely it is confusing. Okay, even if it is easy, it can be confusing. All right. Next, view set. We have view set. Okay, view sets. As the name says, it's actually the set of views. Okay,
The way we implement view set is we have two options. One is to use the view set class. Another is to extend the model view set. Okay. So I'll first I'll just show you how to use this mm, model view set. So now view set will actually provide you 5 classes. Okay, 5 classes. I mean 5 inbuilt functions: list, create, retrieve, update, delete. So this is also giving you list, create, retrieve, update, but not destroy. It is giving you delete. Okay. So generics also was giving you something, right? Right. It is also giving you list API things, and Mixins was also giving you list, create, retrieve, update, destroy. Right. That's why just do some practice, then you will understand. Okay. Okay, so view set. Let's start with the view sets dot view set, and then I will explain you what is view sets dot model view set. Okay. So let's start to implement this one. Class employees. Okay, I'll just keep it like this. Okay, I just don't want to get the errors, so that's why I just keep it like this. Employees I'm working on now. So what I'll do, I'll have to say, I mean import view sets. I don't remember from this. It comes from Django, I mean REST framework only. View sets. Okay. All right. View sets dot view set. View sets dot view set. Okay. So I'll just pass it for now. So, so whenever we use view set, right, we are getting the error now. Okay. I'll tell you how to fix it. Whenever we use view set, right, we will not be using this kind of URL patterns. Okay, we use something called a default router. We call, we use routers provided by Django REST framework. Okay, so why is because uh, the URLs are actually going to generated automatically by the router only. Okay, we do not have to create, do not have to accept the primary key. We do not have to do anything with the URL patterns. So the patterns will be generated by the router. So that's why we will not we will just comment it out. What we have to do from REST framework dot routers. Okay, import default router. Okay, default router is the class. Okay, router class. It comes from REST framework. This default router will actually take care of your API endpoints or the URL patterns. Okay, what we have to do? We have to just initialize this router is equal to default router. Okay, just initialize it. Okay, so we got the we got the router object now. With the router object, we have to just router. So this is the way we connect the router to our URL endpoints. Okay, so router dot. I think router dot register. We have to register it. Router dot register. The base name should be employees. Okay, and do not add forward slash and all. Just it's a base name, base endpoint, and then views dot employee. Okay, employee view set. Okay, employee view set. This is the only class that is that we are going to use for both primary key operations and non-primary key operations. Views dot employee view set. Okay, and then just save it. Okay, and then in here what you have to do, just say uh, empty string, and then include it to forward your request to router. Okay, then I'll just tell you, I'll just include. Okay, so bring your include. So what you have to do, router dot URLs. Okay, so what is happening here? Anybody coming to this employees, okay, so they are actually going to this they're going to be handled by the router, okay, and the corresponding view will be employee view set, and you do not have to say dot as view or something, okay, like that, like this, don't put, okay, as view, just views dot employee view set, okay. So this router will actually handle everything. All right. So now I'll go back to the views. You see views dot employee view set, employee view set. Okay, the class name it is. So that's why I'm going to say employee view set. Okay, this class and this view should be matched same. Okay. Then what you have to do? Okay. So this provides to save it, and this error should go. Okay. So it is giving me assertion error saying base name argument not specified, and could not automatically determine the name from the view set, okay, as it does not have a query set or attribute. So what it is saying is to uh, give the base name. What is the base name? uh, Here if you go to router, when registering it, we want to tell this router that create the, generate the URL patterns based on our our model. Your model name will be the base name. Base name equal to employee. Okay, just put your model name, and this will now start generating the URL endpoint based on your model. Okay, now this should go. I'll just restart the server. Okay, now there's no error. All right. So as I said, ViewSet provides list, create, retrieve, update, and delete functions. Okay, now we can start working on any of these functions. All right. So I'll just so these are just very, very simple. The same thing that we have been doing, right? So what we have to do? We have to create a list function. Okay, list function will take self comma request, self comma request, query set is equal to employees. I don't have to write it again. It is already there somewhere here. You see this? I'm taking, employee.objects.all, and then the serializer, and then returning the response. Okay, it's just like how you do this manually, right? So we are yet to create the model view set. Okay, in model view set, you only 3 lines of code, everything will be generated. But this normal view set, right? View set dot view set, it's kind of lengthy process. Employee dot objects dot all, we got the query set, and then we will just say serializer is equal to employee serializer, and then pass the query set to this um, I mean this, what do you call, this serializer. This can be query set or this can be employees. Okay, I just don't make you confused, just employees. Okay, and because this can be many, we can just say many equal to true, right? And then we want to give the response, right? Return response serializer, right? Serializer dot data, simple, right? You can also pass the status. All right, so now what happens? We have not created any patterns, right? So if I refresh this pattern, you see the router itself is generating the uh, you know um, the endpoint, and it is fetching the data, right? So this is how we use list. Now similarly we have create, right? Create is also very simple. Define create function. It will take request, and it will also take okay, with the first it will take self and request. Okay, and then what we want to do, we want to actually create the serializer, right? serializer is equal to employee serializer, and then data. Okay, so that inside the request, inside the request we have data, right? Request dot data, because this is the incoming request, incoming data that we are passing to the employee serializer. Okay, and if serializer dot is valid, if serializer dot, all these things you have already done, right? So that's why I'm just going fast. Serializer dot save, right? And then you give the response. Okay, return, I'll just copy a few code here. Okay, return response serializer dot data, then you pass the status code. Okay, in the else case, what you can do, you can just simply say response serializer dot errors. Again, you can just pass the status. Okay, now if you refresh, we have the form, right? Just create one. emp006 Ratan 123 test 1234 post. Okay, data keyword should be keyword, it's a keyword argument. I must pass data equal to request dot data. Okay, new data did not get created, I think. I'll just employee 06 test developer. Okay, I'll just post it and the data has been created. Okay, so this is how you create use viewset. Okay, the only thing is that in this same employee viewset we can make the primary key based operations also. Okay, so how? The viewset is actually providing us the retrieve function, update function, and delete, right? So that will automatically work in this employee viewset. Let's try this. Define retrieve. Define retrieve. It will take self. It will also take request. With this, it will also take primary key. Okay. Now, next what we have to do, we have to serialize the data, right? Not serialize the data. We have to first take the employee because we just want to take it, right? Get object or 404 employee, comma pk is equal to pk. All right, and then you serialize it. Serializer is equal to employee serializer. Then you pass employee, right? Simple. Just let's pass this. Return response serializer dot data, and you know what? This one, okay, this is actually retrieving the data, right? Okay, so response serializer dot data, and the status dot, it should be 200. Okay, let's try. Okay, so this is all data, and let's go to 2, and you can see we did not create any endpoint that is accepting a primary key, but router is actually generating the endpoint. Okay, it is detecting that, it is automatically detecting this as a primary key. Understanding, right? So because we have registered the employees base path for it to the router, and router is so smart that it will just it will just work with the primary, for the primary key based operations also. All right, so this is API route, and you see for the update also it will work. Update is also very easy. If I just create define update self comma request comma, it needs primary key, right, for the update. Then what we do, employee is equal to get object R404, right, for the update. And then we use a serializer. Let me just copy it. I'm just getting bored of writing. Serializer equal to employee serializer. First, we pass the employee as an instance, and then we, request, let's say, keyword argument data dot, data equal to request dot data. Okay. Then what we do? Return the, not return. We have to check if the serializer is valid or not. Okay. If it is valid, then we save it and then we send the response. Okay. Serializer is valid. Serializer dot data status 200. It is okay. 200. If not, we'll just send the errors. Understanding, right? This is just simple, but the only thing is the primary key or the endpoints are getting generated automatically with the help of router, and you do not have to create multiple endpoints or multiple classes. ViewSet, using ViewSet, you can just make, uh, just make all the functionalities using a single class. Okay, but the problem here is there's still a lot of lines of code, right? It's just like normal API view, right? You have seen API view, right? Generic is simpler. Yeah, it depends. I don't find it helpful, honestly. That's why I'm getting bored of writing this again and again. Okay, instead of this, we can use API view. Okay, but sometimes what happens if you want to quickly write something, then we can use viewsets.model viewset. Okay, now what we do, just commit it. I'll just comment this one also, that is not needed. This one also I will comment. Okay, I'll create a new class, employee viewset. This time, instead of saying viewsets.viewset, we will say viewsets.model viewset. Viewsets.model viewset. This viewset.model viewset does not need all these, any functions or helper functions or any methods. Okay, it will just need two attributes. Query set is equal to which query, employee dot objects dot all. It need not to be all. It can be filter. It can be anything. Okay, so it's up to you. Query set or anything like query set. Yeah, you can just say query set. Okay, for this. And then serializer class, it is expecting. Serializer class is our employee serializer, and done. Only this much. Okay, only this much. Now it will work for both primary key based operations and non-primary key based operations. If you refresh, all the data is coming, right? And here only you will just say add emp007 test name engineer. I'll post it. And you see the data has been created. The response code also came. And if you go back to the employee list, you see many data is there. And if you type, if you want to just update some data, like maybe 4, Weave is also there, and it is allowing you to, yeah, it will also handle the errors. Okay, it will also allowing you to add the put updated put. Okay, and you can see, and delete is also there. Okay, you see delete is also there. Okay, so this is using model view set. We are not doing anything. We are just passing two attributes, query set and serializer class, and remaining things will be taken care by model view set and the router. Done. Okay, like that.
Hi Ratan. Is
Yeah.
that page name is a model, right? In a URL dot
Yeah.
UI.
See, for model view set, you do not have to pass the base name. Okay, so I forgot to tell you for the model view set. Okay, because in viewset.viewset, our our router has no connection with the view. Okay, there's no connection with the view. That's why we had to provide the base name. Okay, base name is just to tell the router that this particular operation or this particular router that you are going to generate belongs to employee model. Okay, so that's why we use base name for the viewsets.viewset, but for model viewset you do not need that. Okay, I'll try, but always you can just watch the recording, right? So even if I try to revise everything in the last session, it is going to become two more new sessions. So that's why. So you see, model viewset will work even if you don't pass base name. Okay, for the viewset.viewset, base name is there. Okay, I'll
So
write it here.
if any other models if we have to provide,
Yeah,
so
yeah, you have to. Yeah, I'll just tell you that view base name for viewsets dot viewset. Any other model is there? What you'll do? Like this, you will do students student viewset. This is the class name, right? And then base name equal to model name, like this. Okay. So with the view set URL patterns not needed, no need. Only you have to register the base endpoint. Okay, this one should be there. This one should be there. This is the one. Okay, and then the base name. Only if you are using viewsets.viewset to tell the router that this particular thing, this particular route, I mean patterns are going to be used for a employee model. If there is a view working with multiple model data, how to handle if there is a view working with the multiple model data, how to, yeah, if you can give me one use case, I can tell you. It is possible, but I don't use much thing with the view sets because everything is happening like magic, right? So I feel that I am not a software engineer here. Okay, so only this much it is taking, and uh, serializer model view set is fastest for multi-model. If you have some small, small use cases or I mean quick applications, only simple things need to be done, right? That time use view set. Okay, but otherwise you have to extend this. There are many things. Yeah, fastest means yeah, fast to develop. So if you want to make it, use I mean create app faster, then you can use this. It is useful mostly when you want to make some common functionalities. If you have like complex things, right? As you said, handle the multiple model at once and all. I think I wouldn't use employee website, but there is a way. I'm sure there is a way, but we have to see how it can be done. But overall, these view sets, these mixins and all, they are actually a useful tool for building the applications faster. Like it will provide us the quick functions to make the common functionalities. Okay, like that.
Yes, sir. But if we have like multi-model applications where we have 30, 40 models and our view needs to combine data from 3, 4 different models,
That time you
then in
use
that case,
function-based views. function-based views. Okay.
So the practically all the big applications would typically need to interact with multiple tables, right, sir?
Yeah. Function-based views. Or if you want to use class-based views, go with API view. Okay.
Yes, sir. Because these model set and all these advanced abstractions are handling only the CRUD operations, right, sir?
Yeah, CRUD operations. That's what I'm saying. Common functionalities, CRUD, creating, reading, update, deleting, right? So those can be done, but in real world use cases, we don't have much to do with this view set and all. Definitely there is possibilities, but I'm not sure. I don't use this thing, because if I somehow I Google and I do it, tomorrow I come back and I read my own code, I'll get lost, right? Many things are, just under the hood, everything is happening. Function-based views or API view, you can just clearly read and you can actually debug. Problem is here you are unable to debug. Like for example, you want to add one print statement. Where will you add? Right? You have to again extend some other class and then you do some customizations. So that's why function-based views and all these, API view, these are easy. These are easy for debugging, right?
Yes, sir. Not only that, sir, but I think typically in our applications, we would be transferring custom objects from backend to the UIs, right, sir? Those custom objects will be typically made up of, data from multiple tables. So like we will be fetching data from 2, 3, 4 different tables. Then we will massage the data, create our own objects, then serialize, deserialize those objects.
That time do not
then do the transfer.
don't use. Yeah. Understood. That time you don't use view sets and all. It will make your life difficult. That time you use API view or function-based views.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Because any applications, any custom applications, they have to do more than just these CRUD operations. Okay. All of them have like business logics. Where will you write business logic here? Understood. So that's why, but these are only helpful when you make some common features. So, okay. Use API view or use function-based views.
Yes.
Okay, there are few more things we need to cover. Django REST framework. Let's go to the documentation. What we have, I'm not going to cover everything. Some of them I'll just leave it for you. If these are used for common features, then why is it so? They are important, and see, it is based on the use case scenarios. Okay, just not that I just told you that only common features, but it is possible to make complex features also. Just if you try to add how to add multiple models in Django model view sets. I'm also not sure. It is possible. Some developers use it. You see, is primarily designed to handle operations for a single model object. Okay, there's no way to interact with the multiple models within a single model are similar. Several approaches can be multiple table inheritance, and so custom API view. Many people suggest API view for that. It is important, and that's how the Django is made. What can I tell? Okay, they use a dry principle. Okay, don't write the code, because they have already written the code somewhere. Like if you just go to this class definition, everything is here. Model user. See, there are many logic here, mixins they have used, right? So anyway, if I just don't want to go that deep, so that we developers don't have to invest on basic feature. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Basic features, we don't have to invest more time on it. Invest more time building more. Yeah, correct. That's right. Okay, so few things wanted to tell you is the pagination, because the pagination is already there. See, I don't have much use cases right now, but in in the uh, I mean in uh, e-commerce project, we'll get the filtering and search I will show you today. Pagination also I will show you. Okay, so pagination is just like when you have so many data like this, like how you make the paginations, right? If you have 100 data, you just want to show some data only, right? So that time you use pagination. There are two types of paginations. One is page number pagination, and another one is a limit offset pagination. I'll just tell you how to configure it. Okay, so REST framework is like everything is automatic. You don't have to write many things. The pagination is also, you have to do some configuration, just to show you. In the documentation only it is there, the pagination. So what it is saying, you see, setting the pagination is like this. Okay, default pagination class REST framework dot pagination dot limit offset pagination or page number pagination. If you do this, then done. Okay, I will just copy this and go to settings.py. Okay, here you print it. Instead of limit offset pagination, I'll first show you page number pagination. Okay, so what is the spelling? Page number, page number. Okay, here it is. Page number pagination. Okay. Yeah, this one I'll copy and I'll just put it here. Okay, REST framework default pagination class. REST framework dot pagination dot page number pagination. If you just do this, and the page size you want to set. Okay, what is the page size in one page? How many data should be there? I'll just say 3. Okay, because I only have 2 3 7 8 data, right? 7 data I have. I'll just refresh the page. Okay, when I refresh the page, you can see in a single page I got 3 data. Okay, and also I have next page. You see this question mark page equal to 2. If I click on this, okay, if I click on this, means if uh, anybody request page equal to 2, then it will show 4 5 6 data, 4th 5th 6th data. Okay, but when it is here, it now has a next next link as well as previous link. Next, you see this. Okay, next we don't have any data, so that's why it is null. Previous, we have data, so previous, currently I'm in a page 3. I can just go back to page 2. This is how we paginate the responses. It is useful when application don't want hundreds of data all at once. They need some data, like 10 data once. If they need more data, they will just click on next button. That next button will trigger this API endpoint. Okay, this API endpoint will give this data. Okay, so it is like that. Clear, right? So it is not much difficult. And then we have filtering. Filtering, you see, one use case I'm going to tell you. Filter employees by designation. Okay, we can do this. How to filter also, it is there in the API guide. You go to Django REST framework and play with this documentation. Okay, main thing is serializers and all done. Filtering is there. Okay, so this filtering. Okay, I'm sorry, I just forgot to tell you about page limit offset pagination, right? Okay, let's just so currently it is page number pagination. So the page number pagination is actually we are actually passing the page size. Okay, it takes a page size parameter and returns a response. And limit offset pagination is a little bit different. What it does, it takes two parameters. One is limit. The limit parameter controls how many items you want to see. It's just like page number. Okay, like if you want to set 3, it will just show 3 data. And offset is like from where to where you want to show. Like for example, if I set offset, okay, limit of, I'll just create, I mean, this one, I'll just change it. Okay, REST framework dot pagination dot offset pagination. Now, if I just refresh, you can see the next button has now limit is equal to 3. Why 3? Is because page size I have set 3. Offset is equal to 3. Why this is 3? Is because if I click on this one, it is going to do 3 plus 1, which is offset plus 1. Okay, which means from 4 to it is going to show 4, 5, I mean 4 to, I mean 4, 5, 6. Okay, like this. If I just modify this, now limit is 3, offset is 3, right? So offset plus 1, which is 4th data, 5th data, 6th data, it is showing. If I make it 4, it is going to do offset plus 1, which is from 5th it is going to show. You can see from 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's the difference. Offset. Okay. Filtering also, we have some configuration. Filtering. Okay, so I got, this is the configuration. Default filter backends. Yes, default filter backends. Okay, you simply have to set this one. You simply have to set this one, copy this, and just go to your here, put the comma, and put this default filter backends. So what is filter? You can see if you want to filter the employees by designation, then you can make use of filters. Okay, so what else you have to do with the filters? Okay, yeah. For filter will not work that way. You have to install Django filters. There is one small package called Django filters. You have to install this in order to work with filters. Okay, just copy, I mean pip filter Django, I mean pip install Django filter, copy, pip install Django filter, done. So after installing this, you have to do little more configuration. Filter backend, we have to set up this filter backend. Okay, did we do that? Yeah, we did it. And in the view also, we have to pass filter set fields and then filter backends. Let me just show you that in the um, documentation is so confusing.
So I think, sir, this filtering is part of Django, not of part of DRF, right, sir? It
No,
is
it is
something to do
DRF.
with Django.
It is DRF.
Okay.
I'll show you, right? I'll show you now. I'll show you. I have the code. What it takes is filter set fields. Okay, filter set fields. It will take by what you want to filter, right? You want to filter the employees by designation. This designation is the model field, right? So once this is done, then you don't have to do anything, I guess. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. Just refresh. Template does not exist. It takes filter backend. I don't remember how did I do it. We need to add Django filter. I think so. You're right. Yes. Yeah, we did. We made mistake here. Okay, Django filter we have to add. I just forgot that. Okay, now it should work. Okay, you can see you got one filter, right? Filter option. In the filter option, you'll say software engineer submit, and you can see software engineer people are two. But it is case sensitive. If you search for software engineer, some mistake you do, then it will not show you anything. You have to customize it. If you want, I can just give some resources. I have my I have my video. You can just watch it. Pagination filtering only work for no. Filtering will not work for not only for view set. It will work for mixins. It will work for generics and everything. It is just like you in mixins. You see, in generics you have used a query set, right? And serializer class, right? Here you will just simply write. Uh, I mean, what is that? Filter what? Filter set fields. Okay, if you just write it here, it will work for generics and mixins also. Okay. Search is there. I'll give you other use cases for assignment. Okay. Where is search? Let's search the search. Okay, search filter. So if you use this one, it will just give you one UI. You can search for the data. Okay. The way we implement the search is in the settings. Okay, so it is also a part of filter. What happens from REST framework? Okay, from REST framework. Framework dot filters. Import search filter. Okay, import search filter, and then here only this configuration. Just go to you'll see all this configuration in the documentation only. Filter backends we have to pass. Okay, in the filter backend, if you just pass search filter, it will work. Okay, and also search fields it needs search fields by what we want to search, right? So we will say temp name. Okay, we'll search for employee name and it will work. Filter, you see, search. But that filter has gone, right? Let's try Ratan. Search. Okay, so I get, I can search. But where is this filter? This filter has gone now. So what you have to do, you have to just pass a default, I mean Django filter backend that will come from here. Django filter backend. I don't know where it comes. Okay, it comes from Django filters that we just installed, right? From Django filter REST framework, import Django filter backend. This is there in here. It should be there somewhere here. I found this Django filter backend. Okay, it is there here, I guess. All right. See, we installed Django filter and we created this. We registered this in the installed apps, and you see Django filter backend. It comes from Django filters REST framework, right? So that's what we want to put here. Just add this one in the list. Okay. Now it will work. You see, now we have search as well as designation. Filters. Okay. Few more things we can just learn on the go. Understanding, right?
Yes, sir. Few more things like what, sir? If you can just tell the names, sir.
Like caching and all.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
There are few things, but no need to master everything. Just if I need, like we are done with the routers, views, set generic views, response, request, authentication permission will come, validators will also come. Throttling, I'm not sure. I also don't know throttling. Caching, we will see. Is filter pagination and searching more complex to implement on function? No, it's not difficult. It's easy. It's very easy. But for APIs, right? They are providing all these filter classes and all, right? So that's why we can just make use of it especially in the class-based views. Function-based views, it's easy.
Okay,
Anything
so
else, guys?
with theory, sir, so like with this class theory part, almost whatever you wanted to cover is kind of covered, right, sir? The systematics theory part.
Yeah, theory part is covered. But
Okay,
end
sir.
of the day, we will always work with the real world use cases, the
Yes,
real
yes.
world business problems. That time I would rely more on function-based views. Okay. So theory part, it has to be covered because
Yes, sir.
sometimes when you go to the company for interview and all, they'll ask class-based views.
Right.
Because sometimes class-based views is also good. Mixins and all, it's good. Like when you want to create APIs, right? That time you will definitely use class-based views. If
Yes,
you
sir,
have,
got it, sir.
yeah, if you have some, if you do some practice, it will be easy.
Right. Got it, sir. Like all these ways to implement the views that you showed, definitely
Yeah.
all of them have their own applications. What I wanted to
Yeah.
understand, sir, like in DRF itself and in Django itself, there are so many other topics that you just showed us, right? So
Yeah.
all those other topics we will just learn by implementing the projects and stuff that you have. The systematically the topics that you wanted to cover is kind of covered by this class. Okay, sir.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, that's the end of this course, and congratulations, you have successfully completed the Django with Django REST framework course. So now what is next? You see, most of the companies are now looking for the developers who can build AI powered applications. Now that you know Django and Django REST framework very well, now you can start to build the AI powered applications. And that's where my new Django with Agentic AI course shines. In that course, you will build the complete AI powered customer support system with the 3 AI agents: the level 1 support agent, the manager agent, and the risk agent. And you will also learn the multi-agent orchestrations. You will see how all of these AI agents talk to each other and decide on a business problem. And this is kind of a very good applications that you can put in your resume and your portfolio, especially your GitHub repository. All right, to know more about this course, you can just check the description. I will leave the link in the description, and also you can check the pinned comment. Okay. And if you like the way I'm teaching, you can just like this video and subscribe to the channel and comment if you have any questions. Okay. So, and also you can contact me with the email address that I have provided in the description. Okay. So with that said, I wish you all the best, and I'll see you in the next video.